This is the moment where the great get separated from the good.
They want to prove the rest of the world that they belong in the main stage.
It is time.
Many players here from many countries and much on the line.
It is do or die. It is win or go home.
Oh, no! That was a double stick!
This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
Let's go, dude. The element is going to do it.
I cannot believe what I just saw.
Nine! What? You gotta be kidding me!
Will they do the unthinkable?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Raleigh, North Carolina. It is time for match number one.
Here we go, let them know once again. Yeah, you see me coming in, gotta show them I'm a fighter.
Gilderson's with the car. He's gonna get a triple kill.
You wanna take, come and try to. I've been looking for some competition.
Woo! Here the cosmic knockouts is too much sweet. The last one alive. Can we see him? No! EXO! Take it over NRG.
And that's high key. I can't stop, no, I can't quit. I won't be this. No way if I got a shot, you know I'm going for it. So tell everybody that I can't.
Oh! Take with it!
On fire, you don't need your lighter. You rolling now, full speed on the tire.
As EXO look to add another win to their tally. They get it!
Told y'all before, but y'all wouldn't hear me.
The Dreamfire is looking like, how many KP can we rack up? They take to the skies. Can they get into the skies? Bullets down! Rebs is trying to do what he can, but while all of this is happening, it's C9 who are going to move in!
Champagne pouring, everybody adoring. Now listen to the crowd start roaring. I can't stop, no, I can't quit. I won't.
Still alive here as well, as we're down to 11 squads as Imperial. How?
So tell everybody that I came to win.
Falk 100. Caustic, got well cracked. Falk. 100, let's go.
Just know that I came to win. You know I came to win. Yeah, who came to go higher?
Can they win the 2 versus 3? It's up to Slayers. It's C9. 2 games out of 4.
So if you came to win, let's take it higher. Woo. Who came to go higher? Yeah, we came to go higher. It's only right we go higher. It's only right we go higher.
Knock one. Yeah, I'm pushing up. Push up on it now. Play together. Deathball. Nice. Boy.
You know I'm taking it higher.
Oh, 1v2. Will he be able to close this one out?
EA taking the final game of the night.
Just know that I came to win. You know I came to win. I came to win. Ow!
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from those watching around the world, and especially to those watching live in our crowd from Raleigh, North Carolina. We are here with day 2 of the ALGS Championships of 2022, the first live event ever with a crowd for our ALGS to crown a global champion. And boy, oh boy, have we seen some contenders over day 1. Welcome to the show. Welcome to everybody who arrived here live. Again, a big shout out to our fans in the stadium at PNC Arena, but also to those watching at home. And if you're new, a little introduction to kick off the day. My name is Rain Day, and of course, I'm joined by 2 of the best in the business, James Bardoff and Kel Morton Genome. Thank you both for joining me today. It's an exciting day 2, but day 1, I mean, I don't think it could have started any better.
We had some bangers. We had some people coming out of the gates hot. We had some people starting pretty cold as well. I think Cloud9's a big example of that. We're lacking in the first half, but came back in the second with a number of wins and put themselves in a really nice place in the table. So there was action all over the place. But, you know, sometimes people are going to have to go home, and I think today might be one of those days.
Yeah, it was a big kind of talking point that we saw no EMEA team in the top 5 in overall leaderboards. Instead, we saw South America, Team Singularity. We saw APAC South, specifically Genome, where you represent and cast very often, in teams like EXO and Dreamfire really stepping up in a way that maybe not many people expected.
Exactly, yeah. You know, teams like Optic, they did fantastically. Obviously, they're a team that performed really well at Sweden. But yeah, when you're thinking about teams that you might not know as well, Team EXO, they made it here through the last chance qualifiers, but I don't want to tell you, I want to show you exactly how they had such a fantastic start to yesterday. Now in Series 1, we've had some changes to Storm Point, right? So you've got things like Down Beast is now in play. This is freeing up the map a little bit, okay? So you've got a team like EXO, they're gonna split drop over in Launchpad, already a fantastic place to land at the start. They get fish farms as well because there's more space at the moment. Now they're gonna join up after starting and looting both of those POIs. Then they're gonna head over to the IMC Armory as well, another one of those new additions to the map. And by this point, they're just stacked out of their mind, right? Like, how are you gonna beat them? It doesn't stop there though. We've got a Southern Circle pull, Jurassic Park, it's not going to end there. Antenna, not going to end there. They've got the easiest rotation all the way down the bottom of the map here. And from this point, it was almost a foregone conclusion. And we do see EXO managing to take out one of the games here in that first series.
Thank you so much, Genome, for breaking that down. Hand in the crowd for Genome there, letting us know exactly how EXO pulled it off, because I know we all have to figure out what exactly is going on, and I think that's what the players are under pressure for today as well. It is day 2, and one big note, people are going home today. I know that is surprising for all of you. We've got one more series to go before we get into our losers bracket, but let's break down the schedule so you all know what is going to be on your screens this afternoon or whatever time zone you're watching in. Day 1 in the books. We finished that off. We did 2 series, C and D, B and D, and then A and B and A and C have played. Now it's A, their first chance on the main stage versus D, the group of death that we've been calling it colloquially. And the big note here, our winners of Sweden. Reignite, formerly Reignite, Dark Zero now with Jin Burton back in the mix with Zero and Sharky playing on this stage. That is going to be exciting. And then 6:15 in your afternoon, we will see our losers bracket round 1 as the crowd is already getting excited for it as well. We've got so much in store here. Everyone is pumped. But, of course, if you are rooting for some of these teams...
Hey. I don't want to see a buff Valk sign in the crowd, okay? You keep that sign the other way around. You're insane. You should sit down, sir. That's outrageous. That is rude. Nerf Valk. Nerf Valk. Turn all her abilities off. Stop. You need to stop, sir.
James,
security.
Our resident curmudgeon on the desk, James, basically, and I think that's
Did you not get the note about the out of bounds changes? That they did turn off all her abilities, and she's still at almost a 100% pick rate.
Buff Caustic. That's the buff we need.
All right, enough shenanigans. We got to get into what is going on for today and let you know where things stand, because, of course, we have played 2 rounds. How does it shake up? Who's on top? Let's check out those leaderboards. It's Optic Gaming, number 1. With 122 points, clearing the rest of the lobby by 13 points after yesterday's heroics. But it's EXO, the team you mentioned, Genome, right behind them.
Yeah, they've been doing so well, haven't they? And, you know, it really does feel like a meta that is definitely supportive of their play style, because they're extremely aggressive. And one of the big things I want to note is that if you look at the top 20 teams here, very few of them are hard rotate teams.
Right.
There's a lot of extremely aggressive teams in here, and only a scattering like, you know, we've got maybe GMT or Dark Zero, a couple there that want to get into zone early. The rest of the ones who have been doing well in day 1 are the ones who are out there picking up the frags.
James, looking at the teams who haven't made it yet, they will be, if it stays as this, in our losers bracket final today, having to fight for a chance to stay alive. What are you thinking about this?
This is the danger zone that we're looking at here, and names that you don't want to see there, the likes of Alliance, the likes of Team Burger, who are on the precipice, and there are some burgers in the crowd as well. Crazy Raccoon, we'll see if they can improve their position. Those are the key names which are standing out to me more than other ones here in that second half of the table.
The crowd getting very excited. We love to see it, man. This is just a special, special thing. Just letting the moment hang out there. This is fun. Of course, we are just kicking off our day. And if you are joining us in the Apex Legends viewership kind of funnel, we have a lot of great ways to make things a little bit more enjoyable for you. I'm talking about multi-view, meaning you get to choose your narrative of how you want to watch the ALGS. It's brand new in Season 2, and we've added a lot of functionality to it so that you can decide which teams you care the most about at home on Twitch, allowing you to hear their in-game audio, but also Follow their rotations, follow every final circle, every clutch fight, every moment that you don't want to miss. You don't have to now with multi-view, and especially with our Twitch extension as well. This goes hand in hand. If you download that Twitch extension in your Twitch browser, you'll be able to actually see updated stats, kill leaderboards, in-game statistics that you wouldn't even know. And also, you'll have a fight indicator, which I always like to bring up. If a team is starting to fight, our observers love this one as well. You'll see it flash yellow. You can change over to the action. A lot of great things happening for us here. And of course, if you want to know how the crowd is feeling about that, maybe not hype about multi-view here. They don't need it. They've got the best view in the house, that's for sure. ALGS is a whole vibe. I wholeheartedly agree. But if you are still watching from home, we're hooking you up. Don't worry. You're missing out on some of this, but you're not missing out on much because we've got Twitch drops coming up for you as well on Sunday. And that is going to be a great opportunity for you to get some cool gear very, very free.
Yeah, nice Revenant skin. I love me my BM characters, and he is certainly one of them, but I think that charm is going to be real nice. I'm going to have the stream open on the laptops on the deck, that's it for sure. I'm going to be logged in because I want my holo sprays to drop on them boxes.
Yeah.
We saw a nice throwback yesterday with the Revtane. It was, I think, modded out at one point at least, so just a little splash.
We saw Newcastle. We saw Fuse in there. Zara Tricky starting to throw that out here on Fury, a team we haven't talked about, but we need to. But before we do that, let's talk about, of course, what has been in the hands in terms of Apex Legends fans for the last couple of months. That's Apex Legends Mobile. We have a brand new battle pass, a brand new character. If you haven't seen the trailer, go check it out. It's been shared by all the Play Apex socials. It is phenomenal. And of course, I'm talking about Rhapsody, the brand new legend to be introduced. Pretty cool. I know the Apex fans are a little jealous. I think we're a little jealous. We don't get to play Rhapsody on here. We don't get to see her on the main stage yet. But when it comes to Apex Mobile, you'll definitely have all those opportunities. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great start to this, but we got to start talking what's happening today. And of course, I've got two of the best in the business to break down in their mind who it's important to focus on and who we maybe need to pay a little bit more attention to on day two. All right, James, as the crowd is going wild, people are clearly riled up. Who's got you a little excited this afternoon?
All right, well, there were a lot of questions coming into yesterday, especially for the APAC teams. Can they deliver, or are they going to be people who only can play in their own region? The first one we're going to watch today is Dreamfire. They are doing really well at the moment. They came into this week with $125,000 in prize money, and they're looking to do more. They've got some standouts on the team as well. Roy certainly comes to mind. He's got some huge clutch. We saw great performances from him yesterday. Good enough for a 5th place overall. The question is, can they continue that now as we start to get into the murky water where people might go home?
And then, of course, EXO, we've already talked about them a little bit. Thinking about the history of this team in APAC South, for the longest time, they were a top 2 team in the region. They had to retool a little bit. Chambers, one of their longtime players, decided to retire from Apex, and they replaced him with Ziki, someone who they played with, maybe 2 years ago, I think it was. And he's really shown that in all that time, he hasn't lost his sharpness. And as a result, EXO have been putting up result after result. And as we talked about before, 2nd on the leaderboard.
1 point behind them, though. One of the stars of the show yesterday,
That's right. Make some noise. Yeah.
Now, I think if you look at his Watson, let's talk about arrogance. If you believe in yourself, you're not shy to say that. Is that arrogance if you deliver that? I don't think it is. I think you make it a fact. He certainly did that yesterday. Furia have been missing in the past, but with this new roster, they have been smashing everybody. Now, I want to know, are they going to be in contention for that #1 spot today?
Well,
are they going to be looking at Optic?
You mentioned arrogance. Pride comes before a fall, but with Furia and these teams, they've only been rising. Those have been the ones we've been paying attention to today, and we'll see if it pans out the way we expect. All right, fellas, it's time to kick this off. Of course, we are not the only ones who are going to be broadcasting today.
We're the most important ones.
Okay, that's your opinion. I tend to like what we got going on. But in our group, we get to see, of course, the winners of Sweden, our biggest event in 957 days leading up to that moment just a couple of months ago in Dark Zero. Jen Burton, Sharky, Zero, back in action. And we've got a lot to talk about with them. They've got fans all around the world, but they've got to go against Optic, TSM, teams that have already proven that, especially Dreamfire, in the total scheme of things, Gino, they're not to mess with.
Yeah, all three of those teams, right, in a good position so far. And, oh, man, we've got some big fans in the crowd here. Yesterday, Team Burger was saying they had one fan in the crowd. They've multiplied. I can see multiple up there with the Burger logo ready to go. So I'm glad that the APAC teams are getting even more love.
On the secondary stream, though, James, we've got some great teams competing as well. NiceWigg and Greek God will be covering that. If you don't know, go to NiceWigg's stream. He is covering all of that action. Of course, we're seeing a little bit of a mix-up here. We've got A on our stage today, but we are going to be seeing B versus C, and that's going to put the likes of Fnatic, NRG, Liquid, Cloud9, who we've been talking about, GMT Esports. I saw Rambo in the elevator today. He said, you know, I was honestly flying in yesterday, kind of shaken up a little bit. Now I'm feeling better. It feels like we have basically been playing together for years. I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah, one of the names that we haven't mentioned there was Scars as well. You know,
that's right.
Going back to Sweden, for Mandy, that was a very emotional time, but now he's got the chance to perform and not be a bystander. So far, so good. Today's another big day for them as well.
I think that emotionality is something that you have to feel. Team Burger chants coming from our right. Walking down, you see people yelling, saying hello, encouragement. Hal mentioned it in his interview yesterday, Genome, that it means a lot that you have an opportunity to see and connect with these people who have been rooting you on from a distance. If that's not motivating, he said, what else will be?
And I think that's interesting that you bring up. It's almost like the two different sides of the spectrum, right? Like Hal, someone who obviously gets a lot of support and feels, you know, some amount of, you know, love and you know,
sure.
He wants to be worthy of that huge fan base that he's got, right? Compared to some of these other teams who haven't had, you know, a LAN performance before, who might not have a massive stream to fall back on. Those guys loving the fact that they're getting some of that love from the crowd.
James, I want to go, I don't want to mess up the quote. Yesterday you had one about something about legend compositions and staying a little bit more conservative or consistent. Can you remind us of what that means and how World's Edge might play to that?
Oh, well, what I said is, actually, I can't remember now. I can't believe you've done this to me.
Remember.
Anyway,
you interrupted me yesterday to say it.
What I'm interested to see here is how compositions will change from World's Edge to Stormpoint, because that is important. It's not a copy and paste job. It's a different environment, and you need to react accordingly. And we can see the most common ones on the screen now. Lots of Caustic, which I love to see. Lots of Watson, which makes me even happier, believe it or not.
Maybe more surprising is the fact that Gibby Valk Seer is the second highest picked composition, and I think that just gives us, again, another vote of confidence for why Seer belongs in this meta. I'm also, Genome, excited to see the Watson Crypto Valk team composition, abandoning the Caustic, abandoning the traditional Gibby, and going for something completely different, which I think has actually been pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's a cool composition, right? I think we've seen some North American teams pick it up, if I'm not wrong, maybe in addition to the APAC North teams that were running it a lot. And, you know, we saw them almost splitting, you know, Gibraltar usage and Watson usage as that fortified character.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot going on, James. Sorry to interrupt you, but you might have a moment to speak on this. The talent predictions are in to kick off our day because we are ready for the game. We are just moments away from day 2 beginning here. I've got Dark Zero. I think we know why. I've talked a little about it. James, who do you got and why?
I have gone for Alliance. Now, again, there are so many teams for us to talk about. We won't get the time for all of them, but they're a team who I think are going to gather their information from day 1 and come in to smash on day 2. So I'm expecting a lot from that team today.
Genome, James, thank you so much for your analysis. Genome, specifically shout out for the nice Telestrator segment. We hope to see more of those throughout the day. All right, day 2 is about to begin. We are moments away, and I'm going to throw it to the best casting duo in the business. On set, no, I'm just kidding. It's Vicky Kitty and Fallout. Go ahead and take it away.
God damn!
And enjoy.
It's barely 11 a.m. My man Evan's throwing shade already at my slip-up yesterday. But hey, Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty. You call us the best casting duo in the business, but guess what? We get the best crowd in the business here. Apex family, Apex community showing up big time for day number 2. And Vicky, honestly, day 1 felt like it was Championship Sunday.
Absolutely, and that kind of puts a mood right now to what we can expect for day 2 and forward for the rest of the weekend. I'm really excited to see this last group stage really play out because this is what makes it or breaks it for a lot of the teams that are going to be situated in the winner's bracket and the teams that are going to be falling into the loser's bracket.
That's an absolute fact. This is the last chance, last opportunity, last group stage matchup. We got Group A versus D on the main stage, Group B versus C on the side station. We'll keep you updated on the scores for both throughout. And on screen right now, you got the absolute killer Skittle Cakes. If you're a fan of Skittle, and King Dupe on the streets. The duo, longtime teammates, was chatting with them late night in the hotel lobby yesterday and had a chance to finally hear their story from their perspective. And it's fascinating. All 3 players on Optic Gaming started on Xbox. They were top-ranked Xbox players. They grinded on controller a year and a half ago or less. Skittlecakes and Dupe switched to PC, switched to keyboard and mouse, and immediately rose to be the top players in North America. It's a crazy story. They were with Verhulst, also an Xbox player back then. Yeah. They pick up Noct, and they've been dominating.
What's really impressive is to see how these type of players are able to make that transition and still be key to whatever they could provide here on the team. And they're still continuing on with that consistency. See if they can continue on their domination, though, from day 1 going into day 2.
That's right. We got a little cheeky fan favorite here. Team Burger. If they're going to eat today, crowd, let us hear it. For the Aussies, Waltzy joining this team after doing so well with Sutaraiku in the last tournament. They've looked good so far, but they got to perform today. They're one of those teams that are kind of on the fringe here a little bit, Vicky.
It's nice to see that the champion squad was left with TSM after their performance just yesterday here. Here's the crowd, guys. For these guys watching at home, we're getting started here for game number 1 in day 2. Last remaining group stage matches that we're going to have on this stream. There's more group stages playing out on NiceWigg stream. In stream B, don't forget it, guys. It's all the Apex action coming to you all day long.
That's right. Well, here we go. Match number 1 to kick off Friday, our last day of group stages. We got Group A, we got Group D. We have multi-champions in this lobby again. It's TSM, Optic, Dark Zero, AD and Crazy Raccoon, multi-champs from APAC North. Ascend, your Split 1 playoffs champions. 100 Thieves, your ALGS champs from last year. Space Station Gaming, Alliance, Dreamfire, all teams that have won major competitions, and they are all in this lobby, Vicky.
Hey, that's why when I was taking a look at the wins from day 1, I had to look at Optic with those 3 wins. TSM, of course, coming up on top. Dreamfire with 2 wins there, too. Now we get to see our drop cells. We get to see the circle and where it's going to pull us for game number 1. And we may have a very similar circle to what we had just yesterday in game 2, game 3, where it may be pulling a little bit on that north side of Thermal Station, where we saw TSM, Imperial Howl, and Reps as a duo completely duke it out north of Thermal Station.
You hit the nail on the head. Optic Gaming ended up winning that one, but TSM had such a good run, so they like to play Edge, but that was a completely different comp. They were playing Mad Maggie and Seer. They were fighting on Edge. This time with Caustic, they went back to their bread and butter. They went back to the safety pick. We'll see how they will fare on this zone. Alliance obviously dropping Thermal Station. They'll get God Spot. They'll get their pick of the litter here. Meanwhile, Team Burger at Tree, expected early rotation from them.
Yeah, I'm going to see here, you see Alliance, so usually landing in Thermal, they're going to be able to have that control over there, seeing if maybe there's a beacon that they could utilize off to the south. I see Yuki's actually over there as we take a look at AIM Esports. Landing over by Landslide, they're going to be able to utilize the Replicator too, which, nice to note here, it's going to be shotgun season. If you didn't get tired of the PK yesterday, you're definitely not going to get tired of it today, because we got the purple shotgun bolt in the Replicator for the day, as well as the thermal sight.
That's right. We saw some insane plays with the PK yesterday. Skittlecakes repping it. We saw the controller lord himself, Panders, on Furia with some insane controller PK shots. Expect a lot more of that today, like you said, with the shotgun bolt in the Replicator. PK currently in meta. Used to be the Ava 8 a little bit ago. A lot of people have been running with the PK instead. And obviously, if they get a Mastiff through a supply crate, they'll likely pick that up as well. As we're on board here with former Kick Esports. That's Iarka, Uchako, and their substitute, Drovich.
See, they're already making the rotation. They have the information of that beacon there too, so as they're quick with the rotation, I'm expecting maybe today with a different approach. I mean, after what we had seen yesterday, we saw some composition changes by the end of the day. What do you think, Follow? Do you think a lot of these players are going to try to opt to actually just sit down in that final circle positioning to prioritize that? Do you think you're going to see a lot of high-octane action like we are right now with Space Station? They're looking fantastic with those Evo shields already.
Yeah, I mean, as this fight breaks out, to answer your question, it is group stages still, so we will see a lot of aggression in these group stages, as we see right now. It's VJ, Postkill and Kashera Ascend, the champions of the Split 1 playoffs. They picked up VJ, and they've looked so incredibly strong. He's coming from Iran, one of the few players from the Middle East, and has been performing so incredibly well in this EMEA region. But take a look at their team comp. They are running a Valkless team comp here on World's Edge. I love the Wraith pick from them as IG finds himself in a fight.
And talk about Valkless compositions here. IG are going to be forced inside this building. They don't have a Caustic here. Oh, bonk on the head real quick with that grenade. Backing up as they lost out on Parka. Try to watch out for that door. They're blocking that door, but they're trying to determine whether they want to try to fully send it here. IG International looking great in terms of health.
Yeah, I think in this position, AD's best bet is to back out and not fight this. It's a 2v3, pound for pound, but Obley's going to say, nah, he knocks one card, and who goes down? And just like that, AD, my pick, eliminated from this lobby. Goodbye and good night, AD. The Koreans get taken out.
What's crazy is I was asking you that question. Are we going to see a much slower pace so far? Are we going to see these players kind of determine what they're going to aim for in this group stage? No, it's straight up fighting. We really 2 squads off the rip right now. Circle 1 is now just closing, and there are still 18 squads here as Zeta Division are looking on the chaos. They see that the fight is already over, so they know that they cannot third party at the moment. They're just going to overlook the action.
Yeah, we know Zeta is one of the most aggressive teams in EMEA. They full send and they don't care. Of course, coming from the CIS or Eastern Europe region. Branches and Co. unfortunately not here. Team Empire, their peers who are also aggressive. But look at this, Orthros Fang is actually ratting, and they find themselves an absolute field day here, connecting for so much damage. Tenoran's going to knock Impulse.
This is great too, because Orthos also heard the fighting going on earlier. Where'd that bullet come from? Now Orthos going to back up. They're like, all right, we managed to get that knock here. They're going to just back up a little bit. They saw that there was another squad on the other side of the team that they were trying to pinch. Zeta Division are going to have to take that loss, and they're going to have to actually back away here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're able to get Impulse's banner in this situation.
They'll be playing as a team of 2 here. Sunset, former member of Gambit, played alongside the players, now FA Kitty squad, Hardeki and Co. before they picked up the God squad of Artico, Liogri, and Hardeki. Of course, Artico not playing in this competition, but FA Kitties looked really, really good yesterday. You can catch them on the side stream as Zeta Division is going to be forced to rotate here. 9imps used to play on Navi, Taskmaster on the Magicians, and this is a team that's formed recently and has looked really, really sharp.
Oh, right.
Wow.
No man left behind.
I love it.
Love it. They had to wrap around. They still managed to obtain that banner. I mean, it's key here. They don't want to play this out as a duo, especially it being game number 1. Can determine a lot here to see how comfortably you could play throughout the next remaining 5 games.
That's right. Taking a look here at Taskmaster. I mentioned burst onto the scene in the late ALGS online tournaments, maybe online tournament 5 or 6 with Magicians, a team that was known to just play so aggressive, had a stint on major pushers. And look at the stats here, playing on Valkyrie. Lots of damage done. That's what you expect from this region. That's a sub-region within EMEA, CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States, known to play so incredibly aggressive, fast, fun to watch here. Again, without the likes of Artico, without the likes of Empire here, certainly an absence or a gap, but Zeta is looking to show they can still represent the entire region.
Zeta now playing on the top of construction site. They do know that there could be squads in the area. We do know that there is TSM up north, and as they do travel up to that northern building, they know their priorities, which is going to be that beacon where we see time before. And with that note, they're also going to be able to maybe try to Valk ult closer into that circle. But this information obviously is key, where you see a lot of these teams prioritize that off of the rip.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I tweeted yesterday, quick kind of summary and synopsis of TSM, their switch from Maggie and Seer to Caustic and Gibby. And I asked, are you guys going to start playing early rotate, or are you guys going to continue to play edge and fighting? And they said, it depends. It really depends on the zone, depends on the situation. We're ready to play both play styles. We're ready to adapt. And that's exactly what you see here. Despite running a very early rotate type of comp with Caustic, where you can kind of post up with barrels and chill, they're actually playing edge instead, and they want to take some fights here if they can, with any teams that might be rotating from Skyhook.
Yeah, I like how you were able to talk to them a little bit about making that swap where Verholz is on the Caustic and Hal is repping the Valkyrie instead. He could feel like he could just get that get out of jail card a little bit quicker, just reposition quickly, and that's really key here, especially when it comes to other Caustic teams that you know are going to be bunkering down in those buildings.
Yeah, that's right. For anyone that kind of missed the tweet or maybe is new to competitive Apex, Verholst is the Valkyrie player on this team. He's one of the best Valkyrie players in the game, in my opinion. But in talking to Hal, he said, I don't feel like I can IGL on Caustic. It's so hard to get vision, visibility to make the right calls, so they actually swap. And Verholst is humble enough to say, I'll take Caustic, I'll play on my off legend, so I can let the best IGL in the game do his thing.
Zeta Division now going to prioritize the Replicator real quick here. Did see earlier that AD was within the area of Fragment. Not too sure if they've already rotated out here. It looks like they may have actually. So they actually already prioritizing Harvester. TSM, though, playing outside the circle. They're okay with taking some of the circle damage to make sure that no other team is slow rotating, which we've seen before, especially teams like just yesterday, actually, Team Liquid that prioritize the Replicator and actually playing outside the circle, slow rotating in, could be some of the game plans that we see from some of these teams. But not going to happen this time around as TSM. They get the beacon, and now they're going to be able to go into that next circle.
Well, let's take a look here at the map and see, is there anyone behind TSM? Why are they so cautious? And the answer is no. Maybe they're just paranoid. For a team that's rotating late, they've been griefed before by a team ratting in zone. We know teams like old Furia roster like to do that, but not here, not now. TSM at the very top of the northern zone here, playing hard edge. I don't know if they're aware of Zeta right to their left in Fragment, picking up the scraps that TSM left.
Zeta was close by to them. I feel like they do have on their side.
Right?
Yeah. And, you know, they wanted to take their time there at the same time to see where TSM wanted to rotate, as TSM is rotating away closer towards Landslide. The slow rotate here, I mean, they could afford that. They have the Valk, guys. There are some fighting already happening. Orthos Fang falling pretty low here. You see them trying to restabilize. A lot of these teams already taking up the real estate over by Thermal, and that's going to be key here because aside from TSM and Zeta, everybody else, and including FL actually kind of hanging around Dome, has already infiltrated a lot of these buildings inside Thermal Station.
That's right. Orthos Fang from Japan Japanese region known to have quite a few controller players. Pinatur, who's not competing with Fennel, is one of the top controller players in the region. Also an absolute savage in terms of his interviews. I love that guy. As we're on board right now with a little bit of a cheeky around the door battle here between Burger, staring contest, if you will.
Let me in.
Yeah.
Look at this. He's building these Caustic trap walls.
And that's one of the best things about Caustic is your ability to block doors. And actually, I was talking to Hardeki about that. And they're not going to contest Optic at mill anymore because Optic's ability to use Caustic to block doors is too strong.
That's crazy, especially when there's so many other teams in this area. The last thing you want is to get pinched here, and then the squad inside of the building to actually push out and have the opportunity to go for a third party, scoop up any of the other players that they see are low. There's already a team right off to Orthros Fangs right here. They have to watch out. More teams make their way into Thermal, but they're going to take their time right here by the Caustic traps. Yeah, and this is something you see often here, especially with Thermal Station finishes. It's kind of awkward staring contest and fight and standoff outside of the donut building. But the team that has the advantage is certainly the team inside. Obviously, they're safe with cover, and there are so many teams nearby. Still 18 squads remaining. So I guess that answers your question a bit, Vicky. This is slowing down quite a bit. But if you're Orthros Fang right now, you are nervous because you can get third-partied in an instant. Yeah. Seems like Fennel, who are just taking their time to slow rotate away from launch site, are just avoiding a lot of that chaos, but they're going to be late to the party. Optic Gaming now, you see Noct finding some shots here off to the side. Optic Gaming in a bit of a difficult situation, but they're pinned between two rocks to cover the line of sight to their back. But for how long here? Look at the Watson fence. It's like Picasso out here. 100 Thieves taking some notes and rocking some pretty nice Evo shields too, looking at Anmu with the gold. Yeah, 100 Thieves, for those that maybe did not see yesterday, a very interesting team comp. They are the only team rocking Newcastle. I know that Cloud9 was thinking about busting it out. Alberelli is a big fan, but they're going Newcastle alongside Watson. It's a really, really interesting team comp for them. We'll see if it works out for them. Didn't have the best day yesterday, and we'll see if they go back to Ash. That would be the chaotic chain CC, the EMP to delete the dome, and here comes the crypto drone, but again, they're in the line of sight of 100 Thieves right behind them. Knocked, unfortunately getting knocked here. Optic Gaming left as a two-man, but they're pinned between two squads. If 100 Thieves decides to push this, they're going to be able to sweep up from right underneath Optic Gaming, but they don't want to give up this spot either. Uchaka with the wingman to the face gets one. 100 Thieves wants to join the party, just maybe. Knocked, currently down, leaving the duo. Duplex, Skittlecakes, transition to keyboard and mouse less than a year and a half ago, has been merged as, in my opinion, the best duo in all of Apex. 100 Thieves must have seen that knock and decides not to push. AYM or AIM is going to back out as well. So again, Optic always finds a way to get out of these situations, and they'll do it again. They're going to get a res on Knock, most likely. Yeah, I'm wondering here, who's behind 100 Thieves in this situation? Is it Ace? It could potentially be. They're going to destroy the Pollen, put another one real quick here, so that way they could boost up some of those Evo shields. Another EMP. Can Optic Gaming catch a break here? It doesn't seem like they can in this situation. Everybody knows that they're pinned in this situation, but nobody wants to overcommit. That's right. Their survivability is so strong, but here's the thing. In my eyes, if you're 100 Thieves, if you're AIM, send. I mean, you have an opportunity. I know there's Caustic Barrels, you have Skittlecakes, one of the better, or in my opinion, actually the best Caustic player in the world, but you have a 3v2, and you gotta take some risks if you want to get points and secure yourself a top 20 finish. So instead they don't. We'll see how Optic plays this, because guess what? We're gonna jump into a listen-in with Optic Gaming.
On me. Got him. Caustic's running. Grip this fucking shit.
Thanks for Godspot!
Their Caustic's blue armor. This guy's gonna go back for his box. We might get another kill. They're ready? Oh wait, they're bubbled. I think they killed him. Alright. Somebody needs to go loot that box. I'm just chilling here trapping out. Alright, I'm gonna drop shit and go loot. Don't get charged to death though. Caustic just got smoked over here. Just watch over me, dude. In case I need your bubble. I have 5 cells and 3 bats. I don't know what you guys have.
I have 5 bats, 8 cells. I can drop you a bat here.
Yeah, I got all this guy's stuff.
Does he have light?
No, he has heavy only.
Does he have medkits and shit?
I have syringes. I only have 1 medkit.
I only have 1 syringe.
I have 2 syringes. I'll drop all my syringes for you. Alright. I am 5 bats, 10 cells. I'm gonna go put traps back here in the corner.
And there you have it again as the crowd erupts with the duplex chant here live in PNC Arena. Optic goes from shambles to success, from rags to riches, Knocked being downed and looking like they're going to get taken out, to securing Godspot. They are the best team at doing that. They're so incredibly gifted when it comes to secure the best position in the game. Can we talk about how composed they were too in that troublesome situation with 100 Thieves to their back? 100 Thieves couldn't push because Ascend was also right there too. So with Dark Zero and Ascend catching them, they couldn't fully send it onto Optic. So that was fantastic.
fantastic.
It's right, and that's the issue with this new 100 Thieves playstyle. You don't have Anmu on Ashe to play aggressive, to open the door for them. You need someone to play that role, and they don't have that because they're running Watson and Newcastle. So again, in my eyes, this 100 Thieves roster, maybe they know something I don't, but I would like to see Anmu back on Ashe. I'd like to see that aggression come through. It doesn't seem to be working as well for them this way around.
Love it. They know that there's a team playing right underneath this bridge. Don't think they know exactly who it is, but with us seeing TSM, they won't be able to climb up that zip line with the Watson fences right there. Sunset actually keeping an eye just in case. TSM going to play this patiently, but with a lot of these other teams making their appearance on the bridge, look at this, 100 Thieves are now moving in. C1 IQ over to the side, and Optic Gaming, like you said, and like we heard in the comms, they're a god spot. They're not going to be moving anytime soon. They're going to be able to contest any other team that wants to pass through that choke point.
Yeah, that's right. We'll wait to get the intel as to where this zone is going to pull, but something tells me the choke point that Optic has secured is going to be the right prediction here. These guys know the algorithms, they know the zone so incredibly well, but actually, as I say that, looks like it'll be going elsewhere. So TSM find themselves in a decent spot, not a whole lot of cover here to their name, Alliance, with Hockeys, their IGL down.
If anything, Dreamfire looking fantastic. Nice damage. Ooh, man, you're on fire. Get the extinguisher here. IG International. He gets one knock onto Yuki with the thermite grenade. Let's see if Wives manages to get the res here. You see a nice little off angle, but Bryn's taking some damage to the side. He still managed to finish them off. IG looking fantastic right now. One left. Can he finish them off? He needs to be out of the line of sight of the other squad that's holding the high ground off to his left.
I love this from Bryn. I love this playmaking. That's what he's so good at. Finds himself a great wide right angle, great cover, and some way, somehow, Alliance gets taken out. Actually, a long-range shot comes through. So just like that, well played from Invictus Gaming with RKN from Torrent as an IGL sub. JMW on controller was the initiator there. He beamed.
Crazy Raccoon also scooping up the rest of that team there too. They're the ones that are on the high ground. Really good spot for them, especially looking at their composition. Yeah. Look at this. They got the Watson, they got the Crypto, and this is going to negate any sort of approach with any other Watson squads looking at Zeta who've been holding onto the bridge to try to fence off TSM.
With their team comp, Crypto and Watson, you got to say they're the best position to win this game here, Vicky.
They're looking really, really good right now. Now, it's a matter of if they could hold that position. That is going to be the key here with other Cryptos in this lobby. That's TSM, by the way, that Crazy Raccoon has in their line of sight. They're just going to put in some extra dig damage. Doesn't matter, as Zetter does have that gold Evo shield, so he's not going to boost up any of that for himself. Maybe for his team in the future, but we can see where that next circle is going to be pulling, and this is going to be chaotic because some teams are going to be forced to play on the low ground, and that's going to be destruction. Now we can see TSM. They're happy to be patient on this bridge, but it's Crazy Raccoon that is going to have all the different teams in their line of sights.
Here we go. This is where Newcastle can be helpful, though, is on these late game rotates. And there you go. Newcastle's going to find themselves a positioning here on high ground. Shields dropped. A lot of defense coming through. And 100 Thieves is hoping that they find themselves a good position for this late game.
Then with the ultimate accelerator, he wants to get another one of those shields up. We talked about it before. You highlighted it at Fallout between the Watson and the Newcastle. That chain stun as he is then now moving up, managing to get Fraser down right here with the flat line. Sheer now is going to be able to move all the way up. They're going to be able to hold this choke point here too, forcing the other team to actually back away. But can they even have the opportunity after getting that crack on the belt?
King Kashera with the flat line, the heart and soul of the Portuguese community. He's showing up big time. His mom's in the audience watching as Kashera, the IGL for this team, continues to initiate such good damage done with the flat line. 30-30 in his back pocket as well.
See, Kashera's not going to give up this place tier 2. He's getting pinged actually by another squad off to the other side here. Love the Nox grenade at the same time. Covering wherever you're going to be seen in that line of sight, and that's going to be important here too because they do know that it's Bolin actually moving off to the side.
That's right. I love how Crazy Raccoon is playing this. That's something the APAC North region I think does not do a good enough job of, is finding Godspot, but then actually taking shots, taking some risks, and picking up some KP here and there. They're not aggressive enough. I like that Crazy Raccoon from afar is putting some damage on this fight. But here comes Dark Zero, pushing up. It's going to be Zero, the champion from playoffs. Misses that one for the full spread at least, but the late Dome Shield's going to come through. It's going to help them big time.
We get to see Dark Zero at their prime for the first time on the main stage right here too. Here in North Carolina, they managed to try to get a knock here. Jen Burden now pulling up, finds post kill. Can we get another one? That's a wipe. Ascend getting taken out off the rip. They're going to be able to also get the res, and they're going to be able to hide right behind that caustic trap.
And that's what Dark Zero is so good at, those 3v3 pure gun skill fights. Obviously, Jen Burton on controller in his debut on LAN shows up big time alongside the champs, Zero and Sharky. This is a team that's been dominating the APAC South region for so long. The question is, can they go back-to-back with a championship this weekend?
Crazy here, especially with Jen coming up to the reigns.
And especially with them moving, rumor has it they'll be moving to North America after this and competing in the North American Pro League. So this is their last chance to represent Australia and Apex South.
That's actually crazy. The amount of practice, too. It's going to be insane to see teams, especially like Dreamfire out here, who are still holding on to this position. The fact that they have the awareness to disengage out of that choke point, they didn't like that position, so they managed to back away now. They're going to be able to hold this left side, and they're going to overlook a lot of the action here as they jump onto the train tracks, though. Wondering if there's a team still to the left. I think TSM is also still playing off that low ground from the bridge area, too.
Like an obstacle course for Roy and the boys here. They're going to hop their way in and hope they find a good position and opportunity to reset. Apex South entirely runs this team comp. All 5 teams from Apex South, Caustic, Gibraltar, and Valkyrie is on board with Zeta Division running with Crypto and Watson. This is an aggressive Crypto Watson. Don't think that they're going to play passive like the Apex North teams play. They want to fight.
Nowhere to run. You can't go anywhere to hide. Zeta Division were trying to actually find them off to the side here, but off to the side. 100 Thieves have been posted up in this spot with the Newcastle for a while. See Zeta Division now taking a nice little off angle, but they lose out on Taskmaster off to the right.
Hey. I'm looking at 100 Thieves, making me eat my words here. This defensive team comp working out for them because they're able to get God spots. A great rotation for them as Dreamfire gets taken out to the back. Hands of Zeta. Zeta turns. They find one. It has to be Dark Zero. Surely they're going to get the damage in. Only down to 2. They got to be cautious because Dark Zero can fire. They can shoot. They can hit hard.
But it's important here. We have the Watson ult right now inside of this train cart, which means none of these teams can actually contest them with any grenades. No Nox grenade either. So they're going to play off to the side, but the pylon now gets destroyed here. You see now the Arc Star's getting sent out.
And it's actually Team Burger, their Australian counterparts here, also equally as skilled, pushing, trying to see if they can take this 3v2. They have the numbers, and they want the battle. Here comes the push. It's going to be empty Fried from Team Burger. He connects for 1 knock. Zeta Division is out. TSM right below them, Dark Zero nearby.
The crowd was giving all the love in the world to Team Burger, and all for the right reasons here, too. They've been playing so well now. They're going to be able to play this passively off the edge of the circle without having to overcommit and put themselves in a bad position. Now wondering, is TSM still playing off of that low ground here, or have they managed to actually make their move?
What a late game this is. Look where the zone's pulling, right to 100 Thieves, right to TSM, right to Crazy Raccoons. It's a stacked sandwich here, an Oreo cookie. We'll see which you like the best, the cream or the cookie, as TSM and 100 Thieves looking to represent for North America.
Sometimes in this sniper tower, you see it's double stuffed out here. You see Dark Zero also moving in from the low ground. TSM has them in their line of sight. They also still have the Nox traps set up here off to the side, so that way they can utilize it for some extra makeshift cover. Off to the high ground here, though.
A rare missed grenade right there, but yes, high ground indeed. Look at Hal, trying to get angles. Wide right, gets some damage, and is it enough to push? Probably not. They will get third-partied instantly, so TSM has to play this really slow. Missed the thermite earlier. He wants that one back. But the damage comes in from the CEO. He connects his Verholz knocks Sharky. Dark Zero. You may have won in Sweden, but TSM is back.
I know Dark Zero is still here. Going to be able to try to get that finish, but they can't try to push in off to the side because then they'll be in the line of sight of that team that's holding onto the high ground right here. The lead that is Team Burger, as 100 Thieves have not given up this high ground. They know that Team Burger's right across from them inside of that drain cart.
Crazy Raccoon right below them. They're going to have to drop and fight here momentarily. Look at Crazy Raccoon just waiting. Oh my God, he went for the stick. You're insane. Center, the substitute for Raz, is going to hit so much damage here as he finds a way to survive for now, but they're going to have to drop.
Here we go, TSM now, still playing off the low ground. They already utilized the dome right now. See which of the other teams drop from the high ground. That probably is going to be 100 Thieves as he managed to take out one of the members of Team Burger.
Oh, I love this play from Hal. He gets high ground. Hal finds a way to flank, uses the knockdown shield to survive. 4 spots remain. Hal gets one. Hal turns, looks for a second. He gets 2. Hal in a 1v1 for the bread.
Oh, Verholz is right there now. Oh, here, no, he has to get the mid-fire on the side of the TSM. Win game number 1 to continue on their domination from day 1.
The crowd goes crazy! What a performance from the CEO of Apex Legends, Imperial Hal! He takes high ground, he gets positioning, flanks 1, takes out 2, survives and wins the 1v for the bread. And the crowd reacts with the 3-letter chant, known and loved in esports.
The fact that they were able to play off of their positioning from underneath the bridge to maintain the peace, stay out of the chaos, then rotate while everybody else is fighting upstairs to then play underneath that sniper tower where 100 Thieves stayed posted up with the Newcastle from the very middle part of the game is insane. They eased their way into from that final circle closer to the middle, and that dome was amazing at the end there too because it bought them a lot of time to wait for the other squads to jump away from the circle from the high ground.
That's right. I got to go back to the comp discussion for 100 Thieves. That's what happens when you don't have a Gibraltar. You don't have a Caustic in the late game, and those are two vital late game legends that are going to make all the difference. You need the defensive bombardment. You need the late game dome shield. Obviously, a lot of defense and a lot of ability to get good positioning, but your inability to finish a game because you don't have the utility is really costing 100 Thieves here.
It really is. And, you know, I like their game plan, though, with the Newcastle. You had the Watson fences set up there, too, but when you're forced off the high ground, it can be so intense. But TSM taking game number 1 with the crowd erupting with excitement is a great way to start day number 2 here in the ALGS Championship.
That's an absolute fact. Let's take a look at the highlights from this one. IG find themselves in an early fight against AD. I, of course, picked AD over Crazy Raccoon because they have a sub and I'm playing with Raz. I may have to regret that one. Optic Gaming thought they had Godspot. Well, the answer was no. Optic Gaming gets positioning. That doesn't really do much for them in the late game. They end up getting taken out.
You know, I got a little bit of deja vu for that final circle 2 Fallout because earlier on in the, I believe, split 1, when you and I were casting, we had seen how on the Wraith playing underneath that bridge where he did an insane Q to actually negate a lot of that damage. But it was actually the circle pulling further away from the bridge, which is something that TSM had predicted beforehand, which is why they didn't stay on that bridge.
That's right. Sharky hit him with an absolute brick right there, but it wasn't enough. TSM ended up taking them out. Burger was alive in a fairly good position here as they took out Zeta, but in the end, this is the play right here from Hal. He gets high ground for a split second, touches his toe, jumps, buys himself time, turns, and gets to the easy 1v clap against Valkyrie. Finds the Gibraltar, connects for that as well. Him and Verholst as a team of 2, sorry, not a 1v1, cleaned up this last and final easy kill. And just like that, TSM with an insane late game finish and a 7-kill first place win. This is the TSM you know, making it to late game. Not always a ton of kills, because they're not running that Maggie Seer comp anymore, but the placement points are vital.
It's extremely vital. I mean, you walk away with 12 points minus every kill being 1 point here. So 7 kills with the dub means that you're going to have those 12 extra points in your pocket. Team Burger, though, right behind them with 8 kills. They were actually cleaning up that side where the trade tracks are for that final circle, and they looked fantastic dominating that high ground.
That's right. I got to give a shot to Dark Zero. 6-kill game for them. So they're just 2 behind Burger, who's the kill leader in that one. They get 10 points. And then, of course, Dreamfire with an aggressive game. We know what Dreamfire is capable of. It seems like it's go big or go home for them, as they have these massive, monstrous, high aggression games, but they haven't gotten the placement that they necessarily need. IG picked up some kill points as well.
Yeah, looking on the other side of the page there, Optic Gaming actually all the way on the bottom. Yeah, and Alliance as well. Optic Gaming and Alliance side by side with one another between 15th and 16th.
And Vic, I got to ask you, what's happening with Alliance this weekend?
You know, I asked the same question, though, a little bit when it came to the Sweden LAN, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure. You have to think about it. You're playing on a stage. The audience is here for cheering for everybody that you know, and it could be pretty intense when, you know, you may have the jitters a little bit, but we are in day 2. This is where it matters the most to determine what the seeding is going to look like for the bracket.
That's true. And it is borderline tragic that Alliance has home court advantage in Sweden, by the way, at the Stockholm event, with no live audience. Now they're coming here to the US, obviously playing with a non-favorable crowd, to say the least. Maybe a TSM or Optic fan out there, I'm not sure. But hey, TSM performing big time. What a showing from them. Let's take a look at the secondary stream and see how NRG, Cloud9, and some of these other teams are faring. And just like that, guess who it is? Furia. Picking up right where they left off, EXO as well, but Phoenix team with a must-perform game, must-perform series. That's a huge performance from Lusquin and the boys.
I'm really excited to see what Furia's got in store for us throughout the rest of the day today, because this is a team that I've been looking at since they've been practicing for this championship.
Biggest thing I have to point out here, yes, Fnatic in Japan with 13. Element 6 with the substitute losing their IGL in the heart of this team, K. Swinney, the Frenchman, picks up Alpha Draft and still performing with an 11-point game. That's big. They are top 15, top 16 right now. If they can continue to pick up these 11-point games, that's great for them. Meanwhile, Luminosity with Complexity substituting, NRG showing up well, Team Singularity continuing to perform pretty well as well.
Wondering what the second side of this page looks like, especially Scars getting top 10 right here with that 2 KP as we get to take a look at C9, Team Liquid side by side here. C9, though, managing to scoop up 2 of those kills. And going forward here, this is just game number 1. You saw Godfire. I keep calling them Godfather because you know they just have that Mafia energy out here, especially after game number 1 in just day 1. But they're going to be on that second page and maybe a little bit more of a slow start for this team.
Yeah, Europe on this page, continue the big teams you expect to perform, continue to disappoint. Just after game 1, though, a lot of Apex to be played, but GMT and FA Kitties in last place. That's going to be big. We're going to see if Hardeki and them can adjust. We know that they are getting their favorable drop spot in Mill on Storm Point. When they get to Storm Point, I think they're going to be able to turn things around. They're not playing against Optic, which they're no longer going to contest, by the way, after learning their lesson yesterday.
No, I mean, it is Team Optic at the end of the day. The team that is in the overall standings, number 1, with a pretty nice lead there, too. But that was just game number 1 here for this Group A versus D. We still got a lot more action after this first game fallout.
Gets me all types of excited. We still got games 2 through 6. We're going to take a very quick break. We hope every single single one of you at home is enjoying the action. We hope the crowd here at PNC Arena is enjoying the action, as we're going to be right back with game number 2 after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to ALGS Championship Day number 2. Fallout here, joined alongside Vicky Kitty as we get ready for our second matchup of the day, second game of the first series, last series of group stage. The stakes are certainly high, playing for winner's bracket or loser's bracket.
Yeah, you want to be in that top 20 spot if you want to find yourself in that winner's bracket. Even more important to stay in that winner's bracket, especially if you want to have a pretty nice, chill day tomorrow. But you know, it's all...
And tonight, by the way,
yeah.
the winner's bracket teams get to just chill. We're bringing some pros in the desk, by the way. Who do y'all want? Let us know in chat. Tweet at us, by the way, your thoughts. We'd love to hear them using the hashtag ALGS. We'll read some of your tweets on stream, maybe even display some of them on stream. At Fallout with 2 T's, at Vicky Kitty. Let us know your thoughts on which pro in winner's bracket you want on the desk. We're going to feature a couple later. Maybe Hal, maybe Sweet.
It's really nice to pick their brains, too, to see what their approach is for the next upcoming days, especially the most important day being that final day. But you know what? This is game number 2 in the last group stage that we have coming up soon. And it's nice because TSM, we had the TSM chants going down in the crowd earlier today before we dove into that first game. But then game number 2 now, it determines what we're going to see. TSM.
This man has a buff Valkyrie sign in the check. We get him out of here. Kick him out. Valkyrie does not need a buff.
No, please.
Oh my goodness, that's the most savage and outrageous.
We see more fireworks of Valks coming up in my games. The last thing I need.
That's
Look
what
at
I'm
these TSM flags, though.
She's got a stun. She's got a little bit of everything. You know, she's got an easy road. I'm
don't need
done.
none of that. The next thing she's gonna do is do my taxes. I don't need this happening out here. TSM looking unfazed though. At the same time, they're looking chill, but. It's nice to see that power up. You got the chance coming in. You feel that confidence. I know we heard from Hal earlier when he was on the stage, and we heard the interview from Banks that this is the motivation right now. The crowd is chanting our names.
Look at our production team, the best in the game, by the way. I love the PGL. Showing the pick rate. You're telling me we need a Valkyrie buff? No, I'm just playing. 98% pick rate here for Valkyrie coming through. Gibraltar right after. Caustic's been so vital. A lot of people thought Caustic, the nerf that came, ability to destroy barrels, would be a big, big nerf to Caustic. Well, nah, his ultimate is just too strong. His ability to block doors as well. But Seer at 24%, Watson at 20 is surprising.
Actually crazy to see here too. I honestly, Fallout, I would not thought I would see the day where Gibby wouldn't be in that first place spot. It's Valk that takes that spot. I mean, she has been for quite some time for all the right reasons there too. It's kind of like, hey, you know what? We're getting pushed off by a squad. We're on the corner of the circle. Let's go redeploy. Right. But then it also brings its own risk later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Gibraltar is critical because obviously you need the utility, you need the dome shield, you got artificial cover. But at the end of the day, Valkyrie is a must because what's the most important thing in this game?
Got positioning.
Positioning. Nailed it. That's exactly. I'll put you on the spot there. You killed it, girl.
Come on.
We're sharing a brain here as we're taking a look at some of our additional squads. You saw TSM kind of talking shop there, and I like the fact that they just won a game, but they're still having a conversation. I would love to be in their ears and in their comms and TeamSpeak hearing a little bit more about what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's nice. I get to see what the players are talking about.
What? That's the best sign in the crowd.
Let's
go. We get a round of applause for that sign.
Let's go. That's what I like to see.
I love that. And every single one of y'all, I want you to make sure we're promoting every single team here. That's what we're here for, is helping everyone grow, helping the ecosystem grow. Let's make Apex the biggest esport in the business. Speaking of the biggest in the business, it's one of the biggest and best controller streamers in the business. Jen Burton himself, the legend, his family originally from Turkey, immigrated to Australia. He's going to be immigrating himself to Austin, Texas, rumor has it. His dad in the crowd, so much love for the entire family, supporting big time here. Jen Burton in his first LAN.
It feels surreal to be in this arena with so many legends out here like Jen himself, and it's nice to see just the positivity that these players bring into this community too. It's nice as they get set up. You can see the smiles on their face. They're looking confident. Again, 100 Thieves also right there, right behind them, just looking pretty excited. And then these teams just in general just are honestly, they've practiced for this moment, Fallout. There's so much on the line, even in this group stage format.
Yeah, you know when the moment everyone fell in love with T-Burger was in Sweden?
Oh, yeah. I did.
It was the moment that Fussy gives the little wink on the screen. And it became a GIF that you can now tweet, literally. Shout out to Team Burger and the wink.
Or F-Chan from Polar Rex when he was starting to flex.
Yeah, that's right.
He was like, you know what, Fallout?
F-Chan with the flexing.
Yeah.
And we literally just roasted him, but I don't think he had a word. We were talking about him.
He was there to have fun, and that's the most important part.
Shout out to F-Chan. Big love, and so much love for F-Chan. Our obviously Japanese competitors, our Korean competitors coming from APAC North. We got APAC South. We got South America showing up big time. It is truly a global affair. And speaking of a team that needs to show up, it's that guy on screen, Yuki, the Chinese Englishman, alongside the 2 Swedes, Hakis and Wifes. Not performing up to par, up to their standards after dominating group stages in Sweden. Maybe they'll flip the script here. Maybe they'll do poorly in groups, sneak their way in, much like we saw TSM, NRG, and a few others do, and then dominate in the championship. We'll see if they can get there, though.
You know, I like the fact that you highlight the international talent that we have here, because I know we broke it down back in Sweden, but to also break down the amount of teams that we have representing different regions. We have 10 teams from North America, 9 from EMEA, 9 from APAC North, 6 from APAC South, and 6 from South America. So it's nice to see a lot of these teams teams come together as we get set up for game number 2. Guys, we're about to dive right into it.
We got a little bit of Mexico love in the crowd here as well. Luminosity, Enemy Go obviously still representing. Big shout out to Ganjman, P-Steel, and the boys at home who unfortunately could not make it. But we got so much love for y'all, so much love for Vicky Bland, really the entire Mexican community in Apex Legends. But here we go. Without further ado, it's game number 2 for the Apex Legends Global Series group stages. Last opportunity to make it into the top 20 overall standings, which will get you into winner's bracket. Bottom 20, they'll go into loser's bracket. It's this brilliant Apex Legends format by the commissioner, John Nelson, that gets me going, Vicky. I'm not gonna lie, my first time experiencing a double elimination bracket in a battle royale and a match point format in Poland a couple years ago, I was sold. I knew this was the game that I wanted to commit myself to. And I'm so grateful to be here, obviously. I love this format.
Yeah, I'm usually used to seeing this in the FGC, but to see it here in the VR really shows the consistency between a lot of these teams and the players themselves. Also, the stamina that the players are able to maintain here through the tournament. Now we get to see our next circle, and we are going all the way to the east side of things now, and it may actually be pulling, all right, hear me out, Fallout. This could be one of those circles that could be a little bit south of Overlook that is out in the opening by the new area where you could approach through the vault area by Geyser. We've seen that happen before, and we actually saw a team like Suturaiku in the Sweden land dominate that spot alone where the crates are.
I love that analytical breakdown from my girl, Vicky, one of the best analysts and minds we have in Apex. She grinds, by the way. I thought you were going to tell me you were going to pull out a YouTube video you got of a situation where you...
Listen.
My girl, Vicky's literally always like, you got to check out my stats, bro. Look at my stats. I got a YouTube video. I got a clip. I got a clip. You watch me. I got 5 kills. I'm insane. I'm cracked. There was this time the circle was an overlook.
It's true, though. He's not lying.
It's pure passion, by the way.
But you know what? I get a lot of that inspiration for the players right here that we have on the screen. By the way, let's talk about Detonation Gaming. Unfortunately, we have to play this as a duo, but we see the Pathfinder and we see the Wraith, something that could be really entertaining here as they move away from Landslide.
That's right. And I want to also point out, we saw it in the map overview, Alliance with a little bit of a gift here. They get a hot zone, high tier loot for them, chance for a fully kitted weapon. We'll see what weapon that is, as I see them already pinging a couple gold accessories, attachments for their guns. And by the way, Alliance, in my eyes, does really, really well on these edge zones. They like to fight. They like to play aggressive. That, of course, was old Alliance with Hakis on Wraith, who, in my eyes, was a top 3 Wraith in the world, alongside Hardeki and Hal. Again, in my opinion, I think Sweets could be argued as well. But this is a much different Alliance here, a much different team comp. We'll see if they can play edge just as well.
You know, talking about where the circle could be potentially pulling for not just the second circle, but the third circle here could also allow TSM, who usually always lands Frag East, to actually make those quick rotations like we're seeing from Zeta Division. So they actually may cross paths soon. But that means there's going to be a lot of action because there's also that beacon and no name here as Zeta Division are going to take to the skies with the redeploy. You can see the passive scanning many teams. It looks like there's 3 teams already within this area. So these teams wasting no time in this lobby to actually take that final circle positioning. See Zeta Division prioritizing going all the way to Overlook. But for what I can see, there's already 3 to 4 teams already taking that real estate.
Wow. Early rotates from these squads. TSM rotating so incredibly fast. So again, different situation, different play style from TSM than we saw last game, where we saw them actually play edge. This is the zone they like to early rotate. This zone, for this reason, doesn't have a ton of real estate, so you're going to see a lot of early rotates coming through. But look at Dark Zero actually contesting TSM here.
I love this spot because this is what we were talking about right before, where we could predict where the circle is going to be pulling. But is early rotating the move here, Fallout? Yeah, you have the Caustic. Yeah, you could block some of those doors, but there's going to be more teams that are going to be moving away from Geyser, and that's going to be Team Burger that actually may be rotating in that direction. So if TSM is inside of this vault spot, that means that Team Burger could easily pinch them, and Dark Zero could come and scoop them up for the third party.
Yeah. Wow. TSM thought they had to early rotate, thought they had time to maybe loot. I don't know if this is the favorable spot that TSM wants to go to late game, because now they don't have a lot of versatility or adaptability. They can't rotate very well, because guess who's camping quite literally outside this door waiting to prowl? It's Dark Zero. And speaking of Zero, I love the fact that Zero's playing a little bit of an IGL, kind of get some intel, rotate roll with Valkyrie, because she has that escapability, but the fact that Dark Zero has these caustic barrels outside this door means TSM can only walk out of one entrance, which is going to be scary for them. And they also have a team behind them. Optic Gaming and Brew will be rotating behind TSM. Oh my goodness. Can we take a look at the map here if we can? We'll show you exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, we can show you guys where the teams are going to be rotating from too, especially since Optic Gaming, who usually lands in Big Mod, are already making the rotation. There's this little cheeky Valkyrie redeploy rotation from Geyser that actually scoops around the mountain, and you could actually stay stationed onto the high ground of those big barrels by Overlook, and having that high ground could be key regardless if the circle ends up pulling in that direction or not, because that high ground could really show you all the other teams that are rotating away from the northern side of the map, like 100,000 Thieves, like Zeta Division. So TSM, they're stationed inside of here, so they won't be in the line of sight of teams that are rotating in that way.
Right. Dreamfire find themselves on their late rotate and fight early on. This should be a clean 3v3 here. We know Dreamfire likes to play aggressive with this caustic comp. Chinese organization, players from Taiwan, Bolin, Roy, who was one of the Monster MVP candidates yesterday, are nearby AD, their peers from Korea.
Yeah, Roy was actually insane. He was consistently doing over 2,400 damage, so that's why he was one of those MVP candidates. Let's see if he could replicate that here in day number 2. AD recognizing the situation, though, may want to backtrack, actually. Well, looks like they want to put in some extra loot, even though you currently see Karampe actually has 15 shield cells, so they're going to try to maybe take the longer route, trying to determine where they want to go, or if they want to actually use the redeploy instead here. So they're going to look to their backs to see if this is the team that is going to try to chase them through, or if they're going to have enough time to actually take the longer rotation out of here.
That's right. AD, we know we have Optic Gaming nearby. Obviously, this is a fight on the map. We know we have Optic Gaming that drops big mode on the south side of the map. We'll see if they wind up fighting TSM within Geyser Choke. But meanwhile, Dark Zero decided to leave that spot, which might actually help TSM. They want to push this fight in Overlook. They want positioning. They want God Spot. Here comes Sharky just slowly, Gibby walking his way over.
Look at this. No squad has fallen just yet. Much slower pacing compared to what we saw in game number 1. And as I say that, Dark Zero already finding themselves in a fight. And Burning falling really low. Zero losing out on his shield. Nicely timed dome, but again, there's still that squad right behind them. TSM may not give up that spot inside of the Vault spot here, but this is good news for Dark Zero because they do know, and with that information, that there's already a team holding that back end.
Right. Alliance, again, well down in the standings right now. Needs a great finish to this group stage. This is their last opportunity. And again, those are maybe just tuning in or first time watching an ALGS LAN competition. It's brilliant. Group stage is kind of like pool play. 4 different groups or 4 pools. They all play against each other once. The top 20 teams in overall standings, you get points obviously with placement or kills. After all the matches or series, top 20 teams make it to the winner's bracket. Bottom 20 teams go down to the loser's bracket.
Who goes there?
This is big here, yeah. And Weiss is going to be spotted out here.
Let's see if they can sneak their way through here. I believe that is Fennel, who's been playing outside the ring, by the way, since game number 1, so a much slower approach. Alliance looking to their corners, wondering who is here. Could it be a rat, potentially? They're going to take their time, and I mean, it is ring 1 here, so they could afford to do so. Using up that medkit, Alliance looking in every corner. They know that there's nothing to trust here, as they're going to be able to fully send it onto this player. Hockey's falling so low, but it was only one member here, Fennel, that's going to go down.
Oh boy. Fennel, obviously a team of 2 from Japan. Fortunate they cannot be playing with Pinoter. Controller player, self-proclaimed best controller player in the Japanese region. We got quite a few. But Alliance takes them out. Nice job from Alliance. This is the edge fighting that they like. They're going to find themselves a few kills. 2 kills are ready for them. And they're going to continue to try and play aggressive on edge, take their fights, and their goal here, oh, look at this. Hockey's on Horizon, by the way.
All right.
Their goal is going to be to rotate into Godspot late game.
You know, it's funny. You noticed the Horizon. The first thing I saw was the turbocharger on the Hazard. That was my priority.
Controller player, probably.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on. That's how we do it out here. But with the replicator in their hands, too, they're going to be able to take their time. Again, just to know for anybody tuning in right now, it's that purple shotgun bolt and the Digi-Threat that is in the replicator, as well as the wingman and the car that I know is Fallen's favorite gun. So Alliance now going to make this rotation with the gold helmet on the horizon here, too. So that's also a really nice look for Hockeys.
I do like me a beam or 2 with the car. That is correct. I'm a fan. But obviously, with the wingman and car both in there permanently, teams have a decision. Do you craft a wingman? Do you craft a car? Rarely will you have enough for both. And typically teams are going to choose that wingman, especially if you have a controller player on your team. That mid-range wingman is too strong. Obviously, we have no design full. We got no snipe down players. We're used to watching melt with that thing. We still got some great controller players in this one. Obviously, it's not just controller. The flick of the wrist with the wingman is insane as well on keyboard and mouse.
Ooh, and we get to take a look at where that next circle is going to be taking us. Follow. It does look like it's going to be exiting out of those bolt doors as well as those crates that we were talking about earlier on. Love to see that Optic Gaming's also looks like they may be on the high ground. We're going to have to see their peripheral view just soon to see where they're stationed up, because we did see that there were some teams on the bottom part of Overlook by the edge there. TSM has not moved from this spot. I'm wondering if there was an altercation between Team Burger, who was forced to wrap around that rock, but that also means that Team Burger had the ability to get that beacon to know where that next circle is going to be pulling.
That's right. Alliance looking like the Fury of old, sitting in the storm and getting all types of loot. Meanwhile, look how stacked this late game is over towards Overlook. We got so many teams already early rotating. CR nearby, 4-7 playing with 2. I saw a 4-7 fan in the chat, or in the crowd, by the way, who literally just said woo. Shout out to you. Got at least one person representing the APAC North, but Optic Gaming find themselves another great position here. This is a good opportunity for Optic to win this game in my eyes. They have great positioning.
Yeah, in the case that the circle does pull to their left, where we're predicting in that open field where TSM is holding the border right there, Optic Gaming would be forced with their backs against the circle for the next 2 circles to have to play in a bit of an open ground. So conserving that dome is going to be key for the late game here if they just hold this position.
Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, we know Dreamfire likes to drive Countdown. I mentioned old Furia. By the way, new Furia would not sit in the zone. They want to just kill everything. So that's the difference with his Watson on that team. He's dominating right now in the secondary stream. But old Furia dropped Countdown, and actually Dreamfire drops Countdown as well. They find themselves in a potential engagement on the north side of the map near Epicenter with AD. Taking a look here, switching over. This is big. Dreamfire was one of our standout teams, top 5 overall, and no one would have expected that. They might have a fight against AD. This will be interesting.
I've been a big Dreamfire fan, just looking at the way that they've been playing since day one. That's why I had to give him my talent predictions. It mix things up a little bit. I told our producer back there that I wanted to make something exciting as I get to see that team right overhead them, just with that redeploying. Dreamfire trying to take some shots. Overzealous here. You know, I got to give him A for effort.
He hits us. Watch. Dang it. I tried. Tried manifesting, tried my best, you know, instead. Roy, Tao, Bolin, they'll have to wait. They find another team, though. That's going to be actually same squad that actually rotates over to Fragment East. So not really a great rotation, a great use of the Valcult there. Maybe they want some loot. Maybe they want to use the Replicator there. I think it's probably their decision.
And they're just noting to see if there's any other teams within this area. Looks like they were thirsty on some meds here, too, looking at that 1 syringe in Parko's inventory.
Using that same windowsill we saw Verholst on yesterday, as he almost was able to take out Fnatic in that building. Not the best showing from TSM in their debut yesterday with Maggie and Seer. Obviously they switch on over to Caustic. Speaking of TSM, they're currently in the same exact position over in the Geyser Choke, but guess who's entering? It's Alliance to the south of them. Alliance rotated through. If we can take a look at the map here and show you exactly what we're talking about. We got Alliance entering the Geyser Choke and looking to potentially fight against TSM. We shall see if that comes through.
I mean, with TSM's composition, they're playing this slow and they're risking the late game here. If a team could actually come in behind them and they fully send on that team, preventing DZ to actually push in here, it's going to be crucial because these White Evo shields are going to be detrimental at the very end. That's going to allow teams to actually fully send it. And Alliance having the health advantage here with purple Evos, they do see that there is troubleness. You can see them being cautious at the same time. And you could only imagine that there's those caustic traps from Verholst already set up across the tunnel. So Alliance actually backing away, maybe seeing that this isn't the move that they want to go for. Team Burger did the same exact thing. That's why we mentioned why they wrapped around the rock.
That's right. So Alliance actually work their way back. They notice some danger, reset, take their time here. But we do have Alliance Buriram from Thailand. Lalabang on that team, I believe formerly on Made in Thailand, or Myth, entering the same Geyser Cave. And Verholst is going to go actually peek that and check. As we, again, just keeping you updated here, what we see on the mini-map, you'll see Verholst could get caught out here. Buriram is ratting. I don't think Verholst knows they're there, and Verholst is going to get tagged up. You see the shots come through. Verholst has been getting taken out early, leaving Reps and Hal alone, but it looks like he will be able to reset.
Oh, he is actually able to get away. Wow. That was so close. He was looking to their backs too, feeling that there could be a squad that could be rotating in this direction. They were waiting there for a really long time when Team Burger was originally making the rotation away from Geyser, where Alliance just followed right afterwards. But Alliance, if they hear the fighting, Alliance may actually want to go in to hear what the party's all about.
Great point.
Where's my invite?
Yeah, expecting my girl's trying to party. She's trying to enter the fray here. North Carolina, not really a party town, but it's okay, I digress. A TSM, though, in shambles right now in terms of loot. They got 2 gray shields, Verholst with the blue. They're going to give the blue to Verholst because I think Reps and Hal, obviously on keyboard and mouse, want to get some long-range shots and taps in with the flat line, I'm guessing. But nonetheless, it's not looking good for TSM. It's looking a little bit bleak right now. I'd love to check in on other action elsewhere as we see Detonation Game, team of 2, putting in some work. Dreamfire finds itself in a fight.
Dreamfire now playing around the bubble at the same time. Look at these grenades coming out. Tao managed to get that the break right here.
Oh my, he just jumped over his PK shot, and that might have made the difference. He literally hopped over the PK shot and now turns it around. Zeta, oh no, it's AD actually with the skill nearby, and they find a way to survive, but for now, down to 10 HP. Can he get the bat off?
There's a team off to the right that's actually poking at them from afar there too, without even having to overcommit at the same time. Who manages to land that 10 damage with the PK right through a little window. Can he bait out to see if he can try to get a res? Maybe, if they can have the opportunity. He may not even be able to with that charge rifle actually doing a lot of damage off to the right. You can avoid the arc star, trying to go for a shield swap real quick.
Yeah, he's gonna get the shield swap and decides to shoot his gun.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, he just wants to get a little, love tap in, saying, hey, miss you, bud. May you rest in peace. Pour one out for his dead teammate. Meanwhile, Karnpoo with Dreamfire outside, not looking good. Zone's gonna be in there perfectly, but they have to push Dreamfire with 2v1. They're gonna clean that up very easily. AD eliminated again. Cashier taking out Dreamfire's Roy, as you got Dreamfire and Alliance is gonna get taken out as well to the hands of 100 Thieves.
Oh, a Space Station also getting eliminated off in the feed here. Ascent playing off the low ground. They're gonna have to get moving soon here, but this is great for them in terms of loot. Look at this gold mag on the R301. VJ is looking great right now before they try to take that zipline to see what's going on the high ground.
VJ on Wraith, by the way. I love watching some Wraith gameplay. The fact that we still have it alive, courtesy of Ascend and the Iranian Killer, believe a controller player from Iran. VJ joined this Ascend squad, formerly New Esports, took them to a championship back in the Split 1 playoffs as an underdog team. As TSM now turning and watching as the team's pushing.
Now this could actually spell doom for TSM. Yeah, they're in this fight right now, but this circle is actually pulling away from what they thought is going to be the final circle here. They're still in this fight with these caustic traps, getting so much space in for Host, throwing out the knock grenade here to try to prevent any kind of entry, at least from the side here. That does close in some space here for Reps, doing a lot of damage. A nice little 86, make it 2, make it 3. Oh, he's managed to do a lot of damage, but he needs some backup.
Reps is not missing. Now it's up to Hal. It's up to Verholst. The Q's gonna come through. They're gonna be stunned. That's big.
Oh!
Flank, and TSM wins the 3v3. Reps just went massive in the third party. Dark Zero hears and joins the party.
Is this enough time for TSM to restabilize? Dark Zero now coming in for the third party. Sharky falling really low.
There's no way. No way TSM does this. The ult gonna come through. Jen Burton doing everything, showing so much respect to TSM here. They're gonna use all their utility, and they will surely clean this up, Vicky.
Oh, Reps gets taken down right now. It's a 2v3. Imperial House so low at the moment. Imperial gets taken down now, only up to Verhost. He's on the caustic. He doesn't have that momentum and that mobility on the Valk as they get taken out. In 14th place, it's Dark Zero with the timing. Notice that they were waiting outside for this opportunity the entire time.
That's called foreshadowing. We called that out a little bit earlier in the day, and here we go. Dark Zero capitalizes. By the way, they rotated pretty far, but that's what they do so well. They have basically a straggler who's always rotating, always getting intel. They heard the noise, they heard the fight, and they took advantage. Zeta now find themselves in a fight.
Now, giving up that space actually spelled doom for Darkfire here. Zeta Division now, Sunset now landing those shots. A Spitfire, you got the coming in. Detonation Gaming get taken out. Now they're gonna move into this next circle, taking a lot of that tick damage, but there's a lot of teams on the other side with their line of sight in their view. Dome getting called out. Where are you going? I mean, all right, it's okay. You got a little do a dance on them sometimes.
Apparently, Sunset can heal back to full. He says, I don't need the FA Kitties, boys. I can do it with this new Zeta squad. Last chance qualifier alongside Scars. They qualified over so many top teams in Europe, Tick included. Dark Zero now joins the fray, gets themselves a nice shot long range, flatline Peacekeeper in the hands of Sharky, but I did see a sniper in the hands of Zero. We know Zero is one of the most lethal snipers in the game.
We've seen him with so many Kraber shots, and he's got the Kraber in his hand like that, like we were saying before.
Game-winning moment, by the way.
This is
nostalgia.
insane. We've seen this before. We've
chance.
seen it during Sweden, and now we're going to probably see it again. He's going to delete that pylon real quick. And he's got the red Evo shield here, too. He's going to try to restabilize, but there's a team that has got him in his line of sights here. You guys got to really be careful.
Yeah, Zero with a fully kitted Evo shield, Kraber in hand. Can he make the play? Love to check out Zero's POV with Kraber in his hands. We saw him again in Sweden. Championship winning moment with a Kraber. Hit a few key ones, and oh, he's gonna miss that one just barely.
Oh, we gotta sit on the edge of our seats here right now. I mean, at this point, the edge of the table here.
Yeah, insane. Zero with the Kraber in hands. I'm interested to hear how Dark Zero's gonna play this. They're gonna have to rotate in 12 seconds. Let's jump into Eliciden with the Australian GOATs. It's Dark Zero.
Someone's got spare. I dropped you.
I don't have close to go yet. 25.
So good.
Jumping, Sharky.
Someone
There's team already there.
I'm behind on the back right one.
The back right, I get this one?
This is zone? No. We have to race for this one. Race for
Yeah,
this one.
I'm racing.
Nice.
They killed it.
Bubble, probably.
Yeah, I'm trying.
There's an arc I'm bumping about.
60.
Batting.
Chill,
Die.
We might have to... Yeah, we have to drop.
Dropping. Oh no!
Back in. 99.
Watson! Dead!
Chill.
I'm not kidding.
We're in zone. Get some loot if you need. We're chilling.
Yeah.
I'm flying back up. Just a ping. Do not, just play around.
Destroy the fucking...
I can't kill the other silo team, I think.
I'm looting.
112.
Yeah.
I kind of fucked them. We're chilling.
I have the traps up, just chill.
He's under bleacher free.
I'm looking. I'll look.
Peeking. I can't
There's
tell.
the traps.
Like the underneath of it.
Give me.
Yeah, no, it's not free. It's not free.
No, like underneath, like this stuff.
Yeah, no one. There's someone there. I have the bats.
Isn't it just top team? Give me 112! I'm trying to swing underneath. 120 underneath.
Yeah, I'm selling.
I think we need to call
I
anything.
need bats. Okay.
I don't know. I'm working underneath.
Yeah, I've only got one.
I'm batting here.
I can't see them underneath. Like they're not peeking.
There, give me 100.
Give me one.
Dead.
I have course to go. Move.
I'm chilling. I'm dodging you
I
out.
have course to go. I'm getting out. I got stuck.
Get away from me.
Yeah, bubble. Bubble.
Yeah, I do.
We should kill them. I have course to get them.
Back above us.
I have course to go to their Gibby.
Cracked. Selling.
Yeah, I have cells. Popping cells.
I'm chasing down.
Do monk underneath.
Knock on me, one shot.
Wait, there, Mike.
He died.
There is it underneath. Come, Chucky, come.
88.
Nice.
Nice. Go. We're chilling under.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm the bats.
I see shotgun ammo.
I'm nothing. I'm dropping all the cells in.
Yeah, I need.
They fucking shotgun ammo here.
I
have nothing. So, well, can we control silo team? Not make too much of an ahead. Fuck.
Yeah.
Chilling. Chill underneath.
Popping a
They're
syringe.
fighting under as well.
Perfection personified for Dark Zero as they go dark and they dominate that rotation. So well played. The comms are great, but Optic is above them. They have their tallest order, their tallest task, and it's right above them to the hands of Skittle and Duplex.
Actually insane how they were able to restabilize after that slight little misstep with the knock grenade right there too. Just really highlights the level that this lobby is right here. Optic Gaming though have been playing up the high ground on top of those tanks for the longest, finally dropping down and now playing up the high ground right here. Currently see Zero still got the Kraber in his hand.
Expect him to yeet the absolute heck out of that Kraber. He's gonna go for some shotgun shots essentially with that thing. Blind fire's incoming. 4-7s, team of two, Sangyun on low ground here. Dark Zero on mid.
No, Sunset's right there.
And he's gonna get pushed. Look at this, it's gonna be Optic that's just taken to the skies as Noct is gonna buy himself as much time as possible. Optic Gaming has to win this game, surely.
I mean, they have right here too, but they're in the open arms of Dark Zero, immediately getting taken out here. So Optic Gaming with the sole survivor here in an intense endgame take game number 2.
Big win, early rotate, well positioned, well played from Optic. That's their textbook. That's what works so well from them. They manage to mid-game Valk ult to the best spot, take the ultimate god spot and close that one out. But can we talk about Dark Zero? That ultimate, that listen, and so much to dissect from that one. Things like it's not free, or we have to force it, we have to fight, because they knew that rotate wasn't free. They win that 3v3 against Invictus. Their team firing, their ability to work in those micro moments, that micro communication was so strong.
Yeah, they had a really rough way of just trying to maintain that final circle. So the fact that they were able to force the other squads off, even win and jump on top of that Watson, you can hear their confidence beaming in their voice there too at the very end. But Optic had that spot from the very beginning like you were talking about. They made that rotation off of the redeploy, leaving Big Mod, and they wrapped around the rock to hang out on the high ground for the longest time there too. So they did not falter off of that spot for quite some time.
Yeah, so well played by Optic. Such a perfect rotation from them. And as a result, guess what? A 15 kill, 27 point game from Optic Gaming, but you see Jen Burton in second place, standing up equally as happy with a 10-kill game. So double digits for the two of them. 19 kills for Jen Burton. The battle of the Titans here. Noct versus Jen. Who's the best controller player in the game? Well, I guess we'll find out this weekend.
Oh man, it's actually crazy to see how heavy hitting these teams have been. Double digits for the top two teams out here in this lobby for game number 2. With Optic taking the win with 15 kills. Let's not forget, game 1, TSM did win with those 7 kills here too. So a big shakeup in this game number 2.
That's right, and the biggest thing we have to talk about, Alliance, yet again, on a semi-favorable zone. What used to be a favorable zone when they ran Wraith, not able to get it done. We didn't see it on screen, but what I would assume happened is a Valk ult came through. They rotated to exactly where 100 Thieves were, and guess what? 100 Thieves has Newcastle on their team. There's no way, no shot 100 Thieves is going to lose that one. As we take a look at the overall standings, again, it is Optic on top, tied with Dark Zero, TSM right behind them. 3 of our biggest, most notable brands and names in Apex doing so well in this lobby.
The fact that the gap isn't even far here in game number 2. Yeah, no, I know we got a few more games to go, but look at this. Optic Gaming, Dark Zero tied apiece for 29 points. TSM right behind them in 23 points. Optic Gaming didn't have the best game number 1, so to actually just boost themselves up after that win, as well as those 15 kills, is really important for this team.
That's right, and then real quick on that first page as well, 100 Thieves and Invictus. They've looked good, but not great. And if you want to be a champion, if you want to take home that $500,000 first place prize, you got to be great. I want to see them step up, maybe take a little more risk in their gameplay. But if they qualify through, as long as they get 20th, there's no difference, keep in mind, between 20th place and first place in group stages. You could dominate group stages like Alliance did last time, and who cares? I mean, there's no seeding advantage, there's no points advantage, not until we get to match point finals where the top 10 teams have a slight points lead going into the match point. So keep that in mind. 20th place, you get into winner's bracket, you're chilling.
Yeah, it's the seeding that's really detrimental for what these teams want, or how much they want to play there too, how much they want to have some of that downtime. So kind of evaluate what they got to go for the next day. But see, Optic Gaming, the one thing that's always surprised me is that this team is always so composed. As we take a look at the secondary stream here, Group B versus C, guess what? Furia still stays on top, and they got a 10-point lead, regardless of Team Singularity going up those 4 extra spots with 28 points. But a little bit different compared to the overall leaderboard that we're seeing in A versus D. There's much more of a gap between these teams here.
That is absolutely true. Very top-heavy right now, which is what you'd expect from a Furia lobby, let's be honest. But Team Singularity, there's a reason. I was sharing some storylines on Twitter. I just said 3 letters, SNG, because they are performing so well, and they're continuing where they left off. They didn't have their full squad in Sweden at the playoffs. They played with a team of 2. Now they have their full team, and they are looking so strong, Vicky. Singularity and Furia dominating that lobby.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how that's going to play out too, because again, just these heavy hitters in both these lobbies. That's a secondary stream on a NiceWigg stream, so it's nice as well to see TSM Optic. They may stay on top, but now can they continue on this domination as we play our last game on World's Edge before we dive into Storm Point right after that?
That's right. We got one more game on World's Edge, the map you know and love. Then we go to Storm Point. Will teams be able to turn things around? We saw Dreamfire dominate on Storm Point yesterday, so maybe they can increase their stock in the overall standings. I'm Fallout. This is Vicky Katie. Hope you all are enjoying the action at home. We're going to take a quick break. Game number 3. Will TSM bounce back, or will Optic Gaming and Dark Zero continue to perform? We'll find out after this.
And so it begins.
Pop in the chimney.
I gotta admit, I may have tricked you.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of our final group stage match here at the ALGS Year 2 Championship. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty as we get ready for game 3. Obviously, storylines here. TSM wins game 1, Optic wins game 2, the back-to-back games from the North American Titans.
The script writes itself, too, because both those teams on opposite ends of whichever team had won the previous game. TSM, unfortunately, on that second page of the overall scores for that game number 2, and then Optic on the second page and the overall scores for game number 1. So it's interesting to see how it's been going a little back and forth here. But, you know, I want to take a look at the middle of the pack. I want to see what these squads got here in groups A versus D, because, you know, just yesterday we saw Darkfire come out swinging. We saw Apex South come out swinging in general.
Yeah, and here's one team in particular I want to see perform in game 3. It's the team that won a championship on this map, World's Edge, Anmu. Scurry, of course, picking up Vaxlon. He's had such an impact, former CLG champion alongside iMadness. Well, hey, they're running a very different style of play here with Newcastle and Watson. I was chatting with Anmu, IGL of this team, the heart and soul of this team from Illinois. And he said, look, I actually would like to play Ashe. That gives us a chance to play a little bit more aggressive, to make some plays, to be a little more risky. But we've been practicing Newcastle and Caustic, and you know, it's a democracy at the end of the day. I might be the IGL and captain, but my teammates want me on Watson. I feel like I can't IGL as well on Watson, similar to Hal on Caustic, but he's sticking with it. I want to see some change-ups here. I want to see them adapt like we saw 100 Thieves immediately do yesterday. Or sorry, TSM.
Yeah, honestly, it's about like what you feel comfortable with and those quick adaptations at the very start too. I mean, you want to make those composition swaps in day number 1 and then get adjusted to it in day number 2, so that way you could feel very confident in day number 3.
That's right. Look at that mustache, by the way.
Right?
Sure. You see that?
That looks really nicely fitted.
That's what I'm talking about. Should I bust out a mustache for Sunday?
You know what?
You think so?
Yo, Fallout with a mustache?
Oh my God!
All right.
Imagine.
Hey.
I actually look like a criminal.
No.
It's not a good sight. Not a good sight. Jokes aside here, something tells me the Aussie boys might bust out a mustache or two. They're known for their facial hair choices. As we're jumping into game number 3 here, we have our third and final game of World's Edge. Ladies and gentlemen, PNC Arena, give it up and make some noise as we are going to close out World's Edge for group stages here with TSM, Optic Gaming. We have 100 Thieves, Space Station, Alliance, Dark Zero, Dreamfire, AD, Crazy Raccoon, Ascend, all champions in their region previously. They've won it on the biggest stage of their careers already. Well, this is the biggest stage now. Can they do it here?
It's time to see here game number 3, last game that we currently have on World's Edge, like we've been highlighting before. It's important to note that on that border of those top 20 teams is Space Station Gaming that's sitting in 20th place with Team Burgers that's right behind them in 21st. That makes a difference between you starting off in the winner's bracket and you starting off in the loser's bracket. Now, as we get to see where this next circle is going to take us, we got another southern circle, except this time around, it's not pulling towards stage in here. It's going to be pulling all the way to the south. It's going to be a tree circle, and this is going to be interesting because this leaves for a lot of wide open angles that a lot of these teams in different spots, especially by Lava Siphon, that they could be poking from a lot of the other teams that are coming in from the northern side of the map.
Yeah, different style of play here from DZ, Dark Zero, and Burger, the Aussies, as they're going to be able to early rotate and get their best position. They're both Caustic teams, so they're both going to be able to barrel up and basically get themselves good real estate early. Meanwhile, IG, they split Lava Siphon. They decided to go back to Lava Siphon north side. They split it with Dark Zero here in this matchup. They'll split it with FA Kitties in the European matchup. We'll see if they early rotate as well.
You know what's really important here is that Team Burger lands in tree, and since they're on that cusp right there, right next to Space Station Gaming, this can mean a lot for them if they could get a lot of those points before diving into Storm Point.
It's a great point. Let's talk about that real quick. Ascend in 22nd with 59 points. Burger in 21st with 63 points. So the threshold is 68, Space Station with 20, but guess what? We're going to see an early fight from the Thailand team.
See what they end up doing here, because with a lot of this noise, if they don't actually take this fight quickly, you already know who's going to be rotating quick from Big Mon, and that's going to be Knock Knock Optic Gaming. So let's see right now. Burman United going to try to move in. They're looking fantastic. Lalaban with the purple Evo shield. Where are you going? You got the Evo as well that you have to worry about on top of it all.
Okay, what did we just see on screen? That was the equivalent of like an annoying fly.
Yeah, you swat it.
You just swat it, and you know it's harmless. Didn't really do a whole lot to fight back there. Was Lick of ORF, Japanese player, but maybe got caught off guard, question mark. Nonetheless, easy kill point for Buriram here. Again, Thailand showing up.
What caught me off guard is that I believe the rest of ORF is actually by Overlook. So if you were trying to go for a beacon, there's already a beacon in Overlook. Not too sure what was the decision right here, as we get to see the rest of the squad now make their move. They're going to take that KP happy in their pocket, and they're going to already start moving.
Yep. IG with a very, very early rotate. They're going to work their way over to tree pretty quickly here. And guess what? A couple other teams nearby as well. AD, Dark Zero, Burger, and Alliance will be taking their time to loot because they have all of Thermal Station. Takes a lot of time to loot. It's one of the downsides of it.
Oh man, FL in a lot of trouble already though right here. Actually, IG with the setup with the Watson fences. You already know no Caustic squad is going to contest them with that pylon out. No Nox grenade either, so they're going to be happy here. And with the crypto drone, they also have the banner to scan to see which other squads have made their appearance in the area. They're also going to be able to negate any sort of other Watson fences and Caustic traps with that EMP.
Yeah, not the best loot from the boys in Dark Zero, coming from southern or central Lava Siphon. So they're going to try and level up their Evo shields here and maybe just poke and prod. IG find Fennel and the team of 2. That's easy kill points for them if they want to clean it up.
You can see Fennel just stuck as the lone warrior off to the side here. See if Team Burger actually ends up scooping that up again. Since Team Burger does land in tree, this is going to be a really good opportunity for them to not only hold the high ground by tree, but to also cut off any rotation points through launch site.
And Fennel is out. Team of 2 again, of course. Very sad. Very fortunate to have the third player to be able to compete with, but nonetheless, still doing what they can with the team of 2, much like we saw Singularity do in Sweden. Now Singularity's looking so good in that secondary stream. But right now we're on board with Karnpool from AD, Korean. One of the top players, top personalities. Of course, they wish they had Obley and Parka, their longtime teammates, able to step up and perform with Crypto and Valk. They need them to step up right here, right now, with only a few points. 100 Thieves, another team on the fringe, 16th place with 71 points. They've been good, not great, but they might be able to just sneak by.
I mean, they're going to be taking their time here too. They have that redeploy right here, but they're going to take their time on the replicator. I mean, you see that EVA 8 in the hands of Amu, who's managed to craft up a wingman too. Looking nicely looted up with that purple shotgun bolt too on the EVA 8. They're going to be walking their way into that next circle, so they're going to take their time here by Skyhook. Not going to be contested as a lot of the other squads between the Fragment area looking at TSM, who are going to finish up looting up Fragment West, are going to slowly make their way into that southern part of the circle.
Scurry. What a story from him. Obviously, for those that weren't aware, great interview after winning ALGS championships, was actually homeless at the time. The prize money allowed him to change his life, change his family's life. And since then, getting signed by 100 Thieves. So humble. I love this team. I love everything about their DNA. And I love the way they perform. We've seen 100 Thieves play so well as of late. But ever since they picked up Vaxlon, they've looked good.
Man, that's such a story there, too. Also just trying to be humble at the same time here. So much competition, so much pressure here. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be rotating away. And with really nice loot here, too. You got 2 purple Evo shields. You got Sunday on the blue already. Got a lot of those ultimate accelerants, too, for Maney. Going to be crossing around the train tracks because they don't want to go through Fragment just in case they run into Crazy Raccoon, TSM. 2 squads that share some of that Fragment loot, especially with other teams making their rotation through the train tracks.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon does get Climatizer for free in this one. 4-7 is a team of 2 dropping Survey Camp, so they can bully some more loot in Survey Camp if they want as well. No Cloud9 in this lobby. I know Cloud9 is basically getting the entire north side of the map, 3 POIs for free in their lobby, which is why we see Cloud9 currently in the top 12 overall in our secondary stream, because who's nearby? TSM took their time to loot. Now, wait for the 3-2-1. They're going to fry the team firing from TSM, but it's not enough for a knock.
Oh, man, talk about the loot, though. He's got the turbo ready. Look at this, the R301 with a 3-time scope here. TSM looking very happy.
Yeah, they took their time crafting. Again, difference in playstyle. They're playing edge this time, not rotate.
Dreamfire, though, looking like they could be in some trouble. Tao going down here. Can they get the opportunity to get the res? You see the melee punches try to scoop him over to the other side. Here comes a climb, though. Alliance Yuki taking a lot of damage, having to back off.
Yeah, Yuki would have wanted to do a little bit more right there. Had a chance for a knock, but I like the aggression. I like the fact that Alliance is trying to get going here. They need some rhythm. We know what they're capable of. We know how good of a team they are. Truly a brotherhood. Wife's best support player in all of Apex Legends, in my opinion, coming from Sweden. He's the Scottie Pippen to the hockey MJ, if you will, as we're on board with Vice. He's going to back out and reset.
Playing off of the low ground right here. They have the information of the beacon of where the circle is going to be pulling, but it could easily just pull a little bit more to the right. It could be one of those tricky circles, too, that you don't know whether determined to be on the left side of that big rock where sometimes it could be difficult to redeploy around, or it could be on the right side by the train tracks that lead into tree.
That's right. Back to Thermal Station they go. Land of the home for them. Their comfort spot. They've been owning Thermal Station ever since dominating G2. Let's just tell it like it is. They dominated G2 in that pound-for-pound fight back in Sweden, bullied them away from Thermal Station and from this competition, to be honest. G2 not qualifying, didn't make it through LCQs, a lot of question marks for that G2 roster. Obviously, we got Lou from Sentinels in the crowd here. Any fans of Lou streams here live in PNC Arena? Big shot to Lou. I know he's going to be coming back with a vengeance alongside Sedox and Crust and the boys from Sentinels.
Oh man, now getting to see a lot of the squads and what they're doing to take their time. You mentioned TSM playing by the edge, and for all the right reasons here too, because they're gonna get the information of the next circle because No Name has that beacon. So we take a look at a lot of the other squads that are rotating away from Harvester. D&G looking like they're in some trouble. Actually taking the portal around that rock here. TSM now, you're gonna see right now, they're gonna be taking some of that circle damage, but it's all okay. Only a little bit of that tick damage here for that first ring.
TSM worth it, obviously, to continue to get to craft, to take their time and the rotate, and fully leveled up Havoc now in the hands of TSM is pretty darn powerful. And actually not a shotgun bolt here for reps. He has the blue shotgun bolt, opts for meds instead. Probably a wise decision to stack up on meds, on shield batteries. Good call for sure.
That's a little bit less there too. You got like 25 crafting points to get that purple shotgun bolt. Maybe you could scoop it up from one of these death boxes once they start rotating in here. They also have that information of where that next circle is going to be pulling, which is going to be on the right side of that rock that we were talking about before, which is right to the north of Tree. We do know that a lot of teams like to contest from the outskirts by Harvester, like 100 Thieves too, so TSM maybe want to wrap around and try to approach from that side towards Lava Siphon.
Right. Well, hey, we asked for some tweets earlier using hashtag ALGS, tweeting at us, at Fallout with 2 T's, at Vicky Kitty. Big shout out to Bradley saying Furia is running through these teams right now like it's a bronze lobby. That's a fact in the secondary stream. And we heard a lot of y'all say, MEL, FJT 2511, please bring Sweet Dreams on the desk. That guy is one of the most funny dudes in the whole world. His sarcasm, his humor is just too good. If not, of course, the CEO, Hal. Hey, maybe later on tonight when they are in winner's bracket, if they make it to winner's bracket, we'll bring maybe a little Hal action, maybe a little Sweet. Let us know who you want on the desk with us later on today. And then Lee Campbell, if Hal and Sweet Dreams could give each other any piece of advice today, what would it be, Vicky?
Oh, man.
Question.
Hey, Sweet would tell Hal to be more composed.
Ooh.
Let's see. Mentality is everything in this type of competition, especially at this level.
I like that. And I think Hal would tell Sweet to stay positive, don't go on tilt, and continue to keep his team fully focused.
Gotta get that good
mentally
companionship
reset.
right there, you know?
That's a fact. That's the biggest thing. Those two teams, truly, those two players, so similar. IGLs, also top fraggers for the team. They're managed to do it all. But those teams live and die by those two players. Imperial Hal, IGL of this team, such an emotional leader. And again, I talked about it a bit yesterday, but he has matured so much as a leader. I mean, you remember the days of him screaming at his teammates back a year and a half ago, but now his ability to hit reset, his ability to stay composed, stay calm, I think you're right. You know, Sweet could certainly take
You can imagine Snipe down out in the crowd. Yeah, I remember.
Snipe definitely knows about those days.
But it's great to see how far they've come now. TSM now playing off of the high ground. They have the Caustic Traps, but there's another team that manages to ping them with attack from Valk.
Yep.
There's another team around in Harvester too.
That's right. By the way, I call him Michael Jordan of Apex. And he's got 23 points right now. I'm just saying that's an omen. That's a sign. Hal, CEO, we'll see what he can do. Meanwhile, Duplex saying, hey, there's a new CEO, there's a new chairman in town. It's King Dupe on the streets. We'll see if Optic Gaming can take the title of best team in North American Apex history from TSM.
Man, that's a little too hard. I know Dupe was feeling excited about that. Say, hey, you guys hear that? I saw in the chat when they were having that friendly banter. He's like, I'm the CEO now. I'm like, oh, whoa.
And by the way, I did a little wild video, but the in-game chat goes crazy. Let me tell you, the pro players in the pre-game lobby, custom lobby chat is a little wild. We're on board now with Bryn. Bryn, one of the top individual players in Europe. I talk about him often because he deserves it. Burst onto the scene way back in mid-online tournaments, proved his ability with that disgusting play, and that's why. Look at the damage coming through. Doesn't get the knock, but Bryn going to level up that Evo shield 23 points away for him.
That was actually insane right there, too. You saw that they've been holding onto this truck for the longest time. They could afford it. Even if a Nox grenade even comes into that truck, the pylon would immediately eat it up. A lot of these players now trying to rotate away from Lava Siphon. That top platform that shows the high ground could give you a nice little overlook of where the teams are situated over by Tree, but with a lot of these teams running the Watson, running the Cossack, you're not going to be able to call out any other squads that are in the middle of those late rotations without a redeploy coming in.
That's right. Slower game here, game 3. Obviously, this is the last World Judge opportunity. Keep in mind, this is the last group stage matchup, so it's starting to feel a little bit more like the match point finals, right? You got 18 squads left already as we're going into our third or fourth ring. That goes to show how serious these teams are absolutely taking this and how everything matters. Every point, every life matters here as things are slowing down in this late game. A lot of cover, obviously. This northern zone typically, or sorry, southern zone typically tends to be very, very stacked. But if we can look at the overhead map for a second, it is insane what we see on the overhead map. So many teams in this next zone already.
And there's so limited spots here. It's Optic Gaming. They see the other squad. They have to force the squad out here. They need to try to take this fight, but it's Dark Zero. The EMP to delete everybody's down. Who's grieving as Sharky gets skilled Fiddle Cakes knocked now too. Optic Gaming get taken out on 18th place for game number 3 here.
Wow. Who's the one team that Optic doesn't want to fight pound for pound? It's Dark Zero. Rock beats Scissors as Dark Zero dominates there, says don't you dare try and push us. Both dome shields dropped at the same time. Obviously Optic on a slight disadvantage because they were getting shot from teams from their behind. Dark Zero capitalizes.
Was that Zeta that used the EMP, said nobody gets dome here. If we could scoop up a kill, we will absolutely take those.
Hey, if Rock beats Scissors right there, would you call TSM paper? You know what I'm saying? And Optic Scissors are chopping up that TSM paper, you know? And to make it origami.
Not in this game now, not anymore.
You don't think so?
They're folding them in.
Not in this game, but I don't know.
I mean, right now, overall.
You think TSM is better than Optic right now?
I think Optic right now is leading for a reason right here, Fallout.
Fact.
I mean, come on, look at the way they're playing. They could afford to lose right here, but they don't want to continue this on because then, at that point, they may have that bit of a gap, but we saw in the overall standings, they were tied so far within this series of group standings. So they want to maintain their lead that they could maintain from day number 1 going into the bracket stage. Currently looking at alliances to make the rotation around the high ground rock. They see the beacon that's right up there, but that beacon is being guarded and could easily be seen in the line of sight of TSM if they want to poke their heads.
That's right. As this zone starts to close in here, 17 squads left. Optic, of course, not one of them. They just got taken out. And again, things will be a little slow here. Calm before the storm, I say it often, but it's Apex game is like a roller coaster. You get the first drop, maybe some contests, a little crazy. Then things slow down, then things get a little crazy with the second drop, and then that final drop is insane. But here we go, second drop coming through. It's Space Station trying to survive right now. Caustic Ultimate gonna not do a whole lot. They will survive, and they will live to fight another day as they get the knock on aim.
With this Nox gas has spotted so much space. Frex is chilling here, just wiping a little bit of that sweat around. You see the portal right in front of them. Who dares try to contest them inside this truck? As 100 Thieves actually in some trouble, trying to find Uchaku, who's on the other side of that rock, maybe being saved by Team Burger, who wants a piece of the action. Put that on a double patty real quick. 100 Thieves get called out in the middle of that rotation as Vaxlon gets taken down.
We put some bacon on it. We put some relish on it. Team Burger is ready to consume the lobby. We know what they're capable of. We saw it in the playoffs. Some good damage coming through on 100 Thieves. Can they capitalize, though? IG's going to get taken out. Ooh. Clean wipe from AD. Karanpu with 1. Make it 2.
Who've done this? Who has done this? Who took out all those Watson fences? Was it a crypto EMP?
Had to have been.
Maybe. Well, Space Station now moving in with the dome. They needed this loot here. They're going to be able to get everything that they need currently. See, dropped now. Going to be able to utilize these death boxes. But there is a team on the other side of that dome as they go right back to the safety of this truck.
That's right. Well, hey, Space Station Gaming, another team on the fringe, in 20th place to be precise, needs a big game here in game number 3. Let's jump into a listen and with drop, denial, Frex on controller. Let's listen.
There's a Newcastle. There's a Newcastle walking. Are they?
They're fighting here.
Are they? Oh yeah, they bubbled. Yeah, let's go for it.
Is that team still in the left building?
I don't know.
Hold on. Can we go?
I just got.
No. Don't die.
I'm batting. I need a med kit. You have a med kit?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Well, here, just take this.
These guys are. Listen, I think while they're fighting, I think we take their building right here, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down.
You guys
their
ready?
building's in. Their building's in. I'm med kitting.
Yeah. Bro, we're just getting. They're just hard fighting.
Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna have to bubble. Across probably. Come on.
Just play this right. Play the right side. Take the right side. Take the right side. We're good. Save bubble.
Barrel it.
I need a bat.
Start barreling.
Yes, I know. I need a bat. Is the building in?
Yes. The building is in. On me is in. On me.
Okay.
Listen, I have 0-2 now.
Here, I dropped 2. I dropped 2.
All right, we gotta be ready for that team. They might push us.
They're on the wall.
No, right here.
All right. Should we back up out of this?
They're right here.
Be careful for them to just.
They're gonna be getting pushed by zone. I don't think we give them a fight there.
I shot my barrel.
I'm playing back.
They're gonna go right. They're running right.
They're vaulting. Listen, I think we like play a little aggro if we can out here.
Okay.
Like I don't think we just fucking let a team bully us inside.
They're gonna be right here, bro. They're gonna be right here. They have red armor.
Can you move this? I'm gonna shoot it.
Yeah, just shoot it. Listen, the team on the right might bully us here.
I don't even see them. They're not peeking us.
No, they're in the thing right here. Yeah. We can
take
just play.
Take that rock. Yeah. Take that rock. Nice.
Zen, fly up.
I'm trying to look.
Yeah, they're all right here. I have Costico. Do we have Gibiel?
I don't have Gibiel.
There's still a team on the left.
70.
Okay. Yeah, they're right here, by the way. They're right here.
Okay.
No, they're playing back.
They're not in the
corner. Look at zone. Never mind. We're chilling.
I'm popping a Phoenix. They're playing back in the hugging the wall. They're hugging the wall.
Okay, we need to keep this height. They're on the left in the open on me. If you come to me, Zen.
I'm coming.
I'm watching our right, by the way.
They're just playing behind that.
By the way, I think they're in here, right? I'm pretty sure they are.
Yes, they're in this cubby.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying. Can't we like fight them? We need to fight for it, right? We could. That's free kills. I could cost.
I can go right with you, Frex. Yeah, I can go right with Frex. You need to hold the top, then.
Can you look
I don't have Gibio. I don't have Gibio.
How long?
84.
Okay. I have 0 cells, by the way.
I'm 3-1. I'm 3-1.
They have a caustic.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, if I caustic ult them, they have to at least get out, right?
All right, I have 2 arcs and a frag. Tell me when you want to swing.
Zin, you should swing. We should triple swing it.
All right, I'm nading.
I arced them.
Throwing arcs inside.
I have an arc on them.
I suck one.
I cracked 3. I cracked 3.
I can't. I have to bet.
99.
I have to bet.
You're by yourself then.
They're okay. I'm back. They're all flush. They're all flush.
Yeah. I know.
You caustic ult that.
Yeah, I did already. They're in it. They're in it.
Fuck. We're getting wrapped. Team behind us.
I backed up. Bro. Just push the fucking bubble. Don't pop a fucking bat, man. They're all flesh.
That team's pushing you. Crypto, just stay inside.
And perhaps that listen in a microcosm for what's going wrong with Space Station Gaming this weekend. Not the top 10 performance we expect from them. Not on the same page.
They were doing really good in scrims there too earlier when I was checking them out beforehand, and it's difficult too because they didn't know that there was that squad that could potentially push right behind them as we see a redeploy happening right in front of Space Station's face. I mean, it's Christmas Day then at this point if you want to provide that on a silver platter. A nice little crater here for Zenile to hold on into. He's got the high ground as well on top of AD, and Team Burger, who is another team next to Space Station Gaming that's on that cusp of top 20, is on the other side of that rock. They try to fully set it up to this team, but now everybody's going into their line of sight.
Yeah, if that first knock is Christmas, well, guess what? It's a stocking stuffer. Now they get the presents. Santa Claus delivers them the easiest 3 kills of the day, but guess what? Burger is the one that's going to capitalize. They find themselves some easy KP, and guess what? SSG is right above them. Zenile ratting. I don't know if they know he's alive.
Oh man, can they see him on the rock right here? You see Crazy Raccoon on the other side of that rock here too. Just seeing a lot of the action with their Watson fences set up. Nothing for them to actually push here too.
Yep.
The red Evo shield too that Team Burger really desperately needed too because they were lackluster on terms of loop. But Zenile is not moving here. We got the strats. Nobody see anything. Everybody mind their own business.
The wings are popping out though. It's like you got the whole thing.
It's part of the rock.
Part of the rock. Yeah, no one's doing it now. Got a little wing. What are those wings over there? Eyesight is probably the most underrated statistic in Apex Legends. I mean, I gotta say so. And I gotta be honest, my eyesight, if it's a Madden rating, is like 10 out of 100 personally. That's why I'm so bad at this game.
That's why I gotta wear those contacts ready.
Yeah.
Crypto Drone gets shot from the sky here. 100 Thieves holding a bit of that high ground. Do you know that those Watson fences set up to their left? They've been seeing that squad for quite some time because they were also set up with those Watson fences right behind them, rocking the Newcastle and Watson that we've been highlighting before.
5 squads left in this one. Zone's going to pull very center circle. If you're new to competitive Apex, take a look at the top left of your screen. You'll see the line pulling as to where the zone's going to go. It's not always center circle. Sometimes it goes far right, far north, etc. For now, guess what? 5 teams, 1 rat. Space Station needs the points. Burger's alive. Zeta's alive. 100 Thieves and Crazy Raccoon. This is going to be an insane finish as all 5 teams are going to slowly collapse towards the center of this final ring.
It's going to be so tough here, too, because you have to climb on top of those rocks. And now is going to show up the moment he starts flying around these rocks here, too. Look at that. They already see him. Are you going to be forced into the dome here, into the open arms of the squad that's right below you? Zeta Division now having a lot of these teams in their line of sight. You see the EMP coming out there, too. Team Burger gets taken out. Was that before Space Station? That's actually absolutely huge here. Zenile's still alive on top of Burgers. Now, can we get another?
Oh my God, Zenile ran!
Crazy Raccoon, are you kidding me?
He gets some help from 100 Thieves. What a play from Zenile. Already gets a shield swap. He's going to try and hide. Zeta surely is going to clean this up. Goodbye, Zenile. But getting a 3rd place finish and a couple KP right there is big. It's a game of arenas. A 3v3 fight. EU versus NA. Blow it up in the chat right now. Europe, stand up. North America, stand up.
Oh, 100 Thieves now. They have the Newcastle right there on top. What are they going to do? You're going to try to break these shields. Now you're going to be able to move all the way in with the PK. We got those PK shots landing, backing up to go for a quick reset. Now it's Onmu's turn. Tag, you're it here. And 100 Thieves take game number 3.
And you see the hype from the hype man himself, Onmu Backslaw in the middle. What a performance from 100 Thieves. They needed it. 16th place on the bubble, and they get a 1st place 12-point victory, at least 6 to 10 KP as well. 100 Thieves shows up big time, Vicky.
Now they can be really comfortable too in that top 20 spot. They absolutely needed that. Just like Space Station Gaming needed that third place spot, needed that extra KP. What an end game and how intense it was for these squads, especially under Thieves, keeping themselves patient and controlled to just stay underneath that bridge no matter how many fights that were going down in front of them.
That's right. The calm before the storm for them, and that is also an underrated statistic in Apex. The ability to not get frazzled, not overcommit, and put yourself in the right position to close out a late game. 100 Thieves did it to perfection right there. Obviously, they had Godspot, they had high ground, they had a really, really good rotation coming through as well. They had to do it all the way from Skyhook, by the way, and guess what? An 18-point game for 100 Thieves, big-time performance, but it's Zeta Division who gets the last laugh with 19.
I feel like Zeta Division put a wrench to a lot of our top squads there too. Holding that top cart in the train tracks right between Lava Siphon and Harvester allow them to have the line of sight of the likes of TSM, put down the EMP onto Team Optic that actually managed to take down both those domes. So Optic Gaming were in a lot of trouble, and now we get to take a look at the second page here. Yep. TSM unfortunately falling in 11th place.
That's right, some big names, big brands. TSM, Optic, and IG all on this page here, plus a lot of the teams from APAC region on screen. But I want to point out, Dreamfire was on the first page. They're doing fairly well, still top 10 in overall standing. They're about to head to their dream land. It's Stormpoint. They love themselves some Stormpoint. They play that map so incredibly well. Their rotations are pristine. Expect Dreamfire to drop potential another 20-kill game first place finish.
I'm excited to see how, you know, that's another thing. Just seeing the way that a lot of these teams adjust between World's Edge and Stormpoint is so important as we take a look at the nice posed 100 Thieves after taking that win. Look at this, Scurry putting down a lot of that damage. The fact that they were also able to get that high ground by the Vine there by Tree was also really crazy for the end game.
Alex Scurry Scala, 0 kills, doesn't matter, 1,500 damage, supporting his team. That's what Newcastle's all about. Loved playing Newcastle in ranked. Scurry, the only one playing Newcastle in live competition here. Vaxlon with 4 kills, slaying and fragging 100 Thieves with a really, really big game here. My man with the buff Valk sign is right here. He is absolutely baiting me right now. I'm gonna go rip that. I will rip that sign. Give me that sign. Give it. Throw it.
You know, at least it doesn't say buff caustic. Then we're gonna have a problem out here. Anyways, though, that was a fantastic time. Just seeing Game 3 and the way that these teams were able to adjust out here, Fallout, as we got more signs coming in, just trying to see if we have the opportunity. Look at this. Look at this. Oh! Oh! You just ripped the man's heart and his dreams. No more. 98% pick rate, come on.
None of that madness. Get out of here.
He wants another sign now.
I'll buy you a sign. I will handwrite it. You do not want me writing your sign. But hey,
look. Say buff caustic, though. No, don't put that there. Yeah. We're going to have problems.
None of that. None of that. No. 3 games in, 100 Thieves goes big in game number 3. We're having a little bit too much fun here in PNC Arena. It's time for us to count down a little bit. We got to throw it back to our boys at the desk. Rain Day, Genome, and James. Take it away, guys.
John, incredible start to our day 2, where we have, of course, the next 3 games to round out our final series of the day, but also our losers bracket coming up. And yeah, we're getting these lights back on in just a second. Right now, we're keeping the mood nice and relaxed for those at the stadium, which is anything but. But as we get that started, James, a lot to talk about here, and I kind of want to hit both of you up with some quick reactions before we get into highlights, but just some early thoughts on what we just saw.
There was so many things going on there. I think AD got 9 kills in that game. I think they were the team who were going for that launch and had a complete disaster. So who knows if they didn't get caught out like that, what might have happened. But what did happen is we got that Newcastle W finally, which we were waiting for. So it's nice to see some case studies there for 100 Thieves to move forward with.
We were wondering if Newcastle was going to show up. The newest legend, obviously, to be available in competitive play. Finally, we get to see a little bit of 100 Thieves resurgence, a new legend resurgence. But there's been a lot that happened at the start of Game 1, Genome, that I know you've got your eyes on, especially with TSM and kicking things off with a win there.
Yeah, we saw TSM come out of the blocks pretty well there. And what I wanted to draw attention to was Hal on the Valk, right? You know, he was kind of hulking it up with how they were playing it, right? And what I like about this is, you know, typically he'd been on the Wraith, all those kind of things, and now we're seeing him on the Valk, and this is great because most IGLs at the moment at this LAN are playing the Valkyrie pick. It just allows you to, when you're making those Valkyrie rotates, you don't have to worry and try and direct somewhere else. You can send it where you need to go, and you're also the character, the legend that's scouting out ahead, and it allows you to get that information directly into your eyeballs rather than having to come via the comms.
Yeah, and that kind of suits Hal's playstyle, right? Especially the way that they started off. But it wasn't just them in game one. Obviously, we'd see Optic have a resurgence James, but a lot of action all around.
Yeah, we're seeing IG performing as well. They are getting some kills at least, so where they might not get the placement they're wanting for, they're getting the frags, and that's going to be important moving forward. Optic having an absolute heater in the second game, 15 kills on the board. And they're not the only team who are fragging here. We've got Dark Zero with 10 kills as well. So again, it's going to be very important for the game to come. Plenty of action, but once more we're seeing that consistency from Optic, which is no surprise, of course. But you know, they're showing people early again that we're going to be problems at the top.
The most lethal team, I think, in in-game circles. If you're betting on winning, Optic is a very good choice for that. But obviously, APAC South, APAC North starting to get involved. We saw AD, we see Crazy Raccoon coming in, making some bigger plays. You know, is this a sign for APAC North to start getting a little bit more excited?
Well, AD had a really good day yesterday, right? Crazy Raccoon, not so much. Very keenly missing, the absence of Raz, one of the most exciting players in Apex Legends. So I think AD definitely. I'm hoping that we see them in the winners bracket, and they'll just heat up more and more throughout the weekend.
And then, of course, Newcastle James, newest legend, gets the win here with 100 Thieves. Big moment for them.
Absolutely, and I'm not the only person who's wondering if this squad is, this composition rather, is too passive. You know, your opportunity for playmaking is not such that you might have on different teams. They're definitely going for position, going for that late game, and this time they made it work.
Does this surprise you? I think a lot have seen Dark Zero expecting to have a great result. Gino, you said you wanted to say something on this.
Yeah, I mean, we had that fantastic listen-in with Dark Zero, right? And I think what that highlighted for them was just what I like to call the restrained aggression, okay? They're not a team Empire where it's just, balls to the wall going after every single team they see, but they're so good at making space for themselves.
Right.
They're not a team, not too passive, like James was just saying, right? As soon as they find someone, they will let them know they're there. They make the space and they bully everyone else around until they have the position they want, and that's how they get to those end circles time after time.
Yeah, they seem to have a fantastic awareness about them to be able to kind of be selective, as you were mentioning, and when they need to get aggressive. Obviously, this is showed up on your stage behind you if you're here, of course, in Raleigh, North Carolina. But if you are watching at home, there's another stream going on that hasn't been equally surprising for me. I've expected Fury to perform this weekend, but first place right now, did you expect this, James?
Well, 2 of the 3 teams that we spoke about, we can see on our screen here. We'll go back to Alliance a little later, but Fury and Exo Clan, 1st and 3rd at present. No surprises here. Again, I think it's fantastic. I feel like in many games you'll have teams come from more remote regions to the NA and EMEA region, and they will struggle to keep up. They won't be up with the meta. You know, Apex is a unicorn in that respect. Every region has their own meta, but all those teams from far away are delivering at the top level here, and Exo Clan are showing that consistency which we were looking for at the beginning of today.
Why is that? Yeah,
well, I think it's because we have that global system, and you're talking about those faraway teams, right? Sometimes in not even, APAC South, but OCE, you do get a bit too cloistered and you don't get that high level competition. But because Apex is able to be played across a wider region, you can have people in, APAC South, which is probably geographically the biggest region, right? India versus, a New Zealand player, right? They are so far away, but they can get together. And because of that, you have everyone from the region bringing the level up, and I think that's why they are able to compete against other geographically large regions like North America or Europe.
We'll talk about competing. I know a lot of you have been excited to support your teams here live, whether you're at the PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina with us or at home. We've given you options for both. And in fact, there's an exciting new promotion and opportunity to be able to support your teams in an even more impactful way straight in game.
We'll separate winners and losers, because I know everyone is here for my show.
I'm quick and you're dead.
Let me set the record straight so y'all know. I don't need to brag, cause I know everyone is here for my show. Gonna check you real quick. I'm about it. Homie, you can catch it all.
A great venture that is now one of the newest and hopefully a long-standing tradition here, being able to support in-game your favorite teams in the ALGS. So make sure you've done it. If you haven't already, get caught up with it because we're excited to offer it now in your Apex store. Of course, we've had a lot happen, guys. I want to get your kind of thoughts. I know you had been keeping an eye on Alliance as well, James, before we kind of get into the next part of this. Tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah, they were the last team to watch that we spoke about at the beginning of the day. Now, we were thinking, okay, maybe they've got some info from day one, day two, they'll come in strong. 16th, 17th, and then that last game they came 9th. Combined, they've got 6 kills. So they're not really getting any consistency there. They've gone missing, but maybe they can turn things around in that.
Is there hope on Stormpoint? Do you think a map change helps a team that obviously has potential but has been struggling?
We've definitely seen teams who can, 100%, they will double their points average on one map versus another. If that's the case for Alliance, I'm not exactly sure.
That's right, yeah. Feels like they may not be a team we think of when we think of Stormpoint, but they've got 3 games to figure it out. And of course, we've got, the losers bracket coming up after this, which means it is win or go home if you're not in the top 10. But if you want to follow us, keep up to date with everything the amazing social team is doing at Apex Legends. And of course, all of our content, whether it's YouTube, whether it's live on Twitch right now, check us out at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and of course on Twitch, Play Apex. We are going to a quick break. We will be back, though, with more Apex Legends Global Series Championships. We are here in Raleigh. The crowd is live and well. Make some noise, everybody, and let them know you're here. We've just got a couple of moments where we're getting the group set up yet again. Stormpoint on the way. Don't go anywhere.
Gotta kill the crypto. Left! Nice. Push forward together. Hammer kick, third kick. Push together.
Ready. Off the bat, I'm weak.
Dead.
You guys enough. You're fit now.
I'm coming back. I'm betting.
You just better.
6, 7.
I'm coming with Eva,
I'm
baby.
betting. Nice.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Go, bro. Oh.
All right, we should be good.
Go, baby. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
3 games in the books, 3 remain. It's been dominated by North America. T-Squared and Glitter Explosion bringing you the action, and we move on to Storm Point. No more World's Edge. 100 Thieves coming out with that win. Newcastle, Watson, what do you think of that, Lauren?
I'm loving it, okay? When the second we saw it in the back, we were like, all right, switching things up a little bit. It seems to be working out for them, though, and now there's only 3 more games left in our groups stages, and this will determine where they're all seated in the brackets.
It was a TSM win, and then it was followed up by Optic Gaming. We had 3 different zones. You would hope, as a spectator, as a player, you would see 3 different zones all over the map here. When it comes to staging, it's anybody still, but this is where it really starts to get intense, especially for teams like Alliance. You can see on the screen trying to relax a little bit, but Hawkins is all smiles, and I love that from them because they know that they have what it takes to make it to that winner's bracket, but they have to prove themselves here in round number 3 in these final 3 games. The 3 players on your screen, you're taking a look at them, the winners from the previous match. What will they bust out composition-wise for this upcoming series?
You know what, I'm going to let them tell us because I don't want to throw out any spoilers for people that might be listening here behind us on the main stage. But another team that, I mean, obviously Optic starting off incredibly strong for the day. We need to talk about Zeta too, though. There were so many squads that stepped up here in the first 3 matches. We had some really nice matches. We see some TSM fans out there. Crowd, how you doing? Are you guys enjoying the matches? Let's go. I want you guys to get louder when you see your favorite plays, when you see your favorite players popping off. We've been waiting for this moment. It is so nice to be here at PNC Arena on LAN. I cannot wait to get these matches underway. I'm taking a look at the lobby. Only a couple more players need to fill this one up before we get this one underway. Shirts are coming off, guns are coming out. You gotta be comfortable while you're playing, okay? You don't want any restrictions. You know what I love those? I feel like we're starting to see, we can hear the fans cheering. The players are starting to have some fun with it here. I think they're realizing that we're reaching the end of the first stretch and heading into brackets and trying to just enjoy it while we're here. It only is going to continue to get more and more intense, but fun is what gaming is all about. That's what Apex Legends is all about, but this is going to be an absolute bloodbath when it comes to these final circles. You saw that tree ending over towards the tail end. We had a couple unpredictable zones, especially in game number 1 when we had the staging crane ending. A lot of teams were thinking, hey, is this going to end over towards Thermal Station? No, a team like TSM hopping up on over towards the triple stack that was over towards the yellow crane. That was an exciting game number 1. Game number 2, that was Overlooked. That was all Optic Gaming. They played those yellow tankers so well. They got there early and held off a lot of the teams that were coming through. Zeta Division, so aggressive, so talented. And you love to see the hand warmers coming up, Glitter. I know that you always run cold. Don't make fun of me. It is chilly in here, okay? The hand warmers are important. You got to keep yourself warmed up and ready to go. I mean, I could use some, not gonna lie, but you know who doesn't need them? TSM. They don't need them. They've got the whole crowd. He's a cold-blooded killer. Hal's a cold-blooded killer. He doesn't need hand warmers. He's always at the same temperature at the entire time. Take a look at Verholz busting out the caustic. You know the man can play a handful of different legends. And you love that about him, one of our best Valkyrie players that we have in all of North America. But it's nice when you could pass that on. Let the TSM chants rise, guys. Let's go. It's going to be happening all weekend, all right? I hope they have enough of their voices left for the remaining 2 days. You can hear a little battle going on between Let's Go Optic and TSM in the crowd. I know there's also some Team Liquid fans. We have a lot of people up here representing their jerseys, their fans, their banners. You love to see it. It's been electric. I just signed a Nessie. You did? I did. I pet it too. I want to sign a Nessie. You know, gotta. Now I'm jealous. Gotta, you know, take some time to, you know, get to the. I'm just not as famous as you. Gotta get to. Oh, that's not true. One day, Tommy T. That's not true at all. One day. The players are loading into the dropship. 56 out of the 60 players into this lobby. You can see what's in the crafting rotation. We still have the wingman. We still have the car, but today it's going to be the Digi-Threat, the purple shoddy bolt, and you're seeing actually the EVA 8 come out into play from 100 Thieves, which was pretty interesting. PK typically the flavor of the, I guess, current meta that we have. And here we go. Game number 4. Crowd, one more time. Let's hear you for the final 3 games of group stage before we move into the losers and winners bracket matches. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to see if there's going to be any 50-50s. We actually saw a lot of 50-50s yesterday that we weren't anticipating. And Furia ended up sweeping their 50-50s overall. Yeah, Furia was really, really crushing. And I think we checked in with that B stream, and they're continuing to do well for themselves today. So outside of what we've got going on the screen, we've got so many other teams that we'll be keeping our eyes on heading into brackets, having to see where they stack up against each other. But you picked 100 Thieves for today, didn't you?
I did. 100 Thieves has placed inside like the top 5, I think, every single game for the first 3 games. Ended up winning the previous game there. And taking a look, we do have, obviously, you got to give credit to 4-7. I mean, they got, as a duo, in game number 2, 3rd place with 3 kills.
Yes.
Hats off to them, honestly. It's been such an amazing run for these players, just as playing as 2. They're going to go with Caustic and Valkyrie here, mainly so they can get the rotations if they need to. And then obviously setting up and having a little bit of a big presence when you're rocking that Caustic. Here we go. It is time for Storm Point, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out where this hot spot's going to be. It looks like it is favoring over towards the mill, one of my favorite spots to land. Don't see any teams landing on each other quite yet, but we're still early as we take a look at that map overhead.
Not only is it favoring Mill, but it's going to be favoring Optic. So this could be a scary way for Optic to start off the game. No one really wanting to be over in their area as we continue to see folks landing here on the map. You might have seen a couple shots coming out of Bonmu over there.
They're landing on Noct. It looks like potentially you're going to have a team that's going to be contesting Optic Gaming, and the fight for Mill is going to be going down. So if we get an opportunity to see exactly what's happening on over towards the Mill, you also have Invictus Gaming, who's potentially interested in third-partying this. So there's going to be a lot of squads that make their way over here. This is a wild start. I can't believe we're getting contested right off the rip.
You know, there's only 3 games left, and you have to do something here to get yourself a little bit of a better spot on those leaderboards. So it looks like Optic Gaming is going to be in the sights of BU.
I love that we're getting action off of the rip, especially over at the hot spot. The Mill doesn't really have loot for 2 teams either, so when you go and get contested over here, a lot of the resources are going to be taken away. The way that you control that is definitely getting over towards the crates in the middle. Optic Gaming favoring the way that they were able to get out of the ship fairly early, and now they're going to be rewarded with all the loot that they need. Rocking the same composition that they always do. It's the meta. They've really set this meta when they were playing as Team Esports Arena, and now Optic Gaming is looking like they have bullied this team off. So a nice job by them securing their loot. They're going to be able to get the extended energy mag as well. That's probably going to go on over to Noct. I would give that one to the controller player if he's able to pick up that Havoc. He's going to say, you know what, I'm interested in something else. That's that purple armor directly in front of me. And it looks like, unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, no early third parties and free kill points for them.
This hot zone's working out real well for Optic, though, setting them up nicely very early on, going to allow them a little bit of freedom with the way that they play, considering how comfortable they'll be with their shields, with their ammo. They can really decide to go on an aggressive rotation and try to hunt down the squad that did a little bit of damage to them right off the rip. But we'll have to see how that ends up unfolding. This is the squad that tried to contest Optic a little bit, did the damage onto Noct, and then backed off, decided to go get their own loot, played a little bit safer here, now going to be pushing even farther away from that area, trying to keep themselves safe.
Okay, Brew has the dopest hoodies, by the way. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to check out the sleeves on these hoodies. These things go hard in the paint. I'm going to have to, get in contact with someone from that org. Or, I'll just buy one. I won't be so cheap. They are coming from the APAC South region, and it's also, in terms of where they have placed, they have not had a good go at it so far. They've had a 20th place and a 16th place. Overall, they have 27 points, trying to land on a team that's placed 1st and 4th. When they placed 1st, they had 69 points on the Optic Gaming side. Taking a look at your top 20 players by damage. Surprisingly, you're not going to see his Watson at the top when you're seeing Furia completely pop off. If you want to watch for your play that's actually happening in the B stream, go ahead, pull up multiple tabs. Shout out to had Noko on there earlier. We have NiceWigg over there, but we have a fight happening here, and it's going to be AIM Esports with the shots. That's going to be Kashera going down. Nice flatline shots across the map.
Yeah, Ascend looking like they're in a little bit of a rough spot here as AIM continues to push up. They're going to try and get that res, hopefully before AIM does end up right on top of them, able to pull it off, but the ArcStars will come in, going to have to back off a little bit. These Watson fences are going to come in really clutch for them.
Antenna, this is where TSM ends up landing. TSM's already rotated out of here. They're looking like they are going for the end spot for the zone because they've got the scan, but AIM is trying to finish off Ascend here very shortly. They have the knocks that they need. That's going to be post-kill. Going back down. Again, it's the flat line for Uaku. He's looking so smooth. The EVA 8 coming through, and that's it. Ascend, the first team eliminated, out in 20th place. Another fight taking place with Optic Gaming. Let's see if they're hunting down Team Brew, and they may have them in their sights. You can see Skittlecake's taking some damage. Knocked has to go and hit the battery as well. A lot of damage being put on them. That's actually AD. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade out. Knock coming through and barely weak as well. Duplex is going to drop. The battery is going to be hit. And this is not good for Optic Gaming over towards the down beast area. It looks like they were trying to pick this fight by going over there instead of going towards the zone.
That's what I was saying. They might have felt a little bit comfortable to take these engagements because of how looted they were so early on. Unfortunately, AD, another squad that's been very, very strong so far in this event, was prepared for this push. Everyone able to get a little bit of a reset here, backing off, trying to heal back up, and then deciding how they want to continue this engagement.
Interesting thing about AD, they placed first in round number 1, 61 points. They are typically a barometer team, so seeing them land over towards the down beast is fairly interesting, definitely switching that up. And I don't know if they were expecting Optic Gaming to go and push this one, but all 3 players have been rezzed. You can see Parka inside of his drone, and 100 Thieves is playing on the outside of where TSM is playing. You can also see Dark Zero. They placed 5th and 6th overall, so they're looking pretty solid. The top 20 teams moving on over towards that winner's bracket. It's going to be so important to go and secure that so you can try to get top 10 and then make your way on over towards the grand finals. Gives you a huge advantage so you don't have to fight from that lower bracket.
Not gonna lie, Dark Zero was my pick for the day. Seeing if we can get a little bit of a bounce back after yesterday. And that's what we've been getting so far out of them. The second place finish in the second game of the day with those 10 kills. That was a very, very strong matchup in the final there up against Optic. So DZ has been looking strong. You notice all the teams that we're on right now, they are also safe in the next zone. So they're just gonna be comfortable here, trying to hang out, poking a little bit, but the teams that are not comfortable, we're back on board with AD, still trying to get in this engagement with Optic. Both those bubbles had been put down, and now we're gonna have to see how this plays out.
Typically, whoever the team that throws the bubble first is at a huge disadvantage. You're gonna have more time to communicate, plan your attack, and you're gonna have a little bit more cover to work with. Optic Gaming taking this fight to AD, but the height advantage for AD is a little bit. You have a head glitch that Optic Gaming can potentially use. Surprisingly, nobody's in the vicinity for a third party, so this fight is going to continue.
Once again, Optic backing off though. 2 shields, a little bit too low for their liking. Going for yet another reset, and this is going on for a little bit longer than I think either one of these teams would have really liked.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, the thing is again, this is a secluded fight, and I think at this point they realized that if there was a team coming, they would have already came and third-partied this. So the fact that they have so much resources on the other side, you could see in that bottom right in their UI exactly what Reps is rocking. He's got 3.6. Typically, when you hear people talking about what their batteries and cells situation is, they start with batteries, then they move on over towards cells. You don't really have to go into the medkit conversation and the syringe conversation, but now you can see Brew is still taking their fight as well. And it's going to be a little bit staggered in terms of the players needing to heal. So you're going to see a potential third party coming in from Alliance on the high ground as they make their way through.
And this is against the team you were talking about before, Tom. This is 4-7 above them. 2v3 situation going on here. And you know that ideally, they probably would have liked to avoid this early on for 4-7. But Brew is intent on trying to make this push, and they do just that, making their way up onto the roof. Now it's a 2v3 situation. Brew not taking a whole lot of damage. 4-7's going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Great Caustical inside of the bubble, and you can see 4-7 getting the initial knock. It goes from a 2v3 to a 2v2 really quick. Unfortunately, not having any batteries means you're going to have to slow heal throughout all this. Can you pick up the KP? Maybe an armor swap to boot along the way. On his way down, actually skips the armor swap. You're going to see a flush coming through. Alliance comes in with the third party, and there's the skyward dive. 4-7 is just a duo. Look at that little smile, getting away with it. They're out of there.
That was huge for 4-7. You called it. Alliance was in the perfect spot to get that third-party opportunity, and that additional damage coming in from them was all 4-7 needed to really close that fight out and get themselves out of dodge. But now IG in their own engagement here up against AIM, and they are trading back and forth. The PK shots are coming out. IG down to 1. Bryn, can he hold out?
Nice move inside of the door. The knockdown shield is being played. Is the nade gonna hit? That should do some big damage, but instead that player is going to drop. Massive heals needed to be played from Brim. You can see Waku is interested in going and hitting a medkit of his own. He's gonna go and use that seer to get scans inside. Now he's gonna take the angle inside the window. Big angle coming in from Waku, and that's gonna be IG going out in 19th place. AIM is looking sexy to start.
A little sexy?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Those were sexy shots. Crowd, was that sexy? You guys are sexy. That's what you love to see coming out from AIM. They are picking up assists and kills all over the place. Now they're going to be able to be rewarded with all of this loot. No batteries, though. No big heals. That's going to be tough for their next fight, so we'll see what they're doing on this antenna side of the map. But in terms of where everyone's set up right now, you still have TSM locking things down. Next to them, that's going to be 100 Thieves. You have Dark Zero as well. Teams that are playing the outskirts right now, Optic Gaming has made their way all the way down to Cenote Cave. And you also have AD still making their way from Down Beast on over towards the mill. Coming out of Shipfall, that's going to be DNG. SSG's coming over from the launch pad area right now, so they're going to be meeting up with AIM here very shortly. There's about 4 or 5 teams in that vicinity, so AIM's going to have to hurry it up, and now you can see exactly what Optic Gaming's thought process is. They're just going to continue to get their crafting materials up. They need as many batteries as possible because of the fact that they are super low on cells, so they're going to end up having to share resources a little bit. But this is what Optic Gaming does, Lauren. They kind of just big chill. They wait for their opportunity, and next thing you know, they skyward dive to a spot. And a lot of times they're going to end up taking that fight to a team. And if they can take that fight, get those kill points, avoid the third party, they're setting themselves up for a win. But it's time to roll out.
Yeah, those aggressive rotations, something Optic Gaming is known very well for. And I do like the fact that they did finally decide to back off the little bit of trading engagement we saw them in with AD. It really was going on for too long. They needed to make a decision on what they were prioritizing, getting their rotations down, getting more loot in their backpacks, and now setting themselves up better positionally on the map. But now we're checking in with Burger and Dreamfire, both trying to hold this building. Dreamfire already taking a little bit of damage here. Going to try and hold Burger off for as long as possible.
Yeah, Burger, they've had some pretty decent placings overall. 9th place and 11th place. They've had 30 to 33 points. That's going to be knocks onto Tau, and they're looking like they are going to finish these players off. Not really taking much damage on the opposite side. It's going to have to be empty with the battery. You can see the angles being taken by Waltzy. They didn't get the res quite yet, obviously, because he's been flushed out. That's the bag right there. They're looking for the armor swap, but it's going to be a 2 versus 3. The bubble does go down. Nice PK shots for 99. Looking for some more. Cracks one player on the enemy team. Meanwhile, Hal in your kill feed picking one up, and that's going to be Brew getting eliminated, and Dreamfire ends up holding with this duo. They get Tau's banner. That's going to be big for them if they can get out of here, but they're going to have to maybe skyward dive and eventually find somewhere to get the respawn through.
Ooh.
Space Station Gaming on the outskirts. Meanwhile, TSM popping off in the kill feed. That's going to be Orthos Fang going out. Jen Burton from Dark Zero is going to be able to help with that one. And now we're down to 16 squads remaining, starting to get into those placement points area once you get into the top 15.
Really, really solid job on behalf of Dreamfire for the ability to hold off that push from Burger, recover the banner, and know when to leave, get themselves potentially that res, hopefully that res, and then get themselves a lot safer from here. TSM looking to see if they can clean up anything. Kind of just hanging out here. They've been in a solid spot in the zone from the beginning, so they haven't really had to force anything yet.
Team Burger now coming back to take control of the building that they were originally in, taking that fight. And now they're just going to continue to share resources overall. Now taking a look at the zone, it pulls away from TSM where they were anticipating. So TSM's going to have to make a rotation. And it's pulling hard south over here, kind of towards where Burger actually is. So this is big for them. Another team that's looking like they're in a solid spot, that's going to be Space Station Gaming coming outside of the launch pad area. There's also a potential fight taking place between AD and Zeta Division, and that's right on cue. We're hopping on board with them. Dark Zero gets eliminated in your kill feed. That's going to be Jen Burton as the last player alive for them. Now we have 9 Impulse. He's going to be rocking the Bangalore, the smokes, and I believe he had a Digi threat to boot, so that's going to be a pretty big advantage for them. But there's multiple teams, plus those pesky little Prowlers are coming in to get involved.
Look at the split that Zeta Division has going on right now. They're going to be pushing in on AD, already dealing so much damage with the car. They do lose Impulse, though. Try to back off just a little bit, wait for that bubble to go away, give them a little bit more line of sight into this area. Now Zeta Division, someone we were talking about earlier, not finishing outside of the top 6 today, and this is why. One does go down, getting the res on Zeta, not getting pushed for it either or punished in any way, shape, or form, so this could give them opportunity to reset.
There's so much fighting that's going to happen over towards this north-hand side. You have 4-7 there. You have a nice thermite that's being put on top of that rock right there. Now Zeta's going to send this one. They have the smokes. They're going to continue to try to push with that type of advantage. Medkit is being popped. Sunset's going to make his way on over towards the roof. 8 seconds to the next scan. He's going to try to hold off as long as possible. Also has a frag grenade if he wants to use that one. That player sneaks away with 1 HP, but Impulse is on top of it. Now it's going to end up being all up to Sunset. He's going to go for the res, but it's just a fake res, and then they get sent on. You can see how bad he wanted to get that one up, but he was not able to get his player involved, and now it's up to AD to heal inside of the building. EMP's coming through, and they're going to back off anyone in the vicinity. That's one IQ trying to make their way over there for that third party, but look at the job of fending off the third party. Nice job recovering, and you know, that's why you got to loot as fast as possible in those situations, right? Everyone knows, like, when you're playing with your ranked teammates and they're just sitting there looting and looting, well, hey, there's people that are coming in to take you down, okay? You got to get ready as fast as possible. One IQ is involved in this one, and they're desperately trying to get in through the creases of the roof to find the foot shot. But just as a duo, it's a little bit difficult. They understand the situation, and they're going to skyward dive on out of here as well.
Yeah, if they were going to make that push in for the third party, they needed to be in there a little bit faster. Due to the 2v3 situation, AD was pretty low, but like you said, quick shield swaps and getting themselves in a much safer spot. They too are going to go for that skyward dive, go for some new positioning considering they are pretty far outside of the zone. And speaking of skyward dives, this is when everyone's doing it, Tom. We've got Alliance trying to find some new positioning, everyone really pushing in towards the zone as it's continuing to shrink down, looking for some real estate to hold until the next shrink comes in.
And this is where you have to have practice making perfect, right? Alliance finds a little bit of a crevice here. They're inside of the zone as well. I want to do a quick listen in with Alliance and find out what their comms are like.
I'm healing. Steer ult if you need to. Steer ult if you need to.
Yeah.
Take a shot. Let's loot here. Bats and stuff for me.
I'm
You
loot first. I can take the ult on.
This is not in anymore. That's good. Yeah.
We have a threat here. That's it. Win.
Peek on me. Oh, we're in. We're good. We can take the building then. We take the building and play both. Play both. I'll play here. You
they
play
got
there.
bombardment. West.
On height?
West.
Okay. Can you look on it?
There's a team right here. They're moving in. They're gonna fight. We might get killed.
Okay.
Go for angles. I cover you guys.
Whereabouts?
It's right here. Right my marker. Behind
team
here.
above
though. Team above.
Yeah, we should just play for the small building. Play for the small building here.
Yeah.
I think you play the small building time-wise.
Yeah, I go for it.
They're resting behind us in stone.
Yeah,
Get this fucking KP.
Yeah.
Get this fucking KP.
Okay. It hurts, zone hurts.
40 flash.
14 flash. He died, got him.
Nice, though. Some more ammo.
No. What's up above
There's
you
heavy
guys?
here, 220 heavy.
Don't need that.
A lot of heavy. I might have to swap them.
They are on the roof, peeking. They're still in there as well.
Should be fine for now. Yeah, we just hold both here. If they fight on top, we can queue up, so we're just gonna hold bottom for now.
Keep scanning around, vibes. Give us info. Yeah.
Over here, so they have to move. These guys have to move.
Yeah, give me the shield. No, they could just move here though. Wait, hold on.
No, they're not in. They're not in, are they?
They're in here though. Yeah, they're in here.
Okay. We should try and shoot them.
But there is still in a sway position.
66 Newcastle.
There's the team playing the cave.
That's
Watson
fine,
team.
That's fine.
Nobody can come from this side, right? Yeah, we're good here.
Lots of decisions needing to be made here by Alliance. They've got 100 Thieves on their side, TSM on Overwatch right above them, and they are trying to find what position they'd like to focus on from here. They're right on the edge of this zone, so they'll be able to hold it for a little while, but as more teams are trying to push their way in finding positioning, Alliance is going to see if they can maybe pick them out of the sky, and as soon as they step within the sights of TSM, they are punished for it.
Without a Gibraltar, they need to play a little bit safe. I love the change to go and have Hockeys go on to Horizon, and then also we know how powerful Yuki can be on Valkyrie. He was currently playing in the previous series and the previous day on Caustic. Meanwhile, AD, they're on the ropes. That's going to be Crazy Raccoon with double knocks. Nice job by them, looking to finish off the last player. Meanwhile, you can see in the bottom of your screen, Space Station Gaming's getting involved, and that's going to be Fennel getting eliminated. Also, throughout all of that, when we were doing our listen in, AIM dropped by AD, Optic Gaming, they're dropped by 100 Thieves. Now Burger picking up some kills along the way too. Burger, one of our crowd favorites over here. They're gonna get into Crazy Raccoons and looking with the Kraber, trying to find some dome pieces. Is he gonna be able to land the shots? And 119 to the Gibby in the body. That reinforce is definitely coming to play right there, saving him a little bit more of HP, but Burger is interested in waltzing forward. You can see the barrels are coming through. R301 PK in the back pocket, looking for some more. Not going to be able to find the headshot right there. And now things are just going to slow down temporarily as the teams are trying to posture, force them into one another, and play these final circles. In terms of where that circle is going to pull, 100 Thieves sitting pretty. Meanwhile, TSM, they are above Alliance. That was the team directly above them. And nobody knows that they have them in their sights. Jaro's looking for a potential knock and trying to spoil someone's game.
Like you said, a little bit of a reset there from the squads that we were just keeping our eyes on, but Alliance and TSM still on the high and low ground right near each other. You can see some shots being traded, those charge rifle shots coming out of reps from on high. Everyone, though, knowing that on that side of the map, they can play it safe. They can wait for everyone to have to push in. You can see on the minimap, SSG, Burger, Crazy Raccoon's not where they want to be right now. So as they push their way in, everyone that has managed to stay towards that northern side of this will be a little bit safer.
I like the play to get rid of the Kraber there. It's only 2 shots left in there anyway, so if you can just continue to advance when the zone's coming, if you end up missing your shot, you're basically putting your team in a 2v3 situation. So now Team Burger is going to force the bubble out by the enemy team. They're going to continue to have to advance. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming is flying in the air, looking for a spot to land. TSM is going to have to deal with Alliance on over towards the side. And meanwhile, 100 Thieves just sitting there, waiting for their opportunity, pushing everybody away from them. Let's do a quick listen in with Team Burger.
They're on us. 20 on Watson. 90 on Watson. We're going to walk it in left. We're going to walk it in left. Back up. Crack Watson. Crack Watson. Means out. They're on me. They're on me. They're on me. Rat, crack Watson, Watson dead. 74, it's a rat. Rat dead. I got killed. Light, shield. Fuck. Yes.
Team Burger goes down, Detonation goes down, Alliance takes out TSM, AD is out, Crazy Raccoon, 100 Thieves, Alliance, Space Station Gaming, those are your 4 teams left. One team's playing as a duo. Once that bubble goes down, Alliance is going to be all over these players.
Alliance looks very comfortable, Shield's very healthy, Crass coming out with the Spitfire. This is going to be a very, very close game. Alliance has a great positioning, but 100 Thieves also on the outside. SSG could potentially be in the crosshairs of both of these squads.
Yeah, they really are, and you can see not a lot of kills, but in a great spot is 100 Thieves, trying to force these 2 teams directly on top of each other. Vibes is taking a very aggressive off angle. Meanwhile, Frex and Drop, they're directly next to Yuki and Hawkes. What's going to happen here? As you can see, Drop gets dropped, and now it is up to Frex as he's next to Yuki and Hawkes again. And again, 100 Thieves is on the outskirts, just waiting over towards the Grav Cannon, waiting for their opportunity to strike and potentially win back-to-back games. They took game number 3 on World's Edge, trying to do it here in Storm Point. See the patient play coming out from 8th place Space Station Gaming, desperately needing these points.
Frex making the right call here, but you can see Alliance a little bit with a 2-1 split here. Vive's trying to play an off angle, seeing if they can maybe get some damage down onto the 100 Thieves squad. We're going to be trading shots for a while here until they are forced to collapse on each other. Vive's finally making the rotation over to join the rest of the team, and now it's essentially just a straight 3v3, but this is the opportunity for Frex to potentially play Spoiler.
Yeah, he's going to play Spoiler onto Alliance. That's perfectly placed because you can see exactly where Alliance is going to have to drop. Meanwhile, you know that they have the Newcastle, and the truck is looking solid. You're going to see the interception pylon come in. The Watson generator going to help them avoid any of the projectiles that are coming through. But it's going to be Hockey's taken to the air. He's flying in like Michael Jordan out here. He's getting a double knock. He's looking for the win. He's taken down, and that's 100 Thieves going out. Frex is coming through for the 2nd place, and Alliance taking game number 4. And they're hyped.
Fantastic showing by Alliance. They did exactly what they needed to do. They pushed at the right times, and that is why the Horizon was so clutch for that end game moment for them. We were talking about how they switched up a little bit when we were back in the green room, and that just proved why they did it.
Nobody was expecting Hawkes to come in and flying in like that with the shots. I believe it was the flat line in the PK, just plunking 100 Thieves, and you could see they're just lost. They have no idea what happened right there, and rightfully so. It looked like they were going to take 1st place for sure. Instead, Frex takes 2nd place for Space Station Gaming. They had the wall down, they had the interception pylon down, but nobody was looking above.
And honestly, we said that Frex could play Spoiler. Instead, you were talking about how they needed the points. He did the perfect rat strat, did get them that 2nd place finish. It's going to be huge for SSG moving forward. They have to be happy with that one.
The devious rat strats, they come out in Space Station Gaming, getting awarded 14 big points, but nobody with a bigger game than Alliance. 21 points, 9 kills on the board. They really needed that overall. They were 8th place with 34 points in round number 1, 13th place with 20 points in round number 2. We'll find out exactly what they are in the overall leaderboard, but 100 Thieves has to be kicking themselves. They were in great position to win that game.
And look how spread out these kills are too. I mean, you've got 8 on AD, 5 on Burger, 8 on AIM, who only ended up with 2 placement points. And this was an aggressive game from top to bottom. And then of course, since the first page of teams really kind of point sponged those kills, not as many points to go around for the squads here on the second page. And that's gotta be a little bit disappointing for the likes of Optic, Dark Zero. Some of these squads that we've seen have really strong performances already today.
We were wondering what that would do for Alliance on the overall leaderboard. They bump up from 14th place to 7th place, but 100 Thieves, 10 points ahead of Zeta Division. They're looking pretty solid, but this is a very close leaderboard once you get past them.
Impressive so far today from all of our teams Alliance. So like you said, huge jump up for them. You know they're going to be happy with that. Only 2 more matches now left in group stages for anyone to really make a difference when it comes to their placement into those brackets. So this has to feel good. AIM also making a jump up. Detonation Gaming even just getting a little bit more done here work-wise, but we'll have to see how things continue to unfold. That was a great first game on Stormpoint.
You can see at the top of your screen, it was a great game. A versus D. We have on the B stream, Group B versus C. After these final 2 games on Stormpoint, we're moving on over to our bracket play, which is when things are really going to pick up. And that's so big for Alliance because they're sitting right in that middle area, right? If you figure you're averaging around like 10th place for both of your rounds, there's multiple groups that are going on. You need to kind of get in that 5th place area for your group when you assume everyone's kind of being around the same points. That's going to put you in that top 20.
Listen, I saw a tweet from Yuki after yesterday, okay, saying that this is a position they're used to being in. They just have to kind of do Alliance things and get themselves into that winner's bracket where they want to be. And so far, after that performance, they look like they could potentially be doing that.
It's going to be really interesting to see how that panned out, and I'm really interested to see how much damage all of these guys had on the Alliance squad because they were really popping off. Remember when they were down below TSM? They flew in, we saw 3 different skyward dives that were taking place. We didn't know who was going to pick the right place. Alliance takes that, they fight off and fend off TSM, and now we get an opportunity to see how much these players were actually popping off. The big 2K for the leader of this team. Hockey's coming through with the 6 kills. That play to use the grab lift to take over towards the height, that was a ballsy play.
And it was what they needed in order to get the dub here. Yuki also at almost 2K damage, 1,200 revives. I mean, this is just impressive. This is what we were hoping for out of Alliance too. Even though they started off a little bit slowly here today, this is the bounce back they really needed.
There's the man on your screen, the IGL for Team Alliance. One of the most successful teams in the EMEA region. 2 more games remain to see if they're going to be moving on over towards the winner's bracket. They're going to need more performances just like that. And I feel like after getting that win under their belt, they're going to be feeling really good. But what great in-game leaders do is they make adjustments. That's exactly what Alliance has done with their composition. It's nice to see him busting out the Ryzen. But we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have game number 5.
I got no more nades. You got one nade for me? No, last nade. Drop you one. Play the arms up. Go. Kill now. Send it. I did on just one. Bark low. I'm sending. Lock out. Pay for lock out. Lock out. I did on just them. Let's go. Now. Let's go. We're now, yeah. We're okay.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
I've got everyone's back. Think you can break through my defenses?
are back live from the PNC Arena. The first 3 games on World's Edge dominated by North America. EMEA gets on the board as Alliance takes game number 4, T-Squared and Glitter Explosion, bringing you the action. And 2 more games remaining in group play. Group play, excuse me. Anything can happen here.
It really, really can. However, I have to give you a little bit of props, okay, because one, your pick in 100 Thieves is being wildly consistent. They haven't placed outside of the top 6 or 5 so far. 5 so far today. I mean, that is the type of bounce back we were looking for out of them after yesterday. And also, I got to sign a Nessie.
You did sign a Nessie. You did. I saw you over there, you know, signing sweaters. Use Glitter Explosion over here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give this girl a round of applause. That's Alliance on your screen. They're feeling good. You can see the heat map. This is actually where all of the kills were taking place, if you're wondering what the heat stands for. And you can see the 3 players on your screen dropping a massive, massive game number 4 with just insane plays from the skyward dive to get to play next to TSM, to eliminating them when they had the high ground and the advantage, to the amazing final play from Hawkes to come through and land those shots, flying in on all 3 members. Glitter flew in on all 3 members of 100 Thieves like a psycho.
It was the right timing. It was the unexpected play, and the time that he had in the air to deliver so much damage by the time he landed was pure, beautiful Apex play. I want to see more of that. Okay, we've got 2 more games determining the seeding, so I want to see that level of aggression.
These are 2 teams that have won already. You can see that was the winners from game number 1, 2, and 3. It was, again, TSM taking game number 1. We had Optic Gaming taking game number 2, 100 Thieves in game number 3, and then it was Alliance in game number 4. The players are loading into the lobby. We're getting ready to fly out of the ship here very shortly. We did have a potential 50-50 happening on over towards the mill with, I think, Brew and Optic Gaming, but they ended up backing off from that one. And then AD and Optic danced for a very long time.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that's what they want to do again. I'm thinking maybe not, at least on the Brew half of things. They might want to just leave Optic to do their slower loop path like they did in that first game and kind of get themselves set up after all of that. But who knows? Like I said, last 2 games, if you're one of those teams that's in the lower half of this lobby, you might have to be taking out one of the heavy hitters to get yourself some points.
2 games remaining again in the group stage. Detonation Gaming, we're taking a look at them. They're playing as a duo. You have 4-7 playing as a duo. They were picking up some kills and skyward diving out of there. We saw so many great Valk ults as we get ready for match number 5. Crowd, let me hear you guys one more time. I like the hype, I like the energy. We're gonna bring it here. You can see Detonation Gaming, they're rocking just a duo again. That's a team that we're gonna take a look at. We also need to keep a look on the mill and also on the map to find out exactly where the map is gonna show, where zone number 1 and 2 are gonna be. We saw a very interesting start to game number 4. Very slow, but also explosive when we got into round number 4 and 5. That's what you can anticipate with Apex Legends. Launchpad, that's gonna be the hot spot coming through. It looks like Optic Gaming is gonna be free over towards that mill side. Space Station Gaming going on over towards Launchpad and potentially getting contested. Is that Brew again?
That's what I'm thinking. I was trying to figure that out.
I don't see them on the map anywhere, so this could be a 50-50 off the rip between the team that got 2nd place last game.
This could be the choice that they've made. Yeah, Space Station trying to nail some pot shots here. And it's Brew drops taking out Oki, so that is where they decided to back off. Didn't want to deal with Optic, instead went over to Launchpad, but now have to deal with SSG, and once again, it's not working out in their favor.
Nothing is worse than when you're playing in a tournament and you do not have a spot to land. This is so tough for Brew because now, in game number 6, they're gonna have to pick a different spot because this just really didn't work out. Drop, getting those free kill points, you can see them kind of laughing for how free that was for them, and that's just so unfortunate for Brew. They have not been able to find their spot. When you take a look at the map, almost every single POI is taken. The only spot they could potentially go on over towards would be Shipfall, but you have AIM over there as well. You have Gal Station being taken and Fish Farms being taken by DF. So those are the potential spots that they could go. But I don't know what's going to happen with them. As we take a look at the zone, it moves on over towards Stormcatcher. So the rich get richer. Space Station Gaming gets 3 free kills to start, and then Alliance gets the zone pulling over towards them. Right next to them in Command Center, that's going to be 100 Thieves. So the teams that got 1st and 3rd right there, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, all are looking good for this game.
Yeah, and this is something we talked about too, because yes, All of these teams know their drops, they scrim together, but the groups are different, right? And the maps obviously switch up. So there was the potential for when we got with this group pairing onto Stormpoint for someone to have to be bullied off of their drop and then figure out something else. And that's what's happening to Brew right now, and unfortunately it's not going their way.
This is when teams start to rotate. Right on that 145, 130 mark, you can see it in the top left, right next to your mini-map. Alliance, they're making their way, and it's gonna be a little bit of a rotation for them. You can see they're on over towards Thunderwatch, so they gotta make their plays. But 100 Thieves is gonna love this zone. And taking a look at what Space Station Gaming is doing, they're still looting. TSM is on their rotation. They've made their way all the way over towards that area as well, so they're trying to play on over towards the northern side after making their way from Antenna. DZ, Dark Zero, is coming for their rotation as well, and there is the CEO of Apex, a crowd favorite here. He's rocking the Charge Rifle Spitfire. Dude is toxic.
Toxic or just really, really good with those weapons. TSM getting themselves very comfortable over in Stormcatcher now. Going to be able to hang out here for quite some time. Dark Zero, another team that we've talked about for quite some time, obviously. Those former Split 2 playoff champions going for that Valk rotate here, going to be putting themselves into the zone and getting themselves in a much more comfortable position as we continue to look at the rest of these teams making their way in. I mean, SSG is pushed in a little bit towards the edge of where it's going to be eventually pulling. They're still hanging out in Launchpad, but right now, the fact that the teams that have been so successful already are kind of being gifted this on top of it, it bodes not so well for the teams at the bottom.
R301 Charge Rifle in hand. It's going to be the 6X trying to find his way past that caustic gas to find out where these players are coming from. And now the shots coming in from Vifes, looking so good with the wingman and that PK in the back pocket. And now he's going to crack that Valkyrie. That's going to be 4-7 going down. Unfortunately, just playing as a duo. This should be easy kills here for Alliance if they could find the final player, but a tough situation to be in as the winners from game number 4 are hunting you down, looking for some more blood. They're going to continue to play the edge out here, and this is kind of Alliance style. Again, they wait for the zone to close, then they get round 3 info, then they go and use their Skyward Dive to find their spot that they're going to be going towards. But such good loot here. You can see 4 batteries, 4-6 coming through for Hockeys. That's going to give them a huge advantage in any type of major team fights that they have to go and heal off of. And taking a look at 100 Thieves and where they're set up, Optic Gaming on your left-hand screen with the picture-in-picture, Knock going up against Vaxlon. 2 extremely talented players averaging around the same kills, a little around the same damage as well, but 4 match wins overall for Optic Gaming. In their first round, they won 3.
Both these teams still in the loot and rotate phase. 100 Thieves, though, able to start dealing a little bit of poke damage from across the way on squads rotating right in front of them. Still hanging out here with the Newcastle, posted up right along the edge of this ridgeline for now.
I like this play. Drop the armor, try to get that Evo charged up with the 30-30. Bubble's going to be used. So much ammo in this 30-30, and the 2-4 scope is the perfect for this type of range. Let's see if he can lead those shots. Nice crack right there onto the enemy Valkyrie, but both of these players now are kind of stuck in no man's land. Let's see what Hockeys is going to be able to do with this Charge Rifle, trying to find one player out of the air, just a little bit more, and he's going to be done for. They find him, and it's going to be Vipes there with the wingman. Meanwhile, on your kill feed, Hal going to get one onto Dark Zero. Sharky with the Charge Rifle, and now the hunt is on for Alliance.
And this is what Alliance wants, right? They want to be able to get this safe KP, continue grinding their points up the leaderboard. They're doing this so cleanly, taking every opportunity that's literally crossing right in front of their path. So this is what I guess that's what Yuki meant when he was saying they're just going to do Alliance things today, get themselves in that solid spot. These last 2 games have really been the gameplay that they wanted.
It had to be Sharky who was left behind once they had the Valkyrie on the ropes there from 100 Thieves, and TSM ended up joining in that one. Vaxlon continues to pop off with the 30-30. He finds the kill, and here comes Hockeys. Take it towards there again, a no-scope, looking for some more. This guy doesn't miss.
Oh my. Do not Valk ult anywhere near Hockeys right now, because he's not going to let you get out of here safely. You're going to be losing at least your shields on the way. That's crazy raccoons just trying to escape with their lives, and they barely managed to do that, but then they potentially run into 100 Thieves. So Alliance is actually going to chase them down. They don't want to let these points get away from them.
Oh, they're on the hunt for sure, and this is absolute aggression coming out from one of the most aggressive teams that we have in Apex Legends. Very methodical squad overall as you take a look at his total kills and damage coming in. Originally was playing Valkyrie, so you could see switched on over to Horizon, and right before we sent it to break, we were talking about great leaders making adjustments. You know, it comes to mind when Hal ended up switching off of that Seer. Now you can see in the kill feed again, 100 Thieves Vaxlon popping off with that 30-30, and also Hockey's continuing to do some work, but 100 Thieves takes down Dark Zero while all of that was happening. So they're going to be eliminated, I believe, in 19th place as 18 squads remain.
And this is what I was saying when Crazy Raccoons could have potentially ran into 100 Thieves. I mean, they go down, and instead 100 Thieves are now in the crosshairs of the very aggressive Alliance, trading a little bit of damage, backing off here. 100 Thieves giving themselves a reset, setting up some more fences, and Alliance realizing that that is not what they want to do, continuing with that push. So they're going to be making the smart decision here and just taking a breath.
We don't even want to know what's going on in the crowd right now, but Fallout is signing a belly, and it's amazing.
Right. Seems about right for the weekend so far. Thank you, Fallout.
Fallout coming in and pumping in the crowd. It's so nice to have the live audience here. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. It's been such a great week, and we still have a couple more days left, and today is going to be absolutely insane. Once we finish off these 2 games, we again move on over to we move away from group stage on over towards the lower bracket and the winners bracket to find out who is going to stamp their way into the grand finals. 20 teams there, 1 team walking away with $500,000. $2 million is the prize pool. Also, keep in mind, we have Twitch drops that are happening throughout all of this too, so make sure you keep that stream up, and shout out to the chat.
Checking in with TSM now. TSM still just being able to hold this Stormcatcher area. Once again, kind of opting for that more passive center zone play right now, making sure they're getting themselves whatever points they can. They're going to be safe in that next zone as well. We saw that for a second there on the mini-map, so they'll be in a really solid spot, doing a little bit of loot trading here, making sure they have exactly what they need. Some shots coming in on Hal, though, from across the way. Going to back off here, grab whatever they need out of that replicator, and then just keep their eyes on the direction that they came from.
So a pretty interesting thing unfolding as TSM has 1 player in their sights. Is that going to be potentially Hockey's getting a taste of his own medicine? Hal looking for some serious damage, and it was. So charge rifle on charge rifle action coming through from 2 of our best IGLs in the world. And now they're going to have to back off as Alliance takes a decent amount of damage. You could see FL coming in with a rotation behind them. Are they going to pinch them? But look at this. Vibes is aware. He's checking everything towards his back, and he's also got the heartbeat just in case he does spot anyone through the wall.
Yeah, they're just holding this edge right by Thunderwatch, kind of playing the ridge line, knowing that there is a potential for people to be rotating late, coming up from behind, but also they do know that they have a squad in front of them, that 100 Thieves teams that they did just take a little bit of damage from. This is a good spot for them to be in for now. They managed to get their early game aggression done, get a little bit of height here, see if he can do some more work with the charge rifle down below. I think they're just going to settle in here.
They are going to settle in. It's going to slow down just a little bit. Everyone's kind of still posturing, taking a look at the teams that are inside of the zone. Obviously, Invictus Gaming, TSM, right next to each other. DNG, 100 Thieves is set up. Alliance is doing some great gatekeeping on over towards the side. And you can see Hawkins is really interested in bullying these players, almost giggling at the way he's using this charge rifle in 6x. Man is an absolute monster with that weapon. Now Zeta Division with a very aggressive team composition. This is throwback to some early metas. Instead of Wraith, you're going to be replacing Valkyrie here with the Bloodhound and the Bangalore. Hitting those smokes, hitting those scans, and being able to see through there is going to be very useful. But they are going to run into Alliance here very shortly, and we know they're watching this edge of the zone. So they're going to be pleasantly surprised once they get there that there's going to be a team, especially a team of Alliance's caliber, waiting for them.
Trying to get their heels off. They're going to come through in not the best position, though, literally directly in line with Alliance. This is about to be potentially some 3 quick KP for Alliance.
This is going to be bad because look at the angle that Hawkins has, and then the heartbeat's going to happen for Vibes. And now, oh, he takes so much damage at Sunset, actually. They left him alone. They didn't sense that they were coming in from behind, and it ends up being perfectly timed. They hit the heels as they need to. And you can now see Impulse is interested in pushing. He's going to come through and lay the smokes down to cut off the angles for the other players so they can get the finish onto the ground and get the armor swaps in. Hawkins is staying in this fight, though. They're going to fight this 2v3. The black hole goes down. Yuki answers onto Taskmaster. Hal gets involved. with the charge rifle, and that's gonna be it for Alliance. They get eliminated. Hal coming through with that third party from across the map. Will TSM collapse on this? Are they too far to make their way through? No, Zeta Division ends up taking Alliance's spot and breaking their hearts. Our winners from the previous game going out in 17th place. Tough break there, Lauren, for Alliance. They were not watching, and that timing from Zeta Division was just so on point.
Saw a little bit of a sigh of a relief there coming through from Sunset after they managed to make it through that engagement. Don't know that they were necessarily expecting that to happen, but they do handle it very well. TSM obviously helping with that cleanup, and now TSM knows that there's another team that way, and they can kind of shift their focus to 100 Thieves as well, considering Zeta Division has to take just a moment here to get themselves reset. But this has been the comfort spot for TSM, and they just continue to be able to hold this down. But look where it's going to be shifting after that. Zeta.
Yeah.
Detonation Gaming in a much better position.
Detonation in a great spot. Zeta taking Alliance spot, really going to enjoy what they're seeing. Now it's a matter of the rotations. 100 Thieves you can see kind of making their way right around where that crypto drone is, where Vaxlon is located. They're trying to get in there some way. But this is going to be so many teams. I'm looking at, what do we have? 12 different teams that are going to be outside of this next zone that have to make the rotation in. This is going to be insane, Glitter.
And this is where we get one of those moments where next couple minutes the kill feed just completely pops off. It's going to be barely trackable as everyone is forced to run into each other through various chokes or just out in the open. There's not going to be a whole lot of real estate to hold down. Zeta's going to be able to have the back end of the zone right near Detonation, or Dreamfire back there as well. So there's going to be a couple teams trying to hold that northern edge and see what they can do with the side of those mountains.
And this is also a time where if you're thinking about rotating in, you're trying to focus on the outskirts. Now Optic Gaming, they're going to be running into Space Station. They're getting forced out from Ascend. The bubble's already been used. They're fairly weak. Now it's going to have to be Noct getting taken down by post kill. It was a great Nox gas grenade to try to cut off the angles, but Duplex is going to rat this one out and let Skittlecakes go out on his own. Is he going to do his best Frex impression? You can see Space Station is interested in letting this fight end up taking place. Duplex doing whatever he can, going for the banner. Can he get that as he's sliding down the hill? Is going to kind of change the way that he was sliding so he could pick that one up. But when this zone starts to get fairly small, they're going to be in a tough spot. And I just don't think they're going to be able to get the res. Maybe they will. We've seen some crazier things happen in Apex Legends, but great job from Ascend picking up one kill. But Optic Gaming, they're so good out at getting tough situations. Space Station Gaming ends up leaving that. It looks like they're going to get completely mopped. Somehow, some way, they're able to survive with at least 2 players.
It is the cool, calm, collected under pressure out of Optic Gaming, saving themselves here and being able to continue on in this game. But of course, now down, going to have to play a little bit more conservatively here, deciding to rotate a little bit more widely away from Ascend. But Ascend looks like they're going to come back and they want to continue this engagement.
1,000% trying to finish off one of these best teams here. They don't know because we're in anonymous mode, so we have the pleasure of being able to see what the players are, but unless they eliminate a team, then they don't know exactly what that team was. So they actually have no idea that this is Optic Gaming as the shots are being laid and the zone starts to close. Just like you were saying, Warren, this is where things start to really get dicey for the teams on the outskirts. They're going to have to fight their way on over towards the zone, but zone number 4 is where things are going to definitely implode as you take a look at what's going on over towards Optic Gaming side again. Just fighting this one out with Noct being down. So many teams in the area. 1IQ coming outside here very shortly. They're going to have another team that's sitting on top of the pills that they're going to have to deal with, plus they're getting shot at from the side. Fortunately for them, they do have 2 defensive characters, right? So they can hold things off just a little bit. You would ideally want a Skyward Dive out of this situation, but they're just going to have to slowly work their way on over towards the edge.
And they are just running by so many of these other teams that are also kind of rotating on the edge. You see Burger trying to make a push up onto Optic. And as soon as that happens, the bubble is forced out, the Arc Stars are coming in, and you've got ORF here up behind them, probably trying to look for a third party here. This could be some easy KP.
1IQ gets eliminated. This is Orthos Fang directly above them. You can see the grenades are coming through. The caustic gas is hitting. Those go directly onto the barrels, but a big shot from Burger from the backhand side with the Kraber. AIM gets eliminated in your kill feed, and now it's all up to Skittlecakes in a 3 versus 1 situation. This is not looking good for Optic Gaming fans. The 30-30 coming in for Jaro, and they're trying to collapse on this. I believe it was MT who had the Kraber. Great shots there, and Optic Gaming going out in 13th place. Burger with back-to-back games having a Kraber.
That was an unfortunate pinch for Optic Gaming, but there was not a whole lot that they could do about it. They were trying to get out, and there were just too many people that had been playing on the edge of this zone for as long as possible for them to really rotate through. But now Burger knows that there is another tree over there. They want, ooh, the Kraber shot. He tried to land it. Burger wants to be able to clean these up.
Zenile getting a kill onto AD. That's going to be with the Havoc. Now it is up to Burger to try to gatekeep as much as possible. They do not want to rotate adjacent to this squad. Barrels are being popped up by the enemy Caustic, but this is a tough situation to be in because just one shot of that Kraber is going to completely change everything. Taking a look at the building where Space Station Gaming, Ascend, and TSM are set up in, they're going to be looking good, but the thing is they're going to all have to rotate eventually because this next zone is going up on over towards the northern side. And I'm not quite sure if these teams that are inside the building have this information quite yet. You can see they know that they have to rotate north, but they don't know exactly which northern zone they have to be in. And when you look at where that's going, that's in the middle of the open. So teams without a Gibraltar are not going to be feeling very good about themselves. 100 Thieves kind of comes to mind because of the fact that they're running an unorthodox comp with Watson and with Newcastle. Let's do a quick listening with TSM and find out what they're thinking.
No, they're a duo. They're a duo. That's a team.
We can let above them as well. We can let above them. No, we can't.
No, we cannot. We cannot. Land this little ravine and crouch. Land in a ravine and crouch. We're good here.
Get traps up, trap up, trap up. Spam if you need bub. Pop in a cell, pop in a cell.
Put traps up top. Put traps north.
I use all my traps.
I'm trying to get kills here.
If there's free kills, yeah, I don't... Over here maybe?
Jordan, don't look for free kills. Just look around us.
Okay, I'm looking around. They're up here on this rock. We're safe,
we're chilling, we're chilling. We're just chilling here.
Keep trapping up to the north, please, when you can. I'm staring north, okay?
Yeah, stay north, yeah.
We start getting shot, pop these traps right away. Don't let them break them.
The Seer team is fighting them, I think, no?
Inch on the back. I'm stuck, I'm literally stuck. What
just
the fuck?
Crouch and chill out, bro. Fucking calm. Bengal on the north.
I have 15 cells to use cells.
They're crossing in the north. They're crossing north.
Okay. Getting charged in the ass. I have one more bat. What do we have for beds?
I have two bats.
The duo's still alive over there.
Replace the south traps.
They down one northwest. We might third party it.
All right.
Not yet.
There's another team to the west exactly too.
This team's gonna Valkyrie here.
Place a trap here.
Look at me! Down below!
They're Valkyrie
here. Shoot the left.
Be careful above! Look northwest!
I'm looking north. I'm looking north.
Can we pitch it down?
They're letting in Joy East, I think.
Can we pitch it down?
They're on our east outside of the zone here.
Can I give you that?
Careful northwest. No.
Team over here too.
Give you that.
I'm batting.
Sit behind our traps.
My Bangalore is still down, man.
I'm hitting them. I cracked down there.
Above!
I might Caustic ult that.
Okay.
I ulted that. They threw him up.
Fuck up.
It's not hitting them.
They bombed. Back up.
They're back, guys.
We have second dome here.
I'm gonna bump us out on the right.
I'm coming forward.
I'm popping one cell.
Bomb.
My God, man.
Popping a bat.
They don't know we're down. They don't know. Now they know.
Such a nice play from TSM to get to that point. Unfortunately, they're in the middle of so many different teams. TSM going out in 6th place. Other teams that were eliminated: Space Station Gaming, AD, Ascend, Burger, Fennel. Now we're down to 100 Thieves, ZF. We have DNG, Zeta, and Invictus Gaming all here duking it out in this final zone. 100 Thieves somehow, some way, finding a little bit of crevice. There is absolutely no way you would run around in Stormpoint and think that these are spots that professional players would go and hold, but they do. They make something out of nothing right here. Now the final zone starts to close, and 100 Thieves is making their move.
100 Thieves know that they have to make this push up on to Invictus down there at the bottom. They are taken out, unfortunately, after that push. Now this is the opportunity for Detonation Gaming to start making a move in here, see if they can get some points on the board with just the 2 players. But don't forget, we still have Dreamfire above, Zeta holding off as well, and we'll have to see what they're able to do with this.
Detonation Gaming with the shots, the flatline connecting. Again, just playing as a duo, trying their best to survive, but that's gonna be it for One Tappy as he goes and takes zone damage towards the final zone. Now it's up to Dreamfire. They have Invictus Gaming on the ropes. They're fairly weak. Can they take on over towards the high ground? A great play to go and take on over towards the rock, but it's up to the shots with the flatline and the PK. You can see they're connecting. They're looking good. Dreamfire on the verge of closing this one out. It's a 3 versus 1, and Dreamfire taking game number 5. What a game, what a final circle. That was absolute madness, Glitter.
Dreamfire was able to hold that high ground, that northern edge of the zone, and just slowly push their way in while everybody else was kind of battling it out. They were the spoilers for TSM. TSM had a really, really solid position. Like you said, they were making a lot out of nothing, and it was working for a little while until they just had too many teams focusing on their position, but still very, very strong performance from our top 5 there with a zone that didn't really help them out all that much.
You cannot forget about Dreamfire. 4th place in round number 1, 6th place in round number 2, picking up a big win in game number 5. That is one of the most difficult zones I've ever seen played.
I love it. Okay, we're getting pure chaos here for the last couple games. 1 more left to go, and then we move into brackets.
Who's that guy? 18 points, but it was IG with the big 23 because they had 14 kills overall. Just imagine if they were going to be able to close that one out. That would have been a 29-point performance. The highest that we've seen so far in the 2022 championships here is 32. So a phenomenal game coming out from both of these teams, really taking a majority of the points from the rest of these squads.
Yeah, that was a really solid performance on Stormpoint. I mean, even Team Burger, though, we were watching them a lot. They still able to take home 6 kills, even if they weren't able to get those placement points. And same thing with Space Station Gaming, also 6 kills. The aggression is there. Sometimes they just aren't able to last long enough into the match to nail down some additional stuff, but they'll take what they can get.
It's been a slow couple of games on Stormpoint for Optic Gaming. Let's find out exactly where everybody lies in our overall leaderboard. With 1 more game remaining, 100 Thieves still at the top. They improved their scoreline just a little bit. I believe they were up by 10. Now they're up by 12 here. Zeta Division right on their heels with 45 points. Look how much every point matters here, especially for IG, Dark Zero, TSM, all tied at 37 points. Alliance, Dreamfire. Such a big game for Dreamfire, popping up from 15th place to 10th overall.
Yeah, huge for IG, huge for Dreamfire, and this is that final push, right? These teams are trying to give whatever they can in these last moments to get themselves into winners. It's a lot safer being up there than it is down at losers, so that's where everyone wants to be. Fennel jumping up just a tad as well here, but they've only got 1 more opportunity to do whatever they can here on Stormpoint. So the question is, we've seen it happen a couple times. Will Brew try to move into a different drop again because they've struggled to be able to find a safe haven on Stormpoint, or do they just become the YOLO, the hot drop on whoever they can type situation?
That's a great point. Let's take a look at the B stream though and find out exactly where everyone's lying, because we know that it is time for 1 more game and then we go in to our bracket play. It's all about making your way into the winner's bracket. That's key. Everyone else, they're gonna have to fight their way through on that lower bracket side. EXO has been so darn impressive. They take the lead away from Furia.
EXO is someone we've actually gotten a chance to talk about a lot over these past couple days, really showing us why they are here and what they're capable of. You see Luminosity kind of jumping up a little bit here, and some teams that we've obviously, Furia up there. Team Singularity has been wildly consistent, NRG, but E6, Element 6, they're jumping up 8 spots after that last match. That's gonna be huge for them.
They must have had a big dub overall, and when you look at EXO, they've been so darn consistent, Lauren. They had 2nd place with 63 points, 5th place with 46 points, coming out of the LCQ from the APAC South region. As you see, the teams that are on the second page, obviously not wanting to be there. Teams that kind of stand out that have been having off pop-off performance. Team Liquid was a team that won the round number 2. They find themselves sitting around, I believe, 14th place. That's not exactly where they wanted to be, so I'm sure Coach Hodsick's going to get them back on track. But what a day of Apex. One more game remaining in the group stages, and what a performance from our teams here on Stormpoint. But I was so surprised. I think the most surprising part of the game for me, as you see Dreamfire's stats, was Alliance being taken out when they get flanked from Zeta Division.
Yeah, it was not. I honestly thought Alliance had the upper hand, especially with the height that Hacky's had trying to be able to shoot down on them. But here are the stats for Dreamfire. We got over 1K damage for Rory over there, and then Tao and Bolin putting in the work as well for the squad. They did a really good job, though. They didn't have to be super aggro this time around. They just played their positioning perfectly, and they waited out everybody else to kind of do a little bit of that heavy lifting for them, especially in the final zone.
They had a great skyward dive to get to that point. Yep. What a game number 5. One game remains in our group stages. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to have that game for you. One more game remains in group stage. C-Squared and Glitter Explosion bringing you the action. It was Dreamfire. Overall, we had 3 teams from North America winning on World's Edge. Then we switch on over and we end up getting Alliance from EMEA. And then we end up having Dreamfire from APAC South coming out of China. The crowd is hype. You guys feeling it for the final game of group stages or what?
Look at all those TSM banners.
A lot of TSM fans out here. They're trying to get the CEO pumped up. We had a great listen-in with them. That was a wild situation.
Yeah.
Get into the crevice and crouch, and we also have someone heavy mic breathing on that team, I'm not gonna lie.
I thought we were going to leave it, but you know what? It doesn't matter how he breathes. All that matters is they get the results, Tom, and they have been doing that so far. Like we said, that was just an unfortunate situation. They were in the middle of literally everyone and had too many teams looking their way because there was a point where they might have been able to salvage it until somebody figured out that they did have a knocked player, and that's when everything went downhill for TSM from there. But of course, Dreamfire, the winners of that last game, just really that patient, methodical approach there to the second to last game on Storm Point, giving themselves some more points. And the flex coming out.
Don't hurt him. That was some impressive gameplay from Dreamfire. You got to give them credit. Again, one of the toughest zones we've ever seen in Apex Legends being played perfectly. Again, patience is the key here. And I think that when you look at a team like Furia, who's taking place on the B stream, so if you guys want to check that out, watch that. But they've been playing so aggressive the entire time. It's really set the lobby off. But patience has worked for teams like 100 Thieves. It worked for Dreamfire there. It's worked for Liquid before. The teams that have won have been playing consistent towards the end zones. We've seen 100 Thieves getting top 6 every single game, all 5 games here as we get ready for game number 6. Got a feel for Team Brew. They have not found a landing spot, Glitter. Who are they going to land on this game?
That's what I was asking. They have not caught a break here on Storm Point. This is their last opportunity to have a solid performance because match 6 is about to kick off, the last game of our group stages before we determine who is in our winners and losers brackets. Tom, you ready?
I'm ready. Take a look at the hotspot. It's going to go on over to Barometer. We are going to potentially have 150-50 that takes place. Brew is making their way on over towards the north side. It looks like they're going for the wall. And you're going to have Team Fennel over there. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. They do get control of the wall area. And now Fennel looks like they're going on over towards North Pad, which is where 1IQ lands. So we're going to have a fight on over towards the very northern west part of the map. Optic Gaming taking control of a lot of the mill. You can see Skittlecake's really going away from where his teammates are going to go, and it pulls on over towards Gal Station. TSM, they're going to be loving that. Space Station Gaming is going to love that. Dreamfire, winners from the previous game. They have so many different loot points that they have. They have all of Gal Station, they have Fish Farms, and you can see where they're going to be playing on over towards the southern side. It's going to be big for them. AIM's going to love that as well as they make their way from Shipfall.
And this is probably going to be the only game where Brew actually has a solid opportunity to put in some work, but completely left uncontested at the wall. Fennel not wanting to go towards 1IQ either. They decide to back off and just take a smaller loot area, play it safe here, and keep themselves alive for this last match. But talking about Dreamfire, starting off with them checking in on over by Fish Farms. Like you're saying, they have a lot of real estate to start this game off with, and then they don't have to move anywhere for the first zone.
Speaking of moving, Burger's already on the way. They're going to go and hit the grab cannon, making their way on over towards Space Station Gaming. So we'll find out if Space Station Gaming gets caught off by this super early rotation. Moving with 2 minutes left on the clock is ridiculous. They are looting and zooting, trying to get to the southern side so they can go and set up. They've already gotten past the choke point and made their way past Space Station Gaming while SSG is still looting. So that's ridiculous from them. We'll find out how long it takes for Team Burger to make their way on over towards their final spot. But that is usually when teams start rotating, is right about now. And they're already out of their POI. By far the first team to rotate. Every single other team in this lobby is continuing to loot besides Ascend, which is making their way down towards Antenna, where you can find out where TSM is currently sitting. Reps is a little bit away from his team. We'll find out if Ascend goes and takes advantage of that, but he does find a blue armor to get rid of that gray.
See him taking some shots from Ascend there. Almost fully cracked, now down into Flesh. Does force the bubble out of Reps, and Ascend could potentially utilize this as an opportunity to take out a huge, huge squad. They're continuing to make a push forward here. But you know, TSM is just gonna nope on out of there if they can.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get some cover fire on for reps. Pal's going to take on over towards the sky, and he's only doing that so he can get the passive cues to find a place for them to land and continue on their path so they can get in on over towards the zone, finding some crates along the way so they can get some extra loot. Reps was in a very tough spot, but I love that bubble so he can go and hit his shields so he can continue to get towards over towards his teammates, excuse me. Dark Zero in a fight with AIM. It looks like they already have a Waku on the ropes. Jen Burton going to come through with the R301, the Spitfire, the Flatline, put in some serious work for them. There's a lot of damage coming on over from Hyarka, though. He's got 2 players down. He cannot finish off the third. That's going to be Zero picking up those final kills. AIM Esports, that's the first team eliminated in 20th place inside of the Armory now, where Burger is inside, getting that extra loot that they need. Fortunately for them, they do not get third-partied here. And now the heals are coming through. Sharky gets rezzed. What a job from Hyarka. Unfortunately, it's just not enough.
That was huge for DZ, though. They needed that type of engagement. It also clears out a large amount of space for them to be able to be safe here by the zone, continue kind of finding a solid spot to hold, and they get a little bit of loot as a result of that. But I mean, we got to go back to TSM for a second, because I've been loving how patient and how smart they've been playing these last 3 games of the day, deciding to not take the engagement with the send earlier, finding a safer place to continue rotating away into where they want to be in the zone. Now Optic in a fight with AD, and right now they've already lost Noct. Gonna see if they can hold AD off with some of these Arc Stars and some gas here, but this is not what Optic wanted.
They cannot go for the res. You can see double Arc Stars are trying to buy enough time so he can go for the res onto Noct. This is AD coming in from down Beast, trying to bully these players. Duplex with some big PK shots. He's in a 1v3 situation, gets one knock, but again, it's gonna be AD coming through and eliminating Optic Gaming, who has not been able to get inside even the top 10 on Storm Point, so they're definitely gonna have to review what happened over the last couple of games. AD giving them a taste of their own medicine. Remember, it was Optic Gaming that hunted them down originally. They were never able to finish them. You also have DF getting a knock onto DZ, so Dark Zero now with only 2 players up. Sharky may have to get res again for the 2nd time.
See, and this is what we were talking about with some of the squads potentially going for big pushes here in the last match. I mean, AD really needed those points. Now Fennel forced into a little bit of an engagement here. Like you said, you can see Dreamfire and DZ fighting in the kill feed. Fennel's trying to hold on for as long as they possibly can, but this is looking a little bit grim for them, and they are eventually taken out by 1IQ, the team that did land right near on the top end of the map.
Duo versus duo there as Fennel goes out in 18th place. Ridiculous plays from 1IQ. Now the heals, the Phoenix kit going to come through from Talus. They're trying to check their back to find out if anybody's in the vicinity. Looks like they're going to be safe for now, but what a play from them to be able to continue on their path to try to pick up more points. Remember this, if you were just joining us, the final game of group stage. That's your leaderboard on the right-hand side. 100 Thieves has been so darn consistent throughout all of this, trying to make their way on over towards the winner's bracket and set themselves up for that $500,000 prize. Ascend, they're waiting for some teams to potentially rotate. This is what 100 Thieves has been doing, Lauren. They've been getting on over towards the zone very early. 30-30 seems to be the weapon of choice for Vaxon. Remember, he picked up 4 early kills with it in game number 5.
100 Thieves, you know that they want to close the day out strong here, but so does AD. The fact that they were able to clear out Optic Gaming, not only is that big for them when it comes to the points, because they have not finished inside of a top 5, I think. They've been really struggling with their placements here today, but it also clears out their entire rotational path on the west side of this map. It's going to give them a lot of opportunities to make their way in, but the amount of chaos that is about to go off on the southeastern edge of this, everyone is already clustered up trying to find themselves a home as this zone shrinks down.
There are so many teams on the southern side right now that are staggered on top of each other. You have TSM, you have Ascend, you have Burger, now Crazy Raccoon getting inside of a fight. They're not even close to the zone where they got to go. They still have to pass the antenna area and make their way down where already 10, 15 teams are going to be set up here fairly shortly. Other teams that are on the outskirts, it's going to be AD, it's going to be 4-7. You're going to have Brew as well, 1IQ making their way down. Alliance is making their way past Space Station Gaming right now. This is absolutely insane in terms of how this rotation is going to work out. I like this play to get to the area at the top of the map and make their way onto the bridge. Nobody's there, so they're going to be safe but sound. Gold backpack in the hands of Yuki. That's going to be big for the end game.
Made me a little bit nervous there when he pulled out the Arc Star. I thought he knew something I didn't. Got a little bit scared.
Got to get ready to fight. One of the things that you're going to notice with the pro players is pay attention to how they're never really trying to be out in the open. They move from one piece of cover to the other, but they're always carrying their reticle, getting ready for a fight, and that's always really key. So preemptively having that arc star just in case he wanted to go and toss that one, as you see 4-7 getting eliminated in 17th place, is always really key. So many different minor movements make a huge difference for your gameplay, and these pros are just putting on an absolute spectacle of Apex Legends. AD continuing to loot up. You're gonna see nice little ultimate accelerate being popped for Seer, trying to get that back up, and it's gonna be difficult for them to make their rotation. They're gonna again have to work through so many different teams here. AD is also next to 1 IQ, so there's a potential fight that's gonna take place here.
This could actually work out very well in AD's favor now. Have a little bit of an advantage going into this engagement, but Brew is actually flying in right on top of them, trying to not get in the engagement. They're going to try and go past if they can, because the last thing they want to do is go out early yet again. They need as many placement points. You can see them there with those purple trails off to the side. AD did spot them out for just a second, going to let them continue on and not really mess with that at all. And like I said, AD has the whole western edge of this. If they really want to play it slow, they can. And right now, they're not looking to push anything.
Fortunately for us, we're able to see where all these players are located. You have to play so safe throughout all of this. AD's taking a nice rotation on the outskirts. You also have Brew, who's made their way in fairly close to the zone. Crazy Raccoons is right next to Orthos Fang. That's a fight that could potentially take place, and then 1 IQ is going to be coming in behind them. Typically when you're playing Edge, you want to play extreme Edge. Otherwise you end up sandwiching yourself and finding fights that you're really not trying to take. One of the great examples of that is the previous match when we saw Zeta Division coming up behind Alliance, when we thought Alliance had their number, and then Vivs gets taken out, and then the collapse happens and the third party happened across the map coming in from Hal with the charge rifle too. So now taking a look at Space Station Gaming, I believe it was 4th game where they took 2nd place. Again, Frex really doing a great job of ratting that one out, but you can see exactly where his teammates are located above him. So it's a little bit of a safe play coming out from Space Station Gaming. Shot's not going to be able to connect with the wingman, and those are such difficult shots to get, but it's always fun when you're trying to get those Valkyrie knocks from the teams in the air. And you can see where zone number 3 is going to be pulling too. So Burger in a great spot, and Invictus Gaming in perfect position for this zone. 100 Thieves is another team that's potentially fighting too for a priority position. We'll find out exactly what team that's going to be coming on over towards them. Alliance, CR, DNG, Space Station Gaming, all going to have to rotate from the northern side. Orthos Fang and 1 IQ as well.
It's going to be a rough rotation coming in from that northeastern side of things. Have to see the decision making here on behalf of these teams as far as timing goes, when they do want to make that move on in. Like you said, Burger and IG in much, much better solid positions as the zone continues to shift. 100 Thieves, though, trying to hold their spot for now, trying to deal a little bit of damage while taking some on behalf of Vaxlon. They have everything set up pretty well for themselves here between the Newcastle and the Watson, so they should be able to hold this for quite some time, but it's not like they're being sneaky. Everybody knows exactly where they are.
And I like that double 30-30 to try to get that Evo shield charged up, but you can't bring a 30-30 to a charge rifle fight across the map there. Speaking of the 30-30, Hal, he's going to have that one with the 3X. Seems to be a very popular weapon. Has the flat line down too for when he needs to drop it and get a little bit more close range. Speaking of the charge rifle, Brew getting some knocks onto Zeta, and that's going to be Taskmaster going out. See if they can recover that banner, but they are currently on the run. It doesn't look like they're interested in doing that one quite yet. Sunset waiting to hit his scans to find out where these players are going, and they caught him out in the open now. That's going to be AD trying to find Brew as Lalabang is going to go down, looking for the hunt on the final players, and that didn't seem to be the best play for them, crossing out into the open and getting punished hardcore for that one, and now Brew just playing as a duo.
At least they didn't lose the entire squad. I mean, yes, less than ideal to have 2, but they're still alive, still able to play for some of those placement points. And AD is just going to continue kind of that slow push in from the western edge, clearing out anyone they can that's in front of them. The Valk rotate coming out of Brew here. They decided they don't want to have to deal with any more risky situations than absolutely necessary, but this rotation in could be even riskier than they realize, as they are potentially about to drop on so many of these squads that have been holding the southern edge for so long.
Trying to get the passive scans. We can see the player outlines from the players inside of the building, taking on over towards the egg building. Another player is located inside of there. Is this 2 separate teams or just one team? It's going to be Dreamfire looking for some serious damage. They're going to get the initial knock. That's going to be Bolin onto Appraiser, looking for some more onto the Valkyrie, and that's it. Brew going out in 15th place. Dreamfire picking off where they left off in game number 5. Looking like they are starting to heat up. Remember how close that battle was, where all those teams we're tied, trying to get those extra points for the final match here in group stages. Now you're seeing Crazy Raccoons with some knocks onto Orphos Fang. This has been a fairly fast-paced game compared to the other two.
Dreamfire playing very opportunistically this entire 3 Storm Point game series. It's been working out for them here. They've got more teams in their sights. They're going to continue to try to deal some damage. You can see, though, look at the zone on the minimap. 100 Thieves, beautifully positioned here. They can hold that for as long as possible, but you know that someone else is going to try to fight them off of it.
Really interesting to see this Newcastle meta. The only team in the lobby rocking Newcastle. They did it in World's Edge. You saw how powerful it was in game number 3 when they were able to win that game. But when you're predicting zones this methodically, it's really impressive to see. But one of the things that sticks out to me, Glitter, is looking at that mini-map. TSM is on the edge of the zone, and they have multiple teams down below them. There's at least 3, 4. Heck, if DNG rotates, there's going to be 5 teams in the vicinity for TSM to potentially get a lot of kill points and then focus forward.
I'm pretty sure Dreamfire is one of the teams that knows where TSM is, so we'll have to see how they handle that situation. Alliance, though, kind of in a similar situation, just a different part of the map. Northeastern edge, they also have to make a rotation, but they've got Orphos Fang up there, they've got 1 IQ, they've got Crazy Raccoons, and TSM now in the engagement with Dreamfire that I was worried was going to happen.
This is exactly what TSM was looking for. This is why they placed themselves in this position. It's the flatline, it's the PK. Reps and Hal picking up some kills. Ascend is gonna get involved in that one as well. Dreamfire going out. Now 12 teams remaining to find out who is gonna be able to take the final game here in group stage for A versus D. B versus C, that's still taking place on the B stream, so if you're interested in those scores, go and check that one out as well. But again, TSM has so many different teams surrounding them. They are the only squad, though, that's in over towards this next zone. So Ascend with this Kraber, they're gonna have to make a big play. PK Kraber for Kashera is gonna have to do something big.
Zeta also below TSM trying to make the rotation in with only 2 players. They don't want to have to deal with that, but as Ascend is trying to hold the ground, we've got teams sliding in. I believe that's AD pushing in on Ascend. The bubble is out, and Ascend's now going to have to switch their focus to AD, who is right below them. Alliance finally opting to go for their rotation on in and claim some real estate in this next zone. Going to be taking some damage here as they are flying in, but somehow land safely, and that was great timing for Alliance.
It was close, though. You could see how much damage Yuki had on top of him, about 30 HP overall, as now you start to see AD making their move on over towards the building where Ascend is at. And again, with that Kraber PK, you're gonna be having to land your shots, otherwise it's basically a 2 versus 3 situation. The third party's coming in over through the window, a very methodical push coming in, and it doesn't look like Ascend's gonna be able to do anything, and you can see so confused on how this was going down, but look who it is. It's the CEO, tossing Arc Stars in, perfectly placed, doesn't get any damage, however. They're gonna have to clean this up very quickly, otherwise there's gonna be 4th and 5th parties coming.
Perfect opportunity for TSM to continue the cleanup of this area. With all of the squads they were surrounded by, TSM has been the most comfortable. They are backing off a little bit here. Bubble does come out to give them a little bit of leeway as AD has a little bit of high ground now, trying to get nice shots down onto TSM. They stay alive though. Verhulst does go down. This is an opportunity for AD to make the push in though, and they're going to take it because they want to take TSM out of the lobby.
AD taking on TSM right now. You also have a third party coming in from Amu. It's up to Hal with the PK. He has the shots, but TSM goes out in 9th place. AD with some really big kills. They're 5th place overall. You just saw that on your screen. They also placed 1st in their first round with 61 points, 11th in round number 2. So these are much needed points for all of our teams left.
AD has to feel good about that one. They took their time on their rotations and were rewarded for their patience there. Zeta decided to push past all of that, not have to deal with it, and put themselves in a little bit of a cubby there. Now 100 Thieves, the only people that have managed to nail down positioning in that final zone. Get right on the edge of where they are. They'll be able to play that pretty well as Burger, IG will be able to push in. AD, though, is looking like they want to continue their momentum here and potentially pick up some more kills.
You have to be feeling good after you eliminate TSM. That's going to really boost your confidence, especially considering that TSM came through and tried to third party them. A very interesting turn of events and not very common for TSM, but what a flank from Alliance. They have one player down to no shields. There goes the Seer push. There goes the black hole. You can see Hockey's has taken some serious damage. This is Crazy Raccoons. A perfectly placed Arc Star by Crazy Raccoons forces Yuki into the air, trying to land the wingman shots, and Alliance is eliminated in 8th spot. 2 back-to-back amazing team fights And Crazy Raccoons is going to go and continue to loot up after all of that, but they have to move quickly, Lauren. You can see the zone starting to close.
Zone starting to close. They've got 1 IQ off to their side, and they seem to be aware of that fact. And this could, nice shots coming out of Crazy Raccoons. This could be an opportunity for them to clean up a little bit of space, as well as some KP off to their side. They are moving towards the zone. They are almost on the edge of it, and at the same time, everybody else is pushing their way, and Burger finding themselves in that engagement with AD, and AD once again with these PK shots, just absolutely decimating Burger.
1 IQ gets eliminated, Burger gets eliminated, AD is looking like a force right now, but Parka is left as the last player remaining. He's gonna go down, but not before picking up a ton of kill points. Now it's Zeta, it's IG, you have Crazy Raccoons, and you still have 100 Thieves patiently waiting with their Newcastle, Watson, Valkyrie team composition.
IG put themselves in a nice spot there to be able to clean up a lot of that action. Zeta has just been quietly rotating as this duo, trying to find some safety, somewhere to hide for as long as possible here until they really have to get themselves into a fight. You see Crazy Raccoons up by 100 Thieves, trying to handle that situation. 100 Thieves doing a great job getting up on high. They've got fences. They've got a fantastic position right on the inside edge of the zone. And at this point, it looks like it might be 100 Thieves game. You gotta be happy about that.
We'll see what happens though, because there's times where they've had great positioning and they haven't been able to close it out. Specifically, when they dropped game number 4 and Alliance came through with Horizon, it was Hockey's taken towards the air. Unfortunately for Alliance, they weren't able to repeat those performances in game number 5 and 6, so we'll find out what they are able to do after bracket play, or after group play and going into bracket play, excuse me. But like you said, Lauren, they're in a great spot here. They have so much area gobbled up, so much real estate in their favor. They have the high ground, they have the teams directly in their sights, and they've just been bullying players with this 30-30.
I believe that's Zeta that they're trying to land a couple shots on down there. Zeta trying to make their way into the zone. They're not currently safe, so they're gonna have to figure out how they want to handle that, but they will also run into IG on that low ground. Crazy Raccoons still on the northern side of this. 100 Thieves need to be keeping their eyes towards that direction as well. Newcastle going to be very, very useful in this situation, providing them with a little bit of extra cover on top of that rock, and you can see just how close Crazy Raccoons is to them.
2 teams of 3, 2 teams of 2. You can see Zeta and Crazy Raccoons playing as those duos. Invictus Gaming and 100 Thieves. Fully healthy, the shots are landing there for Vaxlon. He's gonna get that Evo shield charged up to red. And when you're starting to run out of cells, that's where that interception pylon is so useful. Onmu trying to take an angle on over towards the side, but he understands the situation. We have to play it safe here. There's absolutely no reason to overextend, maybe create an opportunity for one of these other duos to push their way through. You can see the thought process for Zeta. They don't have a Gibby bubble. They're obviously playing Bloodhound in Bangalore right now. So it's just constant smokes over and over again to cause visual clutter. Now 100 Thieves is going to take to the sky, and this seems to be just for information. I love this play. They're not going to need this skyward dive later to go and land anywhere. They're going to go and use that to find out exactly how many players are located where at.
They have the information. They are posted up on top of this rock, and we're about 30 seconds away before this all starts closing in on everyone. Decisions are going to have to be made. IG's been holding that low ground for a long time, and Zeta has just been awaiting on the side in that beach area. Crazy Raccoons. I mean, there's so many opportunities here for somebody to play spoiler, and both those teams that are hiding are a duo right now.
RKN is going to be huge in this type of instance. When is that EMP going to pop off? It's going to get rid of all of those fences. You're going to get tons of knowledge overall. Problem is, when do you enter the fight if you're RKN? You have to be very methodical on Crypto. Coming in and filling in for Invictus Gaming, coming from Torrent. Now it's going to be some serious shots coming in from Amu onto Sunset. The smokes are starting to dissipate, and now the pressure is starting to connect, and Zeta Division going out in 4th place. 3 versus 3 versus 2 for the final game here in our group stage. Now Invictus is taking some damage from Crazy Raccoons across the side.
Crazy Raccoons is putting in work against Invictus right now. 100 Thieves could really capitalize on this and too decide to drop down, get some angles off to the side, see if they can maybe help in taking out Invictus Gaming, one of their bigger concerns here as the full 3-man squad. So much damage coming out of Vaxlon there with the Valkyrie. This could be the opportunity that Crazy Raccoons needs to help kind of third party here. but this could be even better for 100 Thieves. Crazy Raccoons are deciding to make the push in, and this could be the final moments, Tom.
This is huge for 100 Thieves. Now they can move in. They've done the damage. They got the interception pylon. Invictus Gaming gets eliminated. Now it's a 2 versus 3 against Crazy Raccoons inside of the bubble. Can they finish this one off and take first place in their group? They've already won one game. They're looking for a second, and they find it. 100 Thieves, your champion, and Vaxlon, he's pumped.
They played that perfectly. They held that spot for so long, did absolutely nothing because that was the better choice. They were patient, they got themselves a little bit of height, and in the end, their timing was what it needed to be. Today has been an insane day for 100 Thieves. That is 2 wins now and 2 third-place finishes. Talk about consistency.
They played amazing throughout the day. They still have more games to play as they move away from the group play into the bracket play. The admins have a tough job now, Lauren. It's all about math here. It's all about finding out who are those 20 teams moving to the winner's bracket, who's gonna have to fight their way on over towards the loser's bracket. One thing's for sure, we're gonna see a lot more Watson and Newcastle in your ranked matches tonight if you're playing from home.
And I'm not even mad about it. Some 100 Thieves love there in the stands. Very, very well deserved because the performance that came out of that squad today was night and day difference from yesterday.
It's wild to see how they were just, like you said, consistent through every single game, getting inside of the top 6, getting into the final circles for almost every single match. That was probably the most kills that they got overall, taking 21 points overall as you take a look at the rest of the leaderboard.
Huge performance out of 100 Thieves, like you're saying, but look down there at the bottom. 14 kills for AD. We watched them go on a rampage. They decided that the aggression was going to work out in their favor when it came to the points that they were hoping to nail down in the last game, and they absolutely slayed it. 1IQ doing well as a duo there, 5 kills and still getting some placement points. I mean, this was a great way to close it out.
AD really setting the pace with the kills overall, like you were saying, the aggression that they had, so many different team fights that they had. If they were able to continue, could have been a record-breaking type of game. A lot of points for Dreamfire, even though that they got 13th place, 5 kills. They did a pretty solid job of getting a couple team fights here and there. Pretty disappointing performance for Optic Gaming, though, in the final 3 matches in Stormpoint.
Hopefully, you know, they did enough to keep themselves in that top 20 spot, depending on what happens on our B stream as well. We'll have to see what that final leaderboard looks like. But of course, the stats for 100 Thieves here. Look at Vaxlon with the almost 2K damage. All 3 of them putting in work. When you consider how long they just kind of had to sit there and wait, those numbers are impressive.
When you are continuing to hold a spot and you need to push teams off of you, the 30-30 really does work. We saw Onmu with it, we saw Vaxlon with it. Even Vaxlon trading his armors, they started off with blue and grays, and then they ended that game with red Evo shields, and that's just because of the pure damage that they were able to do, the poke, and filtering teams into one another. But once they got rid of that interception pylon, once you saw the missile swarm and the barrage coming through, all of that damage around the corner, the defensive bombardment came in from Crazy Raccoons, and Invictus Gaming had nothing to do.
That was a little bit rough for Invictus Gaming. Being on that low ground with all of the information that 100 Thieves had at their disposal, and the kind of that pinch, even though it was 2 duos, the pinch of too much happening all around their sides, it was just an unfortunate situation for them. They handled it well, did the best that they could, still finished in a solid position with some decent numbers, but 100 Thieves are really the stars of the day.
They really are. We also have 3 stars at the desk. We're going to toss this one over. It's over for Glitter and I. Take it away at the desk.
T-Squared and Glitter Explosion. Incredible casting from you two on the day. Welcome back to the desk as we get ready to close out what was the end of our series number 3, our final moment before we head into the bracket stage where someone later this afternoon will be going home, 10 teams in fact. But before we get there, I've got James Bardoff and Genome on the desk alongside me to break down the action. Game 6, we saw 100 Thieves take it very convincingly, playing a new meta, a new legend composition, but overall, I mean, it was a great series of games 4, 5, and 6 that brought a lot of different pieces to the forefront.
Absolutely. Starting on, going into Stormpoint, we saw lots of dirty 30s coming out from start to finish as well. The digital threat is in the Replicator, and we're seeing that in use. We saw the Bangalore's come out immediately, with some Bloodhounds as well, but when you've got the smokes and that Digi, you know, Zeta Division put that to work. But the first game has to be about Alliance. We raised big questions about them after the first 3 games, and they answered them with pure violence in this 4th game, and that was fantastic to see. Of course, an individual play from Hackers that we will be remembering for quite a while. The Horizon Q over 100 Thieves thwarting their early plays from 100 Thieves there.
And I love the fact that it was a Watson pylon they played around. It shut down the black hole genome we were talking about a little bit. But it was such a beautiful use of the height, and this is why I love Horizon. The gravity lift gives you so many different ways to play it. Hockey's played it perfectly.
Death from above. I mean, yeah, the strafe shots with the PK afterwards. It was an exceptional play there from Alliance. Have to completely agree. And just to pick up on that other point you were talking about there, James, with the Bangalore coming back a little bit in, I think that's also because of that drop-off we've seen in Seer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a brave new odd in that respect. The beginning of Game 5 was really important for the progress of 100 Thieves because they got 4 of their 5 kills really, really early on. And again, it was all about placement for the most part after that. But again, we saw CSM, one of the only teams who can land in a crack, completely exposed. You saw how difficult it was to keep the Jimmy from showing his butt. He was getting shot all over the place.
Big thighs, right?
You can see exactly why other teams didn't want to take that route, though, because as soon as they got there in the middle, they just got sandwiched by everyone. Dreamfire having a really good position, very reminiscent of that Cenote Caves game from yesterday.
That was such a great part of the way we've seen this develop. Not just the characters, the metas, but the rotations from high to low, and especially Dark Zero starting off strong. Maybe in the first 3 games, we would have had our eye on them, but things started to shift a little bit later on in Game 6.
Absolutely. It was quite the interesting game there. And 14 kills from AD as well. Woo! Fantastic play from them. They've been a team who have been in the conversation time and time again.
Yeah, Team Burger also, I love that shout out from T-Squared and Glitter there. The early rotation, those guys got out of there so fast that even though Dreamfire were in Fish Farms and Gale, they actually threaded the needle between them and got into the armory before Dreamfire got there and stayed there for most of the game.
We know they're doing something well because they've got their own fan section right by the desk here, so they've got to be doing something right. This is the end with 100 Thieves cleaning what was a pretty routine team fight up. The 30-30 repeater, James, you had mentioned it, coming back into the forefront. We are seeing more of Onmu, and of course that's why we're seeing a little bit of it, but Reps was playing it as well on TSM in that little pocket we saw. And what was the result? A devastating win for everyone else that isn't 100 Thieves. A fantastic victory for them. 78 points, topping by 16 over the next best, which is Zeta Division and IG International. AD following along that Team Burger, rounding out fifth above TSM and Crazy Raccoon. Here on the bottom side of things, though, teams that did decently. I mean, Optic and Space Station held their own, James, but there are some teams who just could not pull it together.
Absolutely, and I've got to give a special shout out to 4-7. Of course, they only have 2 players. We saw a very interesting situation, a 2 versus 3, when they were on the roof. We saw a dome push, and they went in there, got a caustic goal, downed 1 player, killed him, forced him away, and then Valk ulted out of there. So they're really making the best of a bad situation, and I've got to give them respect for what they're doing.
Yeah, and a couple of duos here in this lobby, right, James? And the other one, Detonation Gaming, there was a little bit of a highlight there that I remember in Game 5, where those guys managed to make it. I think it was to the top 3 just with the 2 of them. So definitely shout out to Detonation Gaming and those APAC North teams.
Well, of course, it is fun to talk up here, but it's a little bit more fun. We've got lights and a main stage and a player, probably from our winning team. We'll find out because we've got an interview here to close out our final of the group stage with James Banks over on the main stage.
Nearly there. Nearly you did me wrong, but I'll take that, man. We are on the stage. I've got 100 Thieves on move with me here. Raleigh, you been happy with 100 Thieves? There we go. There we go. Now, I'm going to start by asking you, right? How is it with this crowd? Are you enjoying this experience?
I mean, who isn't enjoying this, right, guys? Can we get a little bit? Can we get a little bit? Nah, first event with a crowd in what, like 3 years, pretty much, ever in Apex. So you guys are electric. You guys are awesome. Helping obviously the boys. Hey, thanks, man. Helping the boys out a lot. We love playing in front of you, and yeah.
That's what we're talking about. That's the energy we know the crowd can deliver for you guys. But also, you guys were champions of the online side of things, right? How important is it for you to show up here when it comes to LAN? Now you've got the crowd, now you've got all this around you.
Oh, yeah. Last year, I feel like a lot of people thought we were a fluke. We shouldn't have won, you know, match point format. A lot of people complain about the competitive integrity, but to win on LAN and prove all those people wrong, that's just kind of what we're out here doing, so.
That's what it's all about. There we go, Raleigh. Come on, make some noise for him down here. And also, you know what it takes to win. How much does that help you on a stage like this?
I feel like our comp helps us a lot as well. just because I feel like we're one of the best teams getting to late game. So it's just, you know, solving a couple small issues late game and basically just choking out the zone.
Choking out the zone is definitely what you want to do. Now, you're talking about your comp, right? It's a defensive comp. You're one of the teams that run Newcastle in here. Yesterday, things didn't go your way so well. What do you put that down to? Was it more you guys or the other teams?
Oh, yeah. I think our main issue yesterday, we just didn't have the energy. Didn't have that good of comms, I would say. So I think we were beating ourselves, but I think when we're playing at our best, we're communicating, playing together. I don't think anyone can touch us. So
I love that confidence. We like that? Now, other teams, though, yesterday, when they didn't do well, they changed their comp. You guys stuck with it. Why is that? Is this full confidence with it?
Oh, yeah, we practice this comp. I feel like we can do a lot of stuff on this, on the Newcastle Watson than other Gibby teams could. I guess we could play a lot of spots earlier before them, and once we're in that spot, we can kind of just choke out the zone. So that's kind of why we stuck with it, and we kind of beat ourselves yesterday.
Well, you're beating other teams right now, and that's what it's all about. Onmu, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for him. Let's get ourselves back to the desk. Let's continue on with the show.
James Bank. I'm just kidding, Banks. The man's got bank, though, in many respects to his talents, of course. And I love to hear what Onmu has to say. They are playing Newcastle, really the only team that's doing it. I want to hit our secondary stream graphic, but Genome, a couple thoughts on the fact that they're bringing the heroic defender into the championships.
They've got him in there so quickly as well, right? I mean, think about how long it took Seer to get into the meta. Newcastle's in it straight away. James before was saying that, you know, maybe there's a little bit too much defense, but the way Onmu described it there, they can choke out that zone. They can play spots that other teams can't because they create their own defenses with the walls, with the fences, and with that castle wall. It's just amazing.
And going to our secondary stream, which NiceWigg and Greek God were covering for us, make sure to check NiceWigg's channel for that. We've got a #1 finish from Furia. Well, this just, I think, settles it all. Seer is here, but not only that, Panders, his Watson, Zera Tricky, even incorporating the Fuse, they are doing something special in this championships. I think they have to be considered a favorite team.
Absolutely. I'm really interested to see how the weekend is going to shape up, but looking on the other side, Cloud9 are hanging in there, Scars are hanging in there as well, so that's quite positive for those squads. NRG as well, a team who have been quite middling for a while. In the top 10, at least in these two groups, so that's important going forward. We want to see success from them.
I'm a little worried about Fnatic. I mean, 27 points. Obviously, they had a pretty good day yesterday. Is this enough to get them in? Obviously, we are now done with our group stages, and we're going into our bracket stages, meaning we have the winners decided that we will be showing, that we'll be competing, and this is your top 20. Yes, Fnatic have made it by about 7 points, and so has Luminosity, just the cut. Furia leads with 176 points. EXO from APAC South follows suit, Optic Gaming, and then of course Team Singularity from Brazil. Big shout out South America representation there. One Chilean member also, and 100 Thieves in #5, James.
Yeah, this is really, really huge. I'm really happy to see Fnatic there. Again, it's going to be quite the spicy group we've got coming up later. There are some teams missing as well, but I think the way some of these games have gone, I feel like maybe some of those teams need to play more games in that losers bracket to just get the best out of them for when it matters.
Yeah, all these teams have looked pretty consistent, Genome. They will not be playing today, though. They will be sitting, watching, waiting. Tomorrow will be their chance to shine, and clearly these teams have already done enough to be considered contenders for the championships. This is who we will see later on this afternoon. And here's the big rub. 10 of these teams will be going home today.
Today, exactly, and there's some names in here that maybe we wouldn't have expected. FA Kitties, Alliance, Crazy Raccoon, even Sutraiku having a fantastic performance in Sweden. A lot of those guys from that finals, on the final day, last time we were at LAN, they're not making it through here, and that is quite surprising. That said, they still have a chance to come back, and there's more games than ever to do it. The rest of our series, remember, in that bracket stage, they're going to be 8-game series.
That's right, 4 games on Stormpoint, 4 games on World's Edge. James, will that matter much to these teams? Helpful or hurtful in your eyes?
I think it's more opportunity, and I think that's important because, again, we've seen some teams go missing on one map and turn up to some degree on another. Clearly not enough if you're in this half of the table, but you have to be able to work on both the maps. Otherwise, you're not going to be good enough. So, the more games they can play, the more chances they've got to fail, but also the more chances they have to succeed, and that's what they have to do.
Well, the drama turns to this afternoon where we will be sending 10 teams home and 10 teams to continue the dream from the losers bracket, hopefully into the winners bracket eventually on Sunday. But they have a lot to do to get there. Do not go anywhere because the action is just getting started, trust me. But I do want to let you know we've got a great little bit of merchandise here going on in the ALGS playoffs and championships, excuse me. You can check it out. And of course, if you want to sit down in the merch as well, then you got to know that our sponsor, Herman Miller, is offering 15% off all of their gaming products through July 19th. This is for North America and Japan only, but use the code APEX5 and you will have a chance to sit in one of those. And trust me, I mean, you know, this is comfort to the extreme for a gamer.
Absolutely. You know, none of this gaming chair nonsense. These are proper chairs,
chair.
And you can game in them. You know, that's the way round it should be, and that's the way round it is.
If James, I think, gives this an A-OK, I trust his style, I trust his class. I feel like Herman Miller is not going to do you wrong. I have the chair myself. Always a big fan that they've been able to partner with us in the ALGS. Also, like I mentioned, there's some merch going on if you want to find a chance to purchase it. Some of the players have it. There's water bottles, there's branded backpacks or satchels. There's really cool hats as well that we've been giving Genome also.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, I don't like to, get the... Get the locks tucked away, but look, if you do, if that's your style, I understand. And yeah, look, I definitely hit one of those up.
Good, I'm glad. I think the world is happier you're keeping that hairstyle for all of us to see. Every time you're on desk, you'll be on desk later on this afternoon for the bracket stage, so we'll look forward to seeing more and more of you as well. Obviously, we've got some talent predictions that we put out in the beginning of the day. Let's see how they rounded out for the rest of this afternoon. It was close. We had some Dark Zeros, some alliances
was it
here.
close? I'm not sure it was
there's
close.
one man who stood taller than the rest. That's T-Squared picking 100 Thieves. Clear victor there, James.
Yeah, I'm just happy he's not here to talk about it. You know, otherwise we would never hear the end of it. But we are going to see him in the green room, so we are all doomed. But it is great to see, because I thought, wow, that is a risque pick at the beginning of the day.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic to see them perform. And to dominate, at least in our prediction, by such a margin is huge. Definitely an off-meta squad. You have to say they're the only team playing some of those legends. And it's great to see them deliver with that and prove that it can work.
Yeah, final thoughts kind of before we wrap this up.
Yeah, look, Dark Zero, they didn't come out on top, but at least the secret sauce, Team Burger, they have made it through. Thank you to the Burger fans. Scraping through there into the winners bracket. We're a big fan.
You're making me hungry. I mean, that just looks good.
If there's secret sauce, it's no burger of mine.
James isn't risking it with the secret sauce. I don't know if I will either, but definitely going to get something to eat. Make sure you are following us in the interim on all of the socials Play Apex has to offer, whether it's Play Apex Esports on Twitter, Play Apex Esports on YouTube, which is some of the best esports content I think produced in the industry, as well as Play Apex right here on Twitch if you are watching multi-view, Twitch extension, all of that good stuff. My name's been Rainy, that's James Bardoff, that's Genome. Now, we're not really leaving or saying goodbye. What we're doing, however, is taking a little bit of time to reset. We've got our bracket stage coming up next. That is 8 games. So whether you want to grab a burger or not, that's up to you. Team Burger will be happy about their results, but we'll see if that continues for 10 teams who will be going home in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
Crack.
Right in front of me.
I'm sliding down right.
I'm staying up height for a little bit. Keep bullying him. Keep bullying him.
Destroy the gun. Please destroy the gun. Gun's gone.
Keep bullying him. Keep bullying him. Keep bullying him. You're fine.
I hit them all. I'm better slam here. I'm gonna slam you right here. They're sliding. 36 left, dead. Knocked. Nice.
Duo's here. I'm moving up with you.
Push it right now. Kill it off.
Kill the duo now. Kill the duo. Don't take big damage for you. Good job. Good job, guys.
Go!
Nice job, man.
Man!
Give me some.
Last game, man. With the last game. Go!
Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
My man is going crazy. We have the fans here. That's like 7 people, and they're louder than the main stage. I love every single one of you. Those are my boys. Let's get after it as we move into game number 2, Greek. And what are you expecting here?
I'm gonna go ahead and hop on the Furia train.
Yep.
And I'm gonna keep on riding that the rest of the set.
Yep.
They were one of my top 3 picks. I think they had a good start. Looking at the map here.
Yep.
Furia does not have a crafter. Or actually, wait. Furia, which way did they land last game?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I think Furia landed.
Because I thought they'd go countdown. So does Fnatic too?
Oh, maybe actually. There might be a double. No, I think Fnatic might be going. No, Fnatic's going Lava Fisher Greek, and they're going countdown. GMT is indeed landing on landside. They are rocking GMT right now, rocking the Watson though, Greek.
Yeah, GMT love to run the Watson.
Yep, I love to see. Oh, look at this. Team Liquid and E6 getting a little scrappy still, but they land with Gilderson on this time on the building. So that was probably what happened, Greek.
Okay.
If I had to take a oh my God, Captis. Unbelievable shot right there with the bow. That was a great job. But I think that was the problem. Gilderson probably landed by himself, then went over. So it's a good play to land with Gilderson there.
And just like we predicted, E8 do take Dome. They have Beacon and Crafter, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, so E8 does leave the spot that they were contesting at over at Fragment West.
And it's going to be a big mod zone.
Dome. What?
Big mod zone.
Yeah, in a big mod zone, so that's pretty good for Dome gameplay, man. It's going to be good. EA might be in a better spot than they would be landing in Fragment West. We have Team Liquid going to be fighting this for a long time. I think because E6 is not in a good spot in the overall leaderboards, Greek, I think Liquid is, and they want to get a little bit rowdy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you know, when it comes to strategy, it would suit Team Liquid better for E6 to not be in the finals lobby.
Yeah.
Right? So if they can do anything to get them out, that might be in their best interest for that finals lobby to not have a contest.
Yeah, 100%. It might be worth it. If they can get E6 out now, they probably want to do it immediately.
And I'm sure E6 is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. They probably know that. I think that's why they're playing aggressive to overcompensate a little bit. You know what I mean? I think that's why. It's a good call. I would like to see Liquid get a little bit more aggressive on them, and they low-key are. They're getting a little aggressive on the E6, but E6 is fully backing out to the trial side. So if E6 is backing out to trials, that means Liquid is most likely not going to get it, but they might be able to fight.
Let's check out this way. Forget that.
We'll see what happens here, though, baby. As we move into game number 2, chat, don't forget the overall leaderboards. Furia and Phoenix are tied for first place, but Furia isn't first because they have the better place because they won last game, but they are not first overall just because of points. Now, I'm curious to see if it's a big mod zone. Where does INF play? First come, first serve is going to be E8. They're going to take the train station in Lava City. Really good spot for E8. Phoenix is going to start to rotate in. PVX is going to start to rotate in. Free agent case. Look at this. EXO meeting up with LG here. And LG maybe ratting. No, they're not ratting. They're just going to be holding.
Oh, the GOAT.
And I want to see what happens. I love you, Tanner, so much, buddy. I'm going to give you the biggest hug after this. But let's see what happens. Great shots coming out with the charge rifle from Shiny. And he actually started this along with Mandy, the charge rifle, flatline, charge rifle, PK. Shiny was one of the pioneers of this too, so he knows what he's doing as well.
Yeah. INF here, I'm predicting they're probably going to play a very, very big game here on Big Mod. They're going to play the roof.
I love you, Tanner.
They're going to play the roof as much as they can. They're going to fully trap up the command side.
Yep.
And they're going to try to bully anybody off for as long as they can. Obviously, later on, they're not going to be able to control all of Big Mod.
Yep.
But they're going to try as long as they can.
I want to point out right now, don't forget, Dogma RC was contesting over in Fragment West, right? On E8. They're already here. So that's a really fast rotate. Very impressive by RC. And they're going to get a power position to the backside. I love this by RC, man. Reject with an extremely fast
that backside
rotate.
that they pinged is, like, unpushable.
It's unpushable. The only way they get pushed
with the Watson Gen 2, they're set for a very long time.
Very long time. As long as the zone keeps pulling back, they're going to be in power position, Greek. This is great for them. I love this pull. I love this call. Really good job. I don't know where they put the Watson Gen down. Maybe in the corner right there. I'm not too sure what they're going to do.
You could put it, like, right against the wall there, too.
Oh.
Enemy agent right here.
Can they go over there? Wow. What a Watson Gen that is. And Rambo going down right now. Free agent Kitty's actually going to be fighting Rambo. Where is that happening? GMT, it's going to be only Sardell alive right now with Free agent Kitty's above them.
We know historically this underbridge spot is very, very tough to play.
Impossible.
You can get angled out from a lot of different places, and it's one of those spots that the second you go down there and you start getting shot at, you just know it's up on you.
Well, look who it is, Greek. Singularity. My favorite team of this one. The longbow shots coming out, baby. Love to see it. You know I'm a longbow gamer myself. He is looking sturdy right now, Besk. By the way, chat, Besk is not a control player. I saw on Twitter yesterday that a lot of the commentators on the main stage were calling Besk one of the best control players.
I think they're just triple M and K, no?
Yeah, they're none of them are control players, I don't think. So that's what I'm saying. Is like they are not control players. They are all mouse and keyboard players. Don't get it twisted. That was a great shot. I mean, a great shot for the longbow. He only has 33 ammo left in the reserve, but he only has 19 damage for that purple, so it's going to be worth it. Great job overall by Celerity to wipe GMT, but GMT sadly is out early as ODK starts to walk down as well. And Furia might actually meet up with Fnatic for this Crafter Greek. I wonder if they're going to get aggressive for it. No, they're not. They're going to rotate through Harvester
yeah,
as
I think they'll
LG
just take
moves
the
in
Harvester.
and NRG. And honestly, man, it's going to start to get real full over near this bottom side of Lava City Greek.
Yep.
Yep. This is really, really tough.
Scars, they made their way into bottom big mod.
Yep.
You know, I've watched a lot of Scars.
We actually think, I'm sorry, I want to stress this. Elysium is a control player.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, 100% Elysium controller.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. He's a control player for sure. The reason I know that is because when we had to play different servers versus like the Sao Paulo servers when Goofy was running all over crazy in NA, we had to go and we had to do that. We had to literally go and fight Elysium. And I remember I was like, this kid is disgusting. And he would shit on me all over. That's why.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Elysium was a very good control player. Look at this. PFR taking the fight on over, dude. We're going to start to move forward. It's going to be Bin going down here. It's going to be Phoenix.
And Sleep knocks two.
Assailio all by himself in a 1v2 scenario. Great car shots right there, man. Holy crap. He's going to try to stay alive.
Try to have to back out.
He's going to try to leave, but I don't think it's going to be possible. A Gibraltar ultimate does go down. It's going to be real tough for the boys over at Phoenix. They're most likely going to die here. Can he get banners and just leave in the balcony is the real question. He is getting...
Oh, and there comes INF from the...
Odik actually from behind, bro, out of nowhere. And look at the rotate by Scars Greek. They're going to be underneath Big Mod, right next to INF. And there's a lot of good teams now rotating in. As it starts to move forward, we're going to see E6 running straight in Fnatic over at staging.
Furia's hitting the little rat ski here.
Yeah, and Furia's hitting the racks. I think they know they're on Crafter Greek, so that's the game plan for them.
Yep. They're going to have Team Liquid rolling in through the cave later, too.
Yep. This is not looking too good for the boys over on Fnatic. They're going to rotate out. Hopefully they don't get ratted on by Furia, but they might. I kind of want to see it happen, to be honest. I love seeing rat plays.
Yeah, well, FNC is actually going around the thermal side, it looks like. But Team Liquid might actually make their way over through the tunnel later after they're done crafting.
True. It depends how long Furia stays there. If they decide to stay for a really long time, they could run into Furia.
Or maybe E6 crafts and then
walk
walk
into you never know what's going to happen. Like, in these situations, bro, rat spots are just so good. You want to rat a little bit, man. Maybe touch team off guard. You get free loot. You get free damage. You get free placement. It's always worth routing if you can. Team Liquid is going to hit that beacon. They're going to get the beacon on the third pull, bro. Let's see where it goes here. And look at the pull, Greek. It's going to pull a little bit more back. I don't think it's going to end where RC is. I think it's going to end a little bit out here on this right side. What's the thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, RC is going to be positioned perfectly.
Yep.
As long as they are in this out spot here, a team cannot play the blue bin in front of them.
Yep.
So their play is going to just be to walk up late, Watson Gen on the outside of the fence, and just fence around that area. But E8 is also in a very good spot as well. I like where they're playing. They should have a decent rotate in.
There's a lot of good teams right now that are posted up in Lava City. The rotate's not going to be easy, but it is going to be doable for a lot of these spots.
Yep. We have the duo actually playing on the Reds Beacon in Lava City as well.
So PVX is an Eggshell. Eggshell's a hard hold even as a 3-egg. That's going to be a rough one, man. But here we go. We're going to see STK. They're going to be right next to NRG and company. No, NRG actually decides to opt out and leave. And NRG's going to run over into EXO over at Dome. So NRG was in the backside of Lava City. They Valkyrie to Dome, and they met EXO unexpectedly, Greek.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing here is I feel like this is the most we've seen Sweet sniping.
Oh, we are seeing a lot of sniping from Sweet, and it's low-key kind of paying off. He's kind of frying with the longbow and the Sentinel, dude. I think they left because their meds are so low. They wanted to come to Dome to craft. Sweet only has 2 cells here. Not a lot of Havoc ammo. Tons of sniper ammo, though. And I think they just want to craft up and get some more stuff for themselves. But they're going to be running into EXO, and I want to see if EXO's going to fight them here.
Sweet is getting very aggressive here.
Very aggressive. EXO is inside. You hear the footsteps going. They do have a Caustic, but Nathan is Caustic as well, so this could be big for NRG. He's trying to get angles. He can't really find any. He wants to creep up on this window. The Gibraltar is broken. Nathan is broken as well. Rocker going to be 75 HP here.
They made them waste their bub early here. I'm interested to see if Sweet and the boys look to capitalize here on getting Exo to waste their bubble, but it looks like Rocker is getting 3-man swung right now.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Rocker. They need to push over. Rocker recognizes that. He jumps off the roof, and they're going to be looking over at Rocker's side to aid him as Exo is trying to 3-man swing. That's the right call by Exo, Greek. Trying to 3-man swing while you're trapped in the building is always the play, but they don't realize that Fnatic is right outside the egg, so if this fight takes a long time, Fnatic's already looking.
The Caustico comes in.
The ulti does come down. The boys in energy are trying for more shots. Sweet looking for some more longbow shots. Great job. 47's coming out. A 106 from Sweet.
And now they're walking out into Fnatic as well.
The knock does not come out here, but like you said, Fnatic is going to be there, and this is looking really bad for Exo Greek. They have no idea what's on their backside.
Yep. Sweet and the boys applying immense amounts of pressure, getting them to waste bubble twice. And Sweet actually gets cracked here. They might have to retreat here.
Yeah, a longbow
Exo just
shot.
got a break.
Yeah, and this is a big longbow shot here. The zone is closing. Greek, Sweet has 2 cells, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect them to just sit in Storm for a little bit. It is only zone 2.
Yep.
He's got sniper ammo on the ground there. He's going to be able to get around 100 crafting.
Yep.
So I would expect them to just craft late in Storm and just hit a Valk ulti back
I can't
into Lava
believe that
City.
Exo gets out of that sandwich. They rotate left. Fnatic just leaves right. And Exo's not getting a bad spot, bro. They're going to be rotating into the tunnel
Honestly,
here.
good job by Exo.
Yeah, really
You know,
good job.
that could have been really bad for them, and they managed to finagle their way out of there.
Yeah, a little bit of finagling going on.
Some
a
would
little
say.
bit of wiggling going on, some would say. And there we go. We have the zone still, like we said, going to be on top of Big Mod. Someone did just fly in. I don't know who the hell that was. It's going to be the INF. Oh, it's going to be GFR.
Oh, there's actually
flying in.
4 teams in there now.
Yeah, there's 3 teams. It's going to be GFR, INF, and Scars, all inside Big Mod. Big Mod is extremely playable, though. GFR is in a good spot underneath. If the zone does end on the outside of Big Mod, they're going to be in a great spot here.
Yeah.
All they have to do is just stay under and walk through. They just have to watch out for angles. You know, the big tractor trailer things, the big-ass wheels are pretty, you know, pretty stable to hide in or hide next to, but if angles start to get a little crazy, bro, you're going to be done for. A lot of people crafting the car wingman still. Look at this though. Look at the absolute show that's about to go down. We have Exo here, Team Liquid here, Fnatic on the right, E6 on the left, and C9, the NA powerhouse. So I'm really rooting for here. I'm a big fan of Naughty.
Bro, look at how many people are wide swinging this.
Yeah,
match.
this is crazy right now. Look at what's happening live. Team Liquid in the back. E6 is ratting it, I think. They're trying to get some shots down to C9. C9 does get shot at. I really don't like where C9
They
is
might
at
have
right now.
Falco, bro.
Yeah.
They're running Bloodhound, actually.
Oh, wow. So Naughty's on the Hound now. They're trying to get the young scam kill and then get some fights. Great
Good
shot by
shots from
Zach right there.
And Naughty gets the knock.
Yeah, the wingman demon himself. Naughty's been playing out of his mind lately, and they're getting aggressive, bro. They don't want anything to happen here. They want to make sure this team dies. They want E6 out of this lobby. They want them gone so no one's putting pressure behind them. As Fury and them are fighting over here on the bottom side. Frigid Kitty's going down. Hardeki's the last man standing in a 1v3, and there we go.
Furia with the clean wipe onto free agent Kitties. Great job by Furia.
Fury is playing out of their minds in teamfights, Greek. I don't know if it's the L Fusey, like, I don't know, but Kitties getting eliminated again at 18th after 19th. But E6, Zach Mazer going down, and he's going to be eliminated. And Zach gets full kill by Slayers, the controller demon himself.
So it's now a 2v2. They still have a Gibby. They still have a Hound. So I'm going to say the edge goes to Cloud9 here.
I agree. Fully.
But E6 might be able to bring this back.
The shot's going down from Alb. He's getting very aggressive. Naughty's not really there with him yet. More great shots. This is not looking good for C9. Naughty needs to go big here.
Good shot from Alb.
Yeah, really good job. It's going to stall that push a lot now. Naughty might be able to full heal. I'm really banking on Naughty here to have a really big fight.
One thing you got to take note of, though, is that there's 25 seconds left until the zone closes. If these teams do not Valkyl or start rotating now, they will die to Storm.
I think Alb is going to die to Storm here. Greek, he needs to pop a syringe immediately. I don't know what he's doing. He's trying to get shots going, but he's not really good down. And Alb's dead to Storm.
They get the Finn, but they should die to Storm here.
They're both going to die to Storm most likely. It just sucks that Zach went down in that situation, and then Naughty's dead to Storm 100%.
Actually, the gold armor with the syringes might keep him alive long.
Maybe. Naughty might be able to get out of here, but it's going to be hard, Greek. I know for me, as a person, I'm dead here. I cannot time this ever. But Naughty does have 7 syringes.
He's sliding down the hill. He might be able to rip the geyser. Naughty might be able to stay alive here for a little bit.
I don't know about you, chat, but I hate playing in Storm. I can never calculate when to do certain things, etc. I absolutely hate it. It gives me anxiety. But he does have that gold armor and the 4 syringes, but he needs to hit that geyser.
Heads up play from Naughty, though. He instantly went to that box and grabbed the gold armor. I don't know if the teammates were calling it or if that was just a heads up play by him. but very, very smart from the boys over at Cloud9. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive for too long here.
I don't know. He might be able to get out of the storm here with the slide.
He should be good.
Yeah,
and he'll be able to play under the bridge.
Yep, and there we go. He's gonna make it out. Like you said, dude, great heads up play by Naughty. That's like phenomenal intuition that you just literally cannot teach. That is phenomenal. Great.
Is that Furia?
Oh my God.
It is
It's
Furia.
gonna be Furia wiping C9. I mean, all that work from Naughty.
And look at the zone pull. It actually pulls back towards Lava City.
Oh my God, that is a bamboozle and a half. It actually pulls back towards Lava City. INF and them are going to be in for a rude awakening. That is horrible. As Fnatic is now dying on the backside of Big Mod, they're going to try to stay alive. The Gibraltar is down, so there's going to be no res here. Matsu trying to stay alive, dancing around with the Falc. It doesn't look too good. He is getting wide swung by energy. I mean, by that Team Liquid. Team Liquid is going to wipe who it is, I believe. Matsu trying to stay up. It's not looking good. The shot's coming down. And Fnatic is eliminated by Team Liquid. And they're rotating on this backside. Look at NRG, though. They're not in a great spot.
There's a lot of teams that are going to have to rotate into the south side.
Yep.
I would expect E8 to get pushed here in train at one point.
Yep.
But one thing we did see, RC.
Yep.
They were the team that was on the backside of Big Mod. The zone pulled, and they instantly Valk ulted, and they took one of the god spots in Lava City on that top roof for the Crafter spawn.
It's a really good job. But INF is now coming in. Look at this. It's going to be INF and Dogma. INF taking the first one of the floors. Good call, chat. Don't forget, all of these buildings have tons of floors. Tons. So they're going to be able to stabilize
you can fit a lot of teams in these buildings. Lava City endings get crazy.
It gets wicked. It gets crazy. It gets
Liquid's
crazy
actually walking over the top here towards E8.
Yeah,
and I don't think E8 know.
I don't know. I like this spot from Liquid, though. I actually think their spot is somehow more proactive than E8. E8's kind of trapped inside the train station. There's not much for them to move, but Liquid can make a lot of different plays here. We have ODK now flying in.
Oh, good shots from Mercy.
Look at this, though, bro. Look at this. Shots from Mercy coming out on energy here is E8.
That Gibby should die.
Yeah, most likely going to be Rocker going down. There's no way he survives. He's just stalling for time. And Rocker goes down by the hands of Mercy here. Good shots from the boys at E8, and they're going to move left, and they're going to see what's going to happen. Nathan and Sweet just hitting the Valk ulti, looking for any Hail Mary. They're just trying to stay alive here. But STK getting aggressive on the Team Liquid up top, and E8's going to be underneath it all. STK wants to fight Liquid. If they end up fighting, this is going to be huge for E8. Rico gets stuck in the Arc Stars coming out from Liquid. The gas coming down from Gilderson, and STK is in a bad spot right now. My man Bullet is 1 HP, and he is dead as well as Monsoon kills out off STK, and it's going to be E8 left with Liquid over here.
As a lot of these other teams another 2 pickup on KP. They're looking good. But the boys over at Scars can get some really good angles on them in the train car.
But it doesn't look like they're going to get the angles, Greek. They're actually getting angled out themselves by who's going to be Fury in the backside over there. But look
That's
at the
actually
pull.
that's SNG.
That's SNG in the back. Look at the pull. The pull goes back over to Eggshell. This is crazy. It's just back and forth nonstop. You can't really predict that, Greek.
Yeah. The boys over at SNG are probably in the best spot here. They have a lot of cover behind these fences.
Yep.
They should be looking to pick up a lot of KP as well.
Yeah, SNG is in the god spot right now, Greek, for sure, if anyone is. They are in a phenomenal position. As Shiny charge rifles Mandy getting in with the 1 through how you do Uno reverse card.
Own medicine.
And his medicine tastes like beans.
Like cherry flavor.
Cherry, ew, dude.
I hate cherry flavored medicine.
Cherry flavored medicine is disgusting. I think I'd rather literally drink anything else. Literally.
But look at this south side right now. Look at everyone in Lava City.
I mean, Greek, what do you do if you're Scars, Liquid, or E8 in this situation? Where do you
just
go?
got to go for kills at this point.
That's what I think as well. The kills have to be there. E8 is right above them on this right side. And this is a pretty crazy situation. We have Liquid. It's 3 stacked right now. Liquid, it goes Scars, E8, Liquid. All 3 stacks sandwiched up, dude, looking like a triple decker straight out of Yard House. If I am one of these teams, man, I'm feeding face. I'll be honest. I am inting whoever's above me, next to me, anything that I need to do.
I mean, literally all these teams have to walk up to the south side where the duo is standing.
It's going to be really bad. LG, though, hitting a very good Valk ulti. They're recognizing that they're not going to be able to walk in, and I like this play for them a lot. They're gonna dangle in the air a little bit. They're looking for a spot to play. There's not many to go to. They're going to take the inside of the eggshell. I like this a lot. This is a good spot.
I think they're going to start getting pressured by Furia.
I think so too, but there's a lot of teams fighting around the backside. Don't forget, look at Furia now holding the power position on this right side, but they have to move as well. And now it's going to be most likely LG versus Furia inside Eggshell. Another team just landed on them, and they get landed on. PBX, the duo, lands on top of LG, and LG's going to be able to stabilize, though. They're not going to worry about too much, but the ultimate does come down. But the
kill feed is going insane right now.
Going down to the right side, Infinity going down. The gold bag res coming out from LG as Furia starts to push forward. It's going to be LG versus Furia. What's going to happen here? The res does come off, and E8 is eliminated at 7th place. And Monsoon goes down here. They need to get the res again. Godfire is still
GF eliminated. Reject is eliminated. We just went from 12 teams down to 4 within 15 seconds.
And now they're getting pressure. It's going to be Singularity. The SA boys in the back here. And they're applying the pressure. They do have the Mastiff here, too. Scars goes down to Team Liquid. Team Liquid is still alive. Scars is eliminated here.
Good shots by Besk.
LG is now down, and Amigo and company are dead. And it's going to be Furia, I believe, versus SSG. Is Furia going to win 2 in a row, Greek?
Furia is without a Cyril here, but they're looking to get the angles here. They have double red and a gold armor.
And
His Watson only has 4 bullets left over on his R3. Is he going to be able to get some ammo here?
This is looking big for Furia. They have a lot of angles, bro. They don't have a caustic though, but they do have the LFUZ. And these shots by Watson are gross, Greek.
Yeah.
He is playing this picture perfect.
These are 2 really very good team fighting teams here.
Yep.
I'm going to say the edge goes to Furia in terms of their positioning here, but SNG we know can shoot.
And they
get a crack and they will make a move on it.
And there it is. There we go. The bubble does come out with the Mastiff here. The 3v3 bubble fighting. They're all capitalizing on the caustic here. And Watson does go down. A 2v2 shots going down as well. The Mastiff is still up. My boy is reloading. Is he going to get it going? No, he does not.
No,
and he does.
Singularity.
And Singularity. The South American boys stop the back-to-back wins from Furia. Let's go.
Singularity just went insane in that
Mastiff. Fight. The Mastiff going crazy. Singularity. I am your number 1 fan right now. I love you guys, dude.
We've had some good end games.
Yeah, totally. I think we've had really good end games, especially on World's Edge. I think overall, for Storm Point, we're going to see better end games here. I think we're going to see more consistent lobbies. I think right now, it's going to be a weird thing, but I think overall of Apex, I think everyone's getting a little bit tired of World's Edge. I think everyone's a little bit bored of it. I think that's why World's Edge games get a little bit more into on and get a little bit more crazy. Yeah. I think people are bored of World's Edge, and I feel like it's a breath of fresh air every time we see Storm Point.
I think even just from a viewer experience, I think people love seeing Storm Point a lot more.
Yeah.
You know, we've been playing comp on World's Edge for a very, very long time now.
Yep.
You know, the zones, we've seen them so many times.
Yep.
The rotates are pretty much the same, and we've just seen so many of those zones play out before.
Someone in chat said, I find it so funny that everyone has a Valk. And that's something I think we should talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a statistic yesterday that the pick rate for Valk was 99.3%, I believe.
I actually think the 0.7% was just literally, was E8.
Yesterday on World's Edge.
It was E8 probably. And then that one game from the team with the Revenant.
AYM.
Yeah, AYM. So
they were running Wraith.
Those are probably the 2 matches, or the 2 teams that were probably not running Valk for just a little bit. But we see E8 now switching the comp back to Valk, which is why I said I'll eat my sock if they win. Not because I don't think EA is good, it's because they were not running Valk. Thank you. But also, this is extremely interesting to see how many Valk teams are. There's just a Valk team every game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
So as we see here, it is going to be a back Fish Farms ending here.
Yep.
Luminosity, they have a beacon.
Yep.
You already know they're going to go back and play that all the way back spot. Yep. They already have it pinged. They know.
Yep. Exactly.
And Luminosity is going to have a good game here. I think it's going to pull all the way in the back.
Now, do you think C9 early rotates over in the Fish Farms here, Greek?
I would think so. I think they're going to craft, and I think they're going to try to wrap all the way around the right side.
Yep. I mean, it's funny because we're talking about how good Valk is, and that guy had a buff Valk song. I just really can't get over that. 99.7 or 3% pick rate. That's actually more than Jibby now.
Yeah.
Which is pretty crazy. I never thought that Jibby would ever be out percentage picked by another character, but here we are with Valk. Well, you have to think, what can Valk do? She can over-rotate. She has pretty much a jump tower on her ultimate. She has a stun on her Q. She has a scan. She has a beacon hit. And she has insane mobility during gunfights. There's not even close to a character that can do everything she does.
Yeah, Valk brings a lot of value to just team rotation and obviously in fighting.
So we have Valk doing all that, then we have Mirage, who can go invisible and throw a cologne out that runs straight.
I want to throw out here, though, that when you rip a Mirage ult, every single decoy has footstep audio, and there's a real guy running straight at me with no audio.
I will say, The amount of times I have gotten bamboozled by Mirage is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's because they actually have audio. All the decoys literally are stomping in the building with Tims on. Tims.
They got steel toe boost every Mirage claw, and then he's like this, patting around, bro. The real one is impossible to find. That's a great point, actually, Greek. And we have ODK moving on over to where GMT is, and let's see if the fight doesn't ensue here.
Wow. LG actually opting to take the far right building here. That's a gutsy call. You know, there are 3 different endings that can end back here. One is on the building where TL is.
Yep.
One is on the single house to the right of them.
Yep.
And one is completely out in the open by the water. And it looks like LG is predicting that one with how they're playing on that side.
Yeah, it does look like that for sure. But here we go. We have C9 now rotating in to Greek.
They
and
like
they're
that
take
spot.
the right side house. I like this spot a lot by C9.
Yeah, they take this pretty often. You know, we're used to seeing C9.
Yep.
You know, play very, very hard edge here.
Yep.
But I think they know that they get a good placement here just by being here. And it's not something that we see often, but this is an early rotate from C9. This is just showing some versatility.
I think they're doing it mainly because it's just like, we're already here. Why not? It's just free placement. It could be a good game for us. They already had a really good game last one. They get the win. Might as well get another good one. Consistency, you know, is key. One thing I will say, though, is if I'm LG, would you take this building right behind C9 on the backside immediately, or would you just stay there?
So the reasoning for that, I believe, is the house that Team Liquid is holding gets inted on a lot more.
Yeah.
People can rip the cannon from the top of the hill and land on you. So I think it's safer in terms of just consistency.
Okay.
You know, there's less chance that they get pushed there.
Yep.
It's easier to hold. And if it is indeed that zone that I think it is, that could end out in the open in the water, they get a free win just for being the only team on this side.
It's a good point. It's a good point. And we see, like I was just talking about that house, free agent Kitties flies on in there, and they're going to be in that house now. This house, though, I will say, is very hard to hold.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different angles to get messed up here. I don't really like this spot at all early game, but it is in a good spot and zone. If it does pull to the zone that goes on top of this house, it's a free second, third place as long as they don't get into it on. So free agent Kitty's taking a risk, but not really. It's pretty safe.
Yeah. Free agent Kitties playing in this house, they're going to have to be very, very small in here. They can't really peek or they're going to get their meds drained quick. You have the likes of Nocturnal on one side and Naughty on the other side. The two Valks, they can start getting angles, pressuring and cutting that building in half with the LOSs. I'm excited to see if Naughty actually decides to get aggressive here on this house.
Yep. And here we go. Furia walking on the top side. I want to see how this goes for them. They're going to be running right into where RC, but RC's hitting the Valkyrie, I think. Yeah. RC, look how fat this Valkyrie is, bro. Like, the elevation on this map is just crazy.
Yeah.
These guys are just going. If they wanted to, bro, they could have went so much farther, but I guarantee they're just going to do the spiders and now chill. But the ulti's on this north
Oh, there's
side
a fight happening. ODK and Wall.
Oh, yeah, ODK versus GMT here. Rambo going down, Noska going down, and it's going to be up to Surge down with a 1v2. Can he do it? No, he cannot.
What is it? First off, look at this comp by ODK. Horizon, Wraith, Octane. This is the first time I've seen Octane this tournament. And ODK getting a full squad wipe. They're going straight mobility, probably playing hard edge, and they're looking to fight.
Oh my God. Octane and ALGS, that just shows how bad they need KP and how bad they want it. That is a crazy pick, Greek.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 characters have mobility for team fights. They don't really have a macro rotate other than just like an Octane pad, but I'm excited to see how this works.
I mean,
this
is crazy.
I'm going to be that guy, and I don't really think it's going to be that good in a lobby like this.
No.
But, you know, they could show up, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
It's possible for sure.
I mean, this is pretty interesting, bro, overall. Like, having the Octane is definitely an approach of, like, I'm desperate, we need points because they are down below. But they want to take these fights aggressively as Team Liquid wiped Scars in the kill feed. Oh, my God. They just immediately walked up on Scars, killed them, and now Liquid is just walking back to the building for free. But they have EXO on that left side now. So now EXO and Team Liquid are now holding as Scars goes out. And the crowd raining in boos here. Not happy about this.
Liquid getting inted on here by EXO.
And here we go. EXO versus Liquid. Gilderson trying to stay alive here. Not much he can do. He's going to go down. Nocturnal with a 3v1. Can Nocturnal actually come out on top? It's now looking good for him. He's going to go play the underneath side, maybe go to Cannon, and he's going to play this backside Cannon, bro. It's definitely the right call. He's going to go up and actually tap strafe around. He's going to play the left side, maybe stay over here. Sucks. Liquid is now most likely going to be a solo for the rest of the game. And I think Liquid wiped them so fast. But look at this. Look who's getting chased right now. Dogma and company are getting chased in the back by Furia, who wants to take this fight, but then E8 is going to be coming in from Launchpad as well. Furia stopping the push as Dogma and RC start to move in towards Launchpad.
Yep, it's going to be 3 teams on Launchpad side here. Furia coming down from the hill. You have E8 and the boys over by the Crafter, and RC is holding down the house now.
Yeah. And this is not looking good for a lot of these teams. I think Furia is in the best spot here because they're in the less choked position. They should be good, but I'm curious to see if anyone commits here. E8, I wonder if they're going to take this fight or are they going to back up? I wonder if anyone's going to take this fight over on Launchpad. It doesn't look like anyone's going to, Greek.
Yeah, E8 looking like they just want to craft, wait for the zone to close and get one more beacon hit before they decide to rotate.
Yeah. And I want to say this right now, dude.
Furia just got a Mastiff.
Yeah, Furia gets a Mastiff, but look at Energy's late rotate here, Greek.
Yeah.
Energy is all the way over near Cascade, and they're going to be late rotating compared to last game where it was a very fast rotate.
I think they want to go craft their armors, bro, in Stormcatcher.
Yeah, it's looking like they want to craft again.
And ODK still in Storm, by the way, as well.
Yeah, ODK, the Octane Demons themselves, the Speed Demons, some would say. They're going to be rotating in pretty late as well. But look at this, Singularity versus GFR on the bottom side of Shipfall, and this actually might start to get active on the scene. Here we go. They start to move up a little bit.
Look at the E6 rotate.
Yeah, and E6 is doing the C9 cosplay right now. They're whipping all the way to edge. Oh my God, the shot's coming out from Elysium and Arden. Great crack right there as Nellas goes down, and Singularity is going to start to push up here over on GFR.
Yep, Singularity has a lot of space they need to cover, but once they get to this rock, they should be able to bubble fight this.
Yeah, they want to take this bubble fight for sure. I think GFR does get the res.
Oh my God, he almost just got stuck.
Yeah, he almost got stuck in his gigantic face hole. Vesk looking for some more shots on the left. They're going to try to bubble up, most likely. The bubble does come out. And here we go, maybe a 3v3 bubble fight. GFR versus Singularity. Singularity, after a bad game last, but really wants this one. Great shots coming out from Vesk here. Unbelievable job from Vesk, and almost a double one clip here. And here we go, maybe an alternative shot's going down. It's a solo Bangalore, and GFR is wiped by Singularity.
I want to throw out there, they were ripping the Bloodhound Bang.
Yeah, and they actually lose that 3v3 mainly because of the bubble fight, Greek.
Team Singularity with a good team wipe there.
Yep.
I think there was a good effort by GF there. They actually got the reset.
And this is not looking good for Fnatic. They are in a soup sandwich, as Bangalore would say. They have LG in their front. They have Furia penetrating from the rear. This is not looking good for Fnatic. They're going to be stuck in this house, but the angles in the windows are going to be their demise most likely.
Yeah, but Zeratricky getting some really good angles here, forcing FNC to just sit in a corner as Panders is looking to get very aggro.
Yeah, Panders wants to get aggro on this. Watson and them just wipe Fnatic. And LG, they're going to be standing next to Furia, and Furia's probably looking for some blood right now, bro, but Fnatic gets eliminated very early. That's pretty tough for them, dude.
Yeah, Furia looking strong here. They have max kits.
Look who's walking in to Launchpad. The Octane Demons themselves, I think they might be getting routed on by E8. No, E8 is shooting. And I wonder if ODK is going to take this fight over to the E8 boys on Launchpad Green.
Yeah, it looks like ODK is going for it.
They want it. They need
Taking
a fight.
Horizon Q up to the height. If they beat Golden up there, it could potentially...
Oh my God, a 129 for Swung, bro. He's getting jumped on, though. It's going to be a 2v3 most likely. Good shots coming out. Where's all by himself? No, he's going to get dropped here. It's the Octane all by himself. Can he do it? No, he cannot. And they played that so separate, bro. That was really bad by ODK. And E8
takes advantage and they get the squad wipe.
Yeah, and then we have Singularity right next to E6 Greek. They're holding each other's buildings here. Can Slayer and them do anything? ODK playing that pretty poorly, Greek, as the boy Cost Expectito gets cracked from Singularity. And I think Singularity is the team to watch because they've been playing phenomenal.
Singularity, their team fighting all week has been looking very good.
Yeah.
They're a very motivated team when it comes to fighting.
Yep.
They get some damage and they like to push on it. I see no way with the aggressiveness of both of these teams that they somehow co-hold this build.
Yeah, I don't think so either, especially with E6, dude. I don't think so. I think definitely for sure, if I had to take a guess, E6 is going to be the one to get aggressive onto the bottom side of Singularity.
Yeah, Alpha Draft can get some really good angles here through the window.
He's trying right now. He gets stuck. Elysium is now stuck, and this is going to be bad. They're trying to stay alive here. They're holding the doors. They're seeing if they can get pushed through. Arn trying to stay alive. He's going to look for some shots. They don't get it. He's going to get the crack, though, and it's going to be Arn trying to stay alive. Alpha Draft getting the knock on the Besk.
Yeah, doing a good job here. They're triple resetting before they push. Yep. Like we say time and time again, there's no reason to feed base here. They play as a team. They have a knock. They know the team cannot reset, and now they're just going to push all together at the same time.
And look at this, though. C9 versus free agent Kitties, and it's going to be outwardly them dying. Most likely, what it's going to be to FAK, and this is not looking good for C9. They try to take the building here, and here we go. Singularity is now wiped by E6 that we were just watching, and Albertelli is going to be 30 HP, and he dies. But look at this. Fury is going to be on the backside. RC, Energy, Greek. Look what this spot on the right, man. It is a shit show.
NRG actually just finessed their way in between.
Gets Krabered by Lusquin. The shots all the way from over here, Greek. The Krabby Patty formula, big dog. Sorry to cut you off, but oh my God.
Yeah, hell of a Kraber shot from Lusquin. You know, I did peep the zone, and it is going to be the one that ends out in the open. So Luminosity is going to be in a very, very good spot, as well as Furia. I don't know if Furia is going to be able to get the reset here, though.
Oh my God, another Kraber shot being hit. Almost hit there. Really good patience right now from Phoenix. They're trying to get the full wipe onto Furia. Furia is now 1 man down. Watson is now 2 man down. And this is not looking good for Furia. Zergic's going to be the only one alive. But my man has Kraber shots for days, dude. He has 8 shots left. Missing a couple. I don't know if these shots are worth the chat, but like you said, Greek, the zone pull is pretty ugly, and LG is going to be in a great spot, especially since Fury is dying, Greek. Look at this, man. Watson going down. Oh, the Kraber shot heard round the world. The bubble res is going to come out, but the 210, 1-2, how you do? The knock coming out. Zero Tricky going down, and Furia is indeed eliminated.
He shot that one through the window. He split the gaps.
He read between the lines.
Sheesh.
And there we go. E8 is going to be rotating on his left side. SDK is going to move up towards the cannon.
NRG
here.
going to fight RC now.
Yeah. NRG is pushing up. They want to get aggressive. Dogma going down. It's going to be 2 men down for RC. NRG just ran on these guys, dude.
Yeah.
This is a fun match.
Nathan just went crazy, and
RC
just
gone.
gets wiped.
Yeah, and it's going to be NRG versus LG on this right side. But look at this, bro. Monsoon has a Mastiff, bro. They got a PK Mastiff. They are kidded. And Energy just went crazy right there. They just eliminated so fast. And E6 hitting the Valkyrie after killing Singularity. Where are they going to rotate to, Freak? There's not many spots for them right now.
E6 is probably going to be landing in the pools. One thing I wanted to mention is that this is the spot where C9 was playing before.
Yeah.
And they ended up dying to free agent Kitties. We didn't get to watch it exactly, but I wonder why C9 opted to leave the pools to try to push the house.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm very interested in why they're doing that too. I feel like in this situation, bro, like, it's just like, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I think the pools is definitely the right call. I feel like there's just a little bit of miscommunication. Bad call overall. But C9, man, they win that last game. It's going to be tough, dude, but I'd be pretty angry if I was C9 for sure, especially after seeing the zone pull. I mean, it's just obvious that they would have been in such a good spot, you know?
And Luminosity, zone 1, they read the zone perfectly.
Yep.
It's going to be the one that ends out in the open. Luminosity just needs to clear NRG here, and they should be able to get a dub for free.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like this should just be a free LG win as long as NRG just does not fight them, like you said. If NRG does fight LG, LG needs whoever wins that is going to win this game most likely.
Yeah,
for sure. Not even ring 4, but 10 teams, dude. 10 teams are now dead. This game is pretty inty, Greek, overall.
Absolutely,
It's a pretty big feed-face game right now. And SDK is going to be behind NRG here. Now, what is FNX going to do, and what is E8 going to do, Greek? Is it where do these teams go? Where do they Valkyrie with this zone, knowing this knowledge?
Yeah, so I would expect the team to try to Valkyrie and play underneath LG.
Yep.
But other than that, FNX is going to be walking into the edge here.
Okay.
The boys over at E6 are going to have to fight somebody.
Yep.
And Free Agent Kitties is going to have to try to hold off EXO.
Yeah, I think Free Agent Kitties is in a good spot too, Greek. I really like their building. Their holding early is paying off. That is a tough building like we were talking about. But FNX is trying to get some, little recon here. There's not many spots to play. Like we said, man, this zone is pretty hard. It's going right into the water. The only side that's really safe is going to be NRG and LG. So teams are going to start making plays over there.
Yep, STK is actually looking to fight NRG here. And I think what's going to win them the game for LG is if these two teams fight, they need to look for a third party because they'll be able to clear this whole side.
I totally agree, but don't forget INF, bro. The duo is not out yet. They're still inside of the pools right here. They're probably going to rip a Valgolthy. We're going to head over to Exo Greek because I feel like Exo's decision here is one of the biggest ones. I think Exo hits a Valgold for sure. They have to. There's just no way. They're going to hit a Valgolthy here. Unless they go and just kill INF in the pool next to them, but they need to get going now. What are they doing? What is Exo doing? They're leaving? No, they're fighting. Great shots going down. Maestro just gets annihilated, but what are they going to do? They're going to start to walk up towards here. They're not hitting the Valgolthy, so Maestro's going to get the kills most likely. Who's going to be on that? E8 is eliminated at 9th place. E8 goes out. Maybe actually 10th place, and that's really bad. They died very fast here, and this is not looking good. Look at this. It's going to be STK and Energy underneath the buildings next to each other. Phoenix is now walking in, but look where they go. Phoenix is in a great spot, Greek. They're playing the left side.
Yeah, and they're getting a free pack here.
Look at this.
Another Kraber for Lushquin.
Oh my God. My man got a double Krabby Patty formula. He's going to be looking for angles and getting some shots down. The crypto ult is going to come out most likely. He's looking to get in the Game Boy, playing the Leaf Dream. The ultimate does come out. They hit a fat one, and now it's going to be a bubble fight. Great shots going down. STK is eliminated, and Energy is now looking for Phoenix. E6 still alive, getting angles on them. Lushquin going down here. This is not looking good for the boys over at FNX. Frog's going down as E6 is getting some nasty angles.
Yep.
Oh
and now
my
Free
God.
Agent Kitties is fighting Exo as well.
My man is barely surviving here. Can he get the res off? If he gets the res off on the Jimmy Greek, it's going to be possible.
Yeah.
My man just got double Krabby. Here we go.
FNX should be able to get a reset.
No way.
Luminosity is now fighting NRG as well,
The
so
bubble
they
needs
should
to go down.
be
He
good.
doesn't get it. He does not get the reset, Greek. Luminosity is going to fight Energy here. It's not looking good for Luminosity, though. They're on the backside, backs against the wall, as Energy is getting very aggressive on top of them. And Amigo, though, still alive, holding it down in the middle of the building. He's the caustic, bro, so he needs to be the one to stabilize and hold this. He's looking for angles. Great shots for Enemigo. Does Energy wide swing this? Looking like they want to. It's not looking good for the boys at LG. Monsoon needs to get up there and help Enemigo. He's looking for the angles. Free Agent Kitties is getting eliminated as Exo is alive. Phoenix Frog's going down. Luxu going down. And Monsoon getting some massive shots. And here we go. Oh, Monsoon going huge with the Mastiff. Oh my God. Energy is eliminated by the hands of the Mastiff on Monsoon.
And E6 actually comes to clean it up here, though. E6 is going to actually clear out LG here, have unlimited loot, and all they're going to have to do is kill this last team, Exo.
And there we go. Luminosity's eliminated, and it's going to be Exo walking up the E6 Greek.
And they have one rock here in the middle of the open. If E6 has a Gibby ult here, they can burn the bubble and look to clear them out. This is going to be a straight-up 3v3 here, and here we go.
1,900 damage for the boys Sicky over at Exo. Exo's been playing phenomenal in this series, Greek, especially in this tournament. Let's see what's going to happen. They need to start taking angles. I think if I am the boy, Zicky, I'm going to get an angle on this left side rock. And really
here
spread
come
out
the
section.
nades from E6. Big nades from Alpha Draft. They burn the bubble, and here we go. The boys over at E6 have burned the bubble. And do they have a Gibby ult? They do not have a Gibby ult or a caustic ult.
They do?
They don't. No
so
utility.
This is great. Zicky is disgusting. Alpha Drop goes down by the hands of Dexter. And this is where the mistakes start to be made. Zicky looking for another W here, and they freaking do it. They bubble in, they walk on in, baby. The res does come out. The PK shots need to be big here. More shots going down by Zicky. The 1-for-2, how you do? He needs one more. Can he do it? The 1v1 here, the PK. He does get stunned. He's not going to be able to do it.
And Alpha Draft goes
and
crazy.
E6 actually beats Exo.
Oh my God. E6, what a recovery from the boys.
E6, bro, with a big win. The case winniless E6.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to PNC Arena in Raleigh, North Carolina for our championship bracket kickoff. We got the losers bracket, win or go home, featuring some star-studded teams you thought maybe would have made it to the winners bracket, but just barely missed the cusp. We'll talk about that and more, but first things first, I'm John Kefalukas, also known as Fallout, your desk host for the losers bracket. And to join me on the desk, you already know I couldn't do it myself, I had to do it with none other than the man James Bardoff, my boy Genome, and our special guest, Hodsick, joining us back on the mic. Gentlemen, how are we doing? Hodsick, starting with you, man.
I'm doing phenomenal, man. It's just great to be part of an Apex event for once in person with a live audience. It's been surreal so far.
Genome?
Yeah, been loving the support. Burger, the Burger Brigade up there doing a great job.
Is that what we're calling them, the Burger Brigade?
Yeah, yeah.
It's official. You are the Burger Brigade. We appreciate y'all holding it
The
down.
diner section. Why not? The shirt, I was going to say the shirt terror, the sign terror himself now hosting the desk.
The sign terror.
Living your best life.
I'm the reaper of the signs that have preposterous things, such as buff Valkyrie, or what are some other crazy things? Create more wall hack legends.
Yeah.
What else, Hodsick?
No, thank you on that one.
Yeah,
I'm good
exactly.
on that.
I'll tear all those signs up all weekend long. I have no shame, no problem doing it. But look, we got a lot to get through here, a lot to work through, because guess what? This losers bracket matchup is ready to go. Let's jump right into some storylines today, gentlemen. FA Kitties, Alliance, GMT, really it's the European losers bracket here, James.
It really is, but for me it's almost all eyes on Alliance. They are the guys who almost made it but didn't quite make it. And again, I feel like maybe they need these extra matches just to get the derp out and bring their A game, but they need to succeed in these matches as well.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, quite literally, your back's against the wall in this one. Obviously, an elimination matchup. We will see who will perform, but look, we will see more than just who will perform. We'll see whatever you want to see, because we got multi-view live on twitch.tv/playapex. If you're not familiar with the multi-view feature, make sure to check it out. It's available all ALGS Championship long. You have the option to watch the ALGS on 2 to 4 split screen windows using the command center functionality. You can choose which teams you want to listen to. That is including team comms, by the way. Hodsick, I wonder if you guys ever say any wild things on multi-view, but of course, the multi-view feature is amazing. Experience everything from the drop, looting, every rotation that these teams are making. Hear their comms directly. Do you ever say any wild stuff, Hodsick, on multi-view listening? You guys are fairly tame.
No, there's definitely some, we've had some of our own crazy moments and big clips with the team comms.
Who's the scariest person to have multi-view? Who's the most ratchet person in your team? Is it fun?
Definitely not gets a little out of pocket sometimes.
It gets a little wild.
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Outlandish stuff. Yeah, keep an eye out for Nocturnal then. Of course, Nocturnal will be competing tomorrow because Team Liquid qualified for winners bracket. Congratulations to them. And it's not just multi-view, but also you have a chance to win just by watching, courtesy of some Twitch drops from none other than Twitch themselves. Take a look at these skins, Digital Jammer, Impetus Assassin, if you like, Revenant, amazing stuff here. ALGS Year 2 Championships are the epic conclusion for this season of the ALGS, and of course we're going to reward everyone on our Twitch audience for tuning in today. All you need to do to claim these rewards is connect your Twitch and EA accounts, and you can start earning 4 different Twitch drops, the 4 things you see on screen right now. I like that charm, James, personally. You know, which one's your favorite?
Oh, give me the Revenant skin anytime.
You are from APAC.
Creep up on them. Silence them when they're not watching, finish them off with the totem. That's my style.
On the subject of Twitch, I think we should give a quick shout out to Kylie Kovac, who's always in the Twitch chat modding, whether we're online, whether we're on LAN as well, she's always in there keeping everybody straight. So shout out to you, Kylie.
That's an absolute fact.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, shout out to Kylie, shout out to the entirety of our mod community, mod team, Play Apex, keeping everyone safe, keeping it toxic free, which we appreciate, and the community as well.
Yeah, Fallout's banned in the chat. That's what
right.
he's talking about.
I got banned really quick. It was a problem. That's right. But look, let's start to break down this matchup. Let's start to take a look at these rosters here and, of course, what we can expect from this losers bracket matchup. Here we go. Ulrichs from Japan, obviously playing with some substitutes. Alliance, a team we didn't necessarily expect. You know, in your eyes, which team here is the most surprising that's not in the winners bracket?
I think for me it would actually have to be FA Kitties. A lot of talent on that roster, and sure, it was pretty marginal for them not to get through. But I'm actually expecting them to stomp this losers bracket.
Is Alliance, you said?
FA Kitties.
FA Kitties. Sorry, I missed that. Hodsick, how about you?
I mean, for me, the big one is Alliance, 100%. I mean, they were one of the most consistent teams through the entirety of the Sweden tournament, and they're a team that I hold in very, very high regard in terms of the way they approach the game. It's something modeled a lot of my own team's gameplay around.
And we've seen glimpses of brilliance of them so far today, right? But not game in, game out, and that's why they're in the losers bracket.
Blinks of, I completely agree with that. I mean, yeah, I respect the fact that you're showing so much respect for Alliance. You model a lot of what you do after them, and you all found a lot of success. James, in your eyes, what's not going so well for Alliance here?
Well, again, they started really cold in the first half of the maps, but you need to find out consistency. That's the main thing for Alliance. And I think, again, they were just 2 places away from making it here. But I have to point out another team as well. I think there are 2 teams separated from everybody else, and that second one would be Crazy Raccoon. If we look at round 3, they came 4th, 6th, 4th, 18th, and 2nd.
Wow.
The problem is they're getting these high placements, but they're not getting kills along with them. They've been quite lacking. Their first 2 games, they came 4th and 6th. They got 2 kills combined.
Wow.
So that's the issue. They're just not getting the frags. They're getting the placement, but not the frags. They're just happy to be here, you know?
They're happy to be here. They're happy to just rotate and chill with that crypto Watson. Exactly. That's interesting. I'd like to get your take on that, Hatsik, because I was talking to Fun, actually, on your team, and he said, I study a lot of APAC North VOD. They are just happy to let other teams fight without third-partying, whereas North America, y'all are absolute savages with the third party.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's one thing that stands out with North American teams versus a lot of these other regions is that we aren't afraid to disrespect a lot of the opponents. I do think a lot of the other regions respect each other too much and don't want to give up, any potential position they have to try to third party or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, they're also a team that really surprised me. I kind of, without being too mean, I expected a lot more from them. I mean, that team is insanely talented individually, but it seems like they're just struggling to find their footing.
Interesting stuff. What you're saying is the secret to success: don't respect anything.
Oh,
anyone.
on
Have
the
no respect
absolutely.
for the world, for society, for other teams. No, I'm just kidding. Let's take a look at the map schedule. This is not a typo, my friends. We get 8 matches in the losers bracket, in the winners bracket. Buckle up and get ready. 4 maps on Storm Point, 4 maps on World's Edge. 2 more games to earn the points needed to make it into the top 10 to qualify to the next round. Your thoughts on the additional 2 games here? Is that the right call?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got the extra day than we had over the Sweden land, so I think absolutely jamming an extra couple of games into these series just to make sure we're getting the right result, just to make sure that the teams that come out of this are the best teams.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in Battle Royales, it's all about there's a lot of RNG that we all know that can happen. So, the more games you have, the more chances you have to really show who is consistently the best team. I was surprised to see it jump up to 8 games, but I'm not complaining.
Yeah, 2 more games y'all get to play in the winners bracket tomorrow. But hey, we like to play a little game called the Talent Predictions game. Toxic remembers playing this back in the day and faring fairly well. Let's take a look at our talent predictions. And this time, a lot of us going for Alliance. I gotta say, I do agree with that call from the 4 of us. James, and Glitter, James squared. I agree with y'all. I think Alliance is looking great, but I, of course, love to hear from you, Genome, your prediction, and then Hatsik, throw one in there as well.
Yeah, we saw the GMT boys on the screen just before, man. They're looking happy, they're looking fresh, they're looking wonderful. I mean, Rambo, man, that hair, you just kind of want to sit there and stroke it. It's amazing.
Is that why you picked them?
They're looking, they look so confident, and yeah, it is 100% why I picked them, James. Does that surprise you?
I like how to okay, I'm not going to lie. This is, I'm here for the hair, and that's why I picked them.
Hey,
who have you got for
Hockey's
this?
some of the best hair in the game, though. Don't get that twisted.
Absolutely.
You got it.
I would love to say GMT because my boy Rambo's on there, but unfortunately they do also have Nasky.
Oh,
so
he's throwing shade.
I'm going to go.
Oh, boy, he's throwing shade towards Nasky. I love it.
He's the nicest guy in the scene. Literally.
Only in land.
Wait.
Only on land.
Online or offline?
Exactly.
Yeah, he's the nicest guy in the scene.
But I'm going to have to go with, I hate to do it because everyone else do it, but Alliance. I think they are probably the strongest team here as long as they can absolutely get it together and show it up.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. You've got a lot of love you're showing towards Alliance, rightfully so. Will Alliance turn things around and catch fire in the losers bracket? It is a win or go home, do or die situation. Losers bracket, 10 teams will be eliminated, and guess what? Gameplay is ready, and I'm not going to mess it up this time. I know who we got calling the action. It's the British boys, the duo, the British banter themselves. Take it away, Onset and Gaskin.
Ooh, thank you very much, John. Starting off on the right foot there, making sure he's got the names right. And I tell you what, for the teams on stage right now, I think this picture that we're seeing right now in front of us kind of sums everything up. This is now the lower bracket. We're into bracket play. We have 8 games ahead of us for these teams.
And for some of them, unfortunately, will be the end of the road.
Can't have a bad day now. Can't have those mistakes. You can't afford to slip up. We have seen teams slip up. We're seeing teams in this losers bracket that never should have been in the losers bracket. Some that came so close, though, to progressing in that winners bracket. But now is the time to show that you shouldn't be here, that you do have a chance to get into that final eventually. It is a long road from losers bracket round 1, but it is still achievable.
Now, if you're wondering how the losers bracket works, of course, the top 10 at the end of these games will go through to the next round. The bottom 10, unfortunately, will be eliminated and will be the end of their time on the stage here in Raleigh. But I mean, 8 games, Dan. They were talking about it on the desk a little bit more time for teams to find the form they need. The RNG kind of taken out of it. You had that odd game that might not go your way, but over 8 games, you would think we should have the best 10 teams moving forward here.
In group stages, we didn't see loads of composition changes because you didn't have that panic station moment of, oh, I desperately need those points in game number 6. We could very much see that in an 8-game series when people start to fall behind and suddenly they need points. Otherwise, they will be out of the competition. There is no pillow for you to fall on anymore.
Yeah, and I think we will definitely feel the mood change, I think, not just on the stage, but also in the arena here with the crowd as well, because even though you've been amazing, you're going to feel the tension as these games start to roll through, because the teams who are involved in these games that we're going to see ahead of us in this losers bracket, this is do or die time now for them. 8 games to get it done to keep that tournament going.
Match number 1 then in the losers bracket here at the ALGS 22 Championship. Do or die, as Onset has said. And we've got a few teams to keep an eye on. The likes of E8, Alliance, FA Kitties, Ascend, GMT, all teams who would have thought they could be progressing in that winners bracket, but now they have to fight their way through the dirty losers bracket, which they never would have seen coming.
Well, who's going to clean that dirt off? Who's going to get those kills on board? And who's going to get the points on the board as well? That's what it's all about here. And we start off with 4 games on Storm Point.
A lot of POIs to be thinking about. Of course, now you've got changes in groups. Who's going to be playing where? Has everyone been able to correctly coordinate who's going to be dropping in certain areas? GMT dropping towards the north side of the map over by the wall. Looks like they're going to be clear. I was worried there was potentially going to be a contest, but it looks like they're okay. And from what I can see, for the most part, everyone seems to be pretty spread out, except potentially Ascend could have a little bit of a matchup down at Antenna.
You can also see right at the top left-hand side of your screen, down Beast, there might be a little bit of a fight going down over there. We'll have to see what does happen. And in fact, it does look like, as you can see, the player names flashing down, we might have an early engagement already going down, and yes, indeed we do.
Yeah, 1IQ have been a little bit lost throughout this tournament. They haven't really found a home, and they are going to be going up against STK. And already you've seen damage go down, both teams just letting each other know they're there.
Peacekeeper, always a good gun to find off the rip, especially when you're being contested. 1 knock already coming in here for Tutoraiku, and it's going to be now another shield broken. It's the case now of just chasing down these kills. You've got the numbers, you've got the advantages, and this could turn into some free KP.
And this is the perfect way to start your losers bracket as well. Just that extra KP to start to make sure you get that confidence, and 1IQ eliminated in 20th position. Unfortunate for them, but as I said, they haven't really been able to find a home. They were desperately searching for some loot, but you run into Sutaraku.
And that is going to be a tough, tough start, especially knowing just in the back of your mind this whole time that these could be the last games you play here before you have to go home. But you mentioned it perfectly. You summed it up perfectly. A confidence boost here in these early moments of these elimination games is going to be huge.
Well, just these 1 or 2 points could be the difference between you getting through to the next round or not. It's going to be very tight. We've already seen that just progressing to the winners bracket was tight enough. Well, E8 missed out by 6 points. That's 6 kills. That's a couple of placements that could have gone their way, and then suddenly they could have been kicking back with their feet up in the pool back at the hotel watching this one, but instead you've got to be completely focused. You've got to be watching, you've got to be making sure you are on top of your game.
Well, just to give you all at home a little bit of information about where the circle is going to be pulling, we're pretty central at Storm Point at the moment. We're going to have to wait maybe until a second circle, maybe even that third beacon gets hit by a team to get a little bit more of an indication of where we're going to be heading to. But let's just touch on Alliance here, Dan, very quickly, because what a shaky day 1 it was. But today, I just feel there was a little bit of a conversation had last night, a little bit of a kind of a tactical discussion, and all of a sudden we started to see flashes of brilliance from Alliance. If they can find consistency, they're going to be dangerous here.
This losers bracket run could be the perfect formula for Alliance. When we talk about them being a momentum-based team and they do like to pick up steam and start to really go out of control, well, they started to pick up steam towards the end of the group stages, didn't quite make it to winners bracket, but now you've got a chance to play against teams who
aren't necessarily going to be as well matched as some of the teams they were facing up previously in the group stages. You've got a chance to maybe slap down and win some big fights to just get that confidence back in you again. And if Alliance do start rolling, if they do gain that confidence, they become one of the most terrifying teams in this lobby.
Now, this is the team I wanted to watch. FA Kitty, so much individual talent. We know that PKMK has kind of joined this squad recently, and they did get a little bit of practice coming into the event. But like I mentioned, mechanically insane. If you get into those 3v3 fights, it's going to be very, very difficult to take down this squad. But something hasn't quite been clicking for them. I'm hoping in this losers bracket, we're going to see a little bit of an advancement from them in the placements.
I mean, what a road that the FA Kitties have gone through. It's been some tough times for them. It's brilliant to see them playing here at LAN, and I'm sure that they are going to thrive in a lobby like this. You heard what the analyst desk had to say. They should absolutely slap around this lobby, and they will have fun. We will see kills. Speaking of kills, there's a battle here.
Uh-oh. Godfire lose one, and it's going to be Alliance. Big moments, big games for the European lineup, and already Hackett is getting involved. Hackett is going to find one he's going to convert onto as well. Godfire in the bin. And Alliance looking strong.
They opened a bin and then they got put into it. Alliance, this is what you want to see, right? You want them to be pushing fights actively, looking for that extra KP. As long as they're not taking unnecessary and silly risks, as long as they're calculated and they're thinking about them on their rotations, then they should have a good time.
One thing I loved about Alliance's approach today, a lot of teams would have looked at composition, right? Alliance historically have always fiddled with the composition, not afraid to try different legends when things are kind of developing in metagame, right? Alliance, overnight, I thought, they haven't had a great day one. Maybe they're going to try something a little bit more defensive. Maybe we're going to see the Gibraltar come back into play. Maybe we're going to see them slow things down, but they came in with a lineup and they added Horizon where I just think they've decided to go completely the other way. They want to just try and get even more aggressive, and the way they're rotating here in this first game, out of circle, all the way up to high point and back round, you know they're hunting.
And maybe Alliance just having flashbacks from yesterday when a Horizon really ruined their day, and it really can give you those extra angles when teams are trying to hide away from you, or they have just been able to dip behind a little rock, a nook, or a cranny. And suddenly, with that extra elevation that you can provide for the team, Horizon has clearly been that extra element some have needed just to get those final kills or just to get that initial first pick. So I love the change. I like that we're seeing a little bit more aggression. And as you said, because it is 8 games, you have more time to kind of test things here, maybe to get some early points on the board, and you can go for a safer comp later, or you do it the other way around. You start with a safer comp, and you develop into a more risky one if you're not getting those points.
Well, FA Kitty certainly saving the legs so far in our first game. We've already seen them in the Trident. And now we see them taking to the skies, redeploying with that Valkyrie ultimate. A couple of spiders going to be creeping up, terrifying for many, but Hardeki's going to deal with these like he does most players on the server. He's going to just get that nice bit of loot on his side, and FA Kitties, unfortunately, I think we've got some spider fans actually in the crowd here. He's happy to see them taken down.
Yeah, maybe not fans of spiders.
True.
They've got, is it arachnophobia? Is that the correct one? Is that the correct term?
I'm surprised you knew that.
It is probably the longest word I'll ever say on a broadcast, but FA Kitties, they are just rotating slowly and surely to that circle. As Onset mentioned earlier, very, very central circle, so it's a difficult one to predict for those who don't have the beacon, so you are going to bide your time. You are going to rotate slowly. That means that when we get into the later game, we should have more teams with better loot because they've had a lot more time to do so.
Interesting looking at the map overhead at the moment. There are a couple of teams just kind of hovering around the outside of it. Not really looking to get involved with an end game position, if you like. And I'm interested to see how this lobby actually plays out. If we are going to see teams go for that central zone, try and find a place to play, or if we're going to see teams try and get points on the board early here, just to give them that cushion that you were mentioning. It's a risk-reward kind of strategy, but sometimes when you're coming off the back of a couple of games where you did actually perform in the group stage before you come into this elimination bracket, then you can kind of try and carry that confidence over in those team fights.
Confidence going to be very important, and confidence already here. Crazy Raccoon, another team who came somewhat close to being in that winner's bracket, and they are on the back foot. They are running away from aim.
They're getting chased down.
Retreating.
They're getting chased down indeed, and now it's up to Sunday. The last player alive here for Crazy Raccoon, who are another team I was keeping my eyes on, but AIM Esports, they miss it right now. Nice spray with the R301. One player to finish off for them to clean things up, but it looks like the last player from Crazy Raccoon has managed to... No, he has been taken out. That will be 17 squads now left on the server.
He thought he was going to get away, but he ran into just another team. That's just how it is sometimes when you do start to get quite central. There are going to be a lot of teams waiting around a corner for you. As with this circle and where it's going to be moving, the fact that we've got so many teams playing on the edge right now, if you are one of those who has got very central, that has been able to rotate early, you should have a good time. You should be able to wait quite a while before you actually see any action.
Well, for now, AIM Esports haven't picked up those kills. They're just looking to pick up some damage and maybe level up those Evo shields you can see on the back of Hayaki here. That's certainly going to help. A little chip away with 24 damage. Never been too good at maths, Dan, as you know, but certainly moving the right direction when it comes to leveling up that Evo.
And you can see now where that circle is going to be going. So it's going to be on the east side of the middle of the map, but then it does transition slightly southward, but there was a lot of mountain in there as well. This is not going to be an easy position to play. Those buildings that are in that river right in the center of that circle that you see, where Brew currently are, that's going to be such a good position for these teams to actually push for.
Well, now we're going to see Alliance getting aggressive. There goes the black hole. You know the grenades are going to be following it up. Can they get the damage? Can they get the first knock? Huge damage coming in from the Arc Stars. But it looks like the Nox gas is down, which is just going to stagger this push for Alliance.
Yeah, it's enough just to hold them back. It's not worth throwing everything at this KP. You don't have to. You can just back off ever so slightly. But EA also having a little bit of a scuffle on the other side.
Very interesting pace to this game. We've already seen 3 squads be eliminated and teams continuing to find 3v3 opportunities around the edge of this zone. That situation is going to change, of course, as that ring does start to close in. And as we see teams start to be eliminated, but it looks like Alliance have got a game plan coming into this lobby, Dan. They want to dominate.
Yeah, they just want to show why they are a team that shouldn't be in this losers bracket. They never would have expected to be so. Detonation Gaming eliminated in 17th position as well. FA Kitties picking up the last little bit of KP on that one. But Alliance still thinking about this push. They do want to try and take this KP.
Yuki goes in, Yuki sends it, and Yuki has to be very, very careful. Here another Hackers has gone down. So Alliance now have to reset. They have to be careful. They got to knock themselves. Vibe says, don't worry, boys. I can finish this one off. The help comes in now from Yuki, but they've got to get this kill. And now it all falls down to Vibes. He gets the job done. Takes over kill leader, and 4-7 will be eliminated.
4-7 with an amazing hold, though, has to be said, with 2 players were able to just back themselves into a wall. An amazing shield swap as well to make life a living hell for Alliance. But now they've got to get Hackies back up. And that is not going to be easy. They do have a beacon right next to them, but of course that's going to bring a lot of unwanted attention towards you.
Well, the good thing for Alliance here, you mentioned the beacon that's right next to them. It's up on the high ground. They should be safe on the edge of zone to get Hackers back into the game. Plus, all of his loot's about 20 feet away, so he should be good for now. Obviously, we'll have to see how that one does play out for Alliance as we jump over to the POV now of E8.
Whoa, and EA already shredding as well. A few 41s to let them know they're there. There's going to be a knock, and now we're going to see in the kill feed, knocks starting to fall around Storm Point, and EA trying to take full advantage of that, PVX having to back off.
I mean, this is an aggressive game number 1 here. Remember, 8 games in our lower bracket before we find out who is going to be going through and surviving and who will be making that trip home. But EA now just on the hunt for those last 2 KP. 15 squads still in the lobby.
And EA were that team that was just so close to getting into the winners bracket. They were literally 21st place, only 6 points away from being able to push themselves through. So now they, equally to Alliance, will want to demonstrate why they shouldn't have been in this one. And with aggression and with a composition like this, they are going to have a fun time on Storm Point for sure.
So for now, E8 having to retreat, as I think there was a couple of teams in the area that they may not have been as aware of that were causing them a few problems. So E8 now just making sure, having secured a couple of KP, that they can survive for now and think about that next rotation. How they're going to move towards that circle, because in 55 seconds, Ring 2 will be closing.
And considering that a lot of the teams do have beacon information, we're not seeing too many move to the central areas because it's such a risk at the moment. You have to walk across a lot of open land. You are very vulnerable to any teams who have got those early angles. So instead, teams are just slowly creeping their way in, trying to take a fight isolated if they can, and not expose themselves to too many teams.
There's 2 teams stacked up on each other right now. And as one tries to slide past, you can see Ascend in the background, maybe thinking about getting a little bit cheeky and having a poke at this. The Horizon Q is going to take them up into the skies. The black hole gets inside the bubble. Younghe has to think about dropping that Nox gas, but I think the intervention might have actually kept this fight going a little bit longer. Dogma down to 1 HP, trying to survive. Can he get this battery off? Reject lose 1, and now it's all on Odik. Suak trying to survive in this situation as last alive. He jumps into the void to survive for now, but Reject are taking damage as well.
It's because Ascend came and joined that party. You saw they were in the distance, you saw they were watching, and they managed to just swoop in, do some damage, and pick up a couple of KP. Both teams, Reject and ODK, do survive and will escape. And that's mainly just because Ascend, they kind of walked in, broke up the fight like 2 school kids in a yard and said, go back to your classrooms.
Unfortunately, they certainly will not be full rosters to continue this game. As you can see, a lot of loot boxes on the floor, a lot of death has been occurring at the hands of Ascend. So a perfectly timed third-party opportunity taken by Ascend. And I kind of wanted to highlight this team. Haven't talked about them enough. They've been very, very quiet so far, but if there is a team, I think, that could be a dark horse to just all of a sudden light up the main stage here, then it certainly is Ascend. We've seen them over in the EMEA region put up some huge KP games, and I'm sure that they're going to look to do that right now.
There is a lot of dangerous teams in this losers bracket, and I'm sure there will be ones that have aspirations of getting to that grand final. They won't just be wanting to go out with a whimper here, and they will be putting everything into it. Ascend definitely one of those rosters. So Odic down to just one, no banners to work with as well, but it looks like he is thinking of going back for those banners as Naski has gone down. GMT are fighting Alliance right now.
Hackers get stuck though. Has to back up and pop the battery. Will have the time to do so, and this is an all-Europe battle right now. RKN filling in. On one of these rosters, of course, he's a little bit of North American flavor being thrown to GMT, but look at this push now coming in from Alliance. This is what we're used to seeing.
The Battle of Europe goes in favor of Alliance. And GMT, unfortunately, just on the receiving end, I think, of a pissed-off Alliance, a team who wants to show what they're made of here in this losers bracket. And now they've already got 9 points on the board, already got 9 kills to work with. They are looking on fire at the moment.
They really are, and it's just the way that they're approaching these fights as well. They do not look afraid of anyone in this lobby. This is what we're used to seeing in EMEA from Alliance. Isolating 3v3s and then just jumping in at the opportunity to fight. If they get that initial damage, they are looking dangerous in this lobby. And the man on your screen, Vibes, is starting to heat up.
We did get a little bit more circle knowledge as well. You would have briefly seen it on your screens, and it does move even further south. But as we say that, Sutaraki are going to be taking a fight here, and they have certainly implemented a lot of damage already.
And the way this lobby is playing really does play into the hands of Alliance as well. They can isolate 3v3s. So many teams not playing zone at this point means they're going to be able to pick these teams off. And speaking of picking teams off, couple of players fall here, and Sutaraku look to move in and clean up the pieces. Fussy on top of the height here on this mountainous area. He's got the car and the wingman in hand. That man's been busy at the crafter.
Yeah, this is a really big choke that they're holding as well at the moment, Sutaraku. They are holding off the entire lobby that wanted to progress from the west side of the map, and they are going to have a lot of fun. They're going to have a field day if teams do try and progress, as it does seem like FA Kitties have been spotted out, and Hardecki, a slither of health.
That's known as 1 HP, ladies and gentlemen, and that's known as a bubble to try and save his life. Hackis is going to send the black hole towards him, maybe trying to stop that cutoff, and he does! Geometry Wars, no, this is Apex Legends.
How have they been able to do that? How did Hardecki not get that bat off? That's such a shame for FA Kitties, but now Alliance can take full advantage of it. But they're well aware there could be other teams in the vicinity. They're not getting too aggressive yet. They have to scout who's around.
Well, Alliance are starting to catch fire here. Let's jump into the comms with the listening with Alliance.
I don't know where the fuck you are, bro.
Behind
me!
Stay down there. Yeah, look on Wives then. Go to Wives, Yuki.
He said behind him, bro. Play behind me.
Yeah, go behind Wives.
Just say come to me.
One push you. Hit him 80, hit him 80. Nading that. You can rest now, you rest now. You're good, you're good.
The comms are terrible there. I didn't understand a thing. You said behind you, and you're looking back. So I'm technically behind you if you're looking back.
Fine, just focus up. Just fucking focus up. The bottom building is just a team there. We can play the tunnel again, I think. I need to loot though, I need to loot.
Yeah.
Is there light on us, guys?
Only heavy so far.
I need swap gun then. We're gonna Valkyrie play on the tunnel again. Can I loot this?
I got red armor. Here, light.
I need. Let's run back to the fucking water. Run back to the water, careful. Dropping a Phoenix for you guys here.
I'm okay.
Run back to the water, we're gonna Valkyrie and we're gonna land tunnel.
Yeah. Okay. He's got 3 charge rifle bullets.
Yeah, on me.
Two now.
Valkyrie for me. Valkyrie for me and slam the bottom in the tunnel. If there's a team there, we fight them. Come here, boys.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm gonna watch your vibes.
Enotisel?
I do.
Give me one. I'm at 60%, so I'm gonna have it perfectly.
I have 2 arcs, I'm ready. Get ready, boys.
Yeah, just 2 seconds. Stand it. We can maybe take roof. Should we take roof?
Oh!
Let's not land bottom. Land bottom and queue up roof.
No, bottom. Go bottom.
Go bottom. Play the right side. Land on the right side.
Okay.
On me safe. Stay here. Inside.
I'm sorry, am I the only one who got a shot?
Yep.
Only you, yeah.
They like us, Yuki. They don't like you.
We don't have Jeep anymore, you know?
Why is not getting focused?
Well, I mean, it was a roller coaster of emotions we just saw there. Initially, Yuki not happy with the communication that went down. A little bit of a disagreement. Then the Valcult was successful, and now we see everybody smiling again.
It sounded like me and you in our ranked games, really. Comms were terrible. What are you saying? Where are you? That's pretty much how I communicate at all times. But as you say, a little bit touchy, but they've got 10 kills. They are still scoring well. They are still leading this lobby at the moment. 6 squads remaining. Whilst we were in that, we did see a few teams just dwindle away as we start to get to the latter stages of map 1.
Well, inside of the circle, bang center zone is Sutaraku, and also they have a Kraber. And Bullet's going to have the opportunity to knock over some pins in just a few seconds' time as well. Other teams looking to force their way in. One of them, AIM Esports. That spray's going to be big, and so is the damage coming in as well. An opportunity to push, and they need to take this because they've got 60 seconds before that zone's going to be closing behind them.
Yeah, any sort of advantage you can take to just gain a little bit of the map here, because look how far away they are from that circle. But if they do push the team, they are very vulnerable to another team potentially thirding them or just holding them out. They are closer to this next circle. There's only one building in the next circle as well, and whoever's in that building is going to be sitting pretty right now.
Bubble's going to be forced. Zako not able to really connect with the shots in the way that he would have wanted to there. And at the moment, the swarm is being set up. Phoenix are the team who are behind this truck. The missile swarm might do enough damage, but no, not really capitalized on. There's an EMP to try and answer back. Missile swarm is going to force one player away. And the longer this battle goes on, the more likely that a third party can get a line of sight here. And both teams might be a little bit more upset.
Well, I think other teams are kind of north side of this circle at the moment. There is less squads than usual in this kind of scenario, so they can be a little bit more patient. They do want to get this KP because they know if they give this up and they start to push up towards the circle, then they'll get backstabbed, and then they could be third-partied by a team after they join. So they very much need to win this fight, but they do have the time, the little bit of patience here to work with.
Oh, Jerovic has got to be careful here. He was getting shot in the back as Hackis gets involved in another fight, but Imperium United were on board with now just for a few seconds. They fall. And who else but Alliance? They are wiping the lobby.
And Buram were in that building for so long as well, but Sutaraku now holding out another team. They are pretty much central circle. They have so much to work with. And that one building I was talking about is not a building at all. It's actually just a platform that they've got. You can hide behind some of the scenery, but it is not much to work with, that's for sure.
Line them up, Bullet. Line them up. AIM Esports eliminated. Ascend starting to lose a few players as well. The railing keeps that player alive. And a little bit of a dodge and a dive from the Gibraltar is going to make that Kraber bullet just shave the head.
Ascend fall in 4th place. Sutaraku still in central circle, but Alliance are watching over them. Alliance have all of the vision right now. But where is the third team? It's Fenix. They've been waiting there for quite some time. They have bubbled. They are very low. And I think that Alliance know that, as well as SDK. And there's the elimination. It's going to be a 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3. And this is a game and a very similar ending to the game that we saw from Alliance earlier, where they picked up the win. Bullet looking to knock down one player, one shot, one opportunity. Just to get the pick they need to create some space. And while all this is going down, Alliance just looking down and thinking, we're waiting for our chance to pounce.
Alliance are just trying to surround them at this point, but they know if they get hit by one of these Kraber shots, it is done. This is a risk from Hackis, but he's more than willing to take it right now.
Well, the good thing is for Hackis, he's been in this situation. He hit that Q, he took that grab lift, and he destroyed a team earlier. And if we stay on board with him, trust me, you can see with the way that he's moving, that he's looking for an opportunity maybe to get that black hole down, maybe to make another play like we saw earlier from him.
Bullet just needs help. He needs the other two to cover him on his right-hand side so he can at least work with things, try and hit one of these Kraber shots, and then they can push up on it. There's the 4-1-40, and you've done the initial damage. That's going to keep Alliance back just temporarily.
Temporarily, yes. But Alliance now trying to step up and get re-involved with this fight. Here's an ARC-Star. Sends that one out just to force this player from behind. Cover! Oh, narrowly misses the headshot. And Bullet just can't connect in the way he needs to right now.
4 bullets left in that Kraber as well. 4 more opportunities to try and give your team a massive advantage in this fight. But Alliance know that they can wait this one out. They've got more of a central circle position at the moment. It is going to be Sutaraku. Has the move. It's another 140. Do you push up on this? Maybe if Seer gives you some information, you could jump on them, but it looks like both teams are reluctant to do so.
Yuki's going to have to pop a battery once more. Alliance being forced forward now.
Uh-oh.
Again, Bullet has the chance to change this fight in just a click of the fingers. One headshot and it changes. As now the Q is used by Hackis. He sends in the black hole. They destroy it just in time, but Rico's taking damage. Sutaraku on the back foot now.
Yuki gets the opener and Alliance breakthrough!
And Alliance already showing what they're made of in the losers bracket. They needed it. The crowd needed to see it. Alliance fans had to see it. And they close out map number 1.
And you watch that game from Alliance and you think, how are they in the losers bracket? How are they in the losers bracket? Because they just dominated the first game.
Just needed that belief in themselves a little bit. I think those final maps in that group stage, they started to realize, okay, we can do this. We are a team who deserves to be here. And now you put them on a composition where they can play aggressive, they can play Apex in a way that maybe they don't traditionally play, but in a lobby which allows them to have fun, to play Apex, to show what they can do with individual talent and group skill.
I think that's the biggest takeaway from the game for Alliance. The fact that lobby is playing the way that it is. Teams are taking engagements. No one's really looking for an early spot. No one's too worried about locking down God spot too early. And that means that Alliance can just pick their prey off on the edge of circle. And you have to say, Bullet had the opportunity there to hit one Kraber shot, couldn't quite make it happen. Alliance didn't need to be asked twice.
And it was a circle that kind of played into the hands of that game plan for Alliance as well, because, as you said, no one was going central because it was so difficult to predict where that circle was, and even with beacon information, it got so tough. 19 kills for Alliance. It's a solid 31 points to start things off here.
Solid!
And that is going to be a way now to move forward in these next 7 games where they can just have a little bit of a buffer with them.
Solid?
Solid.
That's unbelievable from Alliance. 19 kills! Going down to Yuki, Hackers, and Vibes, and 31 points overall. The perfect way to start things off for the European lineup. But you look at the rest of the lobby there. Not a huge amount of points available. Like we say, Alliance, the point sponge there, which is always a good thing when you know you've got to chase things down.
Yeah, a few teams who will maybe be a little bit frustrated that they didn't go a bit further into that one. FA Kitties just got caught out on their rotation. Hardeki, unfortunately, getting 3-2-1. They did manage to pick up 3 kills, but unfortunately weren't able to get any further than top 11, so they didn't even get that extra placement point to work with. GMT, they also fell a little bit earlier, but they also fell to the same old story. It was the Alliance train. They were running through everyone.
Yeah, they really were. I think you took the words right out of my mouth. You know when you have something to say, and then you get there first, and I'm like, come on, man. Anyway, let's talk about Alliance, because we're going to see the stats, and wow. Look at that damage coming in from every single member of Alliance. 2K just seemed like it was the minimum requirement.
And even though they were bickering a little bit when we went into the listening, it doesn't matter now. They can forget about it. They can move on. They can learn from whatever mistakes they think they made with communication. But clearly they were doing a lot right in that game. A lot of damage, a lot of kills. And of course, that first place means that Alliance are going to be on the top of the pedestal now for the rest of this losers bracket.
All smiles from the Alliance lineup. And I tell you what, when you have a game like that, you pick up a few fans here in the crowd. And you can feel every single time that a team got taken out by Alliance, the cheers were getting a little bit louder, and I'm sure if they continue that kind of form here into game number 2, then there's going to be some Alliance merch being sold for sure.
Well, we've said a few times already this broadcast that they are a momentum team. Now it is the chance to prove that if you are Alliance. You need to be doing the same thing you just did in match number 1 as we move on. And we can take a look at the heat map as well, where those kills were, where Alliance moved. They stayed very much firmly on the east side of the map. Did have to transition down slightly, but there is so many kills they found in that final circle.
Very interesting to see actually this heat map, because Alliance starting down pretty much, you know, in the middle of that heat map, you would say, and then they moved and transitioned right up to the northern side to then re-rotate back in towards the circle in the end game. So they took the way out towards the edge. They found those isolated fights, which, as we see, they absolutely love to take, and they made it work for them.
And it's good that they can demonstrate that they can play in that style as well, because when match point format comes around, if they were to get to those finals, you do have to try and play a little bit of both. You need an aggressive style, and then later when you're on match point, you need that defensive style, which is more traditional to what Alliance usually play when they're kind of dropping thermal, for example, over on World's Edge. They like to play that more defensive strategy where they just hunker down, but that clearly was not what they were going for then. They went out of where they were actually dropping, came back in, and it was an incredible performance.
Dominating stuff from Alliance in game number 1. It's time for us to jump into a break, though. When we get back, map number 2 of Storm Point is coming your way.
Maybe I go on. Do you break their gen? When the cannon is not in, we're gonna break the gen.
I don't really have a gen. I got clip it again.
Okay, but heal up. We have armor subs, yellow. Full here.
Yeah, I'm moving that forward a bit.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm popping the Phoenix.
Yeah,
is it still full? Is it still full there? This one is full. Okay.
The Nanios. You gotta take bases. Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
You guys can swing, and so I can queue up.
Okay.
Swing so I can queue up.
Swing it out. Okay.
Go. I'm ulting him.
Knitting!
Keep it, keep it,
Go,
keep it, keep it. Nice, go on this. Hold it. Go. One down. Let's go. Ollie.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Championships 2022. We're in the losers bracket. Bracket play has commenced, and Alliance looking dominant in game number one. And I just start to get the feeling in the arena, Dan, that everyone's starting to get a little bit excited about the games we've got coming up ahead of us. There's a lot of noise starting to pick up here, and I think the teams on stage are going to feed off that energy.
I mean, I think that a lot of people like to see aggression, they like to see kills, they like to see team fights happening very early, and that's what we've seen on Storm Point. We're starting to see teams say, you know what? Screw going for the late game positioning, let's just start pushing people because we believe we are better, we believe we can actually take down anyone that is in our path, and that's exactly what Alliance did. But there are other teams in this lobby who can do exactly the same thing. FA Kitties, I think, were cut off a little bit short, maybe unexpectedly, so I'm expecting a big bounce back from them here in map number 2.
Looking at GMT as well, just wondering what they can produce in this second game as well. Of course, just a reminder, if you are joining us, it'll be the top 10 teams who will go through to the next round and keep their tournament alive, but the bottom 10 after the 8 games that we have in front of us, 7 to come, of course, after the first one was completed, will be unfortunately falling out of the tournament. Nasky is focused. That is the official, like, universal, internationally understood term for focus.
It is, and well, no, now he's not focused. Now you're just giving off mixed signals, all right?
The man's emoting on stage.
Are you going to be relaxed? Are you going to be focused? Get your head in the game, Naskin. Let us know what you're going to be doing. But GMT, you know, it wasn't the best of games, but again, they fell victim to Alliance, as so many others did, as well as FA Kitties there, as they've realized that they're on camera. Oh, there we go. That's nice.
That's what we love.
That's what we like to see. And I'm excited for this game too, because I think a lot of people will realize now how this lobby is going to play. Match number 1, you always learn who's going to be kind of dropping where, who's going to be rotating, how aggressive is everyone going to be, what compositions are we going to be going up against. Well, now everyone's got the feelers in and everyone's starting to realize what's going to happen. Oh boy, am I excited for this one and what we might see when it comes to the aggression from some of these teams.
Well, I'm glad you're excited. I'm excited too, and I'm sure that everybody here in the arena is just as excited to get game number 2 underway. Alliance wiping the lobby in game number 1. The question is, can they do it again?
They definitely can do it again, but is the circle going to be a similar one? Is it going to be a fortunate one for them? Can they play the same way if the circle was a really hard pull to one of these corners, which is a little bit more predictable for that late game positioning? We'll have to see when we get information, but for now, you can see the dropship is over Storm Point, as it will be 3 more times before we move over to World's Edge.
Of course, these teams, maybe they're thinking Storm Point isn't their stronger map. Maybe that's why we saw the lobby kind of play out in the way that it did. Maybe when we move over to World's Edge, we'll see a little bit more position-based gameplay. But for now, I'm kind of hoping that, I've got to be honest, I'm kind of hoping this pattern of play continues.
I mean, World's Edge has been that more structured map, you know. Storm Point is kind of that crazy cousin that comes over every year for your birthday party, and they walk into the room and you're like, oh, well, it's going to be fun, but it's also going to be really interesting, and we'll see how it pans out. Whereas World's Edge, you know, just the cool, calm, collected brother.
Well, let's see how we're going to be getting on in this game. We have the information, we have that beacon you can see on the observer mode and where things are going to be going. And if you're an Alliance fan, smiles all round once again. But I'm interested to see how they approach it. Will they try and play zone early, or will we see them rotate out once again? Phoenix team, they're in a fight already here, right down to the southern side of the map.
Yeah, it's 1IQ again, unfortunately just not able to find a drop spot here. They're always contesting someone, and Phoenix team should be able to win this engagement. It is a 3 versus 2, I believe, and they've been able to already take down 1. So it's not been the prettiest of starts for 1IQ, but again, this is a nice momentum builder for Phoenix team, who perhaps didn't have the best of games in match number 1.
Well, sometimes it's just one fight that can completely change momentum, and I say that a lot in Apex Legends. Teams lose a team fight here or there, game 1 and 2, couple of engagements that they get into before they really find their feet in the lobby. If they don't go your way, it can really hurt the mental game. And now you're seeing Alliance, what a difference a fight can make, right? One fight that goes their way, they look dominant, they look confident, they take everything that's in front of them, and they end up putting up a huge point game. 31 points in game number 1. That is nothing to shake a stick at.
Solid game.
Solid, you're sticking with it.
For Alliance, it's solid.
We're going to have to talk about that
I think Alliance can do better, right? That's how good Alliance are. That's how the expectations are.
High standards, man.
And
High
Alliance,
standards.
they're over at Stormcatcher once more. And actually, a very similar first circle to what we saw in match number 1. It is quite central, is leading slightly more towards the east side. But now Alliance will probably do the same thing, go up towards Thunderwatch, get that beacon information, maybe try and push the team that's going to be in any sort of that area of the map. And then they'll go back on down once they've got that info.
Can't wait until there's like a fairground in the world that actually has one of those grav cannons in. They just fire humans out of it.
I mean, it's concerning.
It's another money-making idea.
You can test
it. It's another money-making idea.
You can test
it. I'd certainly hit the ground pretty hard, to be fair. But Alliance, they're going to be continuing their similar pattern of play to what we saw in game number 1. Once again, just going out to the northern side towards High Point, seeing if they can isolate any fights whatsoever. The bad news for them, as we have our map overhead, is that there's no one in the vicinity. Absolutely no one near them at the moment. So Alliance are going to have a bit of a quiet time, so to speak, just to calm down, let the adrenaline kind of flow, or stop flowing, I should say, from game number 1.
And that could be an active decision, but the FA Kitties, they're having a little bit of a scuffle, and they are going to be getting involved in this fight. They've done enough damage to actually start pushing on this one.
They certainly have. PKMK looking for the stick with the ARG Star.
Oh no.
A couple of grenades going to be exchanged. Has to squeeze his way through the door like me after a heavy meal, and Rico will go down. So Sutaraku on the other side of this bullet is going to even things up, though, as Hardeki goes down. PKMK and Leogri now with the work to do. PK shot will connect, but he's got to do so much more here. PKMK, can you finish it? Yes, you can! And FA Kitties needed that more than anyone.
All the pressure was on PKMK. He wipes the sweat from his brow, and boy, did he need to step up. Sutaraku were looking like they'd been able to get back into that fight and done enough damage, but the FA Kitties just about survive. You need players to clutch up in those moments, and I'm glad PMMK was able to do so, because now we can see more of this fantastic squad.
And maybe that's the fight that's going to change the fortunes of FA Kitties. I mentioned it about Alliance, and you can see all of a sudden that maybe they're looking to get a little bit fired up as well. So we'll have to continue and watch these guys as they progress through the lobby, but they're so dangerous. That kind of thing is huge for them.
Look at the amount of information they've got in this composition as well. Bloodhound, and you've got Seer to work with. 1IQ eventually eliminated in the kill feed as well. They did finally lose that fight that they had, that we saw earlier off their drop. But it is crazy that all these teams are going for this aggressive composition, right? They're trying to get as much information as possible to chase down enemies, similar to what we saw in scrims leading up to this event.
Well, Crazy Raccoon up on the high ground here, trying to overlook a couple of teams below them. A couple of shots, going to be pop shots more than anything, just trying to chip away at the shields of the players down on that low ground, just to show a little bit of presence here. But GMT, you can see, kind of stuck middle map here in these hallways where we saw them a few moments ago in game number 1. Trying to escape from Alliance. It didn't work that time, and it looks like they're on the back foot once more.
Well, a good sign is there's no Alliance around at the moment to ruin GMT's day. But GMT do need to be careful that they don't allow Reject to push up on them too successfully. Reject have got the core stick to work with, so they can play on the defensive side as well. A lot of teams trying to position themselves here at the moment just because of where this circle is. This is a very safe place to start with.
Got to correct myself from a little bit earlier as well. It's actually, of course, Rambo, the long-haired assassin, with the substitute appearance here for GMT, and I kind of said it was RKM. But we'll forget about that. I said it quietly, so nobody really heard you, apart from every single person who sat here in the arena. But for now, let's jump on board with Rejects and see if they can hold this choke. There's a lot of teams starting to stack up in this area, Dan, and you have to wonder if this is going to be where we're going to see a lot of endgame activity, and maybe everyone's starting to think and reflect on what happened in game number 1. The fact that there wasn't a lot of teams playing early circle, and people thinking, hey, maybe we can sneak in here, maybe we can get set up while everyone else fights on the outside.
But again, it's another one of those circles where there's just so many areas where this circle could be pulling that everyone's reluctant to kind of explore too much. So I think a building like this, which is fairly central to the circle that you're seeing on your screens right now, so you can work with it, you can gain a little bit of information, and then you can move once you have at least got a little bit more, or you can start chasing some kills if lots of teams start to arrive in this area. Alliance are starting to make their way down, and we will see them on your screen now already doing damage.
Black Hole goes in, Wingman comes out, players go down! Yuki with the Wingman. It's almost poetry in motion sometimes watching him that weapon. That could be Alliance once again getting the opening damage, getting the first kill of their game, and continuing the dominance that we saw from game number 1.
And it's the same warpath from game number 1 as well. They drop here, they loot it, they move up north, and then they come back to see if anyone has just kind of picked up on the space that they've left, because they know how to navigate it, right? But AIM Esports also looking to try and do some damage here. They've already got 1 knock.
Got 1 knock, defensive bombardment though, he's going down, and GFR are trying to slide away and escape and live to fight another day. It looks like AIM will give up that chase. They don't want to overextend and find themselves losing a player and getting a knock that they don't really need to commit to. 1 KP is good enough for now. They're inside of the circle and they have beacon information, so they're going to be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been able to get that beacon information, so that's a good sign for those teams who are more central at the moment. There are a few teams still on the far edges of the initial circle, so they are very late to the party, but they will be looted and booted, I'm sure. As AIM Esports still having a look around, still seeing if they could get aggressive on that team, but it looks like someone else is pushing them right now, and they are reluctant to take that fight, and it's GMT who have the high ground over them.
I think it's very, very interesting to see the map overhead right now. Obviously, you don't have it on your screen. We do have it available to us on the caster desk, but such a different game here. You can see a lot of teams rotating into circle, having more information, and maybe thinking about how they want to approach this lobby. GMT, one of those teams, set up inside of this building now.
A lot of teams were able to move early. As long as that circle doesn't pull too far away from them, they could be rewarded with the positioning that they were able to take in the early stages. And GMT, with the place they are right now, I mean, the circle could pull over towards this kind of area. But I think they're more inclined about thinking, how do we take down this team? But there's that next circle information, and then we will get some more as it ticks over, and okay, it goes slightly north.
Okay.
So those teams up in the north side, like Alliance, like Inf, they're going to be in a good spot.
Well, GMT are going to have to get those walking boots shined up once more. Maybe think about making a move pretty soon. They don't have the Valkyrie in this composition as well, so a skyward dive is not an option. So everything's going to have to be done by foot. Excuse me, they do have Valkyrie. Rambo is on Valkyrie. So they will have the Skyward Dive available. Just disregard everything I just said. They've got the opportunity to Skyward Dive if they want to.
Good. I'm glad, because they might need it if they do have to escape, if things get a little bit too saucy and spicy here. GMT looking to get a little bit more aggressive. Nasky trying to do some damage, and of course, he's got all the abilities with Seer to try and gain that extra information to relay it to the team.
A bit of a peek through the window. Nasky was aware of that, and now it looks like they've managed to isolate. There's a flank coming in, and Nasky gets the first knock here. AIM find themselves down to 2. GMT with 3 players still alive. And now the bubble goes down as well. This is looking like a pretty clean fight for GMT. However, Dell's now gone down. It's a 2v1 situation. Zako's going to be taken down, and here comes the third-party specialist. Here comes Ascend.
They've done it again. Ascend just swoop on in at the right time, missing a couple of shots, and just about GMT survive and try and scarper away. Ascend, no. They had some easy KP there, and those are some shots that should have connected as GMT just trying to stay alive.
Rambo has fallen to post-kill. But one member did manage to escape just about by the skin of their teeth. Ascend are trying to make sure that they're chasing them down. Maybe they're going to just take a second here to get this loot and make sure that they can fight towards the next circle. On board now with Odic. Let's see what they can do. GMT's unfortunately eliminated. As you can see, the AIM did manage to get the final kill onto Dell. So we're down to 16 squads now. And we've still got 50 seconds or so left on this second ring.
Yeah, unfortunately for GMT, they just ran straight into several other teams, including Odic, who you see on your screen right now. And I think the GMT will be a bit frustrated at that one. That fight went on for so long. They were kind of being run around the rings a little bit when it came to that building. And even though they did a lot of damage and they got some really big shield swaps, they would have won that team fight, did win that team fight. But third parties are always going to be possible here.
Yuki's got a wonderful angle here for Alliance. The black hole goes in as well. Damage being done. Arcstar's going to slow down the push. And now Hackett is going to be forced to fight because defensive bombardment is going to chunk away. If he stays outside, he finds himself on his back. Yuki has to move in, and Yuki and Vibes are doing what they can. The wingman not connecting though, and now it's all up to Vibes. He has to back out of this fight. And Alliance, who have looked so dominant, are now looking a little bit shaky in this team fight.
It's such a big fight as well, because they're both trying to control the northern side. Vibes still going to be hitting shots here. Will have the Peacekeeper to work with. Will connect. Lots of shields. This is not a fun position, and Alliance from Heroes to 16th position, and now Reject coming.
Oh, here comes a horrible third-party opportunity. Reject see the fight going down, but they can't quite chase down these final players. Looks like they will have the opportunity to do so now. That's going to hurt. The revved up Rampage. They get one knock, but that's not the end here of him.
I am so surprised that Alliance and Infinity actually had that fight. They were both kind of living together in the northern side of this circle. Plenty of buildings where they could have done so. But I guess we have already seen that aggression from Alliance, and they just wanted to keep pushing, keep that momentum rolling. And they were able to get some KP to work with, so I don't think they'll be too disheartened, but perhaps an opportunity amiss here because they were in one of the better positions on the map. But Reject, they tried to come in, clean things up, they will get 1 KP, and now they've got one of the better positions that I was speaking of.
FA Kitty still alive in this lobby as well. We saw them win one team fight earlier on in a little bit of a clutch fashion with PKMK hitting some really important shots for them. Odic, though, they're looking pretty strong at this point. They've been positioning themselves for the majority of this game, kind of away from a lot of the fights that have been going down. And looking on the map overhead, it's kind of the same kind of situation as well. They're the wrong side of this mountainous area that they're going to have to traverse in a few moments' time when the ring does close and we see our ring 4 pop up. But Phoenix team, one of the last 15 squads still alive, looking to make their move as well.
And if the circle does keep moving towards Stormcatcher, which it kind of does, there is going to be a lot of those buildings still in the area. Does mean that Reject are going to have to move from the building that they just claimed. And I think that Orthrus are going to be able to hold their building, at least the south side of it, for quite some time. CR waiting down in the southern side of that circle as well. They're in a good spot, as well as DNG, the two who have been actually very impressive throughout this tournament as a two. Hats off to them and the success they've been able to find. Detonation, they've been really a thorn in the side to a lot of these teams when they do eventually get pushed.
Yeah, they unfortunately had to play as a duo, but trust me, the crowd here in Raleigh has been that third man for them on a lot of occasions. They've certainly been supporting the duos throughout the games that we've seen them in, but for now, it's a little bit of a map overhead for everyone at home. You see how the teams are trying to move, how they're trying to relocate themselves, and everyone's starting to get a little bit closer than they were a few moments ago. The shoulders are starting to rub together now.
Well, there's still 8 teams outside of this next circle. They're all slowly starting to make their way in, whether that be with the Valk Ultimate or whether it's just walking yourself in. But FA Kitties, they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive. They've got to move from the southern side.
They have to. Like you say, moving from that southern side, they've got a long way to go. Even though they've got around 70 seconds, They need to force this team back. They take the high ground, and now you're going to see Hardeki almost caught off guard there. I don't think he quite caught that player.
Just slightly out of his FOV maybe, wasn't able to catch it. Could have done a lot more damage, but it also could have been a lot worse if the other player had seen him first. And both these teams just trying to contest for this building right now, but it's not going to be a building that will be safe once this circle moves, so this fight has to happen eventually. You've got 44 seconds before the circle does start to close.
There's Buriram who are on the other side of this fight, so FA Kitty's still trying to force their way in, trying to bully their way in, trying to flex their muscles here. On the other teams that are in front of them in the lobby, 32 seconds left for them to make that move. It looks like you can see that BRU have decided to go down to the low ground. Hardeki, PKMK, and Liogri are going to escape. Liogri might have just got a little bit fortunate there, actually. He fell off the zip line or just slid down. And if they would have been a little bit more aware on that low ground, BRU got some free shots on him.
Must be so frustrating facing FA Kitties right now. The amount of information they can gain on you, the Bloodhound scan, the heartbeat sensor as well coming out from Seer. You're just going to have so much knowledge, and when that ultimate comes out, of course, you just get absolutely everything from Seer as well. But FA Kitties, they are looking to maybe just use this distraction as a chance to rotate themselves around and get closer to that circle.
While all of this was happening, Godfire were eliminated as well. Hardeki goes to the skies. PKMK is going to be there to help out his teammate as well to finish off that kill. Hardeki falls from the skies. There's nothing more terrifying than Hardeki, but he gets taken down, and now it falls once again on the shoulders of his teammates. Liogri, it's your turn to shine. The PK, maybe even an EVA 8 is going to be enough. Another fight won here by free agent Kitties.
Spring starting to close as well, so that is going to be more than a tickle on their backside. That is going to be a firm spank, but they are able to move through, and at least they'll be able to get that res for now. Ascend, they're also taking a fight. They're pushing the bubble.
There's so much damage already been done as well. Just have to step out. Big chunk with that Peacekeeper. A simple job there for Ascend. They pick up some good KP towards this end game.
And Ascend are going to be the next fight. FA Kitties, they're going to be pushing up on Ascend. They would have heard all of that ruckus happening like noisy neighbors, but are Ascend aware of the late push from the FA Kitties? That's a big one.
Let's find out right now. We've got a listening lined up just ahead of this fight with Ascend.
They should be low, they should be low. Go push them.
Don't play open. We need to go back because if we play open,
They're gonna shot.
I cracked them. Kill the Seer.
Finish this guy.
I need to heal, finish
guys.
the Seer, finish the
Finish
Seer,
the
guys.
left, heal up.
Volk.
I'm pushing up, bro.
Go.
No.
Go, Jake,
He died,
go.
I think.
Okay,
He
didn't die. Red, almost 55 red. I'm staying here. It's all you guys. All the yeah. Kill. Nice. I'm gonna use
Kill the team on top. I'm good.
Jack, stop for the red.
Stop. I'm going back.
We can play there.
We can, yeah?
There's a team there. There's a guy there.
You have light? You guys have light? I need to
Can I switch my longo? Do you think it's a full team or? I don't know. I saw a it's a team. Yeah.
Can I loot?
I need to loot. Can you guys give me a
50,
moment?
Item 50.
There's a guy there. What the fuck?
We need to swing left, I think. We need to swing left.
Yeah, we have to swing left. We have to clear this shit and kill this team here. Yeah, we have to kill that team there.
Okay. Let me loot. Let me get light, please. Wait, on the left.
Yeah, there's a team there.
I need to bad.
I'm coming to you guys, but I only have long bow for now.
You wanna barcode maybe, Cash?
They're getting shot out.
No.
I'm gonna push forward.
Okay.
Kill them.
Nice, it's a solo.
That, the solo. Let's get this position.
I'm getting light. Can we go left?
The team is getting beam really hard. There's any gun? Can I switch for a good gun? I don't know. I'm gonna check him. I'm gonna check his box. There's a flatline here. I'm good. There's flatline here.
This team right here, by the way, careful.
Oh, stop shooting you, bro. They're fighting there.
Should we 3v that?
Can I go closer?
Yeah, they're fighting. Come. Guys, come.
Bro, please. Let me loot. There.
Newcastle, Newcastle low.
I don't have angles. Where? Can you go closer. We're getting shot. I need to heal. Guys, play on my side maybe. My side is good, no?
It's in? I think it's in. Yeah. It's good.
There's a whole team on my side.
You might need to
bubble. I bubble. Fuck. I bubble post. I need to pop up.
You're good. Heal up.
I'm good. I'm going
to give you
my side. Come to my side. The bubble is gonna end. I'm going. I'm fine. We're fine.
I'm trying to shoot for you.
Thank you. You're good.
Give me crack.
Play here. Focus. They're fighting on top.
I need chill.
Guys, we should wipe the team on the right.
Okay. Climb the rock while the team right side.
Wipe this team.
I mean, what a listening. He kind of summed up the situation of the game. The intensity is there from Ascend, and they're starting to roll now.
As the circles go further, the intensity starts to increase as Zen know they had to flank round left. They had to push together. They've got decent damage on this first kill, but do they know there's another team just beyond that wall? It looks like they should be okay for now. PVX have one remaining player. This should be extra KP, 6 squads remain.
I mean, they've been frying in this lobby. It's like they looked at what Alliance did and they thought, hey, that's a pretty good idea. Let's just run through absolutely everybody. They're up to 11 kills as a squad now. Kashira looking for more as well.
There is a lot of teams still left considering the size of this circle, so there is going to be a lot of room to play, but because of the hill that you have to go up, it's so difficult to go up against some of these teams that have already been able to get into this prime position. You can see Fenix team are just trying to hide behind any nook and cranny they can find.
Well, I mentioned that Ascend are a team who we've seen in EMEA all of a sudden, for no reason it seems, just catch fire. Maybe it is that intensity. Maybe it's the backs against the wall mentality. That is what brought this situation to the front and forced them to play this way. But this is what I've been looking forward to seeing from this lineup. So deadly on their day. And maybe day 2 here of the ALGS Championships is their day.
There's 2 teams kind of down south. The other teams are more on the northern side as there's still one remaining rat from PVX. And of course, we love a little bit of a rat strat. Can you actually pick up some extra KP? Because CR are right next to you. The rejects there watching.
Well, CR have no idea. However, Ascend do have an idea of where the rest of the lobby is set up right now. 3 bats to play with here for VJX. As the rest of his team out, is now going to swing out left. And look at the position that Ascend have actually managed to rotate into now. They've got the caustic barrels down. And they're in a really good spot, not just for maybe some KP of the teams who are looking to work their way up this hill, Dan, but also for that end game. They could really dominate here, and they could be challenging that 31 points if they convert this game into a win.
And excuse me, it was Crazy Raccoons, not Rejects. My apologies, but Crazy Raccoons could certainly be affected by that. And so a Phoenix team, they cannot get in. They walk into a party that was waiting for them. It was a big old ambush.
That was terrifying for them, and Phoenix team will go down. Rejects smile. They can't believe they've just been donated those KP. They just ran into them. As now we see Pulver-X sneaking his way in towards the end of that circle. I think he's safe.
He is alive! Somehow manages to just stay alive as CR oblivious to the fact. And some extra KP, extra points, placement points available for Pulver-X here if he can carry on this masterclass of a rat strat.
5 squads remaining. And I tell you what, you can be such a nuisance. As a solo player alive, you let everyone else do the work. And then you take home the plaudits. It's a little bit like when I used to do group projects at school.
You just watched in the wings, picking your nose in the corner, and then you still got the A start. Well, for Pulver-X, they'll be hoping that the last remaining player can do some damage. And I think a lot of these squads are probably thinking, like, where actually are these players? Where are these teams? How is there still 5 squads remaining? If they are keeping tabs on that player count that they could see previously, maybe they'll know there is at least one rat somewhere. And with the amount of information that can be gathered from the likes of Sia, I'm surprised that the rat is still alive.
The team up on the high ground is going to have to fall pretty soon. Ascend just waiting for their moment. They know that CR are just across the way from them. Crazy Raccoon taking a little bit of damage. You saw Sunday just maybe having the shield stripped. The missile swarm is going to go back just to allow him the time to get those cells popped. For now, Reject just waiting for their moment as well. They know that team is up on the high ground now, and if they can beam them as they fall from the skies, there might be KP opportunities for them.
Can do a lot of damage. Ascend still haven't spotted out that rat. Neither have Crazy Raccoons, as PVX will slowly walk in. Not much room to play with. If you can try and go on the other side, you are going to be at risk of Ascend potentially doing damage. You've just got to avoid the gimme bomb. You're still alive for now.
Still alive for now. The zone's going to start closing, but I tell you what, a big part of me wants this guy to go huge. The solo player alive is still alive. Now they have to drop from the high ground, though. Orthros, Fang, the bubble fight will potentially happen now as everybody's starting to get that utility out.
And the rat still alive, does eventually join the party, will get spotted out and eventually probably goes
still
down.
Alive.
He's still up and on top, and now he just hopes the gas keeps him protected.
He's still alive, it's still possible.
Top 4.
He's mocking the lobby. He's getting the med kit off finally. He will fall. As Ascend now make their move, Crazy Raccoon will be eliminated. Kashira will be able to get this battery off, and it's a straight 3v3 shootout now between the final 2 teams.
Already used their bubble though, so you've got to be careful here. You don't have that extra protection, and now the nades will come in. You've got to be careful which angle you try and take. Orthros Fang do have the advantage with that situation.
They move through, the bubble goes down, chunks aren't going to be hit. Ascend on the back foot here. Orthros Fang will win game number 2.
And they just planned that end circle out perfectly, did Orthros Fang. They were probably a little bit worried when the drop had to happen. But thanks to a devious rat that joined the end game and took everyone's attentions away for a short amount of time, he really did change what happened in that final circle. An interesting one, that's for sure, but Ascend, I think, will take the plaudits with their overall performance and how dominating they were with the amount of kills they put down, but they still weren't able to get that victory. And that might be unfortunate, but the smiles are on Orthros' faces.
Yeah, understandably so as well. A big, big moment for the 3 guys that you can see on your screen right now. Very important to get early points on the board. You don't want to leave it to that 7th, 8th game knowing that you have to perform at a level maybe you haven't hit so far in the lobby just to stay alive in this tournament. So early points absolutely massive, but I think that, like, you're right, we saw the win come in, but I think the game belonged to Ascend.
Yeah, I think it did, and we'll wait to see what the final confirmation was of kills, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ascend are up there. Yeah, there we go, 23 points total. It was a 14-kill game, so even though Orthros has got the W, Ascend still got the most points.
Let's talk about Pulverex, though. I mean, we saw the rat. He managed to work his way up. There's only 2 of them. Only needed 1 of them. It's as simple as that. As they do work their way into 4th place. And now looking across the leaderboards, it's going to be interesting to see how things change up a little bit, because we've had 2 games where 2 teams have popped off, Dan. So for everyone else, it's still very much all to play for.
And even though a 6-point game doesn't look that much, if you can consistently do that through every game, even as a duo, there is still a chance you can progress to that next round in the losers bracket, and you are then increasing your prize money a lot. Every single team is guaranteed at least kind of $3 grand, so there is still plenty to play for those teams, but it starts increasing more and more the further you get into this tournament. And if you do that as a duo, I mean, hats off to you, because you've had every kind of thing thrown at you this tournament, and you're still able to perform like that.
Well, Alliance, after an amazing game number 1, get brought back down to earth extremely quickly with a little bit of a slow one in game number 2, falling out in 16th place with only 1 kill to their name. A little bit of concern here for GMT as well. 3 kills for them, but no placement points. And for a team who has kind of based their playstyle on placement over the years, a little bit surprising to see.
A little bit, yeah, but at the same time, you can have those off games. And when you do have an 8-match span, it is going to be a marathon. It's not going to be a sprint, even though we saw some very aggressive early games. It's nice to get those points under your belt, but eventually consistency is going to be key here to make sure you progress.
Well, these are the winners, of course, of our game number 2. It's going to be Orthros Fang, who did manage to pick up that dub and win that important 3v3 engagement right at the end of that game. You could see it was a bit of a messy fight for everyone involved. You had the bubbles down, you had the caustic gas. To hit those shots through the smoke is always a difficult thing to do.
It is so tough. I mean, vision is so impaired, and you really have to be listening to your teammates as well and making sure those communications are going to be on point. You don't want to be yelling random things and just make it even more confusing with everything that's going to be on your screen already. But a very exciting and action-packed ending to that circle, as we expected here on Stormpoint.
The thing I love about how the lobby's working at the moment, like we mentioned, 2 games, 2 teams who have taken most of the points away. If that continues to happen for different teams and we get towards World's Edge, then all of a sudden, when we get to game 7 and 8, anything can still happen. It really is set up to be the long game here for a lot of these teams. But for 2 teams, they want to get it done quickly. Ascend jump up into 1st place with 33 points.
And remember, the top 10 after 8 games will progress in the losers bracket. The bottom 10 will be out of the tournament. Pulverex, after that rat strat, do jump up into 10th position. And that dream is still kept alive to progress even as a duo. Orthros Fang, they move up 9 positions with that victory. That really does show that, you know, you can absolutely propel yourself up this leaderboards with 1 big game. And it is a very tight lobby. Even though you've got some of these teams who are starting to take a lot of the kills away, everything else from 3rd and 4th downwards is very much up for grabs at the moment.
You're looking down at the bottom half then. This is where you don't want to be. It's as simple as that. If you have 11th, just 20th by your name when the day is done here, unfortunately, you will not be moving into tomorrow's tournament play. And for GMT Esports, I'm looking at them as one of the big names down here. I think it's maybe time, even we should say with Rambo coming in as a substitute, the experience should be there to navigate their way through this lobby, but they're struggling a bit at the moment.
They are struggling at the moment. They've got unfortunate, I think, in a couple of these games, but I'm expecting a bounce back eventually. And maybe it is a case of waiting for World's Edge. When we talk about Stormpoint and how some of these teams may be not as good at it, or they're not as well versed in knowing how to actually get into those final moments, World's Edge is a lot of these teams' bread and butter. So that's why I think we're seeing a lot more aggression on Stormpoint. Teams just trying to maybe pick up some points while the lobby is a little bit all over the place, and take advantage of that. Take advantage of maybe some teams not necessarily being as good as at this map.
Well, Storm Point has been a lot of fun so far, and the good news is we still have 2 more games of Storm Point coming your way. It's time for us to jump into a break, though, but don't go too far, because they're just around the corner. Welcome back once more, everybody, to the ALGS Championships. It's 2022, and we're starting to get through the... surprising,
I don't know what year it is anymore, to be honest,
to everybody. I mean, the years have flown by very recently, but I mean, what a performance we've had so far. 2 games, 2 teams literally going mad in the lobby, just soaking up all of the kills. And unfortunately, for Ascend, even though they pick up a lot of kills in that last game, they weren't the ones who took home the win. It was Orthros Fang from Japan who managed to pick up the dub, and now they're going to be looking forward to Game 3.
Which doesn't matter right now, because it's not about wins, it's about points. But as as this tournament progresses and we get to those grand finals and match point comes into effect, we're suddenly going to be looking at those teams who are able to play for the win. They're able to get that victory because they will be the teams that can realistically be the actual champions here. But we've still got plenty more games here in the losers bracket. 6 more before we can decide who is progressing and who will be going home, but only 2 more on the madness that is Storm Point.
I think the madness that is Storm Point has certainly provided entertainment so far, and it's been backwards and forwards so far between a lot of the teams, but as we mentioned, there's also been a couple of games that have been full of early team fights, and you can see that everyone's getting aggressive. Everyone wants to just find a little bit of a foothold, a little bit of momentum to go through these games. But even though it seems like 6 games is a lot of games, Dan, we're flying through them at the moment, and for some of these teams, it's only 6 games left in the tournament.
Well, those points start to dwindle away as well, and they start to get sponged away by some of these teams that are getting very aggressive now and starting to realize that they kind of have one up on the rest of the lobby. Alliance maybe got a little bit too aggressive in that second game. I will say that I think they had a really good position, but they were just maybe carrying that momentum through from game number 1. So we'll see whether they find a middle ground in match number 3 here, or whether we're going to see the same kind of effect from the likes of Alliance and from the likes of Ascend, who have just been slaying out here on Storm Point.
Or maybe it's going to be Orthros Fang who can go back to back. Let's see if they can kind of recreate something that we saw from Optic Gaming yesterday on Storm Point. But for now, the game is live. 2 games done on Storm Point, 2 to go before we head over to World's Edge. And I get the feeling that we're going to see the same pattern of play emerge once more here. Everybody wants a little bit of each other. Everyone's hungry for kills.
And I'm wondering where 1IQ are going to drop, because it doesn't seem to matter where they drop, they get contested.
1IQ, just give them somewhere. Like, just add a POI right now for 1IQ. Call it 1IQ Island. Put it, like you see in the distance there, just let them be safe one game.
I want to see 1IQ get some loot and have a chance in the end game just to try and rat out, but we will see where they end up. We've got the map overhead now. The circle going to be slightly more west than the previous, but again, a very central circle. Not going to be an easy, predictable circle that we've seen on the previous times on Storm Point.
I'm sorry, I was giggling away while you were going through logical things as I saw 1IQ jump out like at the last second. I thought they might have been heading to the island that was off the coast of Storm Point here, but they do re-emerge and they do re-enter, and it looks like they might actually find somewhere to land for now. It might not be the biggest and best of POIs, but certainly they can find somewhere to get some loot and get into the game.
Yeah, it's not even a POI, it is a no-named place of interest. Actually, it's not even an interesting place is where they're landing, but they'll take whatever they can at this point. At least they haven't been killed off drop. Thank the Lords, as 1IQ can just kind of scavenge here. They can try and find anything to survive, and hopefully we see them in the late game, because they have had a hard time so far this tournament.
They have indeed, and I've got to give a lot of love to the crowd here in Rally as well. They're showing a lot of love to the duos, to 1IQ. Every single time that we see something that's kind of mildly entertaining, they're getting right behind it. The rat in the last game was one of the highlights for me, being on the caster desk so far throughout this tournament. And even when they find a POI, or half a POI, a couple of buildings, whatever you look at, the cheer went up. You got to love that, right?
I mean, it's just going to get better and better as the tournament goes on as well. The energy has been amazing in the arena, especially considering yesterday was a school day. Technically today, still a school day on a Friday, but now as we go into the evening, people are finishing work, people are finishing school, and this crowd is going to get bigger and better as we head into the weekend, and of course, as the matches get even more important. But we cannot stress enough how important these games are in the losers bracket. We will be sending 10 teams home after these 8 games are completed, and that is not going to be where anyone would have expected to be as this tournament started.
Yeah, I feel like we're the lucky ones here, because we do the first 4 games and then we don't have to
beat the bad guys.
Send anyone home. We just kind of set things up for later on, so we've got away with things here. But Orthros Fang, I mean, what a performance it was in that last game, the 3v3 against Ascend to close out the win and put themselves in a wonderful position as we head into the final 2 games of Storm Point. Like I mentioned before, we head over to 4 more games on World's Edge. At the moment, they're going to be right at the tippity top of the map here, just on their loot path, as they're going to have plenty to play with, but we're going to have to see them move for now, as we do see that circle going pretty central on the map once more.
Yeah, I have to say that these circles have lent towards these teams who want to just be able to run at everyone, because it's not as easily predictable. Sometimes when you see a big pull to like Fish Farms, to Cenote Cave, or the Downed Beast, you're going to see a lot of teams move very early, start to use that Valkyrie ultimate, start to head over so that you can find one of the buildings, because it is a more logical decision when it is a heavy pull. But with these central circles, it can pull either way. It's so hard to predict.
We're going to have to see how the circle does kind of emerge and how it does develop, and if any teams get a little bit of beacon information to give them a little bit more of a insight into how this game will progress and how it will play out. It looks like for now, some caustic barrels are going down. And maybe that's just to make sure that this isn't going to be somewhere that can be easily taken from Orthros Fang should another team just decide to have a little poke over here, and maybe it's just a case of getting that beacon information. So you can see the beacons here. They're going to be able to replicate as well, get that crafting done and dusted, and they're going to be in a great position when they leave.
They're just covering their backsides. They know they've got the replicator. They know they're going to have the beacon information. They just need to make sure no one else is going to try and steal that away from them, because some teams nearby who don't necessarily have a beacon in their POI might be interested in it. I think the Orthros Fang will be okay, though, but I've seen some mental things already happen on this map, so I think it's probably safe to say you have to be making sure you cover your back.
Well, Odik, and I'm going to start talking about placements a little bit now, because as the game starts to dwindle down, those numbers are the most important, right? Odik, at the moment, currently down in 16th position, so top 10 is where you need to be. It's not where you want to be at this point in the tournament. It's where you need to be. They've got to step it up here, Dan.
Yeah, and they're playing Rampart as well. They just want to change things up. They want to try a new composition. They want to show
flavor
another legend on our screens, and maybe we'll see Sheila start to come into effect later on and doing some real damage to this lobby. The FA Kitties, 7th position at the moment, so they are in that top 10 window, and they're very close to another team.
They are indeed. PKMK had some very, very clutch moments in that last game as well. We saw that early fight that he was involved in, managed to turn the 1v2 in his favor.
They've got the information there are 2 as well with the Seer. They could push up on this if they want, and it looks like they may decide to do so. This is KP waiting in the other building. The prey is waiting for them, and they very much want to get aggressive.
Oh my goodness. Every single bullet from the gun of Hardeki hits hard. Sometimes it feels like it hits harder than others. Gets another angle as well, tries to poke away and get that damage, but can't quite get the knock. And even though maybe they do recognize this is a 2v3 scenario, they recognize them, but they respect their opponents enough to know that it's not just a case of throwing it.
Now they definitely know. Surely 2 Seer scans will give you that information. The first one, maybe you could say, all right, I might have missed the third guy. Let's not get too aggressive. But I think they should have that info for sure. Fenix team have lost one temporarily, but gets back on his feet. It looks like they are being pressured very firmly at the moment. Grenades are starting to swarm in.
They certainly are. They're in 4th place in the overall standings, so every single game that they can manage to stay inside that top 10 is another game they're going to start to feel closer and closer to the safety net. There's Frogs. Maybe a little bit of home here in the shallow water. There's a lot of ammo to work with with the wingman in his hands as well, but for now it looks like they've found a little bit of a cubby to play with to avoid this team fire. As they try and creep forward towards the beacon that they do have, they have the information on where that third ring is going to be. They are coming under somewhat of fire. Orthros gang just taking their time to loot up here and make sure they're looking all pretty before they get re-engaged in the map outside of the zone for now. Well, that win, like I mentioned, in that last game is huge for them.
Did you call them the Orthros gang?
Yeah.
Okay. So they've changed their name and they are now going to be just... They've won one game and they suddenly become a gang? Is that how it works?
Would you want to meet him on a dark alley?
Definitely not.
There you
not
go.
with how they played the last game, so I guess it's fair enough, and maybe we should change their name as it moves forward. But Infinity, they're in an okay spot at the moment, as are most teams. They've just kind of made their way into a slightly central area within that first circle. Those who don't have the beacon information are being a little bit more cautious than the others. Those who do have the beacon information have moved even further deep inside it, just so they can start to get a better position.
Well, Send are going to be looking to fight once more. Ooh, unfortunately, it looks like fighting might be on the back burner for now. First thing on the menu is to survive. Phoenix kit will be popped, and Ascend will be able to get a little bit of better map position here, right? In the center of the map at the moment, they find themselves. Kashira with the longbow in his hands. Trying to poke away at the Jabroa, who's going to come and say hello. Just pleasantries across the map at the moment. Nobody getting too angry.
And I think now Ascend have had that big game and they've got those points. It looks like they're going to start to play a little bit more of a structured game, a little bit more methodical, start to play for the late game, start to set up. You see the caustic now going to be there and in effect for them. Where it's going to be the other story for some of the other teams who haven't been able to find those points. They might start to play a little bit more of an aggressive composition. As this round one does eventually close, those teams who don't have beacon information will eventually realize that they are going to have to move shortly, but Sutaraku have been just facing a team on the outskirts here, and it looks like that fight might progress into the red.
Well, Sutaraku won't be too worried right now. It's only zone 1, so they're not going to be taking too much damage. They can take their time. They can heal up if they need to. And maybe they're just going to think about getting some cheeky angles. Valkyrie's going to try and get the highest spot. And now it's going to be Bullet, who had that opportunity on the first game, remember, with the Kraber in his hands to really turn the tides. But instead of taking angles, going to take to the skies instead. It's time to touch the clouds and find somewhere else to play.
Yeah, they were just looking up at the scenery and making sure they could have a clear path to skyward dive. And it looks like they've targeted a building here, but
They'll get the information late that there is going to be a team in there, so the rocks will just have to do for now. And there's the information on your screen as well. The circle is heading west. So teams like Detonation are going to be in a good spot. Odic also firmly in one of the better positions. GMT don't have to move too far for this next circle as well.
Good news that for GMT as well. Like you mentioned, been a little bit slow in the first couple of games that we've seen in this losers bracket round. Need to pick up the pace, but that's going to be the case for a lot of teams at the moment. There is that Rampart wall down as we see one player fall. All of a sudden, the action's picked up here as Mercy moves in with the Peacekeeper. One knock comes in, 18 damage, not what you want from the Peacekeeper, but it's enough to keep 1IQ at bay here. And unfortunately for Naxo and 1IQ, it seems like the story will continue and it's not going to have a great ending.
How ironic that Mercy is pushing them, as I'm sure 1IQ shouting Mercy at the moment. Just say, leave us alone, give us a break. But unfortunately, 1IQ have lost one player, and now they're down to just one. But I tell you what, there's a response. Can you get a little bit of KP on the board?
1v2. Talus makes this a little bit more interesting. Maybe not. 1IQ eliminated. Unfortunately for them, it's another rough game.
A valiant effort.
A valiant effort, as we will say, from the duo. And it'll be E8 who take advantage of that situation.
Alliance have got in a spot where they are above a team right now, have that information. They've done a lot of damage as well, and they try and push up on it. It is going to be Mercy who goes down, and E8 now on the receiving end.
Vice trying to take the angles. Yuki with the Peacekeeper. Vice is going to get another knock as well onto Mercy. There's another team, I think, in the vicinity here. This is a little bit of a sticky situation, but it looks like they've isolated it for now. 63 will do. Another knock comes in as Suppressi goes down, and E8 will fall as Alliance refine the form from game number one with a clean-looking team fight.
And even though 1IQ may have gone out in 20th position, they went out with their chins held high. They'd done enough of damage that the third party came in, and Alliance were thanking 1IQ as they arrived. E8 were very low, very weak, were not prepared for the third party to arrive. And a team that was very close to getting into the winner's bracket, E8, they fought early here in match number 3.
So Alliance are going to be able to get all of the loot they could possibly dream of from this situation, which is always a good thing if you're playing Edge and you're looking to take those team fights.
What loot do you dream of, though? Personally.
Me?
Yeah.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah, you come back to me, you let me know. For me, it's charge rifles. Anyway, Phoenix team are going to be under pressure. They are going to be getting a res, and they need to be doing this quickly because Sutaraku are very much on the aggressive side.
They certainly are. They're looking to push in. As you can see in the feed as well, one Tappy is going to be using that Sentinel to get a knock onto a Phoenix player. Sutaraku looking to move in, take advantage of the situation that's presented in front of them. They will get some kills, they will get the finish. As now they're trying to really make the most of this fight. Another player, will go down. As Sutaraku look to make their move under this archway down the beachhead. But they're going to be met by a lot of resistance as they move in.
These three matches are played so similarly in a way that those teams who are coming from the outer circle, they are pushing the teams further inward and almost sandwiching them with those teams that have got the early positioning. It's almost better if you're either the last to the party or the first to the party, but if you're kind of in the middle, you really are struggling at the moment.
I got my answer for you, by the way. 2 competent teammates is what I would like to find in a loot box.
That doesn't happen. That's not findable.
That's because I have to play with you. Anyway, Sutaraku, let's see what they can do. We've seen how they've moved through that archway for now, and now Fussy's going to be taken to the skies. Using those jets just to get a little bit of an angle, see the lay of the land, see what the next move might be, where it's going to be free, where the other teams are located in the feed. Once again, we see Ascend. Kishera this time with the longbow. It's going to take down a member of Crazy Raccoon. Doesn't get the finish for now, so it's just the knock, but if we know anything about Ascend, if they get damage down, they're not afraid to push.
Not afraid to push, but with this composition, I am expecting them to be a little bit more cautious about their play. There's clearly been a kind of switch up in their decision-making and their strategy going into the rest of these games because of the points they secured in match number 2. As for Ascend, however, they're still playing the aggro comp. They've still got Seer, they've still got Horizon, they still want KP. They've already got 2 kills on the board, and they want to make it more.
Well, Alliance are just thinking kill, kill, kill at the moment every single time they see a team. They want to take advantage of it. They want to kind of assert dominance on the lobby. Good damage coming in from the lineup, but just not enough to break shields and give them the opportunity they needed to push. They have to move forward, though, in the next few moments or so, as we see a couple of teams starting to stack up upon each other at the moment. The Kings of the Castle are called GMT.
Yeah, GMT have got a really good position to work with, considering the teams that are around them, but it's about where they go after this, because they still have to move into this next circle, and there's a lot of eyes on them just because of where they currently stand, and Alliance have just lost one player. They're in a bit of a spot of bother here.
Not just as Alliance, but it was Ascend as well. Fenix team are eliminated in the feed as we go over with another duo. It's 4-7 looking to have something to sing about the Peacekeeper. Not enough. Not enough. Unfortunately, just lacking that extra body to make that team fight a little bit fairer. It'll be FA Kitties, excuse me, who take advantage of the situation once more. More KP for them.
I mean, technically, free A Kitties does work because FA does stand for free agent, so it's not like we're going to pummel you too much for saying it, but that's so rough for 4-7. They've done so much as well, so difficult as the two. And FA Kitties will probably be counting and thanking their lucky stars.
For Ascend, this is not the situation they want to find themselves in. It's GMT who are involved in this fight. Postkill now left on his own as the Caustic. Might be able to finish off this down. Just to get that armor swap. It's going to be a player poking. He misses his first Peacekeeper shot. My goodness, Del. Welcome to the party.
Unfortunately, no revive for the third player. He was very much eliminated, and they're going to have to get the banner and hope that they can bring him back in. And GMT, they need a big game on set. They need to show us what they're made of. These are fantastic players on your screen that have those expectations, that have a big fan base as well. They've dominated the European region, have some of these players for quite some time.
They certainly have, but what a better feeling than taking out a team. Obviously, they probably won't, no, Anonymous mode is on, but taking down a team that's been hot is always a good thing to do, even if you lose one player. Rambo's going to have to be taken to a beacon, though, and now look at the bottom of your screen. Yuki, you've got to run, my friend, you've got to hide, but no! Yuki will fall, and maybe Alliance have as well.
Had to be the charge rifle of all guns as well, didn't it? It's always just rubbing salt in the wounds. So Alliance down and out in 15th. Did get some KP though, so they still will be progressing in the leaderboard.
Think about the leaderboards though. Who were the two top teams? Who were the point sponges? It was Alliance and Ascend, both of them out. So what an opportunity is for the rest of the lobby now. Really to heat things up in this third game here on Stormpoint. Speaking of heating things up, here's Fussy, a great little spray from him, but he'll fall. Now it's down to Bullet, trying to really clutch up for his team. Oh my goodness! Gives him the wiggles and the hip fire's enough.
Just about gets in the circle as well. His teammates crawling to try and survive, and they should be able to get in. So Sutaraku do stay alive, do get the damage, do get the kills, and we're down to 11 squads. And even though we're in anonymous mode, they will still know which teams were eliminated. You usually get a coach to be letting you know who's going to be going down. And as you say, a lot of points available now. Some of the biggest teams in this lobby have already been taken out. Reject, they've got to the late game once. If they can do it again, they can really start to put themselves in a good position.
Not looking good though, this position, as Hardeki gets the first knock in this team fight. Dogma boots the ball down and says, I want to come in here, boys. I'm going to start singing. Oh! It's a 1v1 now. Dogma cleans up the damage and turns this fight on his head.
Now he's got a bat. And now he's got to at least be able to navigate and get information from his team. Unfortunately, Reject, they need to be seeing who's getting these reses.
Reses come in. It's going to be a skyward dive. I don't think he wanted any of this. And the FA Keys, well, I just think they found themselves in a situation they did not expect to find themselves in. Hardeki will be finished off. Dogma, the king of this little castle that he's built for himself, and Reject come out of that one looking strong.
How on earth did they manage to do that? An incredible 1v2 from Dogma. He literally boots the door down and says, say hello to my little friend. And the Eva 8 just shredded through them. And now he gets to upgrade to a Peacekeeper.
That was terrifying. The boot on the door was just, it's like when you're a kid, you wake, look at you, kind of half asleep at the weekend. You think you're gonna get a lay-in. Dad boots the door and he's like, where are you, not at school? And you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot it. It's not actually the weekend. But Reject, what a player was coming in from Dogma to put them in the situation they find themselves in now. Able to redeploy, and most importantly here, Dan, able to redeploy as a full 3-stack as well.
DNG in a spot of bother. As a 2. STK, though, also approaching them. PVX also flying in. A lot of our duos just trying to stay alive, as unfortunately PVX just lost another player, but there is going to still be one remaining. So maybe another rat masterclass from Pulverix. We'll see how it develops, but GMT have got a good side of the map, and Sutaraku down to just 2. And it's whether they can get, well, they're definitely not going to be able to get this third player back up, but it's what you can do as a 2. You need to make yourselves big. You need to make sure that people don't realize you're a 2.
Difficult years as a player, just on the other side of this door. So Bullet's job right now is to hold this door. Do not let the flood come through. Very difficult situation to find yourself in here, as Maybe they're having a little cheeky word through the window saying, you don't boot this door down, I'm not going to boot this door down either.
They go, psst, are you in too? Because we're doing well, and then there comes the explosion.
Fossey manages to get the knock, so now it's a 2v2 situation, maybe even a 2v1 situation. He keeps that spray going with the car. Needs to get rid of this knockdown shield, needs to finish off this kill just to make sure there's no opportunity for KP just to slip through the cracks here.
I think Sutaraku will know now that it is only one player up there with the information they were able to gather from that fight, and that's the best news they could have possibly received, that it was only a 2 on the other side of the door. If it was a 3, it would have been a very different fight indeed, but still alive, 11 squads left. Winner of this fight will move themselves into the top 10 and of course get that extra KP.
Fossey just trying to create some diversions here. The difficulty is they just can't get into a position to finish off this fight. The Watson fences are going down, but sometimes you've just got to not miss. And that's what Fossey does. He takes the fight by the horns and decides that it's time to finish this one.
Detonation Gaming do get wiped. Elsewhere, Polvrix also full in 10th place, but it is more placement points they were able to gather just from ratting their way into these last circles. Speaking of, this circle is going to be closing very soon, and look at where you have to go. Look at the amount of open area that there is to work with. A lot of these teams are just trying to find any sort of scenery that they can hide behind, that they can actually use against their enemies. But with a lot of seers in this lobby, you are going to get spotted out wherever you may hide. Sutaraku as a 2, they've done the job, they've got extra KP and they've got extra placement points, but where do they go from here?
Well, let's find out. Sutaraku, who just made a huge play. I've got to make a rotation now. A listening is available. Let's jump into the comms.
In bubble.
I'm popping about. Popping about. Just wait, we might just be able to go in, find them.
Give it dead.
Nice. I'm CQing that, I'm moving up.
Another team on the back wall there.
Nading in. Careful, I got naded, careful. Coming around.
On me.
Yeah, coming.
Nah, I did nothing. Here, on your back.
Dead.
On your back, one more.
No.
Good try. Good try.
Wow, what an effort it was from Sutaraku. Picking up multiple KP, but now GMT find themselves in a scrap on this low ground. 5 squads remaining, but just one player standing here, and it's Natsuki, who will be eliminated. Has Onyx moved in now?
We find ourselves into the last 3, but unfortunately Onyx are just in this position where both teams are going to be able to look at them, reject, find themselves in a spot after that amazing 1v2 we saw from Dogma earlier. They're rewarded with a top 3 placement minimum, and it looks like they're out for blood.
I mean, what a play it was from Dogma, like you mentioned, that completely changed things. However, things might not be as simple as they see. PKMK finds himself with a chance. He's into the top 2. He's got bodies to deal with. He's got a bubble of his own. He says, anything you can do, I can do better, but he allows the rest to come in. He turns it into a 2v1. He chunks away. Could this happen? Will this happen? Not quite now. Reject, clutch up and close it out.
And remember, it was Reject who actually took down the majority of FA Kitties as well earlier. That would have been the comeback of all comebacks from PKMK. A good, valiant effort, but it is Reject who are the champions here of match number 3. Deservedly so, because the way they played that game and how aggressive they got on the FA Kitties, and the 1 versus 2 we saw from Dogma was unreal. But FA Kitties, they'll be delighted. They picked up some valuable placement points there. That is a solid performance and a nice Ronaldo shoo to celebrate.
That's what you want to see, right? Channel the inner CR7. You're always going to have success if you're doing that, but we need to take it back to the 1v2. I mean, let's just take a second, everybody, to appreciate, to refresh the memory a little bit, as we've got a Reject fan in the building right here as well. Things that we love to see. But I mean, those kind of moments, Dan. I talk about team fights being turning points. Sometimes it can just be someone stepping up.
Well, when it's your responsibility, when your team is either flanked or they send you on the flank and you have to break through that door, right? You're already just like watching your teammates die, almost like in Star Wars Episode 1 when Obi-Wan is just watching Qui-Gon go down, and you've got to go in. You've got to kill Darth Maul, and that's exactly what he did. Did you get that reference? You know Star Wars, right?
Star Wars.
Thank the Lord you didn't get some of my references earlier. But what a 1v2 it was, right? You've got to put so much pressure on yourself in that situation to connect with those shots, and he did not miss. And the fact he then pulls out the wingman, it was even more impressive.
Captain Kirk, Star Wars.
Don't do this to me. 24 points on the board, 12 and 12. What a showing it was from Reject. And FA Kitties, look at the placement points they pick up. They managed to propel themselves up the leaderboards. Boy, did they need that.
There was a moment as well where I thought, PKMK's got this. PKMK might have had this. Maybe on another day, but it was closed out like you say. But as we look down at the danger end, and it is the danger end, the two teams which are of interest to me were the two teams in match 1 and 2 who soaked up most of those points. Ascend going out with 0 points. Alliance picking up a couple of KP, but only ending up with 4, which means those overall leaderboards are going to be blown wide open.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting position now for people trying to secure their spot in the top 10. And even though 5 games is a lot, you need to be positioning yourself when you get into World's Edge in a position where you are in that top 10. You want to be at least bare minimum the benchmark, because then you can play the game the way you are used to playing. You can play it a little bit more methodical, a little bit more structured. Whereas those teams who are outside of the top 10 as we move across the World's Edge, they might have to bring themselves out of their comfort zone a little bit. Maybe a composition change, maybe a playstyle change. And we've seen how that can drastically affect some teams, and it's not always a good thing.
Well, I just want to see the Dogma play again, to be honest with you, but it was also the teammates stepping up. 2.2k damage coming in for Minseong. That's a huge, huge game from him. 6 kills for the Gibraltar. I just want to talk. I hope we've got a replay somewhere stored away for the break when we're on the desk for that 1v2 from Dogma, because for me, that was certainly one of the highlights of the entire tournament so far.
And it's so difficult to play those situations as well when you find yourself in a doorway, because if the two do push themselves out and they connect with their shots, you could just fall like a fly so instantly. But it was how he was able to kind of strafe around the doorway, make himself big, but then also tuck himself away to avoid those shots. It was so successfully played, and I'm sure they're going to be delighted with that victory as well, because now they are going to be serious challengers to try and progress through these losers brackets.
They really are, and it's such an interesting thing that on the other side of that fight was FA Kitties, like you mentioned, and who was the man who got away? It was PKMK, and he came back to take away that second place finish with his little rat strategy, and also just kind of reminded them that maybe it won't be so easy if they match up against FA Kitties in a team fight next time they get involved in a scrap in our next game.
A little scrap, a little bit of fisticuffs that went down, and I do think that every game now we're going to start to see different teams really take the game by the scruff of the neck, really say, look, this is our chance now to get aggressive, to try and pick up some points, because we can't just sit idly by and allow these big teams to bully us, to run at us. Let's start to show what we're made of, and sometimes to counter aggression, you need to be aggressive yourself. You need to be the team that is actually pushing in, and that's what we saw there from Reject, and that's why they were rewarded for it.
Amazing stuff then. A lot of fun on Storm Point for sure, but our time on the Casters desk is done, because we're going to send it back to the analysts on the panel, because there's a lot to talk about.
Thank you so much, Onset and Gaskin. That is right. 3 games in our losers bracket elimination matchup. So much to discuss, so much to work through. Alliance looked so incredibly strong to kick that off, has stayed consistent ever since, but Reject with the big win right there. Well, hey, I'm Fallout and excited to be joined alongside, of course, James Bardoff, of course, Genome, but my man No Coco Puffs blowing up right now in PNC Arena for No Coco Puffs. Hey! You love him. Best damn smile, best damn
love it
in Apex Legends. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. How's it been so far at this event? How you enjoying it?
Oh man, the energy is something that is not, you can't describe it unless you're here. It's just, it's electrifying, and I love every one of the fans, everybody here. It's been amazing.
That's awesome, man. Well, hey, obviously you were this close to qualifying. You were playing alongside Stunny. A lot of people thought you'd be one of the last chance qualifier teams.
Yeah.
First things first, man, walk us through that last chance qualifier and how close you were to competing.
Yeah, you know, we were, you know, up and coming to the Challenger circuit, getting first place and, you know, feeling super, super confident. A lot of you guys, you know, the fans and even you guys were just like, this is a team that's, you know, to beat.
You guys were the squad,
and then,
man.
You know, as we kind of got on there into the finals, stuff like that, we kind of realized that, you know, communication is so big in these final lobbies, and that's what these teams have. As you notice, they have mechanical skill, they have, you know, the position, things like that, but that communication is a huge part of the success of everything, the whole team. You know, me and you kind of talked, and that's like the main part of it all.
Comms, chemistry, all of the above. That's spot on, man. But hey, obviously you've competed against some of these teams. You've been in their shoes before as a pro player, former CLG. You played against some of the best of the best. It's an honor. Pleasure to be having you joined us. But let's walk through these highlights real quick in case you missed the action. Games 1 through 3, James and Genome, walk us through it, guys. Game 1 is all Alliance all day.
It really was, but there are some teams who went missing early on, and I started to get worried. Crazy Raccoon, 18th place, 0 kills. They're notorious for not really getting the kills there, and GMT, 15th place, really should be doing better than that, especially in this particular lobby. There's a lot of teams who are lacking one way or another, but Alliance absolutely smashed. Again, I thought they needed the extra game to get a bit further, and they did that here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Alliance were popping off in game 1, pretty much like Onset popping out of his shirt. Casting deaths. I mean, 19 kills, that was one of the biggest games that we have seen in this entire tournament. so far, and I kind of feel like that's how this losers bracket is going to shape up. I think there's going to be a couple of big pop-off games, because you've got to remember there's going to be a lot of points soaked up by those top couple of teams.
Right, that's spot on. In game 2, well, the team we haven't talked about a lot, the Japanese ORF showing up at Ascend, also ascending to the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, All-Through Fang, a team that we haven't really mentioned. They haven't really had the results or got many kills in the previous games, which is partly why they're down here, but they managed to get a W and 7 kills in it. So they're finding a way to make it work in this lobby, and that's important because it is last chance saloon, really. Ascend in 2nd place, 14 kills, probably the biggest story there with the amount of points they racked up from that. And again, these complete teams in this lobby have to be delivering, and they certainly did in that 2nd game.
And you love a melee finish, Noko.
Yeah, I always love a melee finish. A little snipe down tribute.
That's exactly right, shot my man, snipe down. And then game 3, your boy Bullet obviously trying to survive. He got taken out pretty early, but Reject showing up.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a game of rats actually so far in this losers bracket. We've seen a couple of epic, rat. Sort of
strategy
epic so far, right?
Yeah.
I mean, F-Chan we saw there hiding on the gravity cannon, and then we almost had the 1v3 at the end of game 3 as well. So really love to see those guys just being able to pull out.
An epic finish as Reject finishes with the first place 12-kill game, and guess what? As a result, Reject on top. It's Dogma, Minseong, and Young Hee in 1st place Alliance. A lot of us predicted them to show up. They have so far. And then Ascend, your split 1 playoff champs. They're turning up your games as well, putting on for Portugal. Sutaraiku right after Genome, obviously trying to put up 4 Apex South.
Yeah, I mean, they had a 20th place, right? They had 0 points in the 2nd game, so that it bodes very well that they're in the top 4 right now, and they've only scored points in 2 out of those 3 games.
Right, you also have FA Kitties and GMT, and AIM Esports, so Europe is trying to show that they are still one of the better regions in competitive Apex. They're all on the 1st page. Let's flip over to that 2nd page, though. As it currently stands, these 10 teams will not qualify. Noko, I know you know Elevate really, really well. They were kind of a surprise team that qualified through LCQs with that pop-off game 6. Talking about this squad.
So, I mean, you gotta know EA, they Mercy, Depressedly Golden, all of them, they are phenomenal players. Wait, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, they are phenomenal players. You know, playing against them in rank, playing with them in rank, things like that. They've always been that team that just is really confident in their 3v3s. So kind of surprising to see them right here right now, but I think they absolutely have the skill to kind of, go forward. Same thing with Crazy Raccoon. That's something, a team that, seeing that 11th, I think they have that 3v3 potential to really just take it forward.
Yeah, completely agreed. Right on the fringe, you still got 5 more games, by the way. It's an 8-game series, which is crazy to think about. So something tells me Elevate representing all of the North American region, the only team in NA in this lobby. Something tells me they'll be turning up in these last 5 games. But I want to ask you about that as we take a look at the map schedule here, Noko. You've been here as a player, you've been competing on LAN. Stamina is literally a thing. 8 games, not 6. It's a grind. I mean, I remember if you were in the finals in Poland, but that was an 11-game series.
I definitely was.
Ridiculous,
sure.
man.
Yeah, no, I remember just kind of sitting there, and as you kind of get to game 5, game 6, you're kind of sitting there, and it's the straight willpower at that point, because you start to stare at your monitor, you start to get hungry, you have whether the fatigue starts to set in of that mechanical skill, things like that. So that really plays a factor. So we'll see if these guys can take care of it.
That's right, take care of business. They got to do it 5 more times, James. Obviously, 1 more game on Storm Point, but so far, break down what we've seen on Storm Point. Who do you think showing up? Any team comps in particular sticking out?
I'm not going to tell you what we've seen. I'm going to tell you what we haven't seen, and that is Crazy Raccoon fragging people. They keep getting the positions. In the brackets we saw earlier, they were doing well, they were placing here as well. They got 3rd in the 2nd game, 5th in the 3rd game, but they're just not getting the kills. That's the only reason they're here. That's the only reason they didn't make it, because they're not getting aggressive enough. They're just holding position, but they're coming up here with 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, and it's not enough. They just need to be more aggressive.
And when you look at the stats across a season, the teams who tend to win series, the teams who tend to come out on top, they have a pretty even break between kill points and placement points, right? It's usually around that 50-50 mark. So when we're looking at Crazy Raccoon and saying that they're getting the majority of their points from placement points, doesn't bode well.
No, any final thoughts?
No, I definitely agree. Looking at a team like Crazy Raccoon, I mean, confidence is something that, as a player that's seen them, especially like in the past and things like that, confidence. They are just always a team that you think that they are nuts. They are confident, they're aggressive, they're ready. It's like they're always on the same page. So I think once they find that confidence, they're just going to be unstoppable.
They don't have that much longer.
They don't have that much longer. They just need to find it, But I would say
risks.
Alliance is taking the reins right now with that one.
That's an absolute fact. Playing with a lot of confidence. Alliance,
Definitely.
Despite a slow start for them, Alliance showing up in
Alliance
second
is
place
definitely taking that
overall.
confidence.
Yeah, I completely agree. Well, hey, look, big shout out to my man No Cocoa Puffs joining us on the desk. You all can, of course, also contribute with some analysis of your own. Make sure to check out all things socials. Tweet using the hashtag ALGS. Maybe I'll read some of your tweets on stream. Would love to see your thoughts. Tweet at me at Fallout with 2 T's. We'll retweet as much as possible at Play Apex Esports, at Play Apex Esports on YouTube, and of course, hit the follow button here on Twitch at Play Apex as well. But look, obviously, we got these games to start. Noko, again, big thank you for joining us. Any final words here before we wrap up?
No final words, just good luck to the players, and appreciate the fans for always tuning in and supporting everybody. We all really appreciate it.
My man. Hey, one last time at PNC Arena. Give it up for No Cocoa Puffs, everybody. The one and only high energy. Got a lot of love for this.
The best
guy.
feeling
Thanks
in the world.
so much for joining us, man. Seriously, we're gonna jump to a very quick break. When we come back, game number 4 of 8, losers bracket, win or go home for ALGS championships. Right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, and it is time to get into our fourth game of the losers bracket here at the ALGS Championships. And Dan, it's time to go. It's as simple as that for a lot of these teams. It's starting to get a little bit nervy in these lobbies, I'm telling you.
I think this is going to be your last chance as a team to kind of get aggressive, play in a lobby that's a little bit more sporadic, a little bit all over the place, because I think structure will start to arrive as we get into World's Edge. People will start to get a little bit more cautious with their play. You can blow this lobby wide open if you get aggressive. We've already seen that from several of these teams. So really take this opportunity now to try and get that big point game. Push yourself into that top 10 so that you can stay alive in this tournament, because of course bottom 10 go home after these 8 games here in the losers bracket.
Bottom 10 go home, and as you say, it's not just after the 8 games. We've already had games gone now. You're starting to dwindle away, right? For some of these teams, this is going to be the last opportunity to play Apex on this beautiful main stage that we have here in Raleigh. So that's going to be playing a lot of players' minds now. The back of your mind, it's always there, but one player and one moment that certainly wasn't affected by it was Dogma in that last game, the 1v2, one of the standout plays that we saw for sure. Now it's time for the rest of the lobby to step up, but you noticed something very interesting about the top 10 and where most of it's based.
Well, a lot of the analyst talk was about there's a lot of EMEA teams in this lobby. They weren't able to get into that winners bracket. Well, every EMEA team in this lobby is now in that top 10. So the region is looking a little bit stronger here, but can they carry that through into match number 4? More importantly, can they carry that through into World's Edge, or are we going to start to see some teams from other regions break through and shake up things here?
There's a couple of teams at the top of the leaderboards who are looking pretty good at the moment. That's going to be RC, it's going to be Alliance, it's going to be Ascend. We've already seen them perform in the first 3 games, and the points stack up to reflect that as well. Outside of that, it is so close between the rest of the 18 teams in the lobby. One game can completely change your fortunes here and can force you into that top 10. But for now, it's time to get into game number 4, everyone. Storm Point for the last time, as we prepare to head over to World's Edge afterwards. What an opportunity this is for KP, for huge games, and to set yourself up for success here in the losers bracket.
Well, the dropship is going to allow a lot of the teams who drop on the southern side of the map to loot and boot early, and that could mean that they can kind of progress and they can travel the map very quickly once looted. So if we do see a southern circle, this could be very detrimental to those teams on the north side. But for those 2 teams, or those few teams who have to drop very late, like GMT for example, they will be very much hoping for a northern circle.
Well, let's get into the action then. You can see where everybody is going to be dropping on the map, and we're going to be heading to the northeast of Storm Point here, which is a little bit of a change of scenery for sure. And I mentioned northeast, Dan, we are going right to the tippity top. Thunderwatch and Lightning Rod is where we're going to be ending up this game.
And it looks like 4-7 have dropped up near towards GMT. GMT were well aware of that as well. You can see on the map they backed off, because GMT like to spread themselves out over by the wall and more north side. I think once they realized that FSV here are going to be there, they suddenly backed off because they didn't want to allow any sort of aggression from the 2 to try and take one of these individuals down whilst they are spread up. But if they do have that information, then it is a 2 they're going up against. I'm sure we'll see some aggressive from GMT.
Well, GMT, who did get into that end game in the last game, which was so important for them to just catapult themselves into that top 10. And we're going to be talking about that top 10 for quite a few more games, because that's all that really matters at this point. And GMT find themselves in possession of one of those spots. It's like a valuable jersey that you've just got to try and keep your hands on.
A lot to play with where they have dropped as well. They've got a crafter, so they can get themselves a shotgun bolt. They can make sure they're going to be hitting hard with that Peacekeeper, nice and steady. And I do think that when GMT look at where their position is right now, it can be a little bit nervy when you are kind of 9th, 10th, and you know that everyone has their sights set on you. So you want to try and push yourself up to that kind of top 5 minimum to just give you that confidence going into World's Edge.
Yeah, I think it's almost like you go into the final 4 games. If you're in 8th, 9th, 10th, you're looking over your shoulder, right? You're thinking, oh, let's not throw this away. We have to perform in every single game. Whereas if you're kind of in 11th, 12th, 13th, it's almost as if the pressure is off in some kind of crazy way, because you're like, we know what we have to do. The job is simple. We just have to force our way into that top 10. You're thinking more in a positive manner about putting those points on the board, as opposed to just securing what you need to get through to that next stage.
Certainly are some teams who thrive under that pressure, some teams who crack and buckle under that pressure though, but it is entirely down to you as an individual and you as a team about which way you play. There is a little bit of an engagement going on in the northern side of the map. FSV did rotate away from GMT, and they find themselves near Godfire now. And Godfire, I think, are aware that they are being pushed and they are being
hassled a little bit, but it's whether they turn back around and now start to hit some shots of their own.
Well, that's certainly going to help. It's only 18, but it's certainly going to give Godfire the presence that they require, just to force that team away for a few seconds. Blues across the board here. The boys in blue. The blues in boys, almost, I said that.
And GMT will hear this, by the way. GMT were very close, and it would not surprise me if they start to approach, if they start to try and third party it, and here they are. They've managed to move their way just a little bit closer, ears to the wall, and they definitely know there is some KP here for them.
Spitfire's going to get the crack. Good shots coming in from Dell. Interesting to see Dell, of course, on anything but Wraith. Really made his name as a Wraith player, and there's so many teams starting to stack up in this area at the moment. You can see the POV of Nasky we're watching right now. The information that he's going to gather from this Seer passive is going to be huge.
Well, Detonation are also on their way. They want to join in. They've heard a little bit of a scrap going on, and I think all these teams are looking to try and pick up a third party, but because no one has been able to get that initial knock, they're all just retreating a little bit. They're almost just hoping someone else is going to do the damage for them before they engage. Crazy Raccoon, another team who are in the fray, and Detonation Gaming say, you know what, we're out of here, we don't fancy this one.
Yeah, tough one for them for sure. But again, a valiant performance from them in the games that we have seen so far. Look at that kill feed though, Alliance once again. First team to engage, first team to get a knock in the lobby. And you're going to see them moving in to clean things up here on AIM Esports. That's 3 KP here for Alliance.
And if Alliance can keep this consistency with these early kills, just slowly but surely racking up the points, they will keep themselves firmly at the top of the leaderboard. So that's all they need to do now, is just consistent performances. And it does seem like aggression has been the name of the game in these early stages on Stormpoint. And if they are able to just win that kind of game in the breaking point in the middle of the map, if they can win that fight, suddenly we start to look at a team who could very much win the lobby time and time again.
And E8's also just gone out there, just caught that in the corner of my eye. So E8 find themselves eliminated very, very early. That's going to make the last few games extremely nervy as they head over to World's Edge. Sutaraku also in the kill feed. You can see they've got some KP to play with. They just won a team fight. And I tell you what, the pace at which this game has started as GMT also find themselves under fire. It's almost electrifying at this point.
I think they're running into 4-7 as well, so you've got to be very careful which corner you turn because there is ambushes waiting to happen. Also, to touch upon E8, remember, they were only 6 points away from being in the winner's bracket, and now they find themselves not just in the bottom 10, but in the bottom 5 of this lobby. So they really will need World's Edge to be a pickup moment for them.
Well, Lions are the kings of the castle, so to speak, here. They have the highest ground. Reject! Oh. Not looking too good here, not looking too healthy. The bubble's going to be pushed as well, and it's going to be Reject now who have to hold the line. Dogma made a huge play in that last game. Can he do it again this time? It's going to be no as the answer. And now it's down to 1. Minseong's trying to get that shield battery off. Maybe just to give himself an opportunity to clutch up in this situation. Maybe just to think about getting a res. There's a 1v1 across from him, and it's a member of Phoenix who's on the other side of things. He gets the res as well. Dogma can survive for now. It's a 2v1, and now Phoenix not taking the opportunity to go for res themselves, have a job to do.
Yeah, he needs one of these grenades to connect. He knows there's a player, but unfortunately they've both got bats off now, and you find yourself in a 1 versus 2, and the bubble has come down, and Phoenix team are going to be on the back foot and have to retreat because now Reject can get all 3 of them back up. It was a heads-up play going for the revive, and it very firmly worked out for them.
Looks like the KP will be converted as well. So Reject getting out of that situation, which was looking very, very awkward, to be honest with you. And surviving to continue in this final game here on Stormpoint. FA Kitties now making their way uphill. Always a difficult thing to do, and there's a team in the choke that's holding them, but Leogri is going to be... Oh, hello! Goodbye!
That was the final member from Phoenix team. FA Kitties, they heard the damage, they heard the third-party possibility, and now they're approaching Reject. But Reject will have seen that in the kill feed that Phoenix team was eliminated, so they don't have to worry about that rat anymore. And FA Kitties, that's enough for them, right? They've managed to secure that little bit of extra blood. They've got that 1 KP, so now they can move on, and they won't try and approach that team who was holding them, Reject.
That was absolutely crazy, and this is a replay of the fight that we saw from Alliance. This was the first team fight of the game, and this is Yuki just sending it. Big damage being done from that Peacekeeper and cleaning things up, of course, with a Havoc in his hand. So that's where we find ourselves now. Alliance, by winning that fight, find themselves in the position you see on your screens right now at the tippity top of the mountain.
Yeah, a lot of teams moving this way because it is going to start pulling heavily towards the northeast side of the map. Alliance, as the top team, are going to be able to get so much vision, so much information on these teams, and potentially extra KP if you've got weapons to work with as well. Maybe the Havoc and Peacekeeper not, but the charge rifle, very much what you want when you're in this kind of position.
Caustic has the Scarpa back inside to the warmth as the charge rifle certainly warmed him up in a way that he wouldn't have wanted. Yuki now, his job is just to patrol the southern side of this, just watching the teams rotating in from the southeast, from the northeast, I should say, southeast. I always get my compass wrong, southeast.
It was upside down.
It's difficult for me sometimes. Alliance, though, also using that gravitational lift to make sure they get extra bits of vision here. And look at all the meds they've got to play with as well, been shared out amongst them. Inventory management at this stage, especially on the high ground, is something you have to keep your eye on.
And this is one of the circles I was talking about earlier, right? It's not going to be a more central one, it is a more predictable one that is pulling into the corner. That's why we've got so many teams in the northeast. But there is not going to be much room to play with now because every position has kind of already been occupied. So those teams arriving late, you are not going to be having an enjoyable and pleasurable experience when you do arrive. It's going to be everything but.
Fennel surviving for now as the portable fortress goes down from Newcastle here. A couple of cells are going to be popped, and Fennel, unfortunately, again, having to play as a duo here, just trying to survive and doing so nicely. Oh, here goes Hackis. He's smelling blood in the water right now. A couple of players below him, just forces them off from that high ground. And that is such a vital thing to do as a team when you are trying to command the high ground on such a hotly contested part of the map.
Yeah, you make yourself big, you make sure you just let them know you're there and you let them know that you are the team holding, but also recognizing when not to push, when not to get too aggressive. You don't want to give away that high ground, because as soon as you leave it, another team could be flying through the sky from a skyward dive for all you know. So it is a risky play, and especially a team like Alliance who doesn't currently need that KP that badly.
Well, there's nothing worse than having to run uphill, so it's going to be FA Kitties who decide to take the airlines instead. Obviously going to take some damage and take some shots, you would imagine, as they try to find somewhere to play. And it looks like they've made a safe rotation for now. They don't have the beacon information, which is why you're not seeing them maybe head quite as deep into where some of the other teams do know that zone is going to be pulling. But FA Kitties, they love to take those edge fights, and if they get the opportunity to, they won't have to be asked twice.
Well, two of our teams who have performed so successfully already on Storm Point is going to be Reject and Alliance, and we get to look at two of the main reasons why. Hackis, of course, has had such a good performance so far in this losers bracket, and I'm sure that he'll be trying to encourage the rest of the team as a Valkyrie to be secure on those rotations. And Valkyrie is such an important legend to be playing and such an important role to have on the team as well. We've seen it kind of swapped and changed between different players throughout this tournament because you can kind of call the shots, you can get out of fights, and in that final circle, you are the team who flies up high in the sky.
Speaking of flying high, it's Rambo. He's picking up some KP here for GMT. What? Controller player doing what he needed to do. As now Naski takes down to the low ground. Unfortunately here for Tatsu, it's going to be 1 HP and a dream for Detonation Gaming. Maybe they can just be a nuisance though. Influence another fight, a 3v3 that's going down. A couple of bullets in the back is always something that can completely turn the tide of a 3v3 fight.
I mean, with how well some of these duos have played, it wouldn't surprise me if one of them just sneaks through in this top 10 by the end of these 8 matches. And it really would be defying the odds, and I'm sure there'll be a massive round of applause if they were able to do so. But still, a lot of games until that can even possibly happen. And you can still make this last game on Storm Point count. Alliance still holding very firmly the priority position and one of the best positions in the map right now.
It's the best position in the map, as we see Tatsu did manage to survive for now. Yes, we love a solo hero in the lobby. Everybody certainly here in the arena does for sure, but let's go back to Alliance, right? Greatest spot they could possibly ask for, highest point on the map. They've also got extra ammo, shield swaps. The tuck shop is open here for Alliance. I want to see if they can convert though. We keep this thing in the back of our head about match point. Yes, this is the losers bracket. Yes, you've got to fight your way there and it's going to be a long road, but keeping your eye on how many teams have actually managed to pick up wins is huge.
This is one of the problems with the amount of rats that we've got in the game right now, is that Vipes is going to be searching. He's going to be tracking those heartbeats. Detonation Gaming eventually eliminated. And actually, I think it might have been the solo from 4-7 that actually did the damage. So I think we might have had some solo-on-solo rat action elsewhere. 4-7 are the team that stay alive and get closer to that top 15 for an extra placement point.
The Sewers were dancing for sure as the rat took on the rat. As Alliance still hold down this power position. This is going to be where they're going to be sat up for the rest of this game. Let's see what's happening elsewhere. Another duo that's going to be trying to force their way in and at least come out of this tournament with some stories. We're going to be taken away from the POV almost immediately. Now we go over to 1IQ, another duo in this lobby, trying to do what they can, but it's such a tough situation to find yourself in as soon as a team recognizes it's two players, especially with the amount of Seer that, like you mentioned in the lobby, it's a case of survival here instead of engaging.
Yeah, and I like this play. You just rotate around, you can survive the red for a little bit longer, and you just hope there isn't going to be a team on the other side of that mountain. But unfortunately, I do think there is going to be teams there waiting for them because a lot of these positions have already been taken up. And there will be some teams looking to try and take advantage of these late rotators. Speaking of late rotations, Crazy Raccoon dropped dead center of this circle, and they're being spotted out by a lot of teams.
I got to say, it's a little bit of a crazy rotation coming in from Crazy Raccoon as well, because Alliance have been dominating, and Alliance are now going to push off the back of the damage. Yuki says hello! And Crazy Raccoon will be eliminated. Alliance once again, just showing their dominance and how strong the position they hold is.
Alliance shaking their fists like a angry old man saying, get off our land as Ascend now, having a little bit of a scrap. Rambo is going to be able to get a knock. Ace and post-kill will manage to do what they can, though.
No!
Hero goes down.
Rambo's going to get involved as well with the charge rifle. FA Kitty's eliminated as well as Fennel, so all of a sudden, things are starting to warm up here, and if you were not at this party early, you're not going to be let in.
Well, a lot of these teams got this information late. They didn't have beacons, so now they know what kind of circle it's going to be, and that's why we have this explosion now of all these teams desperately trying to get within this circle sooner rather than later. Ascend just about alive. Postkill does get the bat off, and he can at least play behind this barrier.
Well, that's going to be the barrier left over from the Newcastle that we saw a little bit earlier on. So Postkill is saying, thank goodness this is still here. At least I can survive for now. You have to wonder if he's going to be able to get a res, or if his teammates might have just fallen in those few moments that we switched away from his point of view. And now he's getting pushed as well. 3 players are going to swoop in, recognizing it's just 1 player alive. Postkill, unfortunately, you're going to go down, my friend. There's no way you come out of this one.
That's Ascend eliminated in 12th position. Infinity are starting to lap up an opportunity now of pushing up on this position. They can take this kind of deeper side on the hill, and they've got a lot to work with in the room they've been able to gather, but you just notice how they're looking behind them because they know other teams could have just been walking up on them. You've got to be watching these angles, but I think they'll be thankful to find out most teams have already got into the circle. They were one of the later arrivals.
So many teams just trying to kind of force their way in a little bit over-aggressively into a position with some either Valkyrie redeploys or I'll call them questionable rotations. That means we're down to 11 squads. Infinity, one of those squads. A Spitfire, going to be denied by the teammates' bubble. If that's you doing that, by the way, I'm saying, I've just missed like 200 damage. It's perfectly lined up. There's no way I missed.
Because you never miss, actually. In fact, I'm always the reason why anything goes wrong in our team games. And I'm just fed up with it, to be honest. But now we are going to see all of these teams slowly start to push in from the very edges. There is not going to be much room to play, and actually there's big damage coming out from a few grenades here because those teams on the edge are going to be pressured, and sometimes you just have to get the hell out of there.
Sutaraku take to the skies, but the air is going to get thin pretty quickly. Look at these shots just raining down from everybody.
Where do you go?
In the surrounding area. Where do they go? I'm not sure they know. We'll find out in just a few seconds. Alliance still waiting for more KP maybe to fall into their hands.
Alliance are just air control right now, and they've got the defensive missiles there to protect their kingdom, and you really do not want to land on them where they currently reside.
The zone has forced everybody in. Alliance have done so well to hold this high ground, and now they're going to throw so much into this team fight. The Black Hole, the Arc Stars, the Nox, Sutaraku are out of here, and it's going to be Alliance once again who pick up KP.
Alliance are just mopping up anything that arrives, and it's how quickly they regain their high ground after taking that fight as well, just reconfirming that they are quite literally the kings of the castle that you said earlier. But there are a few teams still below them. They know that, but as long as they can reposition, they can regain. Look at all the resources they have up here.
8 squads remaining then. Alliance just dealing with anyone who's tried to impeach on the land that they found themselves holding. GMT, though, still alive, still as a 3-man underneath them. So that's something that Alliance are going to have to be extremely aware of. Infinity trying to creep their way forward as well. Shots coming in from the charge rifle still. There is a care package down there in the open as well. And I just wonder if Infinity has spied that out and thought, there's one way to remove maybe Alliance from that high ground, and that's hoping that care package has got a Kraber in it.
Yeah, you need some sort of tools to try and take Alliance off of this power position, because you saw the resources they had up there. They had shield swaps, they had bats, they had all the goodies they could possibly need to win this game. I think their biggest competition is going to be GMT, but Reject now skyward diving, and you are taking a lot of damage here. But again, you're just going to be landing in Alliance territory.
Alliance are looking at this and thinking, maybe we'll have a few more kills, licking their lips. As it seems like Reject managed to land safely for now. GMT were in the vicinity though, and this might be a third-party opportunity presenting itself to Alliance, but do they want to give up the opportunity to hold down that height towards the end game? They've got a decision to make.
Yeah, it's so tough to make this decision, to make this call, because if you suddenly move and you give up that high ground, there could be another Valkyrie team, so you have to plan effectively. Reject have done amazing though to stay alive, because equally GMT were reluctant to push out, because they know Alliance are there.
I said maybe a Kraber is going to change this game. Look what we got on our screens. Infinity have the chance. Den Pride has the big gun. And that's certainly going to help them to create a little bit of space, because at the moment they've got barely any.
I tell you what, 4-7 are posturing up as a 2 and making themselves so big. Chest is absolutely pumped as they're into the top 8 and they're doing damage to these 3s, and they really want to be able to secure some extra points. But Reject still alive, still in this next circle as well. They don't have much to work with because they know GMT and Alliance have taken the majority, but it looks like now they want to get in close to personal.
But can they get the shots off? They get through the Watson fences. They can get the shots off indeed. Young Hee, oh my word! Manages to get one. It's down to Minsong now. Can he win this? Can he clutch up in this 1v1? He goes for the finishes, and he will fall. Reject will be eliminated. And who else but Alliance? Once again, just commanding this area.
Such a good push from Reject, but unfortunately Alliance, they clean up the pieces, but now another team has arrived to try and take that position, and Alliance will just back off ever so slightly. Infinity also falls, so the Kraber will fall to the ground. Maybe someone else can pick it up and use it to their advantage, but surely this is Alliance's game. Surely you can't throw it away from this position.
I didn't have to say it. The crowd said it for me. A little cheer goes up as we see another solo player alive here. I think the biggest cheer of the entire weekend might be if a solo player manages to win one of these games, but for now, a lot of work to do here.
But it's top 5 for Pulverix as the solo rat. It's top 5 for 4-7 as a 2 that are left as well. These are such valuable placement points when you think about progressing out of this losers bracket. Remember, each team guaranteed $9,000, even if you finish in the bottom 10. But that starts really heating up when it comes to the cash increasing, up to around 11K if you start to progress out of the losers bracket.
Alliance still trying to just force everybody into each other below them. Hackis with his flatline in his hand. Certainly his favorite weapon in the game. We see him do so much damage, and look who else is here. Orthros Fang, one of the winners of our games on Storm Point, still involved in this fight.
Yuki's so close as well there to the final member of Pulverix, but he just stays alive as he crouches behind the corner and desperately holds on to any sort of objective.
Oh!
Give him cover as Orthros Fang have lost one.
They've lost one. As Alliance think about cleaning this lobby up now. Another kill goes into their hands. It's Vibes this time, who takes down Lemon. Alliance now decide it's time to go. They've got a Mastiff as well. Huge damage can be done if they get inside this bubble, but Orthros Fang are holding on for now.
Alliance have to be careful though. You don't want to give up too much of this high ground. You don't want to get too aggressive. Yes, there's KP, but you don't want to throw away your position.
Or you can just send in Yuki with a Mastiff. He's going to get the cleanups on these kills. He's going to clear out all of this low ground, and now he's going to pop around the corner and say, it's time for you to go into the death screen as well. Yuki trying to finish things off. Big damage on these down players, but still that player survives.
Oh, Yuki has the freedom because he's the Valkyrie and eventually does get the kills. Orthros Fang are eliminated. Pulverix still alive in the top 4, may I add. But maybe this last remaining rat is going to be spotted out by Alliance. Will be 4-7 out. Pulverix into the top 3.
3 squads remaining. Alliance still up on this high ground. Oh, it's 104. He's still surviving. Run! Hackis decides to let him live for now, but Legetta is still here. Hackis, Vibes, run! You evil, evil man. It's not even alive to end up getting the kill.
But Alliance now in a 3 versus 3, the final 2 teams remaining, and surely Alliance with the position they have, with the damage they've been doing, have to win this, but Godfire can try and spoil the party.
But Alliance have dominated this game so far. A straight 3v3 in this end game. If they let this one slip through their fingers, I think they'd be pretty disappointed, to be honest, with how this game ends. But Godfire have the low ground. It's reds all around. They've got armor swaps for days. My goodness, look at the colors. It's like a Christmas tree down here.
It's insane with the amount of shield swap that are available. Remember how many shield swaps Alliance had on top previously? They know they'll still be there as well. But this is going to be shield swap central if this fight happens in this area. Alliance were kind of isolated at one point. Hackis was out, and I thought that we were going to see the push, but now it looks like Alliance, they want to take this.
I wonder if Hackis has got the black hole available as well. That could be a complete and utter difference maker. Maybe they're going to wait for that. The grenades will be eaten up by the Watson Gen, so the interception pylon certainly doing its job, making sure that those grenades aren't going to be a factor.
Alliance have the high ground. Circle starting to close in. Do they take the push, or do they just stay on top here? We haven't seen a heal-off happen in quite some time in Apex Legends. But Godfire utilizing those armor swaps that are available to them. And this is quite literally the calm before the storm. Both teams just posturing up towards one another, banging their chests and saying, no, you push first, no, you push first. But Alliance have dominated all game long. And I'm sure they'd like to increase that points total to almost guarantee themselves out of this losers bracket.
You said you hadn't seen a heal-off in some time, Dan. You said you hadn't seen a heal-off in some time. Well, maybe that's going to change in just a few moments' time.
Well, if it is going to be a heal-off, you have one player, of course, is going to prioritize healing. You're going to drop those meds to them, but one player, probably the Valkyrie, is going to try and do some damage. And here we go. Here's potentially the push is going to happen from one of these teams right now.
Well, count your pixels, everyone. Alliance are all up on top. Maybe someone's going to make the play to get the damage down. Maybe it's just going to be a CQ that's going to chip away at shields. Maybe that's going to be the complete and utter difference. Vibes and Yuki sent in to do the damage. And damage they will do. It's all up to Bin now. He gets taken down as well.
Gets the heal off,
no! No, Godfire! Godfire judge it best, and Godfire get the win in our final game here on Stormpoint.
And that win was far more important for Godfire than it was for Alliance. And even though Alliance will be frustrated, they throw away a victory. They had plenty of KP to make it count. But in the heal-off, it was the dip into the red to just take away that chunk of health. It was the old school way of playing Apex Legends. And the heal comes off because the protection from Godfire in that final circle, they were bodyguards, they were bouncers, they were waiting at the door, and they said, you will not enter this building.
So well played by Godfire. And even though we've had years and years of Apex Legends now, we've seen how the meta has evolved and the meta has changed. There's always a little throwback, right? We always see something that we haven't seen for a long time. We see a heal off, and it's going to be Godfire who come up on top.
Well, I saw someone saying buff Wraith on their phone.
I agree.
Because Wraith was the king of all heal offs, or should I say the queen of all heals off. But look at the points total from Alliance. Still 15 kills. As I said, the win far more important for Godfire to propel them up in the leaderboards, to push them into the top 10.
And look at third place as well. Pulverix is still there.
Boys!
The train is still going. You cannot stop these two gentlemen. 9 points in total. Great finish with the placement points as well. And who knows, Dan? Maybe Fairy Tales. Maybe there's one to be told here.
I mean, both Pulverix and 4-7 getting into the top 4 is such an impressive performance. And it's so difficult as a team of 3 when you walk around a corner and suddenly there's a rat staring at you and you don't really know, are they going to hit the damage? Is it a jump scare? Do you have the preparation to be able to take them down? And they have been a thorn in the side to so many of these teams with these late rat strategies, and they really have taken away some of these valuable placement points. So hats off to those gentlemen on your screen.
Amazing, amazing performance indeed. And I've got to say, Dan, I'm having so much fun. I'm kind of sad that Stormpoint is finished now, and we will be headed over to World's Edge for another 4 game. But as much fun as I'm having, now it starts to get seriously serious for these teams and these players, because as we take a look at Godfire and the stats that they put up in that last game, managing to put that win on the board, it's now just 4 games left for these teams to force themselves into the top 10. If you are not in the top 10 after the next 4 games, unfortunately, you're going to be watching from the stands.
Yeah, this is where a lot of these teams in the bottom 10 are going to be looking at 10th place. How many points do they have? How many are we behind? What do we require as we go on? And if it's, 10, 12 points, you think, okay, so we just need one slightly average game. You don't need a big pop-off. You just need to slowly be progressing through World's Edge. And consistency is something that all these teams have shown all season long leading up to the championships.
Alliance go back into first place. It's been a resurgence from them, without a doubt. Here in the losers bracket, 60 points, a 10-point differential between them and Reject, who are just behind on 50. Ascend just falling away from that top 2 a little bit, but the real important thing here, shout out to Pulverix, by the way, down in 9th place. They are still alive here in Raleigh. They're still alive. I want to see him go through. I can't be honest, caster bias.
It's hard not to back them after what they've been through, but Godfire 11 places they jump. But these are the teams who are in the danger zone and in danger of being eliminated from this competition. But look how close it is. One big game, and it can send you into that top 10. And you've got 4 games to do it on the home of everyone, World's Edge.
I mean, there's a lot of smiles on the stage at the moment still from the players, having a great time, you know, really enjoying the experience here in Raleigh. Alliance for sure. Speaking of smiles, speaking of good-looking faces, there's Yuki on your screen.
Wow.
Hearts all around for everyone. But I mean, I think those smiles might start to disappear for a few of the teams who are down in that bottom 10 as we move through the next few games.
What a game it was, though, from Alliance. The way they held the top of that building, the top of the mountain, and just kind of screaming at anyone and destroying anyone that arrived. I mean, we saw, what, several Valkyrie ultimates. The Skyward Dive came in, and you just got absolutely destroyed by Alliance. But it was how they were thinking about it, how methodical their performance was, and they knew that they had to kind of focus these teams, then get back up onto the high ground. So many kills, and just really good game to watch.
So Alliance on top of the pile after 4 games of Storm Point, and now it's time for us to have a change of scenery. It's also time for us to jump into a quick break, but when we get back, we're going to jump into Game 5. We're off to World's Edge.
It all comes down to this. It's the lower bracket. These teams don't want to be here, but they're duking it out to make their way on over to the winners bracket. 4 games, they're all going to be on World's Edge. T-Squared and Vicky Kitty bringing you the action. Can a team of 2 make it into the winners bracket?
Listen, I was cheering in the back room right there. Justice for F-Chan, okay? I saw what happened over there by Lightning Rocket, and we just mind our own business at the same time here, but what a performance we've seen so far from Alliance, from Rejects. It's actually insane to see how these squads are actually going absolutely crazy with the amount of kills that they've been able to rack up.
Alliance has turned up. You had a feeling when they had the little team huddle, cuddle, whatever you want to call it. They got together. Alliance is getting, leadership for Hawkins. He's coming through and just dropping bombs. Yuki is turning up. Everybody is doing what they need to do on that team to make sure that they're securing their spot. And you had a feeling once you saw that they were, 22nd overall, they were a little bit upset, maybe missing it by 10 points overall to get into that top 20 to secure their way to tomorrow. Meanwhile, we already have 20 teams that are sitting, patiently waiting, saying, okay, let's watch this action. They got their popcorn out there just waiting for this to unfold. Crowd, how you guys feeling? We got 4 games remaining tonight. Let's go.
That's what I like to see. We are moving on to World's Edge, guys, and this is where a lot of our legends feel way more at home. We've been seeing a lot of Seer, obviously, throughout the course of the last 2 days. I'm expecting to see even a lot more here. And, we talk about Alliance, we talk about the amount of KP they've been able to rack up. That first place spot, that first game that we saw from them, racking up not just a dub, but 19 kills. And then to close things off on Storm Point in second place with 15 kills is actually insane.
I'm curious to see how a team that I've been eyeing for quite some time, GMT, with Rambo, Nasky, Serdell, how are they going to do? The players are loaded up into the dropship. It is time to get game number 5 underway. Alliance sitting in first place. They're going to be dropping over towards Thermal Station. We know that. We'll find out where the hot zone is going to be here very shortly, where this zone is going to pull. And also, if any 50-50s are going to take place, keep in mind, first 4 games on Storm Point now. We're going to move on over to El Clasico. World's Edge, hot spot. It's over towards Sri. The players are finding their spots. Everyone's dropping. And we'll find out exactly where this zone's going to be here very, very shortly. Taking a look at Skyhook. Always interesting to see how free Skyhook has been this entire tournament.
Listen, Tom, Telestrator, let me tell you something real quick, Taylor. I'm very sad that we have to say bye to 10 of our teams today. I can't imagine, especially with the way that our competitors have been performing, but unfortunately it has to come to this in these final 4 games. Now looking at where the circle's going to be taking us, closer to Lava Fisher by Countdown, we've seen some pretty interesting circles that push all the way to the west on the outskirts of Lava Fisher. Is this going to be one of those circles? We're going to have to see.
And Lava Fisher is free. That's absolutely insane. This is where the end zone's going to be. People are going to come over here. For example, when Ascend comes over here and they see there's no loot over here, what's stopping them from taking Countdown and Lava Fisher over the next 4 games? That's an insane amount of loot. We're going to go on over to Big Mod, see what's going on with AIM, and they are going to be probably just trying to get whatever is inside with that gold gun. It's usually a gold prowler. You may get the R301 out of there. It's just so nice coming over and getting this area for free.
That's why it seems like whenever Optic lands here, it's a party for them all the time. Not only do they get Big Mod, they get a bit of that Lava City action there too, so they get all the loot in the world. You get loot, everybody gets loot. And right now, you could currently see that AIM also has a beacon south of Lava City too.
That's going to be nice. Now taking a look at the rotations, there's already teams making their way over there. GMT is going over towards Lava Fisher already. You're going to have Ascend going on over there from Countdown. Now, there is a handful of different Lava Fisher endings. When you take a look at that zone specifically, as we take a look at what's going on in the drone, and it is going to be the gold R301. The gold prowler is actually on the opposite side. It's going to be 100 crafting materials, a pretty penny. They got 95 crafting materials so fast. I don't know if anyone paid attention to that, but I was like, man, we just got into the game. How did he get 95 already? But
they knew exactly the amount that they needed real quick before making that quick rotation. And you know what? On top of the beacon, they also have the replicator to work with too. Like we talked about earlier on, and if you guys are just tuning in, of course, we have the purple shotgun bolt in the replicator. You got the Digi threat, and in the weekly rotation, you got the mobile respawn beacon as well as the purple knockdown. So that's always nice to note here, seeing the amount of PKs that we've had in this lobby so far. GMT already in that early fight, though. Some of these squads, yeah, you currently saw that nobody landed in Lava Fisher, but with the quick rotations that we had away from Countdown, it's nice to see that there's already 3, 4 squads within this area alone. With those quick rotates, it looks like we have non-stop action from the very get-go here in match number 5.
And it's going to be Detonation Gaming right next to them. GMT is fending off a handful of different teams. Ascend, obviously, in the area because they landed over towards Countdown. Now, again, going on over towards these endings here, there are the endings that are happening on over towards the pills. Those are really obvious, but you also have the ending that's directly over towards where the opposite building is. So GMT is trying to take this priority building, get inside the donut. Detonation with just that duo, obviously having Caustic here is going to be huge for them. Sitting in 19th place, just playing as much as they can, but it's tough. It's so tough when you're just playing with 2 players against such talented teams. Shout out to all of these players that have been putting in serious work. Unfortunately, when this is all said and done, Vicky, we're sending 10 of them back. E8, the team that came in 21st overall, they're going to lose out on Mercy only to begin with.
T, do we really have to? I really don't want to. It's so unfortunate here, especially with seeing the talent that we've had, even with our duo squads. I mean, we currently saw earlier on, just in the match point section here, is that Detonation Gaming were doing so well, but unfortunately, there's only so much you could do here as Godfire here. This is the squad that just recently took that last game with 5 kills, and now they're situated here in the southern part of Lava Fisher, which means there's going to be some squads that are rotating from the southern side of the map that are inevitably going to be met up with them in that choke point.
E8's going to have to slow play this one. You're going to have Alliance trying to get over towards where they were at. They just fought over towards Brew. You're going to have STK coming around the corner too. Fennel coming over from Tree here very shortly, and then AIM is still slow looting over towards the Lava City side. And all of the areas now kind of being populated for Lava Fishers. So expect all of these teams to kind of play on the outskirts, look for kills, make sure they're not rotating next to one another. This is another fairly popular building to go and lock down for fights. That Dorito building sees so much action, so many different third parties. But there's 4 teams on top of each other over towards the southern side. This is going to be pretty crazy for teams like E8, Brew, STK, Alliance, all 4 next to each other.
Oh, they're ready to get the crack here. They're going to try to fully send it at the same time. I saw all those crypto drones in the little mini-map right here. It looks like the skies are congested aside from the Valkyrie themselves. Buriam United now going to be able to move in here. They're going to be able to find them with that knock grenade. Trying to see if they can have an opportunity climbing these rocks. None of these squads are trying to overcommit at the same time because they know what's at stake here. Tossing out that grenade, funneling that player off to the right here, seeing if they can see them in their line of sight, but taking a little nice cheeky angle. He doesn't know he's gone too far to the right, which means his back is going to turn to him.
And this is the power of Seer in these situations. Not having a scan is pretty important. Now, Golden, speaking of scans, yeah, speaking of scans, it's going to be hasta la vista, baby. Get to the chopper immediately. And Brew picking up some kills. They're going to be loving that. And it's been tough for E8. But remember, there was multiple teams in the vicinity, so there's 2 fights taking place next to each other. Alliance is going to get the knock. It's Yuki with the flatline onto Fussy. They're continuing to add more with the defensive bombardment. That's not their own. It's interesting to see Wives switching off of that and going on over to Seer, but they've played phenomenal. They know that this lobby is something that they can run when it comes to the kills, and they're continuing to push down. Yuki with the flatline shots. The 2x looking extremely strong as it's now Hockey's going into the air, looking for this final kill inside of the zone. And they should be able to finish this guy off. They're just going to continue to chase.
They're hungry. I don't know what they ate for lunch here, T, but at the same time, it looks like they didn't eat anything at all because they have just been fully sending it on so many of these teams, already rocking 3 KP in total between all the members of Alliance so far within this game. Number 5, they are getting pinged, though, from the back. They have to watch out. Like you mentioned before, there was a lot of teams within this Tree area alone. It's going to be Buriam United, actually, that's taking that real estate over by Tree. They got the charge rifle in their hand, and I know that's one of your favorite guns.
It's one of my favorite guns and one of my least favorite guns to play against, let's be honest. Nothing's worse than getting ripped across the map and having to use all of your resources, but I don't know if they want to mess with Alliance. That's the team sitting in first place. They're going to back off, and Alliance is going to take a different route. They're going to go and potentially skyward dive onto there with Yuki calling the shots next to Hockey's. So there could be a potential crafting area here, so they're just going to continue to go and stack up these resources. Already with 3 med kits, sitting with 4 bats, 10 cells. That's the reward that you love for getting Thermal Station. They've earned that throughout the course of Apex, throughout all of World's Edge, and now they're just going to take their sweet time. Again, one of the Alliance specials, especially landing over towards the thermal side, go over there, hit the beacon, go into zone number 3, and then you know exactly what your plan is going to be. But you see Fennel, they're going to be chilling on over towards the side too, and that could be a potential fight that happens, but somehow, some way, Brew is in a fight with AIM, so AIM stuck around. You also have 1 IQ coming from the south of Harvester.
Yeah, honestly, we've been seeing Fennel play off of the outside of the ring for a really long time here, as AIM now managed to just back away a little bit. Minus Uchako, who's actually pushing all the way forward to see how much more pressure you could put on here before Brooke could actually move away themselves. Trying to see if they could get much more intel. They just really want to circle keep this squad. Maybe try to force them rotate along here if they find the opportunity. I mean, they have the resources. You got the gold Evo shield as well.
He's got Osgodia. What are you talking about? He's got the gold helmet. He's got the armor.
Man.
He's got the backpack. This guy is looted. Hi, Arca. Looking like one of the strongest players in the game right now. If they could capitalize on this loot, that's going to be phenomenal for them, and that's why they're feeling so confident about this fight. Find out if they can continue to hunt down Brew. Now, taking a look at what Alliance is doing, they're flying over this, and you still have one IQ coming from that southern side of Harvester. Now, Hockey's is like, wait, guys, there's 3 teams over here. We're not used to this. Let's take these guys down, and keep in mind, this zone is moving in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yeah, it's not going to rip that hard. You can still heal throughout this one compared to zone number 3. But this is a wild situation for Alliance to be in. They could capitalize on more kill points.
That's why Alliance was going to take their time. They had the redeploy right there, too. They were going to use the Skyward Dive just to get closer into the circle. They got the charge rifle, so that way they could cause some chaos, maybe grieve some of these teams here from their shields. And with AIM having to play outside the circle for so long here, it was because they wanted to chase Brew for a really long time. One IQ tried to find the opportunity until they saw Alliance fly in and then take the jump tower, so that way they could reposition inside the circle.
And this is why we're sticking with the action over towards the southern side, because when you look at the Lava Fisher side, everyone's already taken their priority positions, and they're just going to be kind of getting armor checks, getting those Evo shields charged up. When you are in a situation where there's so many teams in such a small area, you take a fight, it's going to be 3rd, 4th, 5th party central. So I think that's definitely the respectable play between all of these squads. But Alliance is more interested in starting to rotate now. I think that they want to find out exactly where this zone is going to be. You're going to have Hockey's coming through, playing off on the solo. That's how confident they are. You didn't see them splitting this much in the previous series there, Vicky.
Yeah, and really that does highlight how they're going to be playing the next few games here too. They're playing with confidence. They got that momentum on their side. They're looking for blood as they get the knock with the charge rifle onto Talus. Fortunate here as 1IQ just has that one member up in this moment, and 1IQ get taken out just as quick as Alliance made their rotation into Harvester.
I don't think Alliance ate. That's how hungry they are. They haven't eaten all day. These guys are just preying on the rest of these guys like the Apex Predators that they are. Ridiculous plays coming out from them. Eliminating a handful of different squads. Orthos Fangs on the ropes though. And Detonation Gaming goes down on the outside. But here comes the push into a building, and this is a really big building to go and hold down if the zone continues to pull this way, which it should.
Which could be tricky, but at least with Lemon still being up alive, you could have those caustic traps just set up on each entryway. You could try to blow them up so that way they could provide some of that extra space with the caustic trap as the bombardment gets called in. Hey man, that's an extra safety right here for Orthros fans, so that way they can try to restabilize here too. So they'll definitely take that. And with the caustic trap set up here too, they know that they're gonna have some time bought in.
The power of caustic in these situations, avoiding the push inside of the building. So crucial. Taking a look at that map in the top left of your screen, you can see it continuing to pull. Majority of that is going to be eaten by the mountains. So teams from that south are not only going to have to deal with Alliance, they're going to have to deal with getting inside of the zone. Now, it could do a hard pull south still, but it should continue to kind of pull over towards where Ascend has been sitting for a while now. And remember, that was the team that had their pick of the spot in terms of where they wanted to go, Vicky.
Can you imagine if it continues pulling hard to the left there too, on the west side of World's Edge, off to the side of Thermal here? That would be absolutely insane. That'd be interesting too, with the Lava Fisher having a lot of that open ground in the train tracks. It's gonna be interesting to see if any of these players kind of use the natural landscape of the side of that Lava Fisher area to actually provide some of that extra cover. As you can see, Alliance still looking for blood, still with the charge rifle in his hand. His Hockey's here. The dome has been called out. Can we use Black Hole here? Gonna try to see. Yeet.
Yeah, yeet.
Gotta hit them with the yeet, pulling them out of the dome. Say, where are you going? Against the crack. They try to find the other one, the Straggler, who's trying to run away. They actually get a knock here. Boom United actually get taken out, all in that action. Alliance seem unstoppable right now.
They already have 2 kills, 5 assists coming in for Vibes, and they are looking for some more players. You can see looking for some heartbeats, trying to get some scans. Who is in the vicinity? 68 points. We're in game number 5. They're going for triple digits here.
It's crazy. Every single game I feel like we've been seeing Alliance, minus game number 3 has been nearly game number 2, game number 3 were lackluster. It's kind of been the single patty in the burger, and they're still looking to cause some havoc. But between the first game and the last game that we saw, it's been double digits all around.
Going for the 3-2-1, unfortunately not able to land the burst with that Hemlock. Still a powerful gun inside of this meta. And what a meta we have. So many different legends, so much diversity in the team comps. The Mastiff, you saw how powerful that was in Yuki's hands in the previous game, though. That thing rips.
Crazy. And the different positions that he was taking with the Valk too, utilizing the mobility too, just to kind of mix things up, make them think a little bit. Got to get that movement in as FA Kitties now are going to look to their backs, see what's happening right there. They're not the one with the crypto drone. They don't really have the ability to get onto the high ground so that way they could get the scan on the beacon, but they already have that intel. They see that next squad coming in. They hear the EMP coming in. Now they got to restabilize with a squad that could potentially come through their backs, but they have the seer and they have the heartbeat sensor, so they know where they're going to come from.
FA Kitties now looking like they're getting infiltrated on. It's going to be Waku with the crack. Also, Yuki picking up some kills in the kill feed too, so Alliance continues to add to that amazing total that they've had. No one looks like they are going to stop them anytime soon, but we're on board with some of the most winningest players in the EMEA region. Hardeki looking like he wants some blood. Has the seer scans coming through. Leogri's taking some decent damage though. Fenix gets taken down, AIM pushing inside, and that's gonna be a nice PK shot from Uwaku. Playing on that Wraith, but it's the Mastiff from Hardeki. We talked about how powerful this was. Can he finish it off? That's a pull. He's gonna have to regroup here and go for the kill point. Gets it. Does he have a battery throughout all of this? He does not, so he's gonna go for the armor swap instead. Maybe hit a med kit. The push coming in at a perfect time. Hyarka with the timing. Are you kidding me? Now they're gonna have to back off. AIM taking down FA Kitties. What a team fight, Vicky.
The fact that the patience was displayed amazingly right there. Now you just have to get there. You have to get out of that situation. AIM Esports understanding that, unfortunately, with a lot of that noise, a lot of teams already situated on the top of those train tracks, overlooking that no-name spot where the beacon is unfortunately in too many line of sight. So you see AIM Esports now have to play this safe, have to play next to that empty care package. The Lions are still cleaning up and picking up some heads, putting them on a stake here, and they're continuing on this domination with a lot of these knocks. Pulverex, unfortunately, eliminated in the feed here as Alliance are trying to get away. Yuki, though, in some trouble as he tries to restabilize with a shield back.
It's going to be RC pushing in on this one, looking to try to finish off Alliance after they've been dominating this lobby. It's now all up to Yuki. Can he hit the EVA shot? So close, but reject. The #2 team taking out the #1 team. That's big. What a performance, though, from Alliance. Holy cow. I was wondering what was going on. How were they? I don't like bullies, but it was fun to watch.
It's great because Alliance is fragging out in terms of KP, but when you talk about placement points, so important with those placement points. Rejects has had that placement points over Alliance so far within this series. Now Godfire now pulling through. AIM Esports unfortunately getting taken out right here, as Godfire are going to be able to restabilize in the southern part of the zone. They try to get into the high ground maybe here if they have that opportunity, but again, we saw a lot of teams, they were situated on those train tracks. It looks like they did move away a little bit up north to take up the real estate inside of these buildings.
A couple of teams eliminated. Now we're down to 9 squads here. A majority of them still in that Lava Fisher area, and we're going to have a hard western pull. Almost all of the teams are going to have to make their way across this bridge. A handful of different spots that you can go and play. You have a fight happening between GMT. Audic's going to be taking out. They're going to be eliminated in 9th place, but it's up to Godfire now to make a move eventually while all of this fighting is taking place. We also have another scan, Vicky. It's going to pull over towards the northern side, too.
And your big mod R301 still lives here, too, T. So you got the paintballs at the ready here with that R301 down below. That was what AIM had originally taken. Now Godfire has been able to take it from them. Ascend, they have the Kraber in their hands, so maybe trying to find a little opportunity here. Who's the sitting duck? 119, landing the Kraber shot. 32 on the Valk at the same time. You got the bombardment to buy in some space. You gotta back off a little bit, though. You really only have such little cover here in this situation, but the bombardment should be able to get you that space.
The bombardment is landing. It's taking a couple of players, but they have red Evos. And when you're inside of the zone, it's like one of your teammates lag out, just punch him right back inside the building. But he's not lagging out. He's on that crypto. So I love that play to get Kashera to safety. GMT, they're going to take down Crazy Raccoons. And they're going to be setting up on the opposite side for GFR. So that's a great spot to be locking down, but it's a little bit early to get in that position. And GMT is starting to heat up a little bit. They need these points. Rambo with the Prowler, R301, looking for more blood. Laying some shots down directly in front of him. Not able to connect with those, but he's calling out like a madman. Bubble's going to be used by the enemy team. And that's FR, but you still have Ascend ready for a third party. There's a handful of teams ready to pounce on this.
Yeah, with this position, taking it up so early, like you mentioned before, it could be really risky with the amount of teams that could have you in their line of sight and could pinch you. But two teams that really need this game is GFR and GMT. So holding that position could be key here as we continue seeing the onslaught of these Kraber shots. Post-skill now, landing another one. Can we see a third? Unfortunately, gonna miss on that one. He's got enough shield bats, though, here. He's got 2 more left in the inventory to pop real quick.
Reject still continuing their phenomenal series so far. Again, sitting in second place, taking out Alliance earlier. They're going to drop VJ coming in from Ascend. Kraber for post kill, not able to connect, but still scaring the heck out of this lobby as GMT starting to get over towards the building. And they're going to go, we're going to go to a quick listen in with GMT to see what they're calming.
I'm dropping an ultic cell though.
Yeah. I'm going to pop an ultic
Tell
cell.
us golden helmet. Tell us golden helmet.
Okay, okay. I'm just popping an ultic cell. Don't come yet. They're not coming to us yet?
We're fucking chilling, man. Our macro is so good, man. I think we have the biggest cocks of everyone, man. I'm telling you, bro, right now.
I think this team is in, so like... I'm grabbing a
Yeah,
dart.
they're in. Don't do something dumb that round.
I'm not. Controller!
Controller! We got armor shops. Armor shops on me, all are fresh, okay?
Yeah. They're fighting on their... I'm beaming. I'm frying these guys over here. I fucked them so hard. They're all in the bubble. You can queue them. You can queue them.
How long in the bubble? How long in the bubble?
Long.
They're fighting.
3 more seconds. Good arc, I think.
I'm off the building. This team is. He give you ult to me.
Give me one. Give me one.
He give you ult to me right here. Give me ult to me right here.
Hold ram. Hold ram.
The Caustic is blue armor here.
We need more fences. More fences.
Yeah.
Fences they can't shoot also.
There's no fence.
Our 10 is broken. Regen.
Regen. Move, man. Fuck, dude. It's bad.
Nice.
Oh my god. Nice. Good shit, baby.
I don't have any ultic cells.
Nice gentle.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're getting fucked.
Yeah, shoot them.
Caustic clutch.
We're fucking vibing, boys. Focus these guys. Only threat this size. These guys. Only threat these guys. Team on this rock, but they're fine, bro. They're fucking dog shit. Heavy ammo?
Yeah.
No.
I got 30. The Valk moved left from our right.
No, you see them. It's only solo.
Do you have Cyril?
Yes.
You should just pop it on these guys, I think, no?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Waiting. Go.
Nice, they're moving.
Going left. They're going left.
Just hold them. I think we play the left side here and we just kill left.
No, I fucked my nade.
We're in for a decent amount. We can chill. We can chill right here for a bit.
We need to get an opening in that caustic.
I think we go left.
We need to move that.
Okay.
We need to move up on that caustic. No, we can't, bro.
We gotta go left.
Let's push left.
We have to go left.
Play on me. They're peeking up.
Give me one.
Flash. You guys got it.
I'm dead.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Good job.
Reject is going to take the game. What an interesting listen-in with Nasky and GMT talking about the biggest reload animations in the game. But overall, it's Reject. Second place. Is that enough for first overall? Nasky's vibing. GMT had a great time in that game. They picked up a decent amount of kills, a decent amount of placement. I don't know if they think they won the game or not. It looks like
they're happy. I made note of this in the back room, actually, where Nasky always seems like he's having a great time. The audience was enjoying GMT. They were enjoying the listen-ins. Most colorful listen-ins I've probably heard all day, but it's been fantastic to listen in regardless. Reject, though, with the consistency and the second win here in this bracket stage.
They had 50-plus points. Before that, we know that Alliance was sitting around 60. Is that enough to overtake them? But it's all about getting top 10 We're in our lower bracket right now. There's already 20 teams that are waiting in the winner's bracket. $500,000 going up to first place, $2 million overall. We're live in PNC Arena here in Raleigh, North Carolina. T-Squared and Vicky Kitty bringing you the action, and what a game. Number 5 there. Reject is looking really good, and I don't think any of us had them in the predictions.
Honestly, they're just so consistent right now with the way that they've been playing. Yeah, Alliance has been absolutely fragging out, but look at this. A win and 12 kills on top of it all. GMT right behind them in that second place spot and 8 kills. Look at the hearts. Look at the energy that they have for the crowd out here. They feel your chants. You guys are giving them that energy, and they absolutely need it right now. They were sitting overall in 7th place right before this game. They want to maintain this top 10 spot, or else they're going to be one of the teams in the bottom 10 that we're going to have to say goodbye to as the chants come in. GMT, they want to hear you guys. They want to hear you guys get louder out here because they need this. All the love in the world for GMT.
What an amazing game, what an amazing team, what an amazing crowd and event that we have here. It's been an absolute blast so far. 3 more games remaining on World's Edge. You can see how comfortable GMT is on World's Edge, the play calls, etc. To go and say, hey, we need to get this caustic off the rock, then to push left, secure those extra 3 points from the kill points. But that's the team to beat right there. It's Reject with the amount of kills and damage coming from this squad. I believe that's their 2nd win. They won game number 3. They've taken 2 out of 5 so far. This has been a really dominant performance from this squad.
Yeah, the South Korean squad absolutely swinging with this damage here too, covering so many angles, but also the patience to hold that southern part of the map there too. So that was really good on them to be able to hold that angle, to be able to contest GMT, and to take another win here in this bracket stage.
They did it so impressively, dropping Alliance. Alliance was absolutely fuming throughout all of that. They dropped 9 kills, taking down 3 different squads. They were having an absolute blast. I can't believe how many kills that they were picking up. And again, if no one stopped them, they could have just ran away with this lobby. But now it's Reject in first place. 70 points from these squads. Look at the bump up from GMT. They moved up 3 spots. There's your top 10. We're still pulling for Pulverex, a duo making it into the next round, into losers bracket round 2. That would be insane.
Yeah, look at this difference too between 2nd and 3rd place between Alliance and Ascend. Reject and Alliance are just on 2 different levels. Reject likes to prioritize their positioning. They like to make sure that they go for placements because they know that in that positioning that all the kills will funnel towards them. Meanwhile, Alliance is like, no, we're gonna find you guys and we're gonna make sure we'll take you down.
Teams to look out for on this 2nd page, all of them obviously. They're here for a reason. They're some of the best teams in the world. But Crazy Raccoon, Phoenix dropped 51 points in their round 3. They're completely capable of doing so. The team that was 1 spot out of making it into the winner's bracket, the team from North America, that's E8, Presley, Golden, Mercy. They definitely have the talent, the skill, the dedication. Can they get something together in these next 3 games, Vicky?
We're going to have to see, especially with the way that both individually Reject and Alliance have been playing. Look at Alliance. They look like they're just another day at home. They're chilling here. They feel the energy. They've kind of like woken up a little bit. They're hungry. They want more KP. I'm excited to see how these 2 teams compare because, again, that's a pretty big gap between 2nd and 3rd place.
We're going to have to hold that hype and excitement during our break because when we get back, game number 6 of the lower bracket. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. T-Squared and Vicky Kitty bringing you the action here. 3 more games remaining tonight to find out who's making it to losers bracket round 2 and eventually who's going to make it to the winners bracket and grand finals. Reject Alliance looking like they're on a whole nother level right now.
I mean, look at that gap between themselves and the rest of these teams. It's actually insane right now. One squad loves to scoop up a lot of that KP, try to deny it from Reject, but that's not going to stop Reject from trying to prioritize that final circle position. We saw the circle pull all the way to the left away from Lava Fisher right there too, and it could be crucial in that moment because there's a lot of that open space between the rest of Lava Fisher and those train checks into the natural landscape of World's Edge. But we are moving on to the next game right now, Tom, and I'm super excited because the energy, not only between the crowd, but with these players, you can saw GMT, that positive energy that they're going to bring into this next game. It's going to be enough here to carry on that momentum.
No doubt about it. And you know what's so key for these players is, you know, Rambo's coming in and filling in. So the fact that they're getting more and more games under their belt makes you wonder, is this going to help with the team chemistry? Is it going to help them relax if they do make it towards tomorrow? And they had a feeling with that game that's enough points for them. It's not enough points yet. They still have a lot more work to do, but they're feeling good about the situation they're in right now.
They really needed that last game there too. We were talking about it before. GMT now went from 7th place spot overall in the overall standings to now sitting in 4th. So they are right behind Ascent. Between them and kind of the close score that there were standing in 7th place and the rest of the teams all the way down to 10th. You want to make sure you're in that top 10 spot here within the next few games or you're going to be bowing down for the rest of the tournament.
APAC North looking good. Reject from South Korea, 24th place in the playoffs in Sweden. And the players were getting in the lobby, but it looks like we're going to restart this one here very shortly, which gives us enough time to talk about kind of the placings and where everybody was before this, right? You have Alliance obviously coming out from EMEA. They got 16th in Sweden. So these are 2 teams that have already done a decent amount in Apex Legends. They kind of expect and anticipate to get there, and they're proving it right now.
Yeah, honestly, looking at the teams right now that really have to start, strapping on the shoes out here, trying to see what they could do. Unfortunately, right here on that cusp, Pulverex having to play this as a duo. They're doing their absolute best, but they've been getting the placement points here, understanding the rotations that they need to take at the same time. Right behind them is going to be Phoenix, and you've got also right behind them Odix. So some of these teams, they're very close in terms of points because the only difference between Pulverex and Infinity, they're tied right now. But if they can manage to take it over Infinity or even get enough points to try to take it over AIM, that's going to be really interesting because that's going to be a duo making it within the top 10.
And if that happens, it makes you wonder how far they can actually go if they had the 3rd. That's all hypothetical, but they're all smiles. And that's what I love watching about these teams. No matter what the circumstances, they're having fun, right? And there's been some amazing rap plays coming out as we take a look at Alliance. They've been playing all day. Let's give a hand for Alliance for their performance that they've been putting on. This team knows what they're doing, and they're having a good time as well. 3 of the best players in the world. You never expect them to be in the losers bracket, but I have a feeling they were just doing it because they wanted to make the tournament more intense, Vicky.
Hey, you know, Yuki brings a superstar aspect here to this team in general. It's actually insane here, just between the amount of talent that we have between all the individuals on Alliance. It's wonderful to see the rest of these squads too, the way that they try to compete. And under such pressure too. Remember, this is the losers bracket. There's 10 teams that won't be here tomorrow. So not only are they playing live on the stage in front of a live crowd with a lot of pressure, but it's additional pressure on top of it to be able to perform within that top 10 spot.
And you want to be in a situation where you're not really feeling that pressure, so you can continue to focus on maybe minor adjustments that you're going to work with. But I feel like Alliance is one of those teams, as we take a look at GMT and Rambo. Rambo's a fellow Floridian. He's a Florida boy as well.
Oh, man. You know, I can tell with the hair. Somebody told me that the longer Rambo's hair gets determines his power level in-game.
Oh, he's a Saiyan for sure. You could tell. You could tell that hair goes straight up when he's going to get to the finals, and he's going to start powering up in his tube overnight when it comes down to it. This is an absolute beast of a player, and I love that they're starting to vibe out. But going back to a couple of teams like Reject, talking about Alliance a little bit and the adjustments that they've made, adjustments is the key word here, because once things aren't working out for you, you have to figure out and get a feel for how the lobbies are going. Every single lobby is different. You're having different teams in every single game or every single series, so you have to decide exactly what the pace is every single time it's going to be played differently.
It can be difficult too with those adjustments that you have to make between the 4 games that you have to play through Stormpoint. The next 4, of course, playing out on World's Edge, where a lot more teams may feel more comfortable. We may see other teams come swinging from the left field, actually showing that they are able to adjust way better going in from Stormpoint into World's Edge. Some teams actually feel better, vice versa, going from World's Edge to Stormpoint. It's all a mentality thing here too, with the way that some of these teams have to make those adjustments, not only between the different competitors.
Taking a look at Infinity, the team from Costa Rica representing SA region in off points. 19th place and 19th place in round 1 and 2. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here coming into the lower bracket. I have a feeling that they're going to be feeling good with 3 games remaining. I would love to see them completely pop off. The players are loading into the lobby. We're very closely to getting game number 6 started here. Fennel has been a team playing on the outside of the zone for a decent amount of time. You could see that they're getting ready for their match as well.
See here as we get set up, the legends themselves here, seeing a lot of these teams just kind of waiting out to go into this next game, guys, as we get loaded up soon. It's going to be game 6 shortly. Got 2 more games right after that. And I'm worried about game number 7 here, Tom, because game 7 is going to be the make it or break it here. Usually, I like to highlight game 5s when we have our 6-game series, because those game 5s really determine the pacing of what we're going to be seeing going into game 6. So I see that that is going to be the same thing going into game 7. But first, we got to get through game 6 to determine how those players are going to play, whether they're going to turn up their play style or they're going to change up any compositions. I mean, at this point in the tournament, you want to be stable. You want to be able to stick to what you feel more comfortable.
You have a feeling if you don't end up getting the points you're looking for in this game with 2 games remaining, what changes are you going to make, right? Are we going to see some crazy plays like we saw earlier? I think we saw some Octane, Revenant, and Seer eventually being busted out, and that's a potential play because you're going to have to play more aggressive. You're going to have to get a lot of kill points. You're going to have to steamroll the lobby. When you do that, you run the risk of what Alliance did in the previous game, where they're getting a lot of kill points, and then all of a sudden, boom, you end up getting third-partied.
Well, you know what? Sometimes.
Well, like you guys don't do that.
I mean, maybe you'll focus better. You'll focus better, all right? You gotta dig for the strats out here.
He's gonna leave that for the next team on the stage.
Oh no! You can't tell me this time. Come on. It may be a little surprise for you. All right, let's get started here, guys. Before I get even crazier out here, getting loaded up into this lobby. Highlighting again GMT's attitude towards the competition and the way that they've been always big smiles regardless of having to play through this losers bracket is also a nice little staple and a way to kind of keep that foundation in terms of mentality when you are in these type of competitions.
We get an opportunity to see which legends are being picked in the lobby right now, and I'm not seeing really any major changes so far. So still kind of going back to what we were talking about, everyone kind of sticking with their meta was going to be previously. This is that time, though. This is that clutch moment. 3 games remaining. The players are getting into the lobby. Crowd, there you are. Let's hear you for game number 6 coming up.
We got it. We finally loaded in. All right, let's go. 1 IQ here as the duo. Going to be able to see where they're going to be going as we take a look at the hotspot. It's going to be Climatizer going right through the map right here, too. It's nice to see game number 6 underway.
Remember, Lava Fissure was untouched previously. Ascend was going on over towards Countdown. Our team's going to recognize that. Are they going to continue to gobble up all of the loot over there? Are there going to be any 50-50s? Is anyone going to try to change anything and try to take down a team that maybe is looking a little bit weak?
Let's see here. You're going to currently have Climatizer already going to get contested. Crazy Raccoon going to be able to scoop up all that loot. Like to see the other squads how spread up they are. Like you mentioned, Lava Fissure was uncontested, but it looks like DNG, they kind of got a whiff of that. They're like, all right, let's try to scoop up some of this loot here, prevent Ascent from being able to not only take care of Countdown, but Lava Fissure as well. We want to be able to have that split loot if you possibly can, or deny them that loot like you do have for AIM, where they have Lava Fissure, or Lava City and Big Mom.
Detonation Gaming, they're getting a nice amount of loot on over there. They're also hitting the scan, which is really big. But this is another Lava Fissure zone. This is absolutely insane. Back to back, GMT is gonna love that.
All right, T, tell me, what's the script out here? Because it seems like you've been riding it. What's also really nice is that DNG also have the beacon. They're gonna know where this next circle is gonna be pulling. So that's really good news for them. Not too sure if there's actually a beacon in Countdown. It doesn't look like there is. So Ascend doesn't have that same information, but if they do try to fight for the beacon in Lava Fissure, they will soon shortly understand that that is where the circle is gonna be pulling. A lot of these teams are already making their quick moves though. Look at GMT as well, already making their move as Alliance Alliance, we get to see what they're up to here over by the southern side of the map.
Whenever you land over towards Thermal Station, you want to spread out as much as possible. One player takes on over towards the back. You're going to see that's going to be Wipes. Hockey's is going to take on over towards the southern side. Yuki's going to land on over towards the northern side. There's so much loot over here. It's such a giant POI, probably the biggest POI that we have in World's Edge next to Skyhook. Now, when you're looking at why they play this way, they want to get all of that loot, and then they make the rotation because of the fact that it takes so long. So all of that is completely viable. That's also been why they're so good at several facets of the game. Having Valkyrie introduced this current meta, I think, really suits them as well. And it's been a team that has made so many different legend changes, not just throughout this tournament, but as the months in the meta has been continuing to grow.
You know, it's also really nice that you have that 50-50 on the beacon, either being on the southern side in that choke point between Tree or on the northern side of Lava Fisher too, sometimes that you could have a rather thermal station in this point here. And so they're going to be able to rotate quickly once they have that information. Currently see Brew also kind of making their way around the other side of the rock as GMT now, as they already move in. They were quick with it. They already had that information from the get-go. They made that quick rotation right before Ascent even had stepped foot in Lava Fisher.
Now you could see the ammo for Rambo is looking good, but they were running really, really low on light. That's going to have to be shared throughout all of this. The power of Watson, though, is you know with that interception pylon that you're going to be able to save some cells, save some resources. Now, this is extremely valuable to find out what's going to be inside of these bins. That's a PK there. That's going to be big for them. But Sirdell, you could see with only 58 shots in the R301, that's not what you're looking for. Crazy Raccoon, they're making the rotation fairly quickly, coming again from Climatizer, which was that hot spot. They have about 5 or 6 teams that they're going to have to deal with. Lava Fisher already extremely populated.
Yeah, at least they have the Valk, they're about to get the Skyward Dive soon here too. So they have the information of where that circle is going to be pulling, so they're going to be playing by the edge. As Audic, one of the teams that we were talking about before, on that cusp, overall 13th place, at risk of getting eliminated from the championship, making their quick rotation. They are actually neighboring. They picked them up at the very end though. I'm not too sure if they were able to notice it, but they're right off to their right here. So they do know that there could be a squad right there as they make this rotation right around, and they want to wrap behind the landslide over to the side.
Like you said, sitting at 13th place, that is right on the edge, right on the bubble. As you see a knock coming in on your top right of the kill feed, that's going to be your first initial knock. Doesn't seem like the flushes came through quite yet. Now Godfire getting involved with the fight on the rotation over towards Lava Fisher. Oh, nice shots on the zip line. Maestro Hefty is going to go down. Ben's going to be taking that one, and that was nice.
That was real good too here, and they're going to be holding on to the high ground. They're going to get the third real quick here, but they may be able to scoop him up if they have the opportunity. I mean, they have the Seer. With Ben being able to use that passive, they're going to be able to see where the other squads are going to be rotating from to their south, especially with that choke point being so highly contested with a lot of teams leaving the southern part of World's Edge.
Unfortunate for Infinity now. They're going to have to play as a duo, trying to land some shots over towards the Skyward Dive, and now you're going to see some Rampart walls being set up. The Watson gen going down. Potential fences going to be everywhere over here now. You're hoping that this pulls over towards the southern side. That's going to be an ideal situation. Ooh. Rampage shots with the 2-4. So smooth. That scope is so powerful.
Love it, but even better on that charge rifle real quick. Got to do a little swap up because you know the beam is absolutely going to come soon as Infinity unfortunately have to play this as a solo, but at least those banners were retrieved here by Infinity. Let's see if Dead Pride could have that opportunity before he inevitably meets up with the team that is just bunkered down with that Rampart.
The team on the bubble, so important to try to get your teammates back in here. Ascend is going to pop off. They're going to take down Detonation. Our first full squad eliminated, but Den Pride trying to do whatever he can to keep his shields as he's going to pop a battery underneath the bridge. Now you can see the reses are coming through. Kashera is there with the armor swaps and the heals for post-kill. And VJ hitting the med kit as well. They are in such a good spot here.
Oh yeah, Ascent's back to the scene of the crime essentially. This is where they were in the last game. They're happy to be situated here. Unfortunately there though, you saw DNG, Detonation Gaming, got taken over in that building when they do land Lava Fisher, at least for this game. They had that beacon, but they couldn't survive inside that building as Infinity kind of taking a note, unfortunately, having to play this was just a solo with Den Pride. Seeing the squad right in front of him, they have not spotted him out just yet. So he's going to sneakily play this from underneath the bridge, but where does he go from here?
Just trying to get as many placement points as possible, right? If he can just survive to that 15 area, pick up one, top 10, that's going to be extremely tough. We know how these lobbies play out. We just saw a very similar circle previously, and now he's starting to get lit up on over towards the side. He's been spotted. A couple of cells going to need to be used here
Unfortunately for him, he does have the heartbeat sensor if he wants to go and use that one to see if anyone's coming from that southern side, but this just is not a good spot. Speaking of the southern side, FAK, Free Agent Kitties making their way through. I can't wait to see how far Den Pride can get. Again, sitting in 10th place is so crucial for him.
Where do you go from here there too? You know, you want to try to get the opportunity to bring your teammates back in. I guess the best beacon could be to the southern side in that no-name geyser spot where Pulverix is already situated in the high ground. They'll be able to call you out. The only cover you'll have are those two buildings. So it's a difficult situation because you're also going to be in between so many squads before you decide on what beacon you really want to use. It looks like maybe his mind is settled on Landslide, but that's going to be highly contested with a lot of the action and AIM actually with their slow rotates.
E8, they're fairly close to the zone. Sitting on the southern side of Countdown. It's going to be 4-7 as the duo looking for some shots. Nice job getting the barrel down over towards the door, but here's E8 starting to push in. You can see E8 sitting in 17th place with 11 points. Not the spot that we were anticipating them when they were 21st overall, one spot away from making it on over towards that winner's bracket. They look like they're interested in taking this fight, as they should. They need as many kill points as possible, but 4-7 says no. Skyward Dive is used, and they are out of there. Den Pride's still alive as well.
E8, Orthros Fang, they were all within this countdown area. Crazy Raccoon as well, as you could see 4-7 with this Skyward Dive, trying to find at least a spot so that way they could bunker
Good
down.
play.
And they are going to be safe. This is a great spot for 4-7 to be, but they're going to be called out quick with that Seer Tack.
Yeah, the preemptive missile barrage over towards the side to make sure that they can heal. Great teamwork coming through for 4-7. Rambo from GMT is getting involved, though. That's going to be a knock with the R9. Brew is down. Are they going to continue to push in? This is going to cause a lot of fighting over here, Vicky.
Yes, it is. They're trying to cover both doors just in case. They know they can't go and commit to the res just yet, but they have to watch their backs real quick. Those doors have been blown open. Maybe they can fully set it on this player, but you get stuck on the Watson fences into the line of sight of the rest of the team. That's BU that get taken out. GMT Esports now in trouble. Let's see if they can get Nasty out here. If they can get the res as he manages to scoot away. The other squad sees that white knockdown shield, maybe burn right through it. See if he can maybe survive at the same time. As I said, have not left this building. They were able to infiltrate this. They took it away from DNT, and now they're going to be able to stay happy here.
Talk about 1 HP getting away, but Nasty, he's going to be eliminated. I don't know if they're going to be able to get those banners and go for the res again. This is just such a crazy area over towards the Lava Fisher side. Now Ascend is going to slow play this one. Holding up on top of this area is one of the most powerful spots and most really common end zones that we have for Lava Fisher in Apex Legends.
Yeah, the only issue is with Ascend being posted up here for so long, rather really early, you could see the lackluster ammo that they have here too. I mean, I saw originally 8 bullets before picking up some extra sniper ammo here for post skill. It was 8 bullets in a dream, especially with a charge rifle. You know that eats up that sniper ammo real quick here. So they have to watch out. It looked like the other members here of Ascend also had some lackluster ammo in general. So they're gonna have to play this safely if they do want to add in some extra poke to actually boost up some of those evil shields.
Quickly covering teams that are on the outside of zone number 1, playing the edge. Infinity, Den Pride, he's still on the outside, staying alive. He's currently being hunted down by AIM. Nice shots there with the charge rifle, trying to get the players in the air. 1 IQ, they're over towards the Harvester side. Sudoraiku coming out of staging from the southern side, making their way over towards zone number 1. Pulverex with their duo over towards the left-hand side. Free Agent Kitties is down there as well. So this is going to be pretty interesting to watch all the fighting that kind of takes place over towards this Hot Springs area.
What's going to be difficult too is once the circle closes in, I'm not too sure there's any other survey beacon minus the one that we currently have at Lava Fisher, which none of these teams, if they have, unless they want to burn the dome, would be able to obtain here. As Alliance are looking for more heads here, they see the solo, they see the opportunity, and they're going to try to fully send it in. Look, it was literally one tap, and that's going to be Infinity. Den Pride living for as long as he possibly could when he tried to make the rotation through Landslide.
So tough there. Covered a lot of ground. Like you said, eventually dropping. And Alliance, rightfully so, the team that plays the edge, always hunting players down. That Seer has proved so useful for them. The team in 6th place, so that's Sudoraiku. Let's hop into a quick listen with them and hear what their comms are like.
Yeah, okay, it was Joy.
Nothing.
They're gonna
I was just
die.
watching behind. Do you want me to sit high for a little bit just to stay our back? Or?
I mean, yeah, if you want, go for it. They're here.
Yeah, we have a team balcoding, not balcoding, ballooning from back.
Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah,
Bro, that
the
team
way we just
insta ran away. They're just sitting there like AFK. Where? Oh, up on that platform.
Yeah, he just cracked one.
Is it the Watson team?
I can't tell.
Wait, there's someone low ground. There's someone low ground. Behind that. I can't do anything about that because of the Watson team. Can we nade him? Can we nade him in a sec? Ready?
Almost get the back there.
Yeah, I'll nade him too. Stunning? Nading.
Tag.
He's basically trapped.
Jimmy flash really low. One. Hit him once.
Got him.
Nice.
I'm trying to watch my back because there's a team here.
all
I'm
good, all
coming
good.
down to you guys now. I think there's a team up here.
I'll come check it.
Unless we come back up.
If there is, we probably need to fight them.
Yeah, we could go back
I'm not
up.
getting anything on scan.
We're in.
I can take it back.
Yeah.
So actually, they're shooting up there. I can hear them. They're like towards staging.
No, they're shooting over there, I think.
Maybe we go back up those real quick.
Yeah, I can get up in 1 second. I just want a full heal.
Grabbing that light ammo real quick. The fuck? Fucking zip just. This team's still here. It's just staring me a bit. That guy's blue.
Is that the Joy? The Watson?
No. Pulse bug.
Yeah, there's a team on the houses here. They don't know I'm here though.
Just check. What characters do they have? Because if they have
they have to move.
Gibby, Valk, and...
Yeah, I think we just chill here, honestly. Just chill in the building that I'm in.
Coming down to you guys.
I'm cold all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. Just watch for them.
I like the comms here, calling out a lot of the teams that they could try to predict where they're going to be rotating, who it could be, depending on the composition, as we can see Alliance non-stop action here as they try to fully send it onto this team, but they can't. You see the Caustic trap set up, you see them trying to deny some of that space. They don't have a Caustic on their own team, which would be actually the best point in this matchup, the Caustic trying to buy you your space. So they're going to immediately divert their attention to the other squad that dares try to poke them from across the field.
Who needs Caustic when you have Charge Rifle? When you have Horizon and Hawkins on your team? AIM is stuck inside right now, and they need to do something about the amount of aggression that Alliance is putting up on the board again, sitting at 71 points. Absolutely insane slaying from them, taking game number 1. Trying to take first place back from Rejects, which has been kind of a back and forth battle between these two squads, but it looks like they're not interested in getting third partied, so they're gonna back off. Nasky somehow's back into the game. Are you kidding me? Rambo got the res. He lost out on Serdell. So GMT's back in the game.
GMT is back in the game, and they had to make a rotation that actually came all the way from Skyhook, wondering if they were able to get maybe a mobile respawn going here, as they're actually all the way to the northern side of Thermal. You can see them here. Serdell's not here. It's only up to Rambo, the sub here for GMT, and he is cleaning up Dogma getting taken out.
And now he is going back on over to the second floor. What a play from Rambo. The player that just got res, Dogma, understands that that player is still weak. He's gonna go down there, get that, and then rotate around the two players that are currently hunting him down. Both of those players are gonna make their way down below underneath. They're not even in the bottom floor of the building too, so I don't know if they think that Rambo's still running around with a duo, but let's see if he can get Nasky back in again for the second time. There's the banner, 50 seconds left. He's interested in fighting instead, and now you see the R9 with that purple mag. However, he's getting shot across the map, and now the push is coming. Great spray right there, taking shields down, has to avoid the missiles coming in, but now he's currently looking for the player that's gonna be healing, but just in time, it's gonna be Team Rejects. 78 points in first place, and GMT goes out in 15th place, but what a performance there from Rambo.
That little neutral position animation unfortunately costing him right there. I know he really wanted to get that knock right there, maybe try to get that finish, especially on a team like Reject would be huge here, because it could be putting a dent in their plans if Alliance continues to go all out. Sutsuraiku, one of the other teams right here playing off the cost. A nice arc star. Can we get 2? Can we get 3? He's used all of them all up here. They have nowhere to go. He gets another crack. Arc star after arc star. They can't catch a break. They're sandwiched in another team, and it's Phoenix that get taken out.
Wow, the damage coming through. Sutsuraiku, we did a great listen with them. They were talking about just slow playing this one, but Bullet's gonna come around the corner and just put the hurtin' down with the Arc Stars. Now gonna grab all of the resources that he needs from Phoenix. Free Agent Kitty's 8th place. Right there on the bubble. It's your top 10 teams that make it into losers bracket round 2. And we'll find out if they're gonna be able to do so. Now Alliance is looking to potentially get some kill points inside of over here, and it looks like they have a team trapped inside of the blue trailer. The PK not hitting for as much as they would have hoped for. Now Yuki's gonna back off. He does have a handful of batteries, so I like that play to go and just get a little damage and then back off for the potential third party.
The moment that Sheila came out, it's here, Johnny. I want no business with that. I'm gonna back away as far as I can, try to reset. You don't want to contest that, especially out in the open like this. Look at this. Onic have the G7. They have the setup going on. They're happy just sitting inside of this truck with the Watson all in there, with the barriers that you have with the Rampart. I mean, this is exactly what they're positioned to do. But Alliance, I know they're hungry. They're thirsty out here. They want an opportunity as a redeploy just happens right in in front of them. Can they get this knock? They saw that crack going down. They have the charge rifle, but you only have 8 bullets in a dream.
Hockey's is going to get the knock with the charge rifle. And now another team's going to be skyward diving, and they're not really interested in continuing to fight because they know that this zone is going to be moving. They have to pick a priority position. Again, a lot of this real estate has been taken over towards the Lava Fisher side. They're even putting pings down where we've already seen a team set up, so they could end up landing on a squad.
See where they end up going. We saw that building getting contested time and time again. Ascend had sat there for a really long time before there too. They opt to go to the low ground actually. Some caustic traps set up. Wondering if actually they were all able to get to that second floor. If they were actually split up a little bit, could be a little tricky to try to get that angle if you end up splitting up.
Everyone is pinging where AIM is currently located. Again, Free Agent Kitties doesn't really know where to land currently. And this is what happens when you're coming in late on over towards the Lava Fisher side. You can see in the kill feed a handful of different teams are going to be fighting. That's going to be Rejects, the number 1 and 2 team, going up against Alliance. E8 underneath on the bottom of the donut. That's going to be a knock and a flush. They desperately need these points, sitting at 13th and 17th overall. The Arc Stars are going to come in, but it doesn't look like that is going to land. Zone number 5 is going to eat you alive, but Golden is saying, we're going to get into cover here very shortly. The gold armor is going to help heal. They can even swap that out to save syringes and resources, but now they're eating caustic gas around the side. Fortunately for them, it's not coming all the way down the hallway.
A little stinky out here. They need some air to breathe. Reject, unfortunately, losing out on the Kippy. Be taking too much damage either from the caustic gas here, or maybe the circle in general, but they're having to get this res over by the corner, trying to have the opportunity to do so here, but they got to get moving in less than a minute. That circle 5 is going to burn through everything they've got.
Patiently waiting, making sure he's not getting any sound cues around him. You can see now Alliance is stuck on the low ground, never a good spot to be. Look at the teams on the western side. Somehow Free Agent Kitties, after not having a landing spot, once they skyward dived, were able to take control of this building over towards the western side of Lava Fisher. Now they're looking to continue to collapse. Leogri hits a nice scan. Say PKMK with the PK as well. Let me in. And they are just going to clap 4-7 there. Unfortunately for them, it was just a solo, as Vapes gets eliminated over towards that low ground as well. And this is the squad to watch. It looks like they're starting to heat up.
Seeing those PK shots land, it's like cutting some onions real quick. Hurts your eyes. But it is what it is here with the PK. 4-7, unfortunately, getting taken out as Crazy Raccoon. Playing this very patiently. They're still rocking those blue Evo shields here, but they're putting in some of the extra damage as they see that squad trying to contest it for the low ground. They're inside the circle. They can gatekeep this squad.
They need to go a little bit further in order for those nades to land. That door is going to get blown off. That's going to allow some teams to go and shoot the generator, but the Mastiff's going to do serious work in this type of instance. No time to heal. It's all about fighting right here. 1-2 with the reload, getting the player outside of the door. Multiple squads collapsing. One from the top, one from the bottom. Big 112 coming to hit right there. Zetter is doing whatever he can. Can't throw the grenades because the gen is there. They know this already. You're the ones that put it there.
Where do they go in this situation? They're quite literally just sandwiched at the same time. The Gen has helped them out, at least with the enemy grenades, even if they can't send them out to buy themselves some space. But a nice, massive shot to the face, forcing that Seer to back off.
The massive shots are absolutely huge. The team that they're fighting against, that's going to be FA Kitties. E8 goes out. Again, they were in 17th place. The team that was 21st overall, now down to 2 games to prove that they deserve to go to losers bracket round 2. But Crazy Raccoon, they're focused on themselves right now, sitting at 13th place. My pick. Hopefully they can pull this one out and clutch it, but now it's up to Just Bin with the Kraber, not able to get the quick scope. That would have been insane, but AIM is going to be able to take this spot, and this is such a powerful spot because now you're going to have all the action in front of you.
A very similar circle that we saw just last game. Was thinking maybe it could pull a little bit more south, you know, on those train tracks. We've seen the circle end up there before, but it's just pulling still more to the left side of the Lava Fisher. See Crazy Raccoon, they are not letting go of this spot here. They were in a lot of trouble. Ascend, though, themselves in some trouble. Again, we talked about the limited ammo that they had with the R301. Look at this. Now with the portal plays, we're going to see if VJ can actually manage to do this right here. Try to actually see if Kashira could try to take that portal to safety, or they're going to get contested by Sutu Raikou, who find themselves on the low ground.
Just to confirm he's down there. Yeah, Vicky, he was. You know, at the opposite end of the portal, you know exactly what's going down. But AIM, again, with that positioning on the opposite side, they're continuing to lock down this high ground where the cliff edge is. They're going to have to deal with Sutu Raikou. That's the only team basically on the high ground. You still have to deal with the donut teams as well. Sen doing a great job staying alive for as long as possible. The flatline shots are looking good. He hasn't taken much damage yet. Gets one knock, but it's not enough. They're gonna go out in 6th place. FA Kitty, Sudaraiku, AIM, they're still in this one. A lot of teams are gonna have to posture and worry about AIM as they again have all of that in front of them, all of the kill opportunities. Sudaraiku, the only squad that can take them down.
Sudaraiku understands that they have such a good position too on this high ground. Sudaraiku being one of the only squads that could try to contest them for the same space right here. Crazy Raccoon is happy to just see this all happen in front of them. They could actually pinch Sudaraiku if they really wanted to, but they're just opting to play this patiently from the low ground instead to try to contest ORF. AIM now finding the opportunity with the dome, closing in the space. Woo! EMP coming in through too. They try to find that PK shot. You don't even need the bullet in this situation. Oh, we switched peripherals now. Sudaraiku losing out on Fussy.
Wow, the shots are looking good. It's now up to Bullet, and he's gonna be able to get AIM Esports eliminated. Now, can he go for the res? You have one ping going down. Is this player playing Valkyrie, or is he just gonna continue to eat zone damage? Bullet can slow play this one. Right now, it looks like that could be a Gibby, and he's just gonna go into the zone, not give any points away, and Sudaraiku is gonna take it just based off of that fight that they won against AIM Esports. What a match. One of the most popular endings in all of Apex Legends there over towards the Lava Fisher cliffside. And they were patient, they knew the situation, they got over towards the God spot in that building and were able to execute.
And there's only so much you could do if you're a Gibby stuck on the low ground right there. Unfortunate for Orthros Fang, but they do manage to get 2nd place spot by playing that passively from right underneath, and they were able to scoop up some KP at the very end there too.
Big game for some teams that really needed it. Alliance were slowed down a little bit, Rejects were slowed down a little bit. It was about time because they have dominated this lobby. 2 games remaining again to find out who's going to losers bracket round 2. 20 teams already inside of the winners bracket. $2 million in this total prize pool. 1st place walking around with $500,000 in that amazing Apex Legends trophy. What a game, what a series, what a day of Apex.
And such limited games left here too, Tom, before we have to say goodbye to the bottom 10 teams in this lobby.
I can't believe how that one panned out. Very rarely do we see certain endings like we just saw. We've had a heal off already. We had a Gibby going into the zone. 21 points for Sudaraiku. Orthos Fang, again, coming in 2nd place. And you know, you could bite the bullet there. You're feeling good. You had 9 kills overall. That's big for them. As you take a look at the rest of the kills that were going down. And this is like the teams that were basically sitting on that bubble, Vicky, that needed to make their way forward.
Yeah, like Ascend actually playing that passively inside that building from the very get-go after they were taking care of DNT. They just stood inside that building, but they limited themselves in terms of equipment that they could really use. So unfortunately for them, they got pushed off that building, they got taken out in that building. They only finished off with 3 KP to their name. Godfire as well, just kind of meeting them up with that 3 KP. Overall, it seems like this game was much more slower, and I feel like before we jump into that game 7, this is kind of putting the pace that we are going to expect maybe going into that next game.
I'm wondering if it's going to be slower or more fast-paced. Are there going to be some composition changes that come up? Are some teams going to get desperate? Will there be some 50-50s that take place? The team that was sitting in 10th place, unfortunately, walking away with 0 points there. Again, Pulverex has done phenomenal as a duo. But really, the biggest disappointment for me has been E8, and I really hope that they can get it together for North America because of the fact that they, again, were the 21st seed. This has been a team that we've been watching for quite some time. What do you think's happened with them?
I feel like, you know, again, there could be a lot of pressure at the same time before that game. They just have been, before those last 2 games, actually, I believe they're one of the first squads to go out. So they've been getting contested easily. As we take a look at Sudaraiku and the amount of damage that they've been able to put down, not only with the KP, but over 1,600 damage. Looking pretty even across the board, minus Bullet actually just getting a few extra 100 damage on top of his other 2 teammates. But they needed this. We highlighted GMT in the last game that they really needed that 2nd place spot. They got a lot of KP, but Sudaraiku was also right there in total with overall 32 points in the overall leaderboards before this game.
Coming out of the APAC South region, 12th place in round number 1, 13th in round number 2. Now they're looking pretty solid after that win. Remember the nasty arc stars that Bullet was tossing over towards the side. If you're wondering why he had so much damage, just go and look at that clip. That was absolutely insane. 2 games remaining here to find out again who is going to be moving on. And I love the way that they approached that fight against AIM Esports. The crazy part of that game for me was when everybody was skyward diving and trying to find that type of spot. AIM did such a good job of hiding on the opposite side of that yellow pipe that nobody knew they were there. So that forced them to kind of scramble, and you saw certain people kind of falling to the bottom of the map. You had Alliance falling to the bottom of the map. You had Free Agent Kitties going and playing the opposite side of where the zone was going to end. But we're going to toss this one on over towards our panel to break down those last couple games.
Thank you so much, Tom and Vicky. Fallout here back after game number 6. GMT vibes are at an all-time high, but obviously on top of that, we got a few more teams performing today and looking pretty solid here. But look, I can't do it myself. We talked about it. Obviously, James, Kale joining us. We've been having some special guests joining us, and I am so excited to welcome on the desk for the very first time at a major esports event, Grayson Allen of the Milwaukee Bucks PNC Arena. Give it up for Grayson Allen, Predator Apex player. On top of that, the man obviously balls and hoops as well. Massive fan of the Apex community. Came here on your own dime and volition, which is awesome, man. How you doing today?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here. It's awesome. It's really fun.
Good to have you, man. Hey, well, first things first, look, you've been watching the action all weekend long. I know you're familiar with a lot of these teams. You've been watching since Poland. It's insane to think about, and then you decided to start grinding the game. Which team is your favorite? Who are you enjoying watching so far this weekend?
Man, it's a toss-up. TSM is an easy answer for me.
A couple people agree with you.
Yeah, it's a lot of people's favorites. Yesterday it was a lot of fun to watch Optics run. They just dominated yesterday when I watched. So it's always exciting to see. You know, I feel like they're a team that was slept on for a long time. Now people realize how good they are. I missed a lot of this morning's action, but I heard Furia did well, so that was fun to see because those guys kill me in ranked a lot.
Can we just pause for a second and talk about how this guy actually can give analytical breakdown of Apex Legends and the team? Once again, PNC Arena, give it up for Grayson, man. Big shout out to Grayson Allen, member of the Apex family and community, again, joining us in person here, which is awesome. But look, gentlemen, obviously we're 6 games in, 2 games away here from 10 teams being eliminated. What stood out to you so far, James?
Well, still Crazy Raccoon are on a precipice. We saw some kills towards the end there, but still lacking. But the guys at the top are really exploiting these chances. We're seeing big killing games from game to game from the guys towards the top there. We saw Reject with a 12-kill game, 2 12-kill games actually. They're really making sure they make it to tomorrow's action. A 19-kill game much earlier from Alliance, but being followed up by a second place with 15 kills in round 4, so just huge fragging at the top.
That's right, and this Alliance game was so much fun to watch. Their ability to anchor that roof and hold high ground kill was so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, look at Yuki just running around with the Mastiff there. It's like he doesn't even care where his teammates are, man. The Mastiff is just that good, bringing it, chopping through multiple knockdown shields at once, and that really fun end game there as well.
Yeah, Grayson, you ever think we'd end in a heal-off here in modern competitive Apex? You been there in ranked before?
I've been there many times in ranked, not a lot recently, but definitely in old ranked. And it's always interesting to see who's going to time that last heal to
yeah, I don't remember the last time we've seen that scenario, like you said. Back in the old days, maybe, but haven't seen one of those in a while. However, Godfire really turning up in games 4, 5, and 6, sneaking their way into the top 10. Can the Brazilian Cinderella story from Sweden do it again, James?
Yeah, they're in there at the moment. They're holding on, but a lot can change in these next 2 games, so they have to capitalize on what they've been doing. They need to keep that momentum going in their favor.
Right, Reject, however, our Japanese team showing up big time, looking so incredibly strong. Kale, talked about Reject's performance and what we saw there in game number 5. Of course, Korean and Japanese organizations.
Yeah, well, as you said, 2 games where they've come out with 12 kills. And I guess this is just typical of a lobby like this, where these teams, they're looking to grab, not necessarily be as consistent, but honestly push their way into that top 10 with a couple of big performances, because they think there are teams that they can just steamroll through, and they're happy to take maybe, 5 or 6 fights in a game to really rack up those points.
And keep on rolling here. Do the Sutoraiku, which you have to tell us to say for me one more time, and we talk about
Sutoraiku! Yeah, they've been killing it, the Aussie boys. Struggling, I guess, a little bit, right? Unlike a lot of their compatriots who've made it through to that winner's bracket. But yeah, I had complete faith that they'd be making it out of here and at least into loser's bracket round 2. And with that win there in the final, or the 6th game at least, they've done really well.
Yeah, well, in the end. Let's take a look at our overall standings as it currently stands. Reject and Alliance on top by a mile, but Orthros Fang, a team we didn't talk a lot about, Japanese squad looking so incredibly strong. Sukaraiku breaking into the top 4th, representing for Australia. Ascend, your Split 1 playoff champions, formerly New Esports, in the top 5. And then a little bit of a fan favorite here in GMT. Any Nasky fans out there from GMT? As one of my Nasky has the ultimate vibes on his squad. That listening was hilarious, James.
Yeah, that was quite entertaining, and it's great to see finally some momentum for that squad. Same could be said for FA Kitties, who are holding on for the time being, but look at 7, 8, 9, and 10. Wow. There's not much between them, and Crazy Raccoon are joint 10th with Odic as well. But at the moment, that's not good enough. They find themselves in 11th place. So again, there's a lot riding on these last 2 games, but it is good to see some of these teams that we're familiar with making their way into the top 10.
Well, Nasky's never been shy about sharing his opinion, and we certainly got a couple of those during the listen-in.
That is for sure. A little vulgar as well, but that's what Nasky's all about here. Crazy Raccoon, perhaps the biggest surprise of this group here, 23 points, just hanging on by a thread.
They need to frag. They need to be aggressive. They need to take some risks. I mean, obviously, they seem to be playing safe enough to get the placements, but it's not enough. They have to take a risk. They have to go a bit further. They have to get some frags.
Right.
They have 2 games. 2 games out of those 6, they got kills.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that's insane. 4 games with a donut in the kills category. That's not going to get it done. Obviously, a giant gap in this squad without Raz on their team, arguably the most popular Apex player in the world, coming from the APAC North region. His absence certainly felt on this squad here overall, but I agree with you, James. You got to see him play more aggressive. They have the mechanical skill and prowess, but they love to run that Crypto and Watson team comp. We're in APAC North, which is a lot more passive. It's a lot more placement-oriented. Grace, I'd love to get your take on that, man. Interesting comps we've seen so far. We've seen a little bit of Crypto. We've seen a little bit of Watson. What are your thoughts been here on some of the main legends we've seen like this weekend?
I think it's really cool to see all the different comps. I mean, a lot of Seer now, too, which a month ago, nobody was running Seer in comp, right? So, and now a lot of teams are playing him. So it's cool to see all the difference, and you even have teams switching it up when they feel like they need to switch to a different play style. So, you know, maybe you see some teams that need to get those extra kills, switch away from those passive comps into something more aggressive.
Here's what we saw Furia do all weekend long, like you mentioned earlier. But hey, I'm not gonna lie, dude, I thought this was gonna be like an interview talking about, you know, how much you like video games. You literally joined the desk as an analyst, which I appreciate, man. That's insane. Big shout out to Grace and Allen once again. But hey, one last question I gotta ask you, man. We were chatting on the way over. We had an interview a couple months ago on esports.gg, and you talked to me a bit about playing Apex and how nervous you get playing Apex as compared to playing on the basketball court. Can you kind of reshare some of those thoughts and tell me about your respect for professional gamers?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of respect. When watching these games, the situation these guys are in, they're not in calm, easy situations where it's easy to hit your shot, it's easy to make the right decisions. They are in pressure situations. There's a team behind you, in front of you, to the left, to the right. You move to the wrong spot, you're dead. So the way these guys stay calm under pressure, still make the right play, and come up and make huge clutch plays is amazing. And for me, as playing basketball, like there's not this length of mental pressure playing basketball, right? Like we get a 4-minute spurt, we get a timeout, come back out, get another 4 minutes, right? These guys are sitting here playing this game under intense mental pressure for hours, so their mental strength is incredible.
Yeah, especially in the fourth quarter. Trust me, I know how many timeouts y'all get, man. As a viewer and a fan of basketball, I'm just kidding, no. But hey, jokes aside, I am a massive fan of the Milwaukee Bucks, massive fan of yours, have been for a long time. It's an honor to be here, man. And again, I just want to say, this guy, not only did he come to support, but I said, hey, did EA bring you out or did your agency bring you out? He said, no, I just came on my own. I wanted to come and meet up with Deltouche and the boys and come hang out. I'm a big fan of Apex, and he flew out to North Carolina in his off season to enjoy some Apex Legends for the weekend. One last final shout out. Any final words or shout outs for anyone out there? And are you going to stay all weekend? You here till Sunday?
Yeah, I'm here till Sunday, so I'm excited for Championship Sunday, and hopefully we see this place rocking in here when it comes to match point.
Let's get it. Grayson Allen, everybody. Give it up one more time. Those here in the arena and everyone at home. Big shout to Grayson. Again, Genome, James, brilliant analysis. As always, we're going to take a quick break. We got 2 more games. Our first 10 teams will be sent packing their bags this weekend in this global competition for $2 million. It all comes down to this. World's Edge. Lock it up or go home after this.
I still have Bub. Can you hold? No, don't have ult. Ult's not up. Do you swing right? I'm bubbing this.
I'm going.
Play the bub. Crack. Caustic one shot. Dead.
I got tested.
Give me cracked. No, he's low. Dead. Nice. Res.
Last squad, they're down low.
Armor swap. Wait, maybe armor swap.
I'm trying to.
They're trying to climb here. Wait, you can out-heal them with this, maybe. You can just out-heal them, Bullet. They're gonna take before you do.
Falling.
They're dead.
Yeah, they're dead. Nice!
Go. Dead. Beautiful.
Good lads.
I did so much damage to that team.
Really well played. Really well played.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
Look at that trophy. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 ALGS Championship. T-Squared and Vicky Kitty bringing you the final 2 games of our losers bracket, round 1. Sadly, 10 teams, their journey ends tonight.
It's unfortunate, but the tournament must go on here. We have to whittle it down to those 10 squads. They have to get out of here, but you know what? There's still 2 more games, 2 more chances for those bottom 10 squads to make the redemption shot.
And if you pick up a big win, it's completely possible because we saw the leaderboard. The cutoff really isn't that high. So if you're able to get something going, you still have an opportunity, but it makes you wonder, what are the adjustments that just had been made? There was a little bit of a mini break there to talk about it, figure out what you want to do. Are we going to see some Mad Maggie? Are we going to see some Octane, Revenant? What is going to be the compositions coming in? The players are loading into the lobby. Look at those tats.
I was talking about it actually in the background. I was like, you know what? You were talking about manga panels. I definitely called that out too. I knew he had that Demon Slayer tattoo. It looks fantastic here. But look at the stone face that he's got. He knows that he means business out here, Alliance. Reject. They both are leading the overall board between 80 points and 70 points, 74 points. But looking between 7th place all the way down to 9th, it is incredibly close. Not only just tied, but with a 1-point difference between these teams, where any of them taking a win and a lot of KP in one game can make a huge difference.
That was Free Agent Kitties on your screen. They're fighting for a spot inside of the top 10, currently inside of the top 10. After that, it was GMT. This is match 7, crowd. Let's hear you. We got 2 more games after this. I know y'all ain't tired. I know y'all ain't tired. Let's get it going. Hopefully we don't get another Lava Fisher Zone. That's all I gotta say.
I'll blame you. I'll just say that you're the one writing the script out here, all right, Tom? That's how it works. And it doesn't look like we actually got it. So you know what? You get let off for this time. But looking like we're gonna have maybe a frag circle, maybe an overlook circle. We're gonna have to see where that beacon's gonna take us, but we do know that overlook is gonna be the hot spot. So Odic are gonna feel fantastic in terms of loot.
No doubt about it. You can see where that zone is gonna be fairly central. It's gonna play fairly for a majority of these teams, especially because we had an extremely west zone back-to-back games. So loving how we get a little bit of diversity going into game number 7. Give these teams a chance. Fenix, they're over towards the Geyser side. It's gonna pull down towards them. Get a little bit of no name in here as well. Makes you wonder where this one's gonna exactly go. It could be a 50-50. A little bit more experienced players would tell you exactly where that one's gonna go. That's why we leave it up to the pros.
I'm wondering if Lusman's actually gonna run into 1IQ real quick. If they want to try to find a way to get into that beacon, I do see some shots being exchanged here. Lizelle is actually trying to go in to maybe give some back to Lusquid if they have the opportunity, but we know where the circle's taking us, and it looks like it's going to be pulling towards that vault area between Geyser and No Name.
Could be the No Name beacon building. That's a very popular ending. You have the 3 pills with the respawn beacon as well. Could eventually go on over towards Geyser 2. You never really know until we get into zone number 3 and 4. That's what makes this game a little bit unpredictable, a little bit, you know, fun, I'd say. A lot of fun. That's what Apex is all about, right? You don't really know exactly how you want to play this one. You got to do a little bit of a guessing game, especially when you're playing at this type of pace. Reject sitting with 80 points. Absolutely ridiculous after 6 games. Setting the pace. There are your points on the right-hand side. Crazy Raccoon on the bubble with 23 points. That's basically 1 win. Audic, they're tied in 11th place. The way that the tiebreaker goes, if you're wondering, is your best overall game. That's why these last 2 are so important to get as many points as possible.
So it's so close to that end part of the top 10 of this overall leaderboards. Also sharing Fragment and some of that loot away from Reject is going to be Orthros Fang, who are already quickly rotating out of there, maybe trying to see if they have the opportunity to get to that next choke point that they want to hold. Having that high ground right between Geyser and Fragment is also really important to actually contest a lot of teams that are going to be put into your peripheral sight inevitably. So Fenix actually are ready in a fight themselves, as they're going to be able to take onto the high ground in this building. We saw a lot of teams already trying to contest this Geyser spot so quick with a lot of these quick rotations from these squads.
Tons of endings over towards the Geyser side, right? You're going to get the Replicator coming in from AIM. It's going to be big for them, but you can see that Fenix is thinking this is going to continue to pull all the way towards the back of Geyser. Now, you would typically see that zone be eaten up by a majority of that mountain directly behind them. So it may not pull over here, but Fenix is hoping that that is going to be the case. If so, you have some endings directly on that respawn beacon, over towards the crates down below them, over towards the 3 pills, over towards the side. If you land Geyser, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then there is a couple of them that go more southern of Geyser too. And that's a little bit more, I'd say, probable than the current situation that they see themselves locked in. But rotations have already happened, and you're seeing almost every building in the No Name area is currently not vacant. So there is a lot of teams banking on that to go over towards the northern side of that tunnel that you were talking about. Now, teams that are playing on over towards the edge, you can see AIM is taking a lot of damage. But you're going to have big rotations coming in from E8. Brew is coming up on over there. Teams coming in over from the north side, that's going to be RC, your team in first place. The team in second, Alliance, they're still over towards Thermal Station. They're going to try to bully these teams over towards that Harvester choke.
You talk about taking away some of the real estate from any of the other spots who have the opportunity to take that real estate from Geyser away, and that's going to be exactly what AIM wants to try to do, because AIM is on that cusp. This is the team that we were highlighting that is currently tied with FA Kitties. We're currently seeing Audic, though. We saw them coming out of frag for a reason, and they are looted up here with the Splitfire, with the Gratata, but the Audic squad here taking onto the high ground, managed to get 2 knocks in this situation here, getting They get a third, they get the pylon, but you can't heal up in time as Worst had the high ground and the kill leader status too. This is a team that has been running the Rampart, the only team that we've been able to see run this composition.
Here comes the third party beat. It's being fended off by Worst. Is really nice shots with the charge rifle, the immediate res. Now you can see the power of Rampart, and Sheila is available. So we'll see if they eventually go for that play, but Vicky with the blicky, that's what they call her. She's a human sound machine. The Spitfire is so powerful in these types of situations, so you can pre-fire. Meanwhile, DNG gets a knock onto Fennel. You can see it with the charge rifle, so a little bit long range. But this has been a nice aggressive play coming out from Audic, and this is exactly what they need when they are sitting originally tied with the Crazy Raccoon.
And look at this painted room here too with the pylons. They're gonna set up there with the fences. You see the Alliance now moving in. They're still sticking to this composition that they've been able to find so much success, but they're also able to call out some players in the rotations that they get to see with that Seer passive, with that heartbeat sensor. So they're playing on the cusp, and they have the access to not only the replicators, but to this crafting material too, in case they want to take their time with the slow rotate.
This is the Alliance way. And this is typically how they play this game, and wait for rotations, wait for teams that are unsuspecting of someone to be sitting in landslide instead of going on over towards the zone. Winners from the previous game, Sudaraiku also making the rotation over from the southern side. They may eventually meet up, but this is 4-7 as a duo. Still a decent amount of points, and they've done so good up to this point. Every time we're on board with them, the crowd really chant for them and hoping that they're able to walk away with some kill points and some placement points. That's going to be Reject backing off.
Now, Reject actually noting that there is 2 squads right in front of them. 4-7 actually seeing the lights, though. Sparkles in their eyes when they could see the opportunity that the third party may be creeping in. None of these teams want to commit. The moment that any of these teams try to fight, you know that either Reject or 4-7 is going to be able to commit here. See some tick damage with the Caustic Trap, as Reject are just going to back off, try to cover their backs just in case another squad tries to rotate away from Geyser into their own safe space.
You saw Fennel being taken out. They're going to be in 19th place overall, but I like the passive play from Reject, understanding the situation, just like you were saying, Vicky. They don't want to get third party. They do have the composition to fend off third parties with the classic meta composition that is Valkyrie, Caustic, Gibraltar, but so many fences in here causes that visual clutter, so you can't really get the angles that you were looking for. I love the charged up PK around the corner. Infinity taking some serious damage from 1IQ. Talus is going to go and pop his head out. That's going to be Pawnee going down. Den Pride looks like he's fairly weak as well. Den Pride are rat of the game, basically, in the previous match. Now going to have to do this with his boy, Maestro Hefe, but this is going to be a tough situation because 1IQ just put the belly on him.
That's GMT Rambo with the triple take here. A little spicy, may as well call it the triple taki out here too, with the way that they're positioning on this high ground. They overlook a lot of the action over by Geyser. That's the choke point that I was highlighting earlier on that they really like, because not only can they cut off some squads moving into Geyser, but they can cut off some squads that want to move away from Fragment as well.
Has a decent amount of ammo, but doesn't want to rip those shots. 93 away from the Evo shield, so the thing about the charge rifle is you definitely want to lead your shots like this. That's going to be key. Unfortunately for him, he gets taken down to no shield, so he's going to back down. Just a sliver of HP. Phoenix Kit being tossed from Nasty Nasky, and he's going to go and take that spot that Rambo is currently holding down. Back on board with Infinity. They were able to get Pawnee back in this one, which is really key for them. Now, Alliance has made their way all the way from Thermal Station all the way up towards the northern side. They're going to be gatekeeping DNG over towards the Skyhook area. And then the winners from the previous game, Sudaraiku, still making the rotation out of Big Mod too. So it's a little bit slow pace, and this is what you were anticipating, Vicky.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is really what makes it. You are game number 7. You only got this game and 1 game left to be able to be in that safe zone in the top 10 spot. So a lot of these teams do not want to risk anything, especially a team like Infinity right here. They want to try to play this slow. They want to be able to try to get out of that cusp that they're currently sitting in overall 12th place with 21 points, right behind Crazy Raccoon, who has 23 points, which is tied right now with Audic, who is on that cusp right now, right above them with 23 points apiece on their own. So with GMT now taking control of this high ground, they do note that there is that team over to the side, which is going to be FA Kitties, who are not going to actually move from this spot here alone. They could do exactly what GMT is doing, but on the opposite end for any other team that wants to contest through that choke point.
You saw the points on the right-hand side of your screen. GMT, they're feeling pretty good in 6th place, right? 45 points. Besides that, anything past that is up for grabs, right? AIM, they're sitting at 34 points overall as Hockeys is going to take down 1 player. It is with the charge rifle, though, so no Thirst coming through quite yet. This is one of those teams, again, on the bubble, sitting at 33 points. That's Godfire. played phenomenal throughout the week. Infinity, though, they need to do something big over here. It's up to Maestro Heffy. Can he finish off the final player around the corner? He's got the shots. He's inside, and he is going to be able to take down 1IQ. Such a big fight for Infinity, but no time to celebrate. They got to get the res, and they need to heal up immediately. That's not what you want to see, though.
Oh, nobody wins here if you get that attack off a Seer. You can't get that res, and it's Nasky who's going to be able to move in, clean Infinity up, and now they have this real estate. Now they have control over the survey beacon building, and now they're going to be able to set up those Watson fences all inside and paint it.
Tough third party. You win the team fight against 1IQ. You're feeling good about the situation. Unfortunately for them, the team fight win was just not clean enough. Having 2 players down is unfortunate, and then GMT playing cleanup. They're gonna secure some extra points and a little bit of placement as we now move down to our final 14 squads. Ascend has had themselves one heck of a day. Getting early in those Lava Fisher zones, definitely helping them out, but they look like they're poised for another great spot over here in the back of Geyser.
Ooh, a little cheeky angle off to the side that you see Ascend trying to avoid taking some of that damage. Post kill is literally posted up right now with the massive and the arm shield. Anybody that goes through those stairs is going to be in a lot of trouble. But look at this patient play from Ascend. Very similar to the last 2 games that we saw him sitting in that building over to the left side of Lava Fisher. For all the reasons though, 84, gotta see. He's held onto his bubble now as the last one here too. So that's going to be really good for them to hold in that space.
Pushing this would be madness. You have the Mastiff just waiting. Thing does serious work. We've already seen a handful of players put it to use. Players from Free Agent Kitties. Yuki was popping off with it earlier in Stormpoint, and now it's Postkill's turn to get this weapon that was created. And you can see why. It's just doing so much work. Nobody wants to push up top of the stairs, right? And if you're going to do that, you need your bubble in order to cut off that angle, and it's just not possible, right? You need to come up there with, some sort of arc stars, thermites. Once you do that, you're leaving yourself a little bit vulnerable. And you know that third parties are going to be coming in. So this is not a good spot to be in, but you do have to continue to stay on your toes and hold your angles.
Postgo with the eager try me here, all right? You know have the massive. That's information that E has now playing on the low ground. They said, all right, we are absolutely not going to try to contest this. They note now that Postgo's got that massive ready in his hands, holding the angle of the stairs right here too. I like the attempt on at least trying to throw the barrel through the window, but it's not going to be enough. You saw how quick Postgo was to make sure that that wasn't going to be a problem here.
Crypto drones flying around for Kashera, gathering intel and information. The team below them is E8. So you wonder, with E8 really needing points, do they push this, Vicky? They need to get some team fights. They need to get some priority position. It's just such a difficult angle to go and take. You're at a huge disadvantage, and you're going up against a Gibby 1v1 with the Mastiff. So I just don't see how this is going to be possible, especially without any grenades. So really, the only thing Golden can do is advance with barrels, which he's already tried to do, like you were talking about. Trying to throw those over towards the window. Coexisting in Geyser is very, very popular, but you're going to have a handful of teams, again, waiting to pounce on the opportunity to take these squads down. One of them is going to be Ascends. You can see VJ. He's crouching. He's waiting.
Oh, he's trying to see if he has an opportunity to get a nice little angle here. E8 is not giving up this building, though, but if VJ actually managed to go through his front doors, he could tell the Q to let the rest of his team know, all right, let's go. Drop down there. They see the opportunity. They're going to get rid of the traps, but it's a trap that acts as a makeshift shield. Can they have the opportunity? I mean, this is VJ. He can just
taking it.
Manage to actually fully send it, actually try to go into this opportunity, but look how quick E8 was able to just run and immediately put that distance between them and Ascend. That is the respect that E8 needs to have against a team like Ascend, because like you mentioned before, they need these points. Overall, they're in 16th. As a Alliance, they drop to the skies. This is something that we always see them do, always getting into trouble from the heavens here, and now they're going to be able to find themselves inside of this tunnel, which is going to be key.
It's going to be Fenix on the very east side of Geyser picking up some kills. That's big for them. They're predicting it's going to continue to pull over towards that east side. We still don't know exactly what ending this Geyser zone is going to be. There was a handful of teams originally thinking this was going to go north of this choke area on over towards the No Name. Almost every single team is inside of this zone. Detonation Gaming, GFR, those are the only 2 squads on the outside. Here comes the push from Alliance. Great shots there from Yuki, and 4-7 eliminated. This is one of those popular endings too, though, right on top of that respawn beacon. Now you can play the outside of this building. There's also some fighting taking place directly in front of them. I believe we hear some PK shots in the background, so they could potentially be collapsing on over here, but taking a look at the map, I don't think that Fenix is in any type of fight.
Yeah, you called it out perfectly at the very beginning. Sometimes you see it end over by that respawn beacon or inside of that entire high ground building there, getting taken down. Yuki with the wingman shots, the winging dingy landing its headshots here too. NiceWigg getting taken down. Trying to see if they have an opportunity right now, if they can try to get that res. But here comes a queue for the third party to move in. Now they're going to be sandwiched. Fenix need to get out of here, but they have no way to exit out of this building without getting contested.
Frog's trying to leap out of there. It's not going to happen. That's going to be Vifes coming through, and Phoenix gets eliminated in 13th place. The team that was going for the third party, that was GMT. So GMT and Alliance potentially meeting up. Now GMT is going to go and lock down the 3 pills on over towards the side of the southern side of this zone. You have Alliance now taking and bullying their way into that building, which is what they've been doing almost this entire series. Ridiculous infiltration of that building from Alliance.
Another circle that we usually see over here by Geyser is actually where GMT's positioned right here. So they are going to have Alliance in their line of sight, but with Alliance having the high ground, they're going to be able to pressure GMT a lot, even though they have some of those rocks for extra cover. That truck that's also off to the side here. Look at the Seer ult getting put down, though, by Suturaiku, trying to have an opportunity to move in here. Suturaiku are going to play around this corner. Like we mentioned, so many other squads have made their appearance inside some of these buildings, having the opportunity, though, landing those shots, going to put down that dome as Reku manages to move away.
Brew gets taken down. GMT now joining the fray over here is the big PK shots for Bullet, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's up to Fussy with the wingman, and they get eliminated in 11th place. GMT really starting to heat up. That's back-to-back. Big third parties and team fight wins for them, and they're going to get rewarded with a lot of loot. While that was happening, you could see Alliance now. They're going to advance over towards their position, leaving this entire east side of Geyser available for teams like Detonation Gaming. Maybe Free Agent Kitties want to decide that they want to push through, but Alliance is interested in getting some kills of their own. E8, like you were talking about, desperately needing those points, Vicky. They go down in 9th, so Geyser really starting to heat up as this zone gets smaller and smaller. Ascend picking up some kills. Remember, they were locking down the building and had that Mastiff in the back pocket, but it's the PKs coming through. Godfire going down. 3 squads eliminated in a blink of an eye.
Insane here. 8 squads left, and look how many teams are inside some of these buildings. Alliance see the situation, note that the fight is done, so they're just going to back away and take control over that high ground building that they were sitting in already before. Now, if they could actually play this split up a little bit here and try to deny any opportunity for DNG to move away from the tunnel, they could hold 2 spots, which could be really crucial because you maintain the high ground and you also deny GMT the space to take the same location that they wanted to sit in between the 3 crates.
You're no relation to Free Agent Kitties, right, Vicky Kitty? just wanted to check.
No. You know what? But that would be fantastic here. We got to do Kitties for life. You got the Kraber in your hands. We got to style them a little bit. Might as well join up. Recruit me while you can, but you're going to phase away in this situation. Hardeki taking onto the high ground. Look at the setup that he's got. He's got the turbo and the Havoc. He is eating nice tonight.
Nice shots there. And good advancing into the zone. That's not an easy zone to kind of scoot your way through. And you'll be so surprised at how these teams end up playing this one. You play the inside of the buildings, you share the buildings, coexist with them. There's teams on the outside. Look at that, 3 teams just located where the Free Agent Kitties are. Orthos Fang, they're laying down some shots. They're one of those teams that's inside. Pulverex, they get eliminated in 8th place. Unfortunate for them. They're in the top 10 for quite some time. Now they are falling out of that top 10. But big shout out to them for putting up such a huge fight. Detonation Gaming is going to drop as well. And now we're down to our final 6 squads.
And the positioning between our 2-man squads has just been insane with the way that they've been able to play their rotations. As Alliance now move in for the opportunity to strike. Seer ult now going to be able to reveal everything. Yeah, that is GMT that wanted to take back onto the high ground like we were mentioning before. But Alliance, with the different angles that they're holding, Yuki needs some help.
Yuki's going to go down. Hawk is going to elect to go for the battery. Vibe sends up eating a thermite. Rambo comes in with the Prowler. And now you have a 2 versus 1. Hockey's his full shield. He's facing 2 fairly weak players, though. Can he pull this one off? Going for another battery behind the knockdown shields. And that's Alliance going down in 5th place. GMT is coming into form on World's Edge.
GMT planting the flag of the spot that they want to hold in before pushing Alliance out, taking them and sending them back to the lobby. Orthros Fang also in some trouble, playing right underneath the building. You see their setup that they're playing from underneath as a GMT chants roar from the crowd. AIM playing from inside of the building right now. As you can see, RF are playing from the other outskirts, but the circle is closing right behind their backs. They need to start inching forward.
You can see the final 4 squads, all full squads of 3. It's Orthos Fang. The bubble is going down. You have AIM, you have Ascend, and GMT. Unfortunately, the zone is going to tick really hard here, and you're going to have to advance out of that bubble into the enemy fire, and they're learning that the hard way. Now it's up to Lemon with the Arc Stars in hand. Does have a battery if he wants to pop that one, but like you said, GMT planting the flag, feeling good about the situation. The key to an easy win, it's not very easy, but you want to keep all of that action in front of you, and GMT has done a great job of doing that.
And they're feeling confident. Look at the way that they're positioned. Look at Rambo being on top of this building while the rest of GMT see the rest of the teams right in front of them while still maintaining the high ground. This is great right now. AIM constantly rocking a lot of these big mod guns, by the way. Of course, they usually land in that spot there, so they still got that gold R301 while they haven't left the inside of this building for quite some time. So they've been in Geyser for a while as Rambo falls really low, having to be careful. Ascend not going to dare push because in their backs will be towards AIM.
The Thermite taking Rambo down. Do they have the help over towards the side? It looks like that's going to continue to burn him. And that's tough because he was playing on that off angle, thinking that he could split away from his team. Now it's a 3-on-2-on-2, or 3-on-3-on-2. Oh my gosh! BJ with the wingman shots. You can see why Ascend has been so powerful. Kashera just a demon inside with that drone. Being annoying, being a nuisance, that's exactly how you play Crypto. The missile swarm, the barrage of missiles coming across the map. Now Nasky gonna have to go for this one, but he's now getting shot with the charge rifle. Still alive somehow.
T, how is this happening here? Everyone looked at GMT, says, all right, you're feeling way too confident, too split, maybe getting ahead of yourself as GMT falls in third place here in game number 7. Now Ascent, they get to finally move in on the final squad here that they have to face off against. They take out Uchako from AIM. Now Ascent gonna fully try to dive into this dome.
The shots with the flatline were just too good. No one could stop Ascent in this game. They win the Geyser match. They put themselves in position in the previous 2 games in Lava Fisher, picked up a decent amount of points there, and now they finish it off over towards Geyser. Great game. 7 from the squad directly in front of you. They gotta feel good after that one. That should do more than enough for them. Feeling the love from the crowd. That should do more than enough for them to secure their spot on over to losers bracket round 2, but it's 1 game remaining, Vicky, to find out who's moving in. You can see Nasky's hype for a big game from Rambo. They're loving it.
I love the energy that they keep regardless if they don't take the dub. It's like, all right, we know that we played really well. We know that we got the KP. We know that we were able to put a dent to the Alliance, but I just like the energy because you have to keep that momentum, that mentality, especially when there's still 1 more game left for these teams to play out.
That's right, you saw the crowd keep feeding them, and that's exactly what was going on. Well, I mean, Rambo fed a little bit there, but he was eating a majority of that game.
Listen, he had to give it to them. Get a little bit of charity at the same time here, but that Thermite, definitely, he's going to be feeling that one as Ascend take that game with 9 kills. AIM, sitting in that building for a really long time, still were able to scoop up 3 KP, but GMT, with their domination on that southern part of Geyser, they were able to clean up 10 kills and 3rd place.
Look at the duo, still doing such a great job. 7th and 8th place, scratching and clawing their way for points. It's all coming down to this final match, though. This is the ALGS 2022 Championship. We're live here in the PNC Arena. This is your second page as well. The page you don't want to be on. Your winners from the previous game, Sudaraiku going out in 11th place. Crazy Raccoon, my pick to win this thing today, and they were in 20th place. Keep in mind, they were on the edge of the bubble right next to Audic. So that is not the performance that they were looking for. This is going to be a crazy final game. There's still 5 to 10 teams that can still get in the top 10.
It's just so unfortunate because to be the first squad to go down in that second to last game and be on that bubble, that's just going to be a lot of work and a lot of stress in that last game as we get to take a look at the progress Ascend made in that game. Look at this, over 2,000 damage. Kashira, you saw them headshot after headshot, landing them with the wingman post kill to give him some of that backup. Charge rifle, you know, with the extra beamage, you love to see the pressure coming in from this squad.
Fun fact. When you have a mustache like that, you can't be beat. And Kashera just proving it right there with the 2K damage. Absolutely insane. The push from VJ was really impressive too. The way that he was willing to go over towards the door,
bully E8 so they no longer had to worry about that staircase, so they could own that real estate and then continue to advance forward was a key part of that game.
You saw him creeping up slowly in the crouch walk here too as we take a look at the overall leaderboard. Sen moving all the way up by 2 spots now, sitting top 3. Alliance, it's going back and forth between Alliance and Reject. It's actually crazy to see the difference between these 2 top squads and again the rest of the leaderboard, and we get to see GMT. They are also moving up into that 5th place spot. I'm curious to see how some of the rest of these teams are doing, because right after Audic, you can see there is that gap between themselves and Godfire by 10 points.
Realistically, if you're at 46,
wow.
yeah, look how close this is,
What?
right? We have AIM in 7th place with 46, right, that we saw on page 1. 37 points was Free Agent Kitties, but after that, it gets kind of crazy here, right? Again, there are so many teams that can advance forward. The crowd's pulling for Pulverex. They're only 3 points behind Audic. So many squads are 3 to 4 points behind them. There's 4 squads, Vicky, that could take that spot away from them. But not only that, you have to look at still Free Agent Kitties, Godfire. They're not safe as well. They need to get it together in this final game.
Look, there's a reason why FChan has to show us the guns sometimes, all right? Whenever he's feeling himself, he's got to show the crowd, he's got to show it in his gameplay. But it's really impressive that they're still on that cusp with how close 11th all the way down to 13th, even 14th with a point difference. Between these teams, they just need this one really good last game, and they can find themselves in the top 10 spot.
And we're going to have that game, the final game of the night, to see who is going home and who is advancing to Losers Bracket Round 2 right after this.
We have to kill these guys, okay? Focus on
Okay,
and then we play on this ledge. We play on the ledge, okay?
Okay. Left, yeah, left.
We have to kill these guys on top.
On top, okay.
They died. I think they died.
One died.
Can you move on me? Can you move on me, guys?
Move on cash. The guy goes on the left. The 2 left.
Okay,
Left,
guys.
left. On the left.
TV almost cracked. Not cracked. 50.
Walk on me. Walk close to me.
Walk low.
I'll push it.
I'm careful, Jack. Get to my EMP.
Crack. Bro. Last one out.
Nice job. Well done.
It all comes down to this, the final game of the night. T-Squared and Vicky Katie bringing you the action. It's going to be on World's Edge like we've seen the 3 previous games. 10 teams moving to losers bracket round 2. 10 teams, well, they don't have to go home, but they got to get off the main stage.
Unfortunate. They could do some research in the crowd maybe if they have the opportunity, but unfortunately they do have to bow out of the rest of the tournament. And holding on to that cusp is Audic. They're holding on to 26 points. Right behind them, Infinity with 23 points, but they're tied apiece with Crazy Raccoon and Pulverex, the team that the crowd is going crazy for, that they're giving them their energy. They need it out here playing this out as a duo. They've had this so hard bracket run, and now having to play through this loser's bracket as a duo is just as hard.
You can see AIM, they're all smiles. They're sitting in 7th place with 46 points overall. There are so many squads that are nipping at Team Audic, trying to take over that 10th spot and make their way into losers bracket round 2. A couple of them to name them. Infinity, 3 points behind them. Crazy Raccoon at 23 as well. Pulverex, a crowd favorite, playing as a duo. They have 23 points. Team Phoenix, they're sitting at 14th with 22 points. E8, the 21st seed coming out of group stage, is sitting with 19 points. Team Brew with 17. 4-7, Fennel, they're still in this as well, but it's going to take a big final game. Crowd, for the last time tonight, let me hear you go wild.
That's what we'd like to hear. That's what we'd like to hear. Jumping into our final game, game number 8, to close out losers round 1. We got another Southern Circle. We're taking a trip downtown here, and Alliance is going to have a field day with this one, looking to see where this circle may take us here. Could it be Thermal Station? Could it be one of those similar circles that we saw north of Tree? We're going to have to see, as we may see an early contention for the Beacon alone. You can see Alliance, Yuki taking that priority, seeing where that next circle is going to be pulling. Let's see if BRU could do the same thing with Lullabank, trying to have the opportunity with the crypto drone. Hopefully it doesn't get shot out of the sky, as we do note, again, that circle is going to be pulling a little bit north from Tree.
This is your team in 8th place. Free Agent Kitties going down to 1 IQ. They're on the hunt right now. This is just a duo. If they could get this, this would be huge for them. They're going to need a massive game. 4 points for them, fighting it out as just that 2-man squad. But Hardecki's back up. They got the res. He's sitting at 1 HP. And this zone could potentially go towards staging, and we've seen one similar to this before when we were watching our group stage over towards that giant yellow crane in staging. It could bounce a couple of different spots, maybe going a little bit southern than that. The choke could be a popular spot over towards between Thermal Station and staging. Like you said, teams that are going to love that. Alliance, Brew, again in 16th spot. They're going to be in a good spot too. But now Hardecki is on the hunt. They're trying to find out where these players are located.
Says, I'm not going to let you get away scot-free out here. Even with the RE45 and the P2020 with a Dream, he's played enough control to feel comfortable here on this part of Lava Siphon. So they're going to try to see where that team ended up going. As you can see, they're going to sort of take their time. He hears some footsteps maybe right above him here. If they want to try to fully send, he's definitely going to have to hold hands with Leogri and PKMK.
Another team that had a fast rotation was GMT. They've already made their way through Harvester, but here goes the push coming in from Hardecki. He's got the RE45 and P2020, the most powerful combination in all Apex Legends, but not as powerful as that frag grenade coming through. The R9 shots are going to connect. The PK, unfortunately, does it for Leogri. He's going to go get the Thirst, get that quick armor swap, and that was an extremely fast one. They needed that to stay in. Wow, what a job from Free Agent Kitties to try to reset over here, but that was an amazing, amazing frag grenade.
Well, can the clutch happen? We have to see the high ground now going into 1IQ here in their favor. Let's see if they have the opportunity, but it looks like FA Kitties, they are going to respect it. They are going to go for the natural cover here, right behind these bunker doors before getting this res going on. Doesn't look like it's even going to be possible. I mean, with the Seer ult, what can you do in this situation? They have all the intel in the world for you to know if you're going to be able to push and to even contest the res. So they're going to reset, and maybe this player may just actually want to take the L and try to reposition if possible. If you didn't get that banner yet, you're going to may have to just wrap around through the back of Lava Siphon and try to figure out a different way.
You know he's going for the 1v3, right, Vicky?
Oh,
he's definitely going for that.
No, he said hasta la vista. He dipped.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's the smart play. But the hero play would have been the 1v3.
Right,
They had him on the ropes.
I was waiting for it.
Let's be honest. They're laughing right now for Free Agent because they're like, hey, we kind of got a little bit lucky right there. Let's be honest. If they had a third player, we probably would have been done. But overall, they needed to clean that up a little bit faster.
And they needed to avoid a third party because those teams are going to start rotating here very shortly. Infinity, this is such a big fight. They need to win this over towards the Harvester side. Den Pride doing whatever he can now. It's up to Pawnee. This is two teams that are fighting it out to try to make it into the top 10. The Prowler shots are going to connect, but he has to go and heal. Has one battery, but instead he's going to go and play for his life because the third party is coming through. That is unfortunate for Brew. They are out and they are eliminated. That's a send with the third party. VJ with the great portal to make his way through. I believe he's the only Wraith in the lobby as well.
It's crazy. There's 4 squads around here in this area alone. You take that portal back and you're ready to get beamed by a charge rifle on the other side. Ascend now actually managing to back off. GMT making an appearance over by the beacon side of this high ground that overlooks Harvester. ORF may actually have been able to restabilize right here inside of the building. Now they have to try to control the high ground just in case another squad decides to sneak up right behind them. Care package landing right in front of Ascend if they can have that opportunity. But we have seen a very similar circle to this too, where sometimes it ends up being on the cusp of Harvester, exactly where Ascend is located.
Right, the beacon directly where they're at and holding this high ground on top of the mountain ridge. But this is a very risk-reward type of play because you have to keep your head on a swivel, and that's exactly what they're doing. The charge rifle is going to help get that Evo shield charged up. It's going to push people off of you, but if you get close, you're only going to have to resort to that PK in this type of situation. And Kashera, in the middle of the open, is going to go into that drone. Fortunately for them, nobody has really rotated on over towards their side. Looking over towards the thermal station side, everybody has rotated out of there and made their way on over towards staging and Harvester, so anticipating this zone to continue to pull over towards that side. Orthos Fang in 4th place has had themselves one heck of a series. And they are looking like they were the team that was for that third party. They've already picked up that kill, and they're looking for some more blood.
Yeah, they're really consistent in terms of their placement and just the way that they position themselves in these last end circles, just like Reject does. So if they can manage to just hold down this part of Harvester, deny a lot of the rotation from all the other squads that are rotating from the eastern side, to be fantastic, landing some of those shots already. I think over 200 damage in total here. So they're trying to get another crack. He managed to get it. Now they're going to try to fully send it. He's got the dome to close in the gap.
Here comes the flank coming on over towards the side too. Big shots coming through with the PK. You also heard the crack there. Oh no, the PK continues to connect. And this is FedEx. This is your team in 14th place. They are going down to Orthos Fang. That slides them up into 3rd place overall, but it's all about that top 10. You do eventually, when we move on over towards the grand finals, get extra points for being in the winner's bracket side of things, but right now it's all about securing that top 10 spot and moving on to loser's bracket round 2, as Alliance has surely secured their spot. 84 points, what a performance from them.
One step at a time. This is what's really important for these squads right in front of them. Alliance already securing their ticket here with 84 overall points in the 1st place spot, right next to Reject. Sutaraiku now trying to take this fight though. You got the car, you got the hip fire, you get the knock onto Hockey's here. See if he can get another knock right here too. He takes care of the Seer ult, making sure nobody here in Alliance could track their positioning, could track where they're going to be rotating. Currently, Yuki always with the wingman, always managing to find these shots, especially with the Digi threat being in the replicator.
So fun watching him on a handful of different legends, especially Valkyrie, when he's able to use that map movement, coming in as a little bit of a co-entry flagger with Hawkes, and then Vapes, he's going to be on the Seer. Off of that Gibraltar, one of our strongest Gibraltars that we have in the EMEA region, but this is now going to be a 2-on-1 situation, and it looks like they are going to be able to clean up Alliance. Like you said, hello, STK, Sudaraiku taking down the team sitting in 1st place. That's going to allow Rejects to potentially get involved. This is a huge fight for Audic. They need to stay alive. Our lone rampart inside of the trailers, which we've already seen. This is the spot they like to... Oh, big frag grenade onto the roof, and now they have this team on the ropes.
Oh, managed to catch him from the skies there too. Audic now going to be able to get that knock, playing off of the enemy dome amazingly here, taking onto the higher ground. You have nowhere to go. Not going to let you try to reposition here. The hipfire with the R301, and they take care of Reject. That is our top 2 teams that are out of this final lobby. Alliance and Reject securing their ticket for top 2 here, but they are bowing out of this final game, maybe giving an opportunity for these other squads to try to make this comeback. That's usual for Audic, because again, they were on the bubble. They needed this KP.
Can I get some passions in the chat? I know they're feeling it after that one. They are excited, like you said, taking down Rejects, which was duking it out for 1st and 2nd place there with Alliance. That's going to give them extreme confidence going forward. Now, AIM Esports continuing to advance over towards that tree area, going on over towards Thermal Station. They have Sudaraiku on the ropes. That's going to be one player going down, and now you can see the PK is coming through, but Hyarka does land and get that shield crack, and that is it for Sudaraiku. They get eliminated. They were in 6th place with 55 points, so their spot should be secured. It's up to teams like Crazy Raccoon Infinity to now make their way and try to catch up to Audic.
See if maybe Pulverex could actually come through here too. They want the opportunity. They have to see where they're going to be rotating. FA Kitties now rotating through the backside here. Getting pinged by a squad off to the right. They are trying to take control of this building over to the side here. As we can take a look at this map. See DNG taking their sweet time to rotate in. Infinity also playing off of the cusp here as GMT is still holding on to the high ground. Pulverex still alive here too, by the way, playing north side of Thermo Station. You see Crazy Raccoon over on the other side here too. They are fighting for their lives, but they are playing off the high ground, and they're in a really nice position. They're actually going to fight themselves as FA Kitties takes this fight over by Tree.
Yeah, you're going to have Crazy Raccoons and Pulverex going at it, and one player was already knocked. So this is a pretty interesting spot to be in as you see GMT getting involved. It's going to knock onto Kashera. Duking it back and forth. 2 separate fights are going down right now. The bubble res comes through. A great portal from VJ. You can see that Wraith still extremely viable in these situations, but that Thermite is looking good. They're going to go and take that Wraith portal back. Nice longbow shots coming in from Nasky. Here comes the advance. They're going to have to avoid the defensive bombardment coming in from Gibraltar. Somehow that one was connecting on over towards the side. And here comes the Seer, and here comes Sirdell. Nasky with the shots, with the PK. And that should be all she wrote for Ascend. Is Crazy Raccoon actually eliminated? Pulverex, they're still alive.
Oh.
They have an opportunity.
They're able to find Crazy Raccoon, sending them back to the lobby here. GMT as well, cleaning things up for Ascend as they also get sent out quick with it. 13 squads left in this final game.
Fast pace, that's what you anticipate. Teams understanding the math, knowing the kills, exactly what they need to do. Pulverex chants going on in the crowd. They want to see this duo make it on over to Nasky. Thinks it's for him. Let's get some GMT chants going in there too. Oh man, I love it. Live Apex Legends. Pulverex, that's the duo. The crowd loves them. The vibes have been high for both of these teams. The push is coming in on over towards the side. That's going to be GMT making their way over there. And look at this high ground play. You love that.
You don't have the extended light mag, but it's okay. You got the 3 times, and that's what matters. You want to control some of this high ground space by yourself, and F-Chan and Legetta have some space here. Love the fact that they're able to take this from Crazy Raccoon, but they have to look at both of their sides, between the backs and their front here, to see which of these squads may want to contest them for this actual contention point here, these choke points that could be so detrimental to where this next circle is going to be pulling. You can see Pulverex doesn't have that information here, but all right, Pawnee. Infinity still here, up and alive, clutching to everything that they've got because they need to. Another one of the squads that are hugging the bubble with 23 points. This is one of the teams that were tied with Crazy Raccoon, tied with Pulverex. So with Crazy Raccoon falling down and into the lobby right now, this could mean a lot because Pulverex is still in this and Infinity is still in this regardless if it's a rat or not.
Right, and Fenix eliminated too, so it comes down to basically these 3-4 squads that can walk away with this one. And we know who the crowd is rooting for. They're going for that duo. That is Pulverex. Godfire, they're feeling pretty good about their spot, sitting in number 9 with 37 points. And parkour.
Parkour. Gotta turn it around a little bit. Break some ankles at the same time.
Right, it's gonna slow down a little bit here because we've had such an explosive start as we take a look at that zone. Going on over towards the choke, you wonder exactly where this one's gonna end, but Pulverex is in a great spot, and when you look at the teams on over towards the east side, you're gonna have an opportunity for potential third parties if they do wanna leave this spot, but they are in the zone, and they're locking down one of the best positions in the game.
Pulverex are in such a good spot. Not only holding the high ground, holding the edge of that circle. AIM is on the other side of this, where they're getting pinged by a squad who's already moved in. Believe that may be FSV here. And see, as you can take some shots, you got the turbo on the Devo, something so scary here. But if you want to hold this choke point, you have to make the commitment whether you want to wrap around this rock before this third circle closes in, because this is where you're going to be taking a huge chunk of that damage.
30 points is where they're looking to get on the Pulverex side. Oh, so close to pulling that trigger right there. I think they kind of spotted each other. Yeah, he is hungry. Pulverex, 3rd place in the Sweden playoffs. The team from APAC North, formerly Team Unite, is looking like they are going to try to play spoiler for the rest of these squads inside of the lobby. Can they do it, Vicky? They are the one team that's in the next zone. They are trying to fend off Audic right now, but we're on board with Godfire. The team that's in 9th seed, again, they are feeling pretty good about this position, but if Audic pops off and another team comes in and gets some extra kills and placement points, they could see themselves on the outside looking in. That's not what Nellis has in mind right now with this Kraber in his hand.
You know, you feel confident sometimes when you're staring down at a player who's just too still but holding onto this massive weapon in their hands, and you think it's way too sus. You have to give them some of that space. You have to wait to hear that bullet whiz past your ear to know what they have in their hands. None of those squads wanted to poke that, peek that on the train tracks. GMT are going to hug this building on the rooftop, and they may have that information to where that circle is going to be pulling here. You got the G7 in the hands of Nasky. Going to be able to try to ping down some of the extra damage over the squads who are taking the Skyward Dive out of Harvester. That's going to be ORF. They're going to be able to try to move deeper into staging, potentially, or on top of those train tracks.
Valiant effort there from GMT. You can see the heartbeat scans are coming through in from Nasky, and this is one of the most popular buildings that GMT likes to go and hold down. Detonation Gaming, they just came in with a pretty fresh rotation, rocking the duo Pathfinder Loba coming through over here. Still smiles on their face. They're looking to potentially get some more kill points, and again, play spoiler for these squads that are on the bubble. AIM Esports sitting at 50 points, feeling good about the situation that they're in. Kind of just slow playing it, right, Vicky? If you're sitting at that type of situation, you're not really trying to die early, you're not going for crazy kill points, you're kind of letting the kill feed play out.
Absolutely, especially if you're holding on to a position that you're feeling comfortable with at that point. You don't want to give up that spot to allow another team to just take that spot. We actually saw that just in the last game with GMT and Alliance. So now GMT, they've already fenced all the way up. Look at this, all the way up to the side of the building here, and they're going to be able to hold on to the roof too. So they're going to deny any opportunity for these squads to try to overtake this building away from them. And they have 2 separate angles that they can also hold, but they can't just stay here forever. In a minute and less than 15 seconds, they are going to have to start moving forward, and they see that there's already another squad holding that choke point by the train tracks.
Cover your young one's ears. We're going into Illicit with GMT Esports.
Ravina's good. Our backs are so good.
Okay, you want to kill these guys then with wall
We will.
Alright.
Give me at blue. Give me at blue. I think 2 of them had blue, actually.
The Valk has buff.
Okay.
Look at the angles I'm getting right now.
Yeah, but you need to be in a position to ult them. Like on this corner, maybe.
Yeah. He doesn't have Q. I'm going to walk up Del.
Okay.
Wait.
Hey, look. He's looking. I got to go back.
I'm holding.
Watch me.
Give me almost cracked.
Not correct.
Ram is 1 though.
Yeah, we need to be in a spot where we
I need
can...
bats. I need bats.
Bringing you my bat, my 1 bat.
I can just sell it. I can just sell it. It's fine.
Yeah, you need to be in a spot to ult them.
Yeah, but can you take...
I think we just ult the
I'm ulting.
corner and go wacky.
I ulted.
I thermited the corner. I'm genning here.
I stunned one. I stunned one in bubble.
Play the backside.
I laid it inside.
Valk 150 on Valk.
Yeah, I'm going.
I'm healing. I'm popping a bat.
You're good.
Slow play if you can.
Last guy 1, help me.
Dead.
Good shit. I'm watching.
I'm moving. We need a 10 here, Del. We need a 10 here.
I already used gen.
Armor swap.
No ult cells. You have ult cells?
No.
I'm nading.
Move up to me.
Yeah, play space. Don't.
Knock 1.
Good up.
I need light ammo. Any light ammo?
Dropping a stack.
Yeah.
Come to me, Ram. Kills.
Wait. I'm gonna look right here. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good to do it. Go.
I just don't have the ammo for this, bro. I'm checking the drop real quick, Nas.
Good.
No, bro. I was gonna help you. They're right under us, bro.
I have a vault now. Can we kill them right under us?
There's 2 teams underneath us.
Look at this too. On my red. There's a down guy.
Yeah. They went into this, I think. We should play it back though.
This guy's trying to climb, I think they're trying to...
You can hear GMT, they're excited. They want to try to secure this KP, but they don't want to overextend. They don't want to drop right here. Godfire instead forced to drop. We've been seeing right here, Nailus has been landing Kraber shot after Kraber shot. Can he do it again? He had it out for way too long. Now it's up to Ben. They clean them up. They clean up Audic. And now with the quick shields up, Godfire is still in this game.
And Pulverex has an opportunity. They're still in this one as well. With Audic being eliminated, can they get those points? Can they do this as a duo? your third place team from Stockholm, Sweden. They could move on with just a few more points. 30 points was the current threshold, but what a fight there from Godfire. Previously, GMT with a very clean fight on the free agent kitties as well, and they're continuing to pop off, dropping E8 Golden.
GMT, they're just tearing it up. The Volt, you got the PK in the hands of Serdell, moving in for the kill here. Finds the beamage, finds the crack. Can he get the PK shots off? You got the circle doing enough of that damage for you as E8 get taken out. You know what that means here, T? That means that Pulverex is one step closer to making it to the top 10 spots.
It's the only team that can surpass Audic right now. Your team from Japan looking like they could potentially make history right here as GMT is helping out. But you also see the lockdown over towards the side. The shots are coming through. The crowd's going crazy.
F-Chan, Legetta, it's up to them to hold this high ground. They've been holding this for so long. Remember, they took this away from Crazy Raccoon. See, F-Chan, they have the high ground. They have the opportunity. 3 other squads that they have to worry about here as they cover this entire side of the circle.
They've done such a good job of holding down one of the most populated areas in Apex Legends. They've forced teams off of them with just 2 players. GMT's come up and cleaned up a majority of this lobby. Serdell's down to 1 HP. A great interception pylon there, as you can also see. Another team directly below them. I don't think they realized that, but Hyarka is going to drop Rambo. So now GMT going to have to play this out as a duo.
See if they end up being able to get into the top 10 spot as they get crack after crack and then a knock to Serdell. We have to flex with F-Chan. We have to give them that energy. Pulverex have been playing out of their minds in this final game.
The portal is coming down. Nasky is back up. You had the gold bag coming through. The shots are looking so good with the flatline. Pulverex just a few points away from securing their spot into losers bracket round 2. Nasky gets dropped, and it looks like it's just a matter of time before they potentially collapse onto Serdell around the corner.
You have to worry about 4 squads in total here. Pulverex. You have FSV, AIM. They get to take out GMT, and this is huge. Top 3 spot, 32 points, top 10. They're in the overall top 10 spot. Pulverex as a duo have been able to go the extra mile.
The Japanese squad making history, moving on to losers bracket round 2 with just 2 players. They have another team directly below them, but you know what, the cherry on top is getting that sweet dub in this final game,
boy,
Vicky.
It's very doable here. I truly believe they have to hold these angles. So much on the line right now. You know, talking about duos, 4-7 playing off the low ground too. This is Duo City out here for this final game.
4-7, they're sitting in 17th place. It's all about this squad directly in front of you, though, as we jump on board with 4-7 to see what their plan's going to be. As this zone closes, they're going to have to make a play. It's definitely going to have to be some sort of Horizon grab lift play, as you can start to see the zone is really chipping away. Pulverex is going to end up losing 1 player, though, but they've done their job. They have secured their spot inside of the top 10, and now 4-7 is going to drop down. Do they have the grab lift to get back up top? They do, but you know who's waiting for them? It's AIM. AIM in 7th place. Looks like they are poised to win this one, and they are. They're going crazy. The crowd's going crazy as well, as we just saw Apex Legends history. What a series of games.
What a way for Pulverex to also come out in top 3 with the KB that they need. Give a round of applause to Pulverex for qualifying for tomorrow's Losers Round 2 bracket.
You love to see it. Look at the smiles. They made so many great plays.
What a story, playing this out as a duo from the start. And look at the smiles across all our competitors, everyone having such a good time. AIM taking that final game. The consistency between these squads is actually insane. AIM taking 2nd the game before, 3rd the game before that. It's just a constant ramp up between these teams.
Amazing performance from our 10 teams. On the other side, there's smiling faces everywhere, but there are 10 teams, unfortunately, that we're going to have to say goodbye to. The flex coming in from Nasky, the listen-ins were absolutely hilarious. They started to really vibe out, and sometimes you get a blessing from some unfortunate series of events, right? GMT getting some more games under their belt. They're feeling good about the situation. Never would have thought we would see a team of 2, but if it was going to be anybody, it was going to be our 3rd place team from Sweden.
You know what, Pulverex, they did it. You know what that means, Steve? You got to flex. You got to flex with F-Chan out here. You got to flex. You got to give it to them as AIM Esports, 8 kills. They managed to take 1st place spot. Look at Pulverex right there. They got the 2 KP, but they got the positioning, they got 3rd place, and they got the top 10 spots over Audic between a 2-point difference with that bubble.
They understood the math, how important it was, getting on over towards the high ground for Thermal Station, predicting the zone, bullying teams off on over towards the side. GMT really popping off and eating up a lot of those teams in the vicinity too really helps with those placement points.
Yeah, it's crazy to see. It's crazy. You gotta show them. You gotta show them.
Are you flexing? Are we
you gotta
flexing?
show them for the F-Chan, for Pulverex, making it into the top 10. F-Chan, let's go. The rest of this squad doing so well, playing this out as a duo is actually insane. But they were able to do it, and they were able to come out on top. Really impressive showing from this squad.
We're gonna have to get a Seer heartbeat monitor on this guy to see exactly how fast that thing is pumping, because the beats per minute are absolutely insane. What a story from these guys, and it's just so nice to see a team of 2 making history. Can they continue to make history? That's it for Vicky, Kitty, and myself. We're gonna toss this on over to panel to close the night out.
F-Chan! Ladies and gentlemen, the king, F-Chan from Japan, and Pulverex do it as the boys here got to throw it up for F-Chan, Pulverex, and Japan. What a showing. A team of 2 qualify and make it to the losers bracket final. Genome, can't you believe it, man?
2 biceps for 2 amazing players on Pulverex. Incredible. Coming through as a duo in a lobby like that is, that's something.
Unbelievable performance. And there you have it. Confirmed. F-Chan and Legetta from Japan and Pulverex, formerly Unite, top 4 in Sweden. They advance to the losers bracket final as a team of 2. That is hands down the best story of this tournament so far. The crowd was behind them. And oh my goodness, at 11 p.m. here in Raleigh, North Carolina, I have not seen a small but loud crowd be so electric. However, it's not just them, James. Godfire representing South America, Sutaraiku representing APAC South, AIM with a huge performance to secure their spot as well.
Yeah, Orthros Frang as well from Japan. They've been lacking in the previous days, but they found opportunity, they found momentum here. And of course, Alliance up top, joint with Reject as well, 84 points. This is a great day for them, and I think they needed these extra games, as I mentioned before, to try and find momentum, find success, find some synergy in the vacuum of this tournament, this championship in this weekend. Take into tomorrow.
And of course, you flip to the second page, your heart breaks for these teams. The feeling they must be feeling right now. 4-7, so close to also do it, but you see the round of applause come through for them as people say, you know what, my hat goes off to 4-7, 31 points, Audic, Infinity, Crazy Raccoon, biggest surprise of this tournament here, Genome.
We've been saying it all day, right? We know what the problem is for Crazy Raccoon. Sure, they can find the little places to hide away, but that's not enough. You need to use your weapons and get the KP on the board.
That's right. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that. Obviously, losing Raz is a big loss for them, but nonetheless, massive congratulations to all of these teams. One in particular, obviously Pulverex, all the credit goes to them. But Godfire and Brazil stand up. Shout out to my man Ink of Godfire signing this squad to the Godfire roster. And boy, did they perform here, but their journey is not over yet. This is the Cinderella story in Sweden. Do you think it might be doing the same thing here this weekend?
You never know. I think it's hard for some of these teams in the previous series to really learn, to have any findings. Some of them just didn't have the space to really even get their own game going. But now they've had that space in one of the easier brackets, but it's going to get real hard tomorrow in comparison. So again, it's trying to figure out what you can learn from the success you've had in this series and take through to tomorrow when the heavy hitters are going to arrive once again.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's going to be a much harder bracket. Small celebrations tonight for Brazil, for Japan, especially early in the morning here for our Japanese audience. But the real work starts tomorrow, Genome. But hey, walk me through Game 7 and 8 and what it took for these teams to clutch up.
Yeah, having a look at how some of these teams went in those last 2 games. Ascend here, really loved their last final circle. I mean, 9 kills, that got them into the top 3 overall for these teams. And, you know, look, the placement doesn't really matter here. It was just getting across the line. That's why we were so excited to see Pulverex get there. They're going to be joining all these guys in that losers bracket round 2 tomorrow for another 8 games.
Right, and talking about this game 8 performance from Sir Dell, it was a championship-esque performance. Dell was on fire, James.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is a day where this is the kind of confidence that they needed, the confidence that they were looking for. It's been a difficult weekend for GMT as well, but this is something they can take some confidence in to try and, you know, build the synergy, basically, to take into tomorrow when the tough teams come. But hey, we've got FA Kitties as well. They made it in 9th place, and they've had a really hard time in our initial days here at the championships, but they're still in it for tomorrow.
That's a good point. All of EU, really the top heavy teams, they perform. I think FA Kitties, did they make it as well? I believe they did.
Yeah, they did.
7th,
Yep.
6th. There you go, FA Kitties.
9th.
GMT 9th, oh my
Oh,
god.
no, sorry, maybe no.
Okay.
They came 9th, FA Kitties are there.
Yeah, FA Kitties, GMT, Alliance, Ascend qualifies. So Europe really did show up here in a big way. Again, we've been super critical of that region. We thought maybe they were the best region at one point. Clearly they are not as of now, but they're trying to regain that throne. James, I'm gonna give that one to you, obviously, coming from Europe.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some struggles. You know, it's a bit too early to say, is it a changing of the guard or not? And again, let's not forget, we've got APAC coming through, north and south, and they're taking positions by force. So where you felt comfortable, where you had your little throne, that's been kicked off the stand completely by the Watsons coming through, the different methods we have. So it's a very interesting situation we have in that respect. So indeed, I think everybody's going to be fighting for their positions, and as we can see, Europe are definitely doing that today.
Yeah, that's right. Well, speaking of Europe, it is the champions of Europe. It's always been Alliance and FA Kitties, the top 2 titans. I have been hyping them up ever since the beginning of competitive Apex. Well, they performed big time. Captain Hockey's joined alongside Yuki Wifes, and of course, none other than James Banks on the main stage.
Did it again?
Pass it over to them.
What is with you Americans and being unable to say the word Banks? Thank you very much, guys. I do have Alliance with me, though. Raleigh, make some noise for Alliance! And I got the whole all fam here right now, and Hackers, I'm going to come to this, right? Your tweet yesterday, horrible second set, 0 points across 3 games. 20th to 1st, it doesn't matter. It's all about the bounce back. You happy with this bounce back?
I mean, yeah, we're going to the next day, and that's all that matters. You know, we're taking a little bit extra route. You know, get a little bit extra practice, figure out our stuff. You know.
And how would you rate your performance overall today?
I mean, overall today, pretty bad to be honest. Like, I definitely would want more. Definitely want more out of us. First set, you know, we didn't qualify by like 15 points or something. So we were close to winner's bracket, but after the first game in the losers bracket now, we got the 19 kill win, and then after that we just decided to go for the fight practice, you know.
And that's what it was. But you got the championship mentality with this at least, mate. And one thing I'll say is, in this kind of a lobby, you're able to kind of just run at them, right? Take these fights. But how do you tweak stuff going into tomorrow against certainly tougher opposition?
I think it's more like figuring out who's in the lobby or not. Like, this lobby had a lot of duos, so it was basically only 15 squads playing. So that creates a lot more space on the map in general. Tomorrow we're gonna have 19 full squads and a duo. Shout out to Pulverex, they played amazing. So yeah, I mean, we just gotta tweak a little bit, you know, figure out what spots are gonna be taken now since there's more team playing, and just gotta send it.
Gotta send it, I like it. Now, in terms of the maps, right, is there a map you're more confident on?
I would say we're about equal on the World's Edge and Storm Point. I'd say our points are pretty balanced. I don't know, I haven't looked at the spreadsheet, but we got both maps pretty figured out in my opinion. It's just the simple mistakes and the individual mistakes catch us out sometimes.
And in terms of this team though, right, what are you gonna say to them going into tomorrow?
Just look out for us on our map.
Look out for us on the map, I like it. Raleigh, one more time, make some noise for Alliance. Let's send it one more time. We're going back to the desk, but there's so much more to come here at the ALGS.
Thank you so much, James. Well spoken as always from Hockey's. the leader, the IGL of this Alliance squad, one of the best IGLs in all of Apex. Well, hey, they showed up in the losers bracket final, obviously alongside a few other teams. We haven't talked a lot about GMT's performance. Dell looking really, really strong, and Ascend. Anything you'd share about those two teams, what you saw from them in this 8-game series here?
Like Alliance, I guess they had a lot of, a lot of gusto in that lower bracket there, but yeah, like how much does that actually translate when they go back against all of the tougher teams that they've been playing yesterday and earlier today? If they've been struggling against them, then does that, just that motivation, is that enough to get them over the line? No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, hey, another team obviously was Reject as well. A lot of hype right now for Alliance. They actually tied Alliance and obviously lost the tiebreaker by points, but the Koreans showed up as well. APAC North represented, perhaps not by the team we thought it'd be represented by in Crazy Raccoons.
Absolutely, yeah. Crazy Raccoons, again, are difficult. I think it was a bit hard for a lot of APAC North, but it's lovely to see that there's going to be more representation here tomorrow. So we'll see what they're able to do. It's going to be pretty important to perform. But I think on the subject of the region in general, I think one takeaway is Pulverex, because of all the teams that were coming into this championship this week, that was the team I was most interested in seeing. I've been nerding out on the Apex streams as much as I can. Now, and I think the upside of their situation is that they've gained a lot of fans from a region who may not be able to see them day to day. So I think going forward, that's going to be fantastic for a very dangerous squad.
Right. I made a top 10 prediction coming into this tournament. I had Pulverex coming in 6th or 7th. Obviously, Unite performed really, really well. Same exact squad. Devastating that they weren't able to play with their full roster, but certainly they've made fans. We know how passionate this Japanese region is. You're a lot closer to them than we are. Talk to me about the passion of Japan as a region in Apex Legends.
I mean, yeah, they're one of, if not the most passionate region. I mean, I remember seeing a photo on Twitter of, what is it, the Shibuya Square, right?
Times Square.
Essentially, yeah, Times Square in Tokyo. And it was lit up, every single building, with Apex advertisements on it, and it just looked amazing. But that's how much of a culture it is over there, and it's so cool that the region gets such fantastic support.
Yeah, well, hopefully one day we will have an event in Tokyo. I don't know if that's coming or not, but I would be beyond ecstatic for an opportunity to go to Japan and have a chance to see what the hype is all about. Quick word for y'all, we are trying just maybe to get an interview with Pulverex if we can on stage. We'll keep you updated on if that's going to be possible. We obviously have to find a translator, so we'll keep you up to speed on that. But look, as we've talked a lot about teams, there's been some great individual performances here. It's time to talk about our Monster MVP candidate. A variety of players have performed today, have shown up in the overall discussion for who will take home that coveted Monster MVP award on Sunday. James, in your eyes, who is the standout player?
Today, I went with Hackis. I know he's going to be disappointed with his performance, and of course, they shouldn't be in that losers bracket to begin with. We saw some fantastic individual plays from him earlier on with the Horizon, but I think also importantly, he's doing about 2,000 plus damage. He's leading in the damage from when we last checked as well, but I think along with that, he's a captain for the team. He's got to keep his team focused. He's got to rally the troops when the chips are down and keep the focus. They did great in that losers bracket, and again, it allowed them to kind of build that synergy and figure out what needs to be tweaked for the days to come. But that's already important. But again, you see a quick highlight here of the outrageous Horizon play. Really opened things up for his team to follow through and finish off the job. So we saw spectacular things from the team earlier on, and also to spur on to have a great, to come back onto the server really and truly in that losers bracket.
I gotta agree with you and double down on his Horizon play in particular on Stormfront. It was so much fun to watch. Do you know who you got?
Yeah, I had Junghee for Team Reject, the APAC North team. You can see him here on the core stick. I think out of all of the teams we've got here in this loser bracket and the 10 that are going to go forward from today, I think Reject is actually one of the ones who does have a chance to make it to that championship Sunday. I think they've definitely got some legs in them, and they're playing a composition that certainly is a bit of an Apex an APAC South aficionado, I think still is the premier comp in the game.
Right, well, hey look, we talk a lot about North American players and slayers. Today it was all Europe and all APAC North. This has been your Monster MVP. Great performances from Junghee and Hockeys, but hey, I teased it right before the Monster MVP segment, and guess what? It is my honor and my privilege to announce that we have none other than Pulverex live on the main stage. It's F-Chan joined alongside James Banks and a translator. James, over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we had to get Pulverex here because this is a duo that made it through to Saturday. What do we make of that, Raleigh? Now, this was impressive, but this is not easy to do. Just get him to describe to me how tough these games were playing as a duo and just what their mentality was going into the games. See, I'm learning this whole translator mode as well.
「そうですね、最初からデュオってこともあって本当に可能性が一握りしかない中、とりあえずもう2人でどうにかしてプレイスメントポイントで稼ごうっていうのでもう諦めずに最後まで頑張った甲斐がありました。ありがとうございます。
So they just tried to, you know, they were down a man and they didn't really have too many options. So they tried to take advantage of the placement points and they just continued to do their best without giving up.
Without giving up, that's what it's all about. That's the spirit of competition. Now, at what point did they think it was possible?
「そうですね、ずっと1試合目からボーダー付近のポイントを常にキープはしていたので常にもういけるかいけないかの瀬戸際でずっといけるんじゃないかいけるんじゃないかって思いながら諦めずにずっと頑張っていきました。
So you're just kind of monitoring the points on the border, on the board, and as he was kind of like tallying them and comparing them to like how everybody else was doing, he was just kind of like just trying to like keep his own and do his best without giving up.
That's what we want to do. Never give up in moments like that. Now also, just anything you want to say to the fans out here, because this is historical, this is powerful. The fact you're able to do it as a duo, this is something no one would ever expect.
そうですね、コロナで僕らデュオの出場になっちゃってでもそれでも僕らのことを常にずっと応援し続けてくれて信じてくれていたので僕らも頑張ることができました。本当にありがとうございます。
So it was really only because of the fans that we were able to make it this far. You know, we came out and, you know, we were down a guy because he tested positive for COVID, but, you know, it's only because of the support of our fans that we were able to make it this far. So thank you very much.
Some lovely words there. Your support means everything, whether it's online or in this arena. Give it up for Pulverex! And let's get ourselves back to the desk and close out the show.
Thank you so much, James. What an interview with F-Chan there. Obviously paying a lot of homage and respect to the fans in the crowd. We were upstairs having a chance to chat with some folks and we're like, what are they cheering right now? I came a little bit closer and you heard Pulverex cheer nonstop all night long. 11:30 p.m. here, but again, this crowd in Raleigh has been something else.
Yeah, it really has. It's been amazing. And it's not even the weekend yet. You know, there's a lot of people at work who are going to be here on this weekend, so I can't wait to see what crowd we have on championship weekend here in Raleigh.
Yeah, it was a Friday, right? People are still working. Of course, Saturday and Sunday to come. It is going to be absolutely insane in PNC Arena. And guess what? We have our winners bracket matchup. It's the winners bracket finals tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, and this is a stacked lobby that you will see. Team Burger representing, by the way, alongside Cloud9, AD, Fnatic, Luminosity, TSM, Optic Gaming. The list goes on and on and on. But Exo Clan, Team Burger, and Dark Zero all representing for APAC South. I know you love to see that, Gino.
Yep. Oh, so many of our excellent teams in there. I mean, Dreamfire, you know, they've even with the substitutes have just been phenomenal. EXO have been, you know, predicted them to make it through in that last chance qualifier all the way back in Sweden, and they have not disappointed me.
That's an absolute fact. Dreamfire playing so incredibly well. IG obviously making it as well. Let's take a look at the schedule tomorrow. That's right, all things will kick off at 1 o'clock Eastern time here in Raleigh, 10 o'clock Pacific time out in the West Coast. And of course, if you're joining from Tokyo, bright and early, 2 o'clock in the morning, or from CEST in Eastern Europe, 7 p.m. or 8 p.m., depending on where you are at. So make sure to set your alarm clocks and tune in tomorrow, as the day will be absolutely insane. If you thought this was crazy, this is just the Losers Bracket Finals. We're going to kick off with the Winners Bracket Finals. Bottom 10 teams, well, they'll move on to play in the Losers Bracket Finals against FChan, Pulverex, Alliance, and the rest of them. And then, of course, on Sunday, we will have Championship Sunday to crown our champion. What a day of Apex it's been. We hope you have enjoyed it at home. On behalf of myself, I'm Fallout, joined alongside James and Genome at the desk here. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. So much love to our live crowd here in Raleigh and every single one of y'all, part of Apex family at home. Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning.